Rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Delphio sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Michael to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
The Summer Showdown's in full swing, and we're here with day number 2 of the Eastern region. My name is Trid. I'm joined by Avril to bring you 2 first of 3 matches here to decide who is going home and sending one team over to the grand finals tomorrow.
Get to the business side now. We've kind of been at the business side for some time now. It's been 4 of our top teams here in the tournament stage. Now the Summer Showdown, our 3rd tournament of the entire year, and our final one actually before playoffs. So this is the final opportunity for our teams to kind of get a title in before we actually go to what is going to be the end of the entire season upcoming. So for teams like Fusion that missed out a little bit earlier in Kickoff Clash, Shanghai as well that haven't had a title yet so far, everything is still online to play for. Seoul, their 2nd title. Guangzhou, this is their 1st tournament showing in what has been 2 years, so they're in the running as well.
Let's get you up to speed with the state of the tournament so far. Like I said, we've already had a day of action. Let's pull up that bracket and see how things stand. Shanghai Dragons and Seoul Dynasty, that's going to be our 2nd game of the day, Avril, and they're all positioned in that effectively upper bracket final, if you will. And then when we look in the losers bracket, the Charge are going up against the Fusion after losing their matches yesterday to the aforementioned teams. That's going to be our first matchup of the day. One team's going home, one team is going to get a second chance in the tournament.
Absolutely, and I think, in some ways the bracket has gone exactly the way you would expect. The top 2 seeds, number 1 and 2, between Dragons and Dynasty, have moved through to the upper bracket final. Dynasty, though, not without a bit of turmoil in their particular game. Guangzhou, though, couldn't quite touch up on the Dragons, and now they'll be facing the Philadelphia Fusion in that lower bracket. Loser goes home, winner moves forward to the next loser bracket game, the losers bracket final, and the winner of that will end up going towards the grand final. The Philadelphia Fusion, their roster up first. Saw this team in action yesterday after, what was a pretty poor start, going 0-2 down versus Seoul. They made a pretty strong comeback. I mean, they kind of got this reverse sweep dream going. 3rd map, 4th map, both going their way, forcing a tiebreaker map number 5. But some cases, kind of, I don't know if you would say it's expected for the Fusion, but it seems like the map 5 horrors strike again for them.
Yeah, 5-map Philly. They're always out here struggling on the map 5, but let's take a look at the roster for today. MN3, Zest, Fury, Encore, and Fixer. This has been kind of like the roster we've seen towards the latter end of the Summer Showdown. MN3 has now become effectively the starter, I believe, after last week, when they stopped running Carpe as the starting lineup. Doesn't mean Carpe is necessarily out of the lineup altogether, for now anyway, but MN3 has been a starter, and I think Fusion have had a couple more of those. I think Fusion has looked like they could win more games with this starting lineup, particularly. Keeping MN3 in seems to have at least leveled the team up slightly.
A few daggers in the, for now anyway, I heard there. I don't know, I'm not going to read too far into it, I'm sure. I'm sure it is what it is. No, we'll see. And this has been an interesting stage so far for Philly Fusion, because, we're talking about map 5s here. They've been to 3 map 5s in their last 4 matches. Guangzhou, Seoul, Hangzhou, then Seoul again. Of those 3 map 5s, they've lost all 3 of them. The last time they went to a map 5, and actually they go to a map 5s quite a lot, look at their history, it was versus Valiant in the regular season, week 16 here. Now, they did beat the Valiant, but since then, it's been a bit of a loss streak. Then they beat Hangzhou. Those are the only 2 wins they had over the course of the entire qualifier, right? They kind of squeezed in on a 2-4 record. They needed a 3-1 or a 3-0 versus Hangzhou. They got that scoreline. They're here in the tournament, but it's one of those situations where they get so painstakingly close 2 times now to beating their adversaries in Seoul, but just kind of falling short. If they want to win this tournament, if Philly finally want to lift a trophy and be an organization that after 5 years gets that podium win, that #1 spot victory, they got to beat teams like the Seoul Dynasty. But for now, they got to get past the Guangzhou Charge first.
I love that you brought up their map 5 record, Avril, because the last time these 2 teams faced off in week number 3 did go to 5 games. Charge ended up beating Philadelphia Fusion, so they are basically replaying one of their 5 map losses that have happened earlier on this stage. Let's take a look at the Charge roster, though. Jimmy, Choice A1, Krong, Xerneas, Farway. Charge 9 yesterday, apparently, Avril. Very anticlimactic end to Midtown in that 3-0 defeat to Shanghai Dragons. It does happen. It always still does manage to surprise me when it does, though.
And it was probably one of the more egregious ones because, you know, you see in the replays, and I believe Jimmy and Choi, they just literally both step off. And it could be one of those situations as well where you they're both looking at each other. It was like, wait, whose job was it to stay on? I thought you were staying on. And the other was, oh, I thought you were staying on, and they just both walked off, right? So, yeah, very anticlimactic. Who knows what would have happened there? I don't know that they would have won that map. We're talking about Midtown versus Shanghai here. I don't think they would have won necessarily, but you kind of rob yourself of a good opportunity. We did see how close that Circuit Royale was, but again, no dice for the Guangzhou Charge. Now, you did mention the previous matchup versus Philly. I want to dig a little bit deeper into that, because not only was it map 5 shred, it's actually a reverse sweep from Charge. We've actually now also seen Philly nearly get a reverse sweep versus Seoul, but Charge actually got a reverse sweep versus Philly, and that's something to remember.
That's even more heart-wrenching, isn't it? You get the 2-0 advantage, 3 maps in a row, bing, bang, bong. You're out of the match already. So, just waiting for the I believe Krong was actually sat down actually. Waiting for the Charge to just fill up the lobby, and then we'll get into the game number 1. A little bit different from previously. We don't have set map types anymore because we're going into the tournament stage, so there's a little bit more variance, I believe, here, Avril. Still not sure what map we're going to be starting on today, but it is going to be a control.
I think this is important for Fusion because, as we saw in the previous series, and something I've noted on quite a decent amount, is they do have particularly strong maps. We'll just talk about those for now. Circuit, Royale, plus New Queen Street, I think are the strongest maps for the Philadelphia Fusion, have been for the majority of the entire year. No matter what meta we seem to be in, those 2 end up always being the strongest maps for Philly Fusion. And Seoul Dynasty, they actually picked New Queen Street versus Philly, and that ended up being a bit of a mistake. And that's something that Hirix and I talked about yesterday, where it's like, Seoul had the opportunity to go to Colosseo, where they actually beat the Fusion on. They didn't do that. Let's go to New Queen Street, where, if we remember, a few matches past now in mid-season madness, the final week qualifies when Fusion actually beat Seoul. And Queen Street was one of those linchpin maps that Philly really dominated Seoul on. So that, to me, is still a little bit of an iffy situation coming through from Toby, the head coach. But hey, Seoul still won map number 5. Basically, what I'm trying to get at, though, is in that reverse sweep run-through for Philly Fusion, those 2 maps between Circuit and New Queen Street really allowed the Fusion to bring us to a map 5.
So map choice is going to be a big one to pay attention to throughout this series, then seeing if they can pick their preferential maps and get themselves back into it. Maybe we're still doing the loser of the previous map gets to pick the following one, so it does mean that if they drop maps, they have a chance to bounce back quickly, kill any momentum that runs forward into the series. So hopefully it should keep it quite competitive here. I would not want to see either team go out to a 3-0 today, and honestly, looking at Charge versus Fusion, I don't think these are teams that could 3-0 each other at present, is just my assessment of things.
I mean, they went to 5 previously. I think they have the capability to do that again. I also think that if we do go to Circuit, and there's a very high chance we do, it's going to be super competitive because Charge also showed that yesterday versus the Dragons, it was a very strong map for them. They nearly took down the Dragons on that map, and that would have been, by the way, the second only map loss for the Dragons this entire tournament stage. Right, Dragons are otherwise flawless. They have currently the best match record and map record of any team, including versus Seoul as well. It's something like 19-1 now. No, it's actually more than that. I think it was, it's, I'll figure it out, but it's a lot. They've only dropped 1 single map so far. I don't know why I'm blanking on this. Yeah, 6 times 3, 21 or something? I don't know. 21 and 1.
6 times 3 is 18, but...
Yeah, so it's 21-1.
Amazing. So, But they are undefeated, as you said, via matches, Shanghai Dragons, so they haven't had the streak ended. That sets us up nicely for the next match, however, because I have a feeling they're going to have that's going to come up quite a bit. Players are all in the lobby. They are just about ready, and we're going to get into map number 1. I believe I had someone whisper in my ear from production tell me that the first map of this series is going to be Lijiang Tower. We'll get that confirmed on your screens in just a second, and there it is, Lijiang Tower, coming up shortly.
Righto. And I don't know if this really necessarily favors anybody. We're in the sort of now meta in Stage 3 in some Showdown where map choice generally doesn't matter as much as it did in the mid-season madness, but for a team like Philly, you know, as I said, escort, get towards a push, might be a little bit of preference there. For Guangzhou, they kind of won and lost everywhere already. A great matchup I think we need to focus on here. It's a couple ones actually. It's definitely in the DPS line. I think there's no real surprises there. Jimmy has been a very important member of the Charge so far in their campaign through this third stage, and also the return of Jimmy into the Overwatch League. Right, he's kind of led the team via that Sojin quite comfortably. He even had a great match and showing versus Lip yesterday. No, Lip still mostly had the better of Jimmy, but then you got the circuit. Jimmy started to show his chops again, kind of put Lip into the ground a couple of times. That's going to be important. He needs to do that versus MN3, who also currently looks to be on fire on the Sojin.
Pay attention to the damage lineup when they come through. They are running mirror compositions so far on Night Market, although we don't really see much variation here. It's beyond, sometimes see the odd Pharah come out when it comes around to Gardens. Here they are on the rollout.
Yeah, maybe Choi will go towards the fire, but I think both teams are getting very comfortable just playing stand and normal compositions. Here, play the Genjis. That's the matchup as well. Zest versus Choi. It's been a very interesting one. Choi's been so good so far in this meta. Krong taking a bit of early damage here.
Yeah, they're on the hunt for Choice A1, isolated by the rest of the team. It's just an easy pick up there with a railgun. MN3, 2 taps, 2 kills. Just needs to find another one. That's the deal done. Fusion taking the first cap.
Yep, Choi going down, Krong and the rest to follow from the Charge, and nobody died at all from the Philly Fusion. So 5 alive here as we push on forward. Ultimate's starting to get ahead as well, very importantly for the Fusion. Farway does keep up with his counterparts and is actually ahead of Aim God by a reasonable margin, so that will be something that Charge can use when push comes to shove, but Fusion with an early cap, they'll be comfortable for now.
Yeah, hold the line here, 100 Charge. Oh, what a shot onto Choi.
Yep,
Second time in a row they've gone down early.
So we got to see out of MN3. That's why Sky is really hot on the trigger finger so far. Jimmy caught on the side there. No way to exit. It's going to be a late death as well. That really hurts the Charge.
It's going to burn more of the time, or the effect. Oh my god, MN3 is on a mad one today.
Yeah, keeps on going.
But no, it's going to just burn more and more of the time. Like you said, these late picks are just climbing the percentage of the map. Charge want to go as a cohesive unit, and they can't do that if members keep getting picked off by MN3 on the entry. They're so close to the overclock as well now, Avril, that this could be a lethal approach for them.
It's nearly double the ult charge of Jimmy, which, as you said, is going to be pretty lethal because we're heading into what is finally, you know, I would technically say this is about to be the second fight, because even though we've had like 3 kills in a row, those aren't really fights, they're just kind of short skirmishes across the map, 3 picks that kind of put the Guangzhou Charge behind. Now Philly Fusion should be the overclock coming through, but soon he's just killed him in 3.
I don't know how MN3 is that far forward. He's basically leading the charge for his team there, puts him in such a vulnerable state. And now they've opened it up. They did manage to trade away Krong for this one, though. So the Sojourn for the Junker Queen. They're holding the line still. Fury's just able to lock down the point, and we're pushing into final fight territory now. Zest is over in the spawn room, cutting off the respawns from Charge.
And Charge don't have ultimates yet. Now finally they get a couple ultimates available. Fusion haven't spent. They got 4 up currently so far. Zernia's going down as off Fixer. Finds that one solo. Zest shut down.
Cheerios done. Disruptor finds Zest. Here's MN3 with that overclock. One shot of the far way does the trick.
Oh my.
And for Krong, MN3 is having an incredible round, Avril. This is unreal. Most of these fights have not even got started because he's been there with the headshots, clicking and removing the charge from the field.
And that's the smile I like to see as well. MN3 is feeling fired up. He's confident. He knows what's going on. MN3 can that final fight. And the Philly Fusion comfortably take a 1-0 lead in this opening map here. 100-0 as well. Charge completely absent from any of those fights. In fact, Philly Fusion have barely died. I mean, they only had 2 deaths the entire time. Yeah, Zest had a blaze shut down. MN3 did die to, I think, Xerneas. I'm still not exactly sure how that occurred, but beyond that, Fury and God Fixer all still deathless. Only 2 frags from Charge that entire opening round. It is a bit of a disastrous opening for the Guangzhou Charge, but for Philly Fusion, exactly what you want to see.
Alright, here we go. Round number 2, moving on to the Gardens. Choi did pivot on to the Pharah for the time being. So we're going to have that different variation in effect for this round. The rest of the team's going to migrate over to the point. Fury, a little bit isolated for now. Very vulnerable to these rockets. The entire team's just charging at the Fury. Here come the reinforcements from the Fusion, though. They're collapsing, but it's too late to save them. An isolated Fury going down early, and this is Charge clapping back on round number 2.
Coming through with a variation, Choice Juan on towards the fire. We kind of did allude to maybe this being a possibility for the Charge to flex onto. I said maybe Joy wouldn't do it because the Genji has been really good, but at the same time, you did get clapped on an opening round. Maybe a bit of a risk is required here. Now a risk does pay off for the Guangzhou Charge. Fusion though, see how they bounce back into this one. So you still have at least Aim God getting away with his life, so not a complete team wipe coming through from the Guangzhou Charge. Just now moving over towards the Echo, predictably to try and counter Choi.
It's always such a strong move to deal with the Pharah. The Echo just seems to win these matchups all the time, so should give Fusion the edge in the Sky battle, which will translate into the ground. A couple of directs find MN3 though. He's not the only damage lineup who can be accurate when it comes to these projectiles. They're going to have Choice A1 just nailed him. Needs to pay attention to where Zest is, though. He's still hovering around, hunting for him. Jimmy's going to try and keep that Echo in check, though, I feel.
It's just 2 directs coming through from Choi, exactly as you need on a very important member of MN3. Very similar in some cases to what Fusion were doing to Charge earlier on via MN3's rails, right? Just solo picks, slowing down the Philadelphia Fusion, or in this case, that was the Guangzhou Charge the previous round. Now Choi's about to get this barrage online, should be the first ultimate through. Zest in a 1 versus 1, trying to get Choi down but can't do it.
Yeah, I think he picked up a pack there just to restore him. If he didn't have access to the Mega, he would have really struggled there, but just delays the inevitable. Zest able to pick up that kill. Goes back to the Sky, 27 HP, outside of Farway's range, but Jimmy, he has the railgun. You can't escape that one. Flip comes in for Fusion while this whole outside skirmish was happening.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, you'll kill, and M3 will kill Choi again. You will get Zest down if you are the Guangzhou Charge, but you lose everybody else. And as soon as Choi respawns, he instantly gets killed. So it's actually 6 deaths in that particular fight. Really good for the Fusion to pick up, especially in the ult charge department as well. And Choi is actually still waiting to get that barrage online. Sitting in the 90s here, has been for a reasonable while. Charge have the capability to make the comeback here, but I think once you have the attacking fire and you're not defending with the fire, it's a lot harder to get that value going. You want to be defending chokes as a fire. Attacking chokes, really not the same deal.
No, you can see the flank coming in. They're just trying to hover around the outskirts of the point, but being kept in check. Rallies both pop. There's the barrage coming in from Choi. It clears space, but it doesn't result in any kills. And MN3 picks off the static Pharah with the right click. Duplication for Zest coming in. There's another Jungle Queen on the field. Carnage cuts through, but it's MN3 beats into the punch with the kill. Farway's not going to last this one. Great jagged knife pull into Jimmy to help MN3 pick off that kill. And now they've surpassed the Charge's charge and are aiming towards the end of this map.
No casualties either there. Aim God, by the way, is still deathless. The only one that went down was Zest on the duplicate. You're okay with that one? MN3 shutting down Choi was so huge, and that means 0 value found on the rocket barrage. You expect a lot more from Choi in that exact play. A 1-for-1 is kind of the minimum. Guangzhou Charge now back over towards the Genji. MN3 on the rails for the overclock. Charge is just trying to scatter.
Say the only option is to scatter, Avril. You can't like hide in the sightlines. They're too long on that bridge coming from White Room that you're just so vulnerable to MN3 picking you off. You know he's on fire today. Why chance it? Here's Jimmy's chance. There's the chance coming in with the overclock. Waits for it to expire, finds it onto MN3, turns his attention around to Zest, unable to find a connection here. Krong having to clean it up as Jimmy skirts away to safety. Thankfully, Charge managed to clear out the Fusion at 99%. They'll get the flip. But now they have the Rampage and a beat to cut through, but I think Charge have options to stop that.
Charge have a long way to go though. I mean, there's still 33, 36% to go through once we get to the 100% mark, 99% mark, and okay, they have pretty even ultimates, right? It's Rampage and Sound Barrier on both sides. I'm looking towards both Aim God and Farway getting these rallies into that next fight also. First Rampage, super important here. Expecting the Sound Barriers to come through immediately when the Rampages get popped.
Rampage just finding 4. That's big from Krong. Beat comes out and answer. Fury still holding on to theirs. They're going to answer it, but I think they got killed before they were able to apply to anyone. Gonna have to do it without Zest. Still making this work despite being caught on the back foot. Krong needs to get out of here. Mega. Flip comes in. Someone's got to touch. Xerneas is there to trigger overtime, keep it alive. They're keeping Krong away from the fight. There's no support for him. Takedown from Zest. And now the backline's arriving too late. Xerneas gets in just by the skin of a whisker. As Choice A1 will then jump back onto the point as well to keep the overtime alive, try and buy time for Krong to get back into the fight, but they're playing at a numbers disadvantage, especially when Jimmy gets taken out as well.
They just don't have a tag.
Blade coming out from Choi. Aim God Moving over to Fury, change attention to MN3, gets the cut through as well. Joy might be putting the team on his back and to keep him alive. This is the longest overtime we've seen in a while. Zest comes out with a counterplay to 5-2. And he gets delayed, back away from Farway. There's a wrecking ball from Krong, which isn't efficient, but it will keep things alive for the charge. As Farway forced back into White, picks up the mini, double supports, taking down one. And here's Pixar to find Farway. They move back to the point. They're going to claim their own 99% Avril. They got the flip in the chaos there.
And so have missing members, so they have Ball, they have Soldier, they have Trace. It's not the ideal composition to be playing through, but it's one that they have to just try and touch. Aimed on in the backline here,
no!
Choice of one, booped off even. With Krong being anti, that might just be quick charge out of this fight. They started the plays alive.
Well, they got the flip back. Nice little delay to stop Farway going across the bridge with the shield bash. Xerneas is surely going to go down here. He can't stay up. Overtime ticks down. Fusion will finally claim map 1 after a very elongated overtime.
Yeah, and I think that was 4 Fusions taking as well, just a little bit of, like you sort of said, elongated time to get the win for Fusion Charge. They came back on Stalk Heroes. We saw the Ball, we saw the Tracer, we saw the Soldier. That's only going to go so far in terms of trying to win this fight. Philly Fusion still have the standard composition. They didn't change anything. They had Aimgod coming back on the Ana. That's one thing, but you still very importantly have Fury on that specific Junker Queen, right? Krong dying in that final engagement was, 2 versus 3. Unfortunately, Krong's too low HP. He goes for the Mega Pack, but as the point flips over, Xerneas has to go for the touch. So those 2 members in the 2v3 get split up. Krong gets taken down. Xerneas is solo. Charge don't have a tank. They can't contest properly. They come back with the ball, and you just can't win a fight with that sort of composition back in Fusion. They whittle down the Charge, and they eventually get the win, but they put themselves in the winning position first, survive against Choi's Blade, get Zest Blade out, and Zest Blade does the job.
All right, it's Charge's map pick. Moving into the second map of the series, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see what they have for you when you return. Okay, so the first two replays I kind of get, but that third one was just doing Krong dirty, I feel like. Just watching him hang from underneath the bridge and just face the inevitable. Yeah.
I've been there. It's tragic. You know, it is tragic. You're just kind of at that moment, you're accepting death. You're like, well, there's only one direction I can go from here, and it is down. And unfortunately, you're also in the last fight. It's 99 to 99. You know, like, you kind of have to get back into action, but you can't. Credit to Fusion for knocking as many players off the map as they did. But I think at that stage, it was pretty clear-cut for the Philadelphia Fusion. They had it locked up. MN3 had it locked up. Praise be MN3 in this lineup so far, because he actually got 15 out of 36 final blows for the Philly Fusion over the course of those 2 rounds. Now, the second of which was far more tight, you know, in terms of closeness and competitiveness. Get to Gardens, it's 99 to 99. Choi comes out in the Farah. It works for some time until the Zest Echo shuts them down, and from then on outwards, Fusion mostly had Charge's number. Going to Hollywood now is Charge's pick. Let's see if they turn it around.
See what they come out with as well. I know we'll probably see some cheeky little like Widowmaker on the spawn. Won't see that roll out. They just want to see if anyone pokes their head too aggressively underneath the
Which, by the
archers.
way, we saw the Pelican deflate kill on this exact map yesterday. Well, rather this morning from the NA games over in Toronto. So that was pretty hard.
It's always a risk.
Pelican gone.
I'm saying there's always a risk of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Pelican, he's waiting for the Widow shot to come on through, just deflects it straight back in the Widow. That's the kind of thing you love to see. So, how do we handle this situation here as we look back to our previous series yesterday? Seoul Dynasty and Philadelphia played Hollywood. There's a 3-2 victory for Seoul. They finished the entire map. Philly unfortunately failed to finish the entire map, as this will be the one to take the opening shot coming through as well. Fusion now making their first push forward. I actually specifically remember Fusion nearly full-held the Seoul Dynasty on Hollywood A yesterday, but they overextended into the Seoul offensive spawn on A. That ended up being their mistake. They're attacking first. We'll have to see how their defense goes later on. Choi already taken a rail shot, 1 HP dead.
What a combo there from the damage line for Philly. MN3 doing the broke little work. Zest comes in with the shuriken to finish him off. Not a good start on your map pick, Charge. You need to try and recover this quickly. Choi can get back to the fight relatively quickly, being on the Genji. Joe for the cut down Xerneas. Missed the slice. They still will get a reset to go to Krong.
Nice.
Zest just cuts through the entire team with the help of his supports. Will rotate back round to the point, and Choi Se-1 will be arriving too late to make a difference.
Yeah, flawless, and this will be the stage where you will get the cap as well. Charge can no longer contest. Best thing that Charge can do is set up for some high ground, maybe set up for a fight very early on as the gates to be do in fact open. Zest already kind of sort of marking some space up forward. Choi to challenge, but Zest kind of dominated that very early fight. Though credit to MN3 for setting up the initial kill. We did look at Choi Se-1's POV. He did take a rail shot, and that rail shot is what sets off the momentum for Fusion winning the fight.
Yeah, he doesn't get the final blow, still being the impactful member here. Choi off to the side, he's playing around the Mega, just watching this side entrance. Might get overwhelmed here quickly, he might go for the kill on Fixer. Oh, Choi has to use that dash not to go after the Lucio, but instead get to safety. Nice boot from top, brings them all down to the ground level. That's actually incredible from Fixer, and it sets him up nicely to take out Krong. Zest and the rest of the boys are relatively safe here. Payload has been moving this entire time. And now he has a blade from above for all of his worries.
Charge are backing out of this one. They'll be kind of thankful that they only lost the one. They still get to back up because that could have gone a lot more poorly for the Guangzhou Charge. They could have lost everybody, right? Fusion could have actually clean wiped them off of the stage. This particular, you know, B point, I should probably say. MN3, the beautiful rail to Jimmy, just happens like clockwork for this guy so far. High ground control in favor of the Fusion, and they will get the other 4 kills in a short order, I feel.
Nice little return onto Aim God though, so it does stem the bleeding just a fraction. Beat used in action for the blades. MN3 finds Faraway. Zest is just going to clean them up after the blade finishes. And Charge have not been able to find any footing in this map whatsoever. Yeah. Admiral constantly getting picked off, constantly losing fights, and Fusion just rolling.
It legitimately feels like we're in an opening round of Control back on our first map again of Lijiang, right? It feels like we're back on Night Market where Charge just can't get a fight going. They're constantly down one, whether it's Choi being railed out, Jimmy getting railed out, somebody's getting railed out. MN3 nearly hit another shot there. Overclock coming through as Choi once more.
Talking about nearly, I think he heard you, Apple. Immediately flicks onto Choi, finds the finishing blow. She's come through. Choi, like Charge, they're not worried about the objective right now, Apple. They're worried about staying alive. That is the objective for them because MN3 and the rest of Fusion are blitzing them.
there's a lot to be worried about. MN3 is a big concern for the Guangzhou Charge. Currently, they can't even really get out to contest. It's an entire team diff, or maybe it's just the MN3 versus everybody diff. Strongest player in the server so far that we've seen. Zest is keeping up in frags, but MN3 is putting the Charge to pound town. Currently, we talk about Charge. I mean, having a good showing so far in the tournament. They even beat the Philadelphia Fusion previously, but so far they've yet to win a fight on Hollywood. Choi has a plan. He wants MN3 down.
Trying to find them. Rally. Rampage goes through.
He's looking
Charge
for it.
on the back foot. Holds the deflect long enough. Support comes in. Just delays MN3 from going down, but that's the only thing Choi will get. Raid boss down for the Charge, but they lost 2 members in that off the back of Fury's Rampage, just making it really difficult to sustain the fight. And now the Charge have to back off, so they stalled the payload, but that still doesn't feel like a decisive fight win, because now they're getting resets, and Zest is hunting this final member of the Charge from that original fight. Respawns have come in. They can't even save Xerneas on the spawn door right now, and now they have to deal with the play.
It might be a cat.
Someone
Did they touch?
No!
They can't.
Krong
No,
gets
they
there
do touch.
just in time. Oh, I guess they're just in time with the Rampage. But here's the blade from Zest. It's so messy. The Charge are panicking. They can't breathe. They can't set anything up. They are being strangled by the Fusion. And a 3-minute 43 time bank exists at the end there.
I'm going to have to check world records here. I'm going to go ahead and check right now
Please
what
do.
the record for fastest cap on Hollywood is, because I feel like we're getting close. If it's not a record, it is damn near close. It's
You're going to check
3:43
that.
time
I'm going
back.
to check him in Freeze PC.
I don't think there was a single moment where the Fusion really stopped pushing. Did you see a moment when they stopped pushing? Because to me, the payload was basically going the entire way through.
One moment on point B where they lost the fight and just Krong was just dying on point. That was it.
Right. Okay,
That's
here we
it.
go.
And it wasn't even for that long.
All right, so I do have confirmation on records. The fastest ever time bank for Hollywood was 3:47. So this is 4 seconds off. This is tied equal for the second fastest Hollywood ever, though. So the second for confirmation, the fastest Hollywood ever was a time bank of 3:47. That's a cap of 4:13. That was done by Hangzhou Spark versus Chengdu Hunters in 2020. Second fastest, now tied equal, previously set, was Shock versus Paris 2021, 3:43. This is also 3:43. So we have a tied equal record now. Second fastest Hollywood ever.
Shows you the dominance that's going into this series at the moment. Apple does it this close to setting world record pace in a lower bracket round, of a tournament here. Now it's time for the Fusion to be on defense. No major switches up here. Charge have found their way around the point.
And remember, Philly nearly full held Seoul yesterday. I think there's some regrets there from the Philly camp. They probably wish they didn't make a mistake on the A defense. They didn't overcommit. They could have just held, but this time around, they're not overcommitting. Jimmy will get the opening rail shots, very similar to what we saw from Fusion versus Charge previously. MN3 at least responds, but he dies.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe could have equalized things again, but Krong taking him out makes things rough here. Zest can get back to the fight. I don't know if they're going to stall. They are isolated though, so I don't know what the plan is here. They're going to at least try and... Yep, they're going to contest it. I think it's the only thing they can do here. As Zest comes back. It's going to be throwing the shurikens around on the point. They've bought enough time for MN3 to come back as well, I feel. They might be able to turn this just at the end, Apple.
Krong is in a lot of danger currently.
Oh, Choi.
Choi down first though. Far away to follow next maybe. Fusion have yet to drop a member.
No, they've got it. They've actually managed to come back here on the cusp, Avril. Jimmy doing his best MN3 impression to take out MN3. But no, they're just going to catch all the stragglers on the outside. So looking really shaky for the Fusion. Do we still count it as a full hold, or they don't allow point A to be captured because they allow progress though,
I mean, I don't know what the definition is anymore. I'm pretty sure from my perspective, a full hold is just like completing any sort of hold on A. I think the old definition was you couldn't allow a tick to come on through, but that obviously doesn't apply to escort, right? So you have to be kind of weird with the terminology because the escort does count and there's no like ticks in escort. So for me, the full hold is just defending A entirely with whatever available. But, whatever way you want to define it. In either case, Fusion are on for an 8-point defense. Fury, by the way, hasn't died yet. That's actually very important because Fury didn't die. He gets to come back and contest with the team. Now Zest pulls Blade.
Rally for the Blades. Zest still finds it. Ends the armor early. Beat comes out from Xerneas. Support ultimates on the line. The side of Fusion is still available as Fixer drops the beat, but they still have the rally. And they're just going to cut through. They're now going to get the overclock, potentially the Rampage online, but it's going to be a rough battle for the Charge going up against that rally from Aim God. They still managed to hold on to that in that previous conflict.
By the way, it took me a long time to realize the joke trade, but I just realized that Philly, of course, they got the second fastest time in Hollywood, not the first. Philly, not known for first, you know, they're very well known for second. We understand that.
All the way back to the first grand finals. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate for them.
So we'll see if they can get a first here. First point hold, otherwise we're going to go to the second. Jimmy on to M3 again, that's what you need.
Makes it so much harder when he finds those shots. Takes one player out.
Oh!
Death in his face, nice flick there! Both the damage dealers from Philadelphia Fusion have been removed. Choice one pulls the blade out here, so they're making this pretty expensive for the Charge, but they want to seal the deal and get onto the escort section of the map. Clearing out the stragglers, no more contestation. We're now going to get the payload in motion.
Jimmy Overwatch. This is what Jimmy Overwatch does, right? You can't count him out of this game. He will pull through and give the Charge the tools they need to push on forward. You take down the raid boss duo of MN3 and Zest. Now, the Philadelphia Fusion onto a B-point defense, but Charge still don't obviously have a lot of time. Compared to the 3:43 time bank,
Nope.
Charge are not going to match that. They are going to have to just finish with anything they can and hope for the best in the time bank period of this map. If we do get that, Fury has now finally died. That's Fury's first death so far. In that previous fight of this entire map, both attack and defense combined. He will have the Rampage available. M3 has overclock as well. Jimmy's already used the overclock in the final fight with the previous fight of A. So M3 will be the first to pop here. Just holding Charge at bay for now.
He's waiting for that shot, the opportunity to just get a freebie with the railgun, then he'll probably go for the overclock unless he's pushed into it. There you go, overclock. Zest goes down for the Dragon Blade just in time. Needs to find a pick here to equalize things. Choi has the deflect. The melee from Aim God will find the kill. Rampage cuts through.
Everybody
dodge,
caught.
not fast enough. 4 members. And the Charge counterattack is huge. You can hide in the corner, but Krong is going to find you all the same. The Charge keep the payload in motion. They aren't going to be able to match the pace of Philadelphia Fusion. Like we said, that was a tied for the second fastest Hollywood, but they are still on the path to completion.
I gotta say as well, you know, a lot of people have given criticism towards Krong for his performance so far in the Jungle Meet, but that play right there, that was all Krong, right? 4-man hit on the Rampage. He gets a knife kill on the Zest as well. He basically set up everything for the Charge to get that win. It'll be the first death, unfortunately, for this particular fight. Fury gets the better of him. Charge backing out.
Yeah, there's a big offensive from the Fusion coming in. They use the shout, there's a carnage to cut him down. Charge, very decisive. They're just like, okay, we're going to leave. We're going to get out as fast as we can, not lose any more members. Play it safe. They have 2 support ultimates to attack back with. Philadelphia Fusion, they have a blade and their own Rampage because Fury was unable to execute it in the previous fight. Still have defensive options. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. They're going to take a direct route to the payload, it seems.
It's just such a convenient way for the Fusion to win as well, right? Just a 1 kill. Okay, you're not going to get a huge cleanup, but you do force a Charge back. Record in terms of tied equal for second being set there by the Fusion. I mean, that's brilliant stuff.
It's going to give you a lot to be afraid of if you're a Charge fan because they're now on their last life, if you would, do with the tournament. Another map loss here means they will be going home. The Fusion will be securing themselves a spot in the next stage of the tournament. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's once again going to be Charge's map pick. recap it.
I mean, I can recap it based on memory if you know, I'll do that.
Cool. It looks like we got PGM back now anyway. Like,
oh yes, I see now.
Apologies about the technical difficulties there at the end. The Philadelphia Fusion have managed to score out another win. We're now at a 2-0 scoreline against the Charge. Charge, unfortunately, were unable to cap point B. Avril, how good's your memory? Do you reckon you can give people the lowdown on what they missed?
Yeah, I think we'll take a look at that through replays anyway, but essentially, you know, there was, what, 51 seconds remaining. Charge trying to come through for a final engagement. I'm actually, now, you know what, now that I'm being put on the spot, I'm trying to remember which exact ultimates are being used. I know it came down to a 3v3. I'm trying to remember how we got to the 3v3, but essentially the 3v3 looks like, I believe it's 1 DPS with Fury and 1 support alive. I think it might have been Aim God for the Fusion, and then for the Charge, it was Xerneas and Faraway Dead. So it was the 2 DPS plus Krong alive. I think Jimmy was actually coming back from spawn as well, and Jimmy was first death to probably MN3, somebody like that. He was coming back from spawn, so it was actually 2v3 for a while. Jimmy comes in with Overclock, as I think it was Krong that was dying, and then Jimmy takes a bunch of damage, tries to get a little bit aggressive with the Overclock. He actually gets 1 kill in the Overclock, which is nice, but it's not enough to save the day for the Charge. They just don't have the healers right. When you have a 3v3, the team that has at least a 1 support alive, it has, in my opinion, a pretty big advantage just through the healing alone. When there's 0 healing available for the Charge in that last 3v3, it's just not going to work out for you. So, yeah, they couldn't clutch up. I think the respawns were favored for Fusion anyway. Given that we're at the end of B, that's close to the Fusion respawns, much further away for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. It was very difficult for Charge to get much more done there.
That has been your Avril recap. We'll now cut back to our regularly scheduled programming of map number 3. It's going to be match point for the Philadelphia Fusion. Charge have selected Circuit Royale, Avril. Now, This is another map that you said that Fusion tend to be quite good at as well, correct?
But Charge are good as well. This is the thing. It's like I sort of mentioned in the pre-show that Circuit was going to be a very important map here because both teams favor it. This was the best map for Charge in the series versus Shanghai yesterday. I mean, it was the one where it honestly looked like Charge could have beaten Shanghai, and that would have been the second ever map loss for the Shanghai Dragons this entire third tournament stage. So it would have been a big deal if Charge won. They didn't quite get there. We actually went into a full time bank as well. You know, I got confidence that this could go some distance here. Fusion looked amazing on this map yesterday, but Charge also looked really damn good. What do you call this piece?
I actually have no idea. I don't think it's a piece. I think it's more for performance art, Avril, the music.
Fusion. You know what? Just call this performance art. Yeah, it's called this song Fusionable.
Fusionable?
Yeah, Fusionable,
sounds...
the song. The theme song.
I'm drowning it out just like I drown out their fan base. It's great.
Wow. I respect that. That's the kind of fire that I like to push out sometimes.
It's the only way I can survive online, Avril. It just needs to, some things you just have to block out, you know.
That's what BP does as well. So here we go.
MN3
Obviously, we do see the Ashe at the start to break out of the spawn hold. Not much of a spawn hold there. Actually, Charge are playing that one very passively. You can see that they're not actually going up to the spawn doors. They're playing the first corner instead. So a much safer version of the initial aggressive spawn hold. It does allow Philly Fusion to say, okay, well, they're not at our spawn doors. Let's swap off of the Ashe, go back towards the Soldier. That's the standard play here. Choi taking a big shot.
Yeah, he's able to weather the storm, though, on that back corner. Fusion of claims base. Zest now having to take cover after getting dinged, no doubt, from a Jimmy Railgun.
Hashtag Jimmy Railgun.
I'm pretty sure there's another hashtag that's associated with Jimmy that's not Jimmy Railgun.
We'll leave that one for the after hours broadcast. And I say that this broadcast, depending on where you live, is happening pretty late at night. But yeah, well, after hours then. You know, so far after hours, the sun is rising again. Krong now taking a lot of damage, but it's actually MN3 down. Oh, sorry, MN3 from Jimmy.
I didn't even see Jimmy. I thought MN3 was aiming for Krong, he just finds Jimmy at the back. Takes him out there with the railgun shot. Zest should be able to deal with Choi here. I think he's just going to try and milk some ult charge. Knows he's probably going to die in this instance. But that's a very fast point A capture.
Could it be a cap?
Fusion here. I think
we actually have to see because, well, Xerneas is coming back now. They can speed boost into play here. They have to get there quickly, but nope. MN3 once again controls the pacing of the game. We thought they could have been a bit of a final contest. MN3 says no, and now Charge have to be wary about getting out alive. They have 4 members up, but they can't look forward to lose anybody else.
So they're spawning out of the point B defense door, but now they've like kind of, well, they're basically now already playing like they're defending C. They're so
Look
far
the ults,
pushed
by the way.
back, Avril.
Yes, that's pretty. I think that's pretty standard for Circuit Royale as well. When you have one team winning A as handedly as the Philly Fusion did, you kind of just push the Charge back in the spawn. MN3 has the overclock available. Jimmy certainly halfway there. At least the sound barrier is coming through for the Charge.
Zest will out the blades. They went so hard to try and shut down MN3's overclock that they forgot about Zest, and Krong will pay the price for his ignorance. Going down here, Rally popped in that engagement as well. Choice 1 now has a blade to use. Fixer has the beat, that should be a good counter. Does mean that Fusion will have an overlap with the Rally if in any of these follow-up engagements. Payload has just been wistfully just being escorted by Fixer, I believe, up to the point.
Yeah, it's been a 4v5 the entire way through as well, because Fusion have been solo pushing with one member. Now it's going to be a proper 5v5 with ultimates committed. Choice instantly did. That's the only ultimate for Charge gone.
This is going to be a disaster for the Charge, Avril. Their big bite, their big gun, it's just been gone. It just costs Fixer's beat, and like I said, we still have that Rally overlap for the next engagement. And Choi is just going to be an axe at the end as well. This is not looking good. Charge, they're all over the place.
I tell you what, Guangzhou Charge did reverse sweep the Philadelphia Fusion in the regular season game of Week 17, but you know, that Watchpoint Gibraltar was a good look for the Charge when they got that reverse sweep done. Here it's just unfortunate look so far. It's looking like another speed run. Fusion have been unimpeded. There was a minor slowdown on A, but not really. You know, A was still very smooth for the Fusion. B was a complete free push there, not a single fight won from the Charge. They couldn't even get their ultimates into play for the most part. Now they need to get that done. Choi with the blade.
That Rally, but they've already found MN3. Fury has a rampage online if they want to use it. Going to try and cut through to reset the fight. Xerneas the only one found. Jimmy with the railgun slides back to safety. We've lost 2 members right now. Fusion still have the man advantage, and Jimmy's ult is about to expire.
Jimmy
Doesn't want to lose his life. Will be able to slide back, but they're just chasing him down. He's boxed in a corner. Reinforcements coming out the spawn, but they can't keep him alive. The carnage finds him at the end from Fury. And now Zest has their blade, but no HP to safely pull it out. We'll have to retreat for safety. We'll have that big push for the next engagement.
The payload's been moving the whole time, so despite losing members, the payload is moving up. Charge to get another kill here. That will finally reset the Philly Fusion. By the way, that Fixer death to Choice 1 is the second only final blow that has occurred against the Fusion. The other one was on MN3, so Choi has got the only 2 kills from the Charge the entire way through. Actually, I like Krong is one as well, so 3, but Choi's got 2 out of the 3.
Alright, Krong's rampage finds 2, Fixer and Fury rally from far away as well. Seems expensive. Zest pulls out the blade. Cleave damage hits through Krong and Farway. We'll finally be able to take him down. MN3 about to have the overclock online, tucked away in the corner, isolated from the team. Regroups over. Jimmy takes MN3 out of the sky. Love the quick POV change from the observers there.
Charge still should be able to get this fight underway. I mean, they have the health bar advantage. Farway looking pretty low here. Fury surely gets cleaned up, but as all of this happens, you know, Charge, they lose double supports. MN3 Zest gets those kills required. Charge still end up losing the fight. It was a good-looking fight. Maybe you could force out more from the Fusion. You've at least slowed down the push. The payload's barely slid backwards. This is still very contentious for the Charge. They haven't been able to do enough. They haven't won hard enough.
It's going to be rough. MN3 can pop the overclock here. Just go to town. He can play really far back and still have effect on the map. He's going to slide forward though, over the top. Beat comes out from Xerneas. It's also come out from Fixer as well. Aimgod's already used that rally. Krong's been taken out. MN3 finds Jimmy. That's 3 members down for the Charge. How are they going to defend this? They are not. 2:26 on the clock for Circuit Royale. We talked about the last time these 2 teams played each other, Advil. You mentioned it earlier. The reverse sweep is how Charge are able to get away with this one, but Charge don't look in control in any sense of the word in this series. They've just been absolutely dominated at every step. If they're going to reverse sweep, they have to just have one hell of a push here and start rebuilding their confidence, because it's in pieces on the floor of their offices right now. Yeah,
100%. And, you know, to sort of harken back to what happened on Gibraltar and the regular season game where, in fact, Guangzhou did reverse sweep the Philadelphia Fusion, Guangzhou prevented Fusion from capping C of Gibraltar. Guangzhou themselves finished Gibraltar. They did not allow Fusion to finish Gibraltar. Here, Fusion's already got a full cap on Circuit. They finished the map already. And, you know, we've talked plenty about the various strengths of different teams on this particular map. I don't fault the Charge for coming here. I think Charge are confident on this map and they want to be playing a map they are good at. It just so happens, unluckily for them, that this is also one of Fusion's best maps. It's just how that cookie crumbles.
This is the most controlled Charge I've looked the entire series.
You know what, Trid, I do enjoy the piano meta where every team now, I think Finn is kind of the sort of epicenter of this, but every team now, when they play circuits, somebody is in charge of playing something on the piano. They just sort of, you almost have to learn a tune on the piano now, it's like required. Finn started that for everybody else.
God bless him. Now, more of a forward hold from the Fusion. Not to be deterred, Krong's gone down already, so Charge, their first offensive to breach the defense of the Fusion. Not gone too well. MN3 was tucked in the alleyway. Tries to get back to his team. Fix has been found out by some dynamite. MN3's gone down, so that full hold has now been dismantled. But still managed to cost the Charge quite a few things. They are losing lives on the way out here.
It's a good number of kills coming through for the Charge, so no matter what happens here, Charge will break out of the spawn hold. Fusion lose a couple more members. Fury going down last means it's going to take a while for Fusion to get into a position to recontest. They need Fury alive to do that. Jimmy staying on the Ash. I think that's a very important thing to note here. He actually went back to spawn anyway. Thought about going towards the Sojum, decided against it. We'll stay on the Ash here as we build towards the Bob, nearly the halfway mark. No one really running away with ultimates. Maybe Aim God actually will get this rally very soon. That's going to be a big boon for the Fusion in the next fight.
Lions are just about to jump the Apex in that corner, charging in to the coastal line. Try to isolate Choi. It's hard to do that to a Genji, but they'll regroup the fight. 100 charge for MN3, looking for the shot. Turns attention over to Jimmy. Fury's gone down to Krong. Not the start you're looking for the Fusion. This defense has already been disrupted. Good call onto Fiorway. We'll take them out. Jimmy finds Fixer, still staying on the Ash for the time being. Fusion just very muted right now, unable to play as aggressively. They've lost 2 new members, and now the Bob's going to come online as well. Charge in a good position to get point A.
Fusion only had 3. They lost Fury, they lose Fixer as well. The Rally tries to carry them through, but the Rally can only do so much. Bob will now cover the angle. Does a bit of sliding on the wall.
Yeah, able to get him out. Beat from Fixer as they push into the Charge. Found far away, they lose MN3. Zest then takes out Jimmy as well. 4 for 3 at the moment. Choice A1 with the blade. Gonna find multiple members. Zest gonna answer back with one of his own. He's locked in the corner into Xerneas, can't get into the fight. Beat was deployed as well, so expensive for the Charge. But Zest is buying time here for reinforcements to come in. He's not gone down yet, he surely has to drop soon. What a stall from Zest, if the reinforcements come in, they might be able to turn this around.
That was a big play from Zest. The fact that he didn't die now, M3 gets to pop the overclock. It's far with the Rally as well, 4 versus 4 so far. M3 desperate for kills.
Jimmy's on the Tracer as well, has to use the recall there to stay alive. Tucked down low, incredibly there by MN3. Disrupt the shot as well, makes it a little bit difficult to play angles around the payload. Zest has come back to the fight. Xerneas manages to escape.
That's incredible.
Low recall. I don't think it's actually online for him yet. It might be back now.
Charging back now.
A hassle. They've actually have to lead this one. Fury only going to find Xerneas with that Rampage. They're going to keep him on this payload for the time being. There's 1 minute remaining. I think Charge can lose a decisive fight and still have one more chance to do it. But Zest putting the team
reset.
back
They're
there.
reset. This is Charge now, definitely going back to spawn. Look, they don't have the members alive, and how has Fusion done this? It looked like a Charge cap for sure. It looked like they had that dead to rights, and now Fusion going into the Charge spawn. Maybe they've actually overcommitted. Krong gets a big punish on the Rampage. Catches 2.
Yeah, this is it. Charge going to be able to claim this one back now, but Avril, I'm absolutely with you here. Big disbelief that Fusion were able to pull that one off. I think they've sent over Xerneas to go and touch it. I think they're fine. Yeah, they've just walked over the line here while the rest of the team's forward. But no, that was Zest. That was the power of Zest staying alive, timing the deflect, able to play around the payload enough, put enough deterrence against the Charge to stop them from just being able to cap. And then you saw the reinforcements descend from the heavens, and Fusion just reconvene as a 5-man unit, able to take down Charge.
True, that was a 1v2 as well. Zest in a 1v2 stayed alive for so long. Allowed the recontest. Still though, Fusion off the back of that, they will be overstepping. They do push into spawn. They do overstay their welcome, and Krong will get the necessary punish. So Charge with a bit of a roundabout final push there do get the cap on A, so the goal has still been met. They are pushing through now. 3 ultimates available. Jimmy on the Tracer, as mentioned. We'll look for the pulse bomb now.
Zest Blade, B comes out, Farway still has the rally if they need it. Then answer back to deal with Choi's Blade as well, so identical ultimates used so far. There's a rally from Farway as well, it's going to make it difficult. Pulse Bomb stick in there, Choi's found 2 kills. Payload's actually pretty close as well. Just not looking good for Fusion to hold this defense. Zest, the person who usually lasts the longest, goes for the Hail Mary stalls. They're off the field as well. MN3 will get a staggered kill onto them as well. Payload's going to walk in, point C unlocked for Charge. So the reverse sweep, Avril, is still on the cards for the Charge if they can complete this map, but they're going to have to do it again because of Fusion.
Well, that's the thing, is like Fusion give and take here. They giveth and taketh away in the sense that they nearly full held the Charge on A, but then they have now lost enough fights and given enough momentum over towards the Charge that we are in a situation where Charge are on C and Jimmy got Valley on the Tracer. He swaps back over to something more comfortable like the Ash. We're pushing on C. He's already halfway towards his bomb, by the way. MN3 on the overclock.
Yeah, it's a nice takedown there. Zest finding Choi over the top of Jimmy. Far away, the shield will delay that kill. Kronk can be a prime target, turns it into the Xerneas, wants to go for a snipe, finds it at the end.
So
that
easy.
Far away, MN3. Oh god, just showing us how dominant he can really be. They've locked Charge in the spawn, 2 minutes 20 left to go. Yep.
Another MN3K, now a Fusion spawn camp. We talk about Fusion wanting to get aggressive on A, they'll be able to do that now on C. This is, from what I've been told by pros, the most egregiously powerful spawn camp that currently exists in Overwatch 2.
Process of enacting it. Carnage, not going to be enough. Stabbing Kronk, Fury needs some healing. His team's there for the support.
Kronk's living. Fury's living, rather.
I don't know how they managed to do it, but like I said, that egregious spawn hold now in effect, Avril. 1 minute 50 left on the clock. So they burned about 40 seconds on that one.
And a late death on Choi. So this is guaranteed, by the way, Charge ultimates being able to spend. Jimmy to come through with the bomb almost immediately. Probably just chucks it on the fence on the left there of Fury. It'll be an ideal place, or even just way into the back. Kronk could just die. He has his rampage cancelled. That's unfortunate.
Bob on the field as well. This is so expensive for the Charge. They've not even been able to breach this hold. 2 ultimates thrown, no progress gained.
And 2 ultimates. Two ultimates, and they won't get out of this.
Yes. Time bank burned down, 1 minute 15. They now have Beat and Blade for it. Still options available from the Fusion to counter it as well. They have their own aggression for this fight. There goes the Blade from Zest. Choice one's going to pop it. Both beats dropped. Rally from far away could be a difference maker. Yet again, expensive. Answered back from the Fusion, and they've not got out of the spawn room yet. Fury still has this rampage to commit as Charge are being bodied in the spawn room. Sub 1 minute time bank. Fixer and MN3 are not letting them breathe anything. No air to be found on Circuit Royale.
What time did we start with on the spawn camp? It was about 2 minutes, maybe just under 2 minutes.
2:20.
Yeah, it's been nearly a minute 30 now gone off the clock for the Charge, just sitting in spawn camp. They've spent now about 4 ultimates, still can't get out. This is ultimate number 5. Fury coming through on the rampage. Hits all 5.
Rampage from Fury! And they use the rally as well. There's 25 seconds left. Unless Xerneas has snuck out somehow, Avril. They're not touching this payload.
Look at the payload! Look at the payload!
Oh my god, it's right there outside their door! They got so much progress to make in overtime. How are they going to connect this one with 10 seconds remaining before overtime comes into effect?
My goodness, this could be it. We have another bomb available, does get thrown out straight away. Guangzhou Charge are desperate for any kills. Him in 3 on the overclock again. He's been so good at these so far.
Slipping and sliding. Wants to pump some damage. He's looking towards Jimmy. Jimmy's the big gun at the back. If he can nail the railgun shot, takes a huge bite out of the Charged offense. Fusion's playing forward. He's got a good angle here. 100 shots. Oh, wow. Jimmy! That's the pick they wanted. He may have gone down to Choi, who's putting a valiant effort in, but the numbers advantage securely in favor of the Fusion. Absolute dominance from Philly, and they secure themselves a spot in the next round.
Yep, they survive, and they survive with flying colors, very little resources. Again, they're out in the wilderness thinking, is that all? Is that all that the wilderness has to come up against us? This is too easy for Philadelphia Fusion. It's a stroll in the park, and the Guangzhou Charge, unfortunately, have just not shown up to play today. Or if they have, it's nothing in the face of what Philly can bring to the table. MN3, Zest Fury, AimGod, Fixer, everybody putting in the work. And across all 3 maps, very little resistance from the Guangzhou Charge. It has been their first tournament showing in 2 years, a brand new lineup bolstered by ex-Chengdu members, bolstered by their academy team members from Ultra Prime. It's gotten them this far. A 4-2 record, 3rd seed in the tournament, but unfortunately they will be the first team eliminated, and the Philadelphia Fusion full smiles across the board. They were the best team today in this match.
I think that's just undisputed at that point. You know, even from that first round, watching MN3 do a takeover of Night Market on Lijiang Tower, you just knew this was going to be a different day for the Fusion, and the momentum kept rolling. And they kept picking up the kills, they kept ending fights before they even started, they had lethal spawn holds coming in, especially at the end. And, you know, without a doubt, this is probably the easiest one to call for me, I think. I know you highlighted all the players, but just, especially earlier on in the series, Apple, MN3 just took control of the series. He's going to be your player of the match.
I'll give you MN3 guesses to guess this one, but honestly, from start to finish, like you said, there was one man on my mind, and it is, you know, one of the most hyped up rookies that we've had coming into the Overwatch League. It's not been the greatest stage for the Philadelphia Fusion. MN3 wasn't even playing for the majority of the qualification stage. Once he comes back in, though, once he jumps back on, I mean, you see the power that he brings to the table. You see, like you sort of mentioned, how much of a raid boss MN3 has been, how many fights, how many picks he delivers. I mean, fight after fight after fight, the opening frag from MN3, and this is the crazy part, whether he's on the final blow kill feed or not, he either gets the kill himself, or he sets up the railgun body shot for then Zest to come in through and get that kill, as we saw in Hollywood. So he's a part of the opening frag, he's a part of the opening play, he's just a part of the play no matter what phase of the game we're in.
Fantastic. And like you said, Apple, rookie year, by the way. Rookie season for them. They've come in and absolutely had a wonderful performance, particularly today. Secures themselves a spot in that lower bracket final tomorrow. Their opponents are TBD as things stand. But we say goodbye to the Charge. That's the end of their tournament run. They're not able to participate any further in the Summer Showdown, so it just leaves 3 teams remaining: the Philadelphia Fusion, the Shanghai Dragons, and the Seoul Dynasty, 2 of which we're going to be seeing shortly to decide who's getting a spot to the Grand Finals already.
Yeah, I think the best match in all of APAC here, number 1 versus number 2 seed. We still have Game Break to come through, Tread to break down a little bit more of what we just saw and maybe what is to come, but, you know, first match done.
All right, well, we're going to take that game break now, Avril. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, let's break down the series further, and then we got our final match of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to the Summer Showdown tournament. We just saw the Charge go up against the Fusion. Fusion absolutely dominating the series, incredibly one-sided. So I don't know how long the replay package is going to be. That's not for lack of quality though, Avro. I'm thinking just purely from quantity. We had 3 maps and they were relatively quick, I'd say.
I'll tell you what, there's a large quantity of Fusion clips to choose from. A game of Overwatch did indeed occur. And it's an MN3-0 performance here. Just nothing really there from the Charge. I mean, I don't want to be... That's probably not entirely fair because the Charge did win some very convincing fights. We did actually see a Circuit Royale go not quite the distance, but at least getting somewhat deep. We got the C point right, so impressive from the Charge in that sort of situation, given how far behind they looked on our first 2 maps. Hollywood in particular, Tread, I gotta say, definitely felt like the most one-sided to me because we literally set a new record, second tied equal for fastest time ever on Hollywood.
Yeah, it's... the fact that we had to check that up at any point just because we thought it might have been the fastest shows you how it was going, regardless of what the actual result was. I think we just saw as well, cheeky little bit of tech there on the end of Lijiang Tower as well. Zest jumping up and body blocking the stun from far away to stop them from being able to get to the point and then causing them to die. Like, that's pretty cool.
To be fair to Farway, that might have been just luck from Zest as well, because I don't know that's like... I don't know that you're expecting him to shield bash you there because you can't really preempt it. So you jump across.
I think he was preempting. I think he was preempting because he's going to have to use the shield bash to get across the gap. That's why I think he knew, because it was right at the end of overtime.
We'll take that. I'll give you that. That's fair enough. So yeah, it might have just been some clever tech. And anyway, one thing that we can definitely see here, this is SPOV from his 1v2 stall right. And something that I find very interesting that I quite respect Zest for is he doesn't overcommit on the blade. Because you think, you know, when you have the blade out, you're in a 1v2, is it time for the hero play, right? You want to run into their team and just slash them down, maybe just get both kills. His goal there was to play patiently and be like, you know what, I'm not going to go for the kills, because if I go for the kills, I might actually die, and if I die, the cap goes through. So he plays patiently there, sheathes the blade again, stays alive, maximum duration on deflect, uses the geometry of the payload itself, allows MN3 to get back to the payload with an overclock, and then they actually defend A. Now, what happens after that was a bit of a mistake, so we can definitely, you know, then argue that for Charge, they made a bit of a detour there, took the scenic route to cap A, but they still capped A by the graces of Fusion, allowing them to in some cases there as well. But after that, we're back into Fusion winning territory, an immaculate spawn camp on the, you know, the C point attack from the Charge. Philly just rushing to the spawn. Again, like I said, the most difficult spawn hole to break through from the attacking POV. And yeah, Charge couldn't break through.
Well, that's it. Charge out of the tournament. Fusion going on to the next stage. Their opponents are going to be decided in our next matchup. It is the Shanghai Dragons going up against the Seoul Dynasty after this break. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown tournament. We're in our winners bracket final. The number 1 and number 2 seeds, Seoul Dynasty and Shanghai Dragons, going up against each other in their second clash of this stage. And by most rights, or most people's beliefs, probably going to be their second of third, Avril.
Could be, and it's so many games played between these two teams. I have a big question for you, Trid. Do you count Overwatch League preseason towards overall match records? What do you think?
I would say yes, because like it's an all-time Overwatch League, and preseason would count in that.
Okay, then by that definition, I will now proclaim that this is El Clasico number 25. It's been 24 matches played between these two teams in the league's history. I've said it many times before, I will say it again. It is the most rivaled story between any two teams in all of Overwatch League. Only two teams have played this many games against each other. No other two teams, in terms of their specific matchup, has gone this distance. And the record currently stands, including preseason, 14 for Shanghai, 10 for Seoul, the most recent win being Shanghai versus Seoul. But Seoul actually did beat Shanghai 2 times this year as well. Now, despite this being a bit of an El Clasico matchup, our last 2 meetings between these two teams have been 3-0 fairs. Previous to that, we've had a lot of map 5s, had a lot of 3-1s in there as well. Let's hope that this one can go beyond a 3-0 this time around. But I will say, Tred, even though we did have a 3-0 last time, it was still fairly competitive from Seoul, the losing side.
Let's take a look at that Seoul roster, see what made it so competitive in that 3-0. So he's going to be starting up today for them, I imagine. It's probably going to be what we've seen a lot this stage. There is Stalker, Fitz, Smurf, Prophet, and Vindame to line out the roster. He said it might be the last time we see Prophet on support in this stage if any of the changes come through, so we don't have a Junker Queen meta. We might see Prophet back on damage, who knows?
And it's a really interesting thought process as well, because it's like, well, if Prophet goes back on towards DPS as expected for Countdown Cup, what does that mean for the rest of the DPS players? Because currently we're starting with 3 DPS players for the Seoul Dynasty. You have Stalker, Fitz, and Prophet. One of these 3 members is going to unfortunately have to go back to the bench once we head back into a more standard meta where Prophet doesn't have to play in the Brig. As a reminder, Eris is on the roster now as well, transferred from the Houston Outlaws. He's still waiting to play his first game for the Seoul Dynasty, which probably won't be until the Countdown Cup begins. It's going to be rough because I think we're starting to fall in love with this particular lineup here, but we know Prophet has so much to offer, and a lot of that does come through on the DPS side of things. Speaking of which, the Shanghai Dragons have been absolutely dominant from their specific POV of their DPS players. Take a look at their opening lineup here. Very predictable. Run the same 5 they run the entire stage through. No more are we juggling through a bunch of different members. Moon is not just subbing in members in and out, trying to figure out what works. He knows what works. It's this starting 5.
They're all like effectively role stars of this meta. Why would you interrupt with this in any capacity? Lip's been fantastic on the Sojourn, who I use the Genji Master. Void has had success on the Junker Queen, and Izayaki and Lijiang Tower have been fantastic on the backline as well. Don't mess with a winning formula. They have not dropped a match in this stage during this meta. They have no reason to change things up now.
And they've only dropped 1 map, and that was the Philly Fusion, not to the Seoul Dynasty. Yeah. And to sort of recap the previous matchup, right, what happened in El Clasico number 24, which is the last match that we did play, how did this go? It was Lijiang Tower, Shanghai 3-1, Midtown, Shanghai 2-1, Gibraltar, Shanghai 6-5. So that final map of Gibraltar, very, very competitive, extremely competitive. So much so that Shanghai finished the map twice. So that's something to really think about. And Seoul nearly finished the map twice. So I don't know if we're going to get something like that again. I would love to see a repeat of Watchpoint Gibraltar. But for now, Seoul Dynasty looking for revenge. They still have a little bit to be concerned about, given they had a very close call versus the Fusion yesterday. However, Trid, I got to say, after looking at Fusion's performance today, there's a couple ways to look at that. Either Seoul, you could say, didn't perform great versus the Fusion, or Fusion are actually just insane right now. I'm more willing to believe the latter, that Fusion currently just look insane in the later part of this meta, of this stage, as you're ramping up. They did great versus Seoul, but that is not a mark against Seoul. I still think Seoul are an amazing team. Fusion very easily look like the 3rd best team here, and maybe if they beat the loser of this particular matchup, they can get even further than that. Second place is yet to await the Philadelphia Fusion, but for now, 1st and 2 seeds, Seoul versus Shanghai. We start out on Lijiang Tower.
Of course, before we jumped on to start off on
Oasis. We started on Oasis.
You're baited by a
Alliance, not
tower.
Lijiang
I don't forgive you for that. You
Yep,
saw
I saw a
on your
tower.
screen.
I saw a tower. I'm like, you know what? Just going to say it's Lijiang Tower because it's a tower.
Right, starting off on Oasis City Centre to kick things off, and as you saw before we jumped into the game, Who Are You has their hair in sports mode. They've got the clips in, which usually means
Did
that they're
Vindame
in
have a
the
clip?
all-powerful mode. I did not recall Vindame having clips.
No, Vindame did not have a clip. Oh, clip advantage. Hashtag clip advantage. Okay,
Going to
okay.
Shanghai Dragons at the moment. We'll get a check-in. Can we get a player box on Vindame as soon as possible to see if the clips are in? But they're rolling over and coming out on identical compositions and fighting over the Mega. Who Are You taking it to the Seoul Dynasty, playing very far forward, but now the rotations come in around the jump and the bounce house. Where are the supports going? Up and over the top. Profit backing away. Needs to because they have no HP, and Void's been deleted somehow.
Yeah, with, I don't know what happened there. Shanghai Dragons trying to chase down Profit. They end up losing their tank instead. That's going to be the opener first play coming through in favor of the Seoul Dynasty. Fitz getting a lot of damage done that you can be very sure that his rail had definitely something to do with the Void death.
Stalker cuts through. There's Smurf picking up Lijiang. Not looking strong for the Shanghai Dragons on this first round, but it is Control, the first round of which. So we'll just take that first fight, see if we can get any more taxation on the outside, but I think the Dragons can make it back to the spawn room and regroup and come out as a cohesive unit.
It's a very extended opening fight as well, one that Seoul Dynasty actually capped in the middle of. So when we talk about Seoul Dynasty getting an early start that really benefits them, I think this is the best possible start. You don't get 5 kills, but you do get 4. You get a cap as well, and all 4 of those kills are kind of staggered out to get maximum respawn distance and time.
Take the same path they did last time, Avril. Try and move over to the Mega, but they are split now in a 2-3 unit. Before we reconvene around the point once they clear out the stragglers in the high ground. Brogan shot from Lip, not going to connect, but he's got Fitz in his sights.
Look at Lijiang on ult charge, by the way.
Yeah,
With
pulling
the first
ahead,
ultimate.
80%.
Sound barrier way ahead of Stalker despite losing. Lijiang has managed to get a lot of ult charge here. Very important for tempo. Might even be a tempo beat. Unless they track Stalker's blade properly. Have to watch for that. Fitz maybe a little bit of trouble, but survives.
It'd be so risky to use it aggressively though, Avril. They've lost Smurf. This is not going to be good for them. Cut through from Who Are You. This is the flip without a doubt. And if you're Seoul Dynasty, you're just going to have to take this one. You can't really fight this one back, and you're going to have to build out. And you've got your overclock ready. You're going to have your blade and your beat for the next engagement. 68% on the first cap though. Nothing to scoff your teeth at.
It's a long time to get a fight win, but at least Dragons get a very clean fight win, right? They don't lose any players there. They don't have to spend their only ultimate available, so it ends up being cheap economy-wise, and you get to save the sound barrier, most importantly, for Stalker's Blade, which will come through in this next engagement. Now, Who Are You? Not that far off. Vindame already prepped up to counter that when available. Shanghai Dragons, first defense now on board.
See how they roll out with this one. Double support ultimates are available. Very muted. Here's a Fitz with the overclock. Takes out his Yaki. After the rally was popped as well. That's a wasted ultimate. That's a one fight. So efficient from the Dynasty. They just used the overclock to make it work, and they get an ultimate. So they trade it out equally and will get the flip back in their favor. Fantastically played.
A little bit of a late kill to Lijiang on there, but he was also trying to stall out the actual percentage points. So, but a give and trade, just slowing things down for the Seoul Dynasty, allowing Shanghai Dragons to come in for a final engagement here as we force final fight. And talk about cheap fights, talk about economic game here. Seoul Dynasty, they get that in spades. They have Fitz pop and overclock, a single ultimate use. They even cancel out the rally from Iziaki, so it's a 1-for-1 ult trade with Shanghai Dragons losing. And Lijiang not going to pull the sound back because he knew that he didn't have to. Now they will use the beat.
Blade for blade, beat for beat. Rally still available for Profit. That's going to be popped at the end there to get an overlap of the support. Void runs through, fights 4. Smurf hasn't used theirs yet, and I think they might all get a chance to. He's going to find themselves dropping before they can bring it to the field. Shanghai Dragons, 4 versus 3 in their favor at the moment. No ults available on the field. Stalkers going down low. Who Are You's on the hunt, misses the dash. Just to find that kill at the end there. Good support from Vindame to stop the hunt. Now Shanghai Dragons have control. It's 99% favor for the Dynasty.
And I know there's no Cassie in this game, but Void versus Smurf Showdown at high noon, and it's Void that will pull the revolver first. That rampage was exactly what Shanghai Dragons needed. Now Lip needs to try and get it done on this overclock. Smurf only gets 3, but it might be enough. Should be 2 supports down.
They're trading back and forth despite having the rampage in effect right now. They've got both supports up for the Seoul Dynasty though, so should be able to sustain this tank
Seoul
line.
should have it.
They have to deal with Lip's damage. Should be able to. They've just found Lijiang. I think you're going to have Lip get on a point, they're going to go down. Seoul have their favor. Overtime ticking down. First round going away to the Dynasty.
Yeah, successful there from Smurf. It's a 3-man rampage. 2 members got taken down there. It's, I believe, at the end, something like a 3 versus 3 or 2 versus 3. But Seoul have Smurf and 2 supports alive. Shanghai Dragons only have 1 support. Lip's still in there, but can only do so much. Can't get another kill. And for the Shanghai Dragons, unfortunately, they will not be able to hold on, and I credit a lot of the success for the Seoul Dynasty in that first 68%, 60 or so percent in terms of an early lead that they had. Took a while for the Shanghai Dragons to come back into play. That opening line of neutral, again, 4 kills, 0 deaths, staggered kills as well, and Seoul got the maximum time on the actual cap available there as well. They had something like 20% plus as they got the 4 kills, right? So everything going flawless for them at the very early neutral. That's the kind of start that Seoul Dynasty have to be able to snowball with that Shanghai Dragons can't catch up on.
How has Fitz gone down this early already? How have they managed to get away with that one? Actual Fitz
Just who are you
Shanghai
think?
Dragons
Just who
have
are
the
you
definitive
think?
list. Surely it's got to be like a deflect on a railgun shot to get that chunk immediately like that, right?
You'd be surprised. A Genji with, perfect mechanics, can just sort of dash in and combo you down. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Lip actually had a bit of a play in there as well, but in either case, it will be another 5v4 as Prophet will go down.
Who are you? Once again, hunting all these stragglers on the exit. Should be able to escort them safely back to the spawn area at least. Still in range to get some poke shots, try and get some minuscule amounts of ult charge to have a marginal difference. Shanghai Dragons, 30%, they're in control at the moment.
It's been at least small deaths for the Seoul Dynasty, right? They haven't been team wiped. They haven't had to wait too long for a bunch of different members to respawn. Shanghai have only had a couple of kills ahead. They're not running too far ahead in terms of ultimates yet. It's a silver lining for Seoul, and now they get the first blood.
Nice cut down. 2 trades answered back though. There's no damage dealers on the side of Seoul Dynasty. Tanks and backline.
They should chase Smurf.
And they're blocking them.
They got to chase Smurf.
Vindame should be able to go down here. Nice headshot there from Lip. Smurf is just isolated though. Grab the Mega, good move, stops the burst, healing, Smurf goes down. So Lip has picked up all of those final blows as well, Avril. Look at how charging ahead with ult charge against Fitz.
Yeah. I don't know if Smurf got booed, but from my perspective, it looked like he chose to drop down into the hole. That's going to be a big mistake from Smurf because it actually staggers him out. He doesn't have the mobility to escape, and Dragons doing the exact thing that I believe that they should do strategically. Chase down Smurf. He cannot escape. He is definitely dead, and he will be staggered. That's maximum time gained by Dragons. We talk about Seoul on City Center having a 60% advantage. Now Dragons have that going for them.
To blow any ult jet as well. It's going to change very quickly in this next engagement. Lips on the cusp for once, so is Who Are You? Is the Arki's about to get rallied, and Lijiang will have beats. A couple of answers on the Seoul Dynasty, but Shanghai Dragons are going to be the ones in control of this.
Seoul alone. All the HP. Smurf down.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do about this one. Fitz drops down. The only thing they've had to use right now is the overclock and the rally, and it's a team kill with no losses. For the Shanghai Dragons at 90%. They're going to have to sprint back to the point if they want to have any hope of triggering overtime for this round. But look at the spawn close. They're going to try and do it. Smurfs switched over to the Doomfist just to touch and manages to do so before dropping down. Team should be able to get back in position. But yeah, you've now gone with Smurf. You're going to hope for the blade. Who Are You is going to cut off the reinforcements. There's a rally from Prophet being used. Vindame drops the beat as well. Double support ultimates used. Lijiang has their own. Void with the rampage. Only finding Fitz, who's got the overclock, but they're out of the fight. They can't find the angles to join in on this one. And overtime is trickling down. They find Lijiang, but there's not enough bodies. This is Shanghai Dragons walking away with this round. Surely you don't have the to get the flip here.
There's no support though, so Shanghai Dragons have to be considerate here. If Fitz and Smurf can get more damage on, they could clutch it out, but not going to happen. Fitz the last one surviving there. It doesn't matter whether he touches or not. It's a 3 versus 1. Shanghai Dragons, no Iziaki, no Lijiang, doesn't matter. The 5v4 was worth it. They decided to focus down Smurf on the Doomfist coming back in to enable the touch. He's the first one dead. They have a 5v4 to start with. The Shanghai Dragons ride the momentum from 0 to 100. They respond big time on our second round there for University. They lose City Center, but 100-0 finish on that second round, that's domination.
Angry. They're angry they lost the round, Avril. And they're taking it out on Seoul Dynasty by being able to do that 100-0. Now moving over to Garden's final round of Oasis. See who takes the actual map and gets the first score in this series. TP's out. And rotate round to the point, no variation of the composition. I doubt we're going to see very much of that in this entire series.
Okay, let's see how the opening neutral goes now. One has gone towards Seoul, one has gone towards Dragons. This one's looking Dragons.
Yeah, Prophet, Smurf going down so early, it just makes the fight untenable. untenable for the Dynasty. And then Lip also gets a snipe at max range to find Vindame. Fits. Oh, okay, gets a railgun to Lijiang, so they get one answer back, but it doesn't change the outcome of the fight, and it means the first cap goes over to the Dragons.
Yeah, I think that was something like 4 kills there. Stalker was the only one that made it out alive, and we talked about University being not the worst opening scenario for Seoul Dynasty, given that they just kind of lost a single members twice in a row. The time is a bit of a factor there, but otherwise they're not feeding Gold Charge. This time around, Dragons get the opening cap, they get the opening fight win, and they get 4 kills. They lose one, but Lijiang gone, he's a Lucio, he gets back in time, no issues there. Dragons, let's see how they snowball this one. Stalker notably does have a bit more ult charge than Who Are You? Iziaki's, yeah, got booped.
Does mean we have an advantage for Seoul Dynasty now, 5 versus 4. Lip nearly comes in, but they put some bodies on the ground to contest it. Stalker low, Lip answers back, that's now 4v4. Oh, Who Are You's got as well. Reinforcement should be coming in from the spawn room. There's still an advantage for the Seoul Dynasty, and they're going to press it.
What a shot.
Fitz finds that flick onto Lip. Lijiang's removed, 40% flip coming in for the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, that opening kill into Iziaki. Might need to check up on how that one happened. I'm assuming it is a boot. Nothing came up with a kill feed, obviously, in terms of an actual kill credit. But Iziaki off the map, 4 versus 5. We trade the Genjis. Here it is. This should be the replay now. Take a look at Iziaki. Oh, no, that was not a boot. That was just a mistake from Iziaki, unfortunately.
Yeah, overshot the shield bash on Stalker, didn't find a connection, and the distance just took him straight off the map. Oh well, we start this fight as we did last time with a dead Brigitte, Profits off the field. Stalker's followed up as well, Fitz under pressure from Who Are You, gets cut down. That seemed quite effortless from Shanghai Dragons, if I'm honest with you, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a team ace as well, where everyone sort of contributed to a kill each. Who Are You with a brilliant 1v1 versus Fitz, full confidence, he knows he's not going to lose that one, has the mechanics to back it up, finds a Mega to walk through with. And still waiting for ultimates. Would you believe we're like, 80%, 90% through combined between both teams, and no ultimates have arrived. Lip kills Fitz, and that was the only ultimate available for Seoul.
Yeah, Prophet gets away just in time. Everyone's outside the range of that disruptor shot. Just buys them more percentage, doesn't it, Avril? 75% and climbing at this rate. They have to run into the Dragon's ultimates. Lip with an overclock. That's terrifying to deal with.
And look at this, Vindame doesn't have beat. He doesn't have the sound barrier. So when Who Are You pulls Blade, when Void goes for Rampage, Vindame's just dead. He can't even get the beat.
Nice answer back there. Deflect coming in from Stalker, I think. Who Are You pulls out the Blade. Cutting down Smurf. Goes for the backline, 92%. There's no answer here for Seoul Dynasty. No one's going to be able to go and get onto this point. They're sending someone down. Profit went for the last touch. Vindame is on point after respawning from the early kill. Triggers overtime and now has to play the stall game. How long can they channel their inner zest and keep this going alive for reinforcements? Oh, it's not looking good now. Stalker gets onto the point once again. It's a cycle of bodies to try and delay the inevitable, but I don't think they're going to turn this one. Shanghai Dragons, they secure the first map, take an early lead in this series.
Yeah, it looks all but too comfortable for the Shanghai Dragons towards the end there. 100-0 on University. Not that much better from Seoul Dynasty, unfortunately, on our third and final round of Gardens. A little bit more to play for, a few more fights won, a few more kills actually coming on through. I don't think Vindame's sound barrier towards the end there would have made too much difference, whether that was going to be an Ajax or not. The Shanghai Dragons, the overall record for the Summer Showdown tournament now in terms of maps, Trid, is 22-1. They have still only lost a single map this entire stage, that was the Philly Fusion, and their winning record continues to be bolstered from 21-22.
Let's see if they can go ahead and get it up to 24 by the end of this series. See how many maps they lose as well. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, map number 2, it's going to be Seoul Dynasty's pick. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. We've got Shanghai Dragons in the lead after their map victory on Oasis. And we're now about to jump into our second map of the series, and of course Seoul Dynasty's choice, and we'll bring you that very shortly. But for now, it seems like, I don't know where it came from overall, but round number 3 of Oasis, Shanghai Dragons got the download, and they all just suddenly got on the same page, and they, towards the end of that round in particular, did start to make things look effortless against the Seoul Dynasty, despite that rocky start on City Center.
I mean, that's why they call them the Shang AI, right? They will be able to download you eventually. They are the hive mind, and at this stage, the deeper in a particular map or even a particular series you go, it seems the more powerful Shanghai Dragons become. We saw a very nice early win from Seoul Dynasty on, what was it, City Center, right? They're the 60-something percentage early lead to gain, and Shanghai Dragons struggled to catch up, but once we got to the second and third rounds of Oasis, it was lights out. Shanghai Dragons 100-0 response on University particularly was just powerful to behold, and we are going to go back to another Hollywood. It seems like we've seen a few Hollywoods so far in the regional tournament, and back to Hollywood we go.
Pop quiz, Avril, did Vendame have clips in?
I didn't see any. I didn't see it.
I was paying close attention, didn't see any clips, so clip diff in favor of Shanghai Dragons confirmed.
Alright, clip that. Clip that for no clips. And right now, we look at the past couple matches here. Again, the rivalry between Seoul and Shanghai. Last 2 matches have been 3-0. Seoul got a 3-0. Shanghai got a 3-0. Current record this year is actually 2-2. So Shanghai, sorry, that's complete lights. 3-2. Shanghai have won 3 times. Seoul have won twice this year in 2022. So it could be 4-2 or it could be tied up 3-3. So look to seeing now how the Seoul Dynasty can respond to this particular map. That's some interesting tech as well, by the way. You see Shanghai Dragons TPing Lip over towards the side angle to see if he can get a shot, and then TPs him straight back in.
Very cheeky. Doesn't give them anything. Fitz rolling out on the Ash for his defense as well. So we're finally seeing a deviation from the mirror.
Yeah, that's a Seoul specialty.
Is a dead Lijiang gone also a Seoul specialty? I don't know. Might be.
That's a Shanghai specialty, actually.
Well, it does cause Shanghai to go into a partial retreat. They're not all the way out of the woods yet, Avril, but they are hiding away from Seoul Dynasty while those reinforcements come in off the back of that first kill.
Our frog ran in and died. Yes, quite enjoyable. It's the average Shanghai Dragons fan, and honestly, I respect it.
As they sip on some tea or some wine.
On some critical HP. A lot of members on Dragons are critical HP, actually. They might have to just do a little bit of a soft reset here to heal up.
Dynamite's keeping him under constant pressure as well, keep having that damage over time, ticking away. But it's finally time for Lip to pull the shot off. Gets Profit, Stalker's taken down by Who Are You, and now Who Are You will rotate round to the point. Lip finds Fitz's second headshot of the fight with the railgun. And Void just wins that tank duel just because he has overwhelming support, and Shanghai Dragons get control of the payload and move on to the escort section of the map.
And it's like the first early fight loss didn't even really affect them, right? It's like, alright, we'll lose Lijiang gone, we'll just chill out for a bit of a second here. No one else actually dies. That was the only death so far for the Shanghai Dragons. They just recollect all their members, regroup properly, come back into play. Who Are You just exits as the doors open, so times it well enough. The Shanghai Dragons also have, by the way, the first ultimate available in Iziaki's rally. Fitz is also very close on that Bob, and that's kind of the benefit of playing Ashe sometimes. The ultimate does charge quite quick.
Yeah, just able to constantly harass with the dynamite as well. It's very easy when you don't have the sight lines and just that straight up damaging. It's just ridiculous when you can start using the ADS. Quite comfortable up on the high ground for now. No doubt PYU is going to get in their face in a second. Lip went for the shot. Bob's going to come out early. They're really going to play on tempo here. Right in the middle, gets the beat out from Lijiang. BYU still found profit despite this, so the supports are falling behind. Bob's just peppering away in the distance into Void, actually. So thankfully that's the member you do want the attention on. Fizz takes out Who Are You, Stalker pulls out a blade, find anyone before Lip gets the headshot down. Everyone's being shut down so quickly here. Avril payload only momentarily stopped because of Bob, and now it's back in pursuit. Izayaki's rally's about to expire. Lip will have the overclock for the next engagement.
I think the silver lining is that Seoul don't lose too much. They kind of play in the double ultimates, right? Stalker gets instantly blown up, and we see the damage from Lip. He was railing Stalker down from range. Stalker can't get a successful blade at all. Very important. Shanghai spend 2 support ultimates for that. And now we get to the final fight of the... Here comes the overclock. Smurf as well. Triple hit on the Rampage.
Yeah, 3 for 3 on those Rampages. Avril. Profit's going to take out Void, and it looks like Profit and Seoul Dynasty are the ones to capitalize on this one. Finally shutting down the momentum of the Shanghai Dragons push. And they don't lose anyone in that chaos as well. Big win for the Dynasty. They keep it short, just shy of point B.
Yep. And they, they being the Shanghai Dragons here, didn't have the extra support ultimate to block out the Rampage. Both Void and Smurf actually got a 3-man hit on the Rampage, but Vindame still had Sound Barrier available. Pops in the Sound Barrier, wasn't extra threatened by Huayu's blade, and strangely enough, this is a bit of a, uncharacteristic moment for Huayu, but he's got a slow blade coming through. This has taken a while for Huayu to build, but now he gets to use it for free. Profit can counter with the rally, but how successful will it be? So far, not so successful.
No, that boot to delay Who Are You doesn't really change the outcome all that much. 3 members taken down just from him alone. Make it a 4
clean,
with the shurikens onto Fitz. Yeah, it's looking pretty silly right now. Not quite the world record pace we were seeing, or the tied second place we were seeing from Fusion on the last time we saw Hollywood today. However, still very quick. 4 minutes left in the time bank as they're moving on to point C, waiting for the Dynasty to aggress and try and take the space.
I mean, despite Huayu taking a while to get Blade in that particular, so far on this attack, it's just so enjoyable seeing his POV and his mechanics, his outplays, beating Fitz in that 1v1, dodging out the dynamite, having a dash reset, all of the above, right? Shanghai Dragons now pushing through. They do have to deal with Fitz's Bob coming online. Stalker Saw has a Blade. Lijiang will be able to match that. Huayu on the hunt, on the back line, Fitz the target.
He's drawing focus as well, away from the front line. Smurf, getting a little bit of attention, but not enough to make you start worrying yet. Lip just opened up the fight for a kill on the Fitz. Don't know how he keeps finding these ones.
It's important. That was the only ult.
Yeah, B comes in as well. Just going to seal the deal here for the Dragons in this fight. Smurf will have to drop down as well.
Stalker's dead?
That's the saving Chris. Well, you're just going to have him. He was the only member alive on the point. He's by himself. The Bob is just going to be the only stall tactic here. It's very easy to remove. It's a static target. You get booped away. You get headshot a bunch of times with the overclock. Profit gets there just in time, but this is that stagger we're talking about. It's pretty much done. They're cleaning up Seoul so quickly. Dynasty finished 254 in the time bank. So, still very quick.
And that's the thing, it's not a world record. This is not Fusion versus Guangzhou, but it's a staggering pace, and you can see that reflected by the fact that Seoul never had a chance to pull Blade. Lijiang felt so confident to even go for a tempo beat there. The sound barrier pulled through just to allow the Shanghai Dragons to walk forward with confidence and just use a support ultimate to run at the Seoul Dynasty. And typically you'd say, okay, well, if Shanghai don't win this fight, Stalker gets to pull a free blade. The only relevant counter is off the table now for the Shanghai Dragons. However, look at Stalker's HP in that last fight was just being shut down. Huayu and Lip putting the damage into Stalker, had no chance to pull blade. It takes him so long to respawn as well. When he does, his team is dead. He still can't pull blade, so that blade never became a factor. That was the only risk for Shanghai Dragons to deal against, and it was never a factor. Fitz, okay, he pulls through the bomb, and by the way, he was the first death. He was the most important kill. If there was one member Shanghai needed to kill, it was Fitz, and they got him down. It was a late Bob, and the Bob was booped off the payload, never really stalled the payload, and instantly fragged out by Lip. So it's a good ultimate, but it's also just free territory, free real estate for the Shanghai Dragons to clear.
Dynasty going to the defense. It looks like Seoul Dynasty Dragons go on defense. Seoul Dynasty look like they're going to roll out with the Sojourn this time rather than going for the Ashe flavor. Hopefully be a little bit more offensive. No shenanigans like Dragons had with fast TPs on the Widowmaker, but they will still roll out all the same.
Yeah. I just think, like, when you credit to everybody in Dragons, but specifically Lip and Huayu, they just look like the best specific members on their roles. Now, you could argue that players like MN3 might be better than Lip so far. Lip's very consistent, though. Huayu is just the king of Genji right now, by none. I don't think a single other player touches Huayu. This is going to be Seoul Dynasty now, faking the rotations, now coming back through main. Shanghai Dragons not perturbed.
Still going to stay strong on that payload for now. Vindame goes down low. Dragons, I think they're sensing the weakness at the moment and they press forward. Not too much though, they're very tempered. Just playing their game for the time being. Dash forward from Stalker, tries to find a connection for the extra damage and Kate takes some space away. Here's the counter attack from Shanghai Dragons. Look at that, they saw the dash, they saw the uncohesive unit and they were like, right, time to go boys, put on the speed, walk forward, and the Dynasty's offense has crumbled.
Yeah, they just rush down Smurf. You saw that from Dragons. Once they turn up the heat, they get the speed going, and it's Smurf the primary target. You have to be a little bit concerned now, though. With Fitz's late counter left, Dragons do have to pull back. The concern now is, do they lose a tick or not? How much do the Dragons actually give up? Look at Void's positioning on the side. You'll notice that, okay, he's actually been found. I was going to say, if he doesn't get found here, this is a great position for Void to be in, but he takes a risk. He gets found. It's a 5v4, no tank.
It's a good opening for the Dynasty. They're on the position. Shanghai Dragons. Oh, Vindame's gone. Okay, Lip doing Lip things once more. Lijiang gets answered back. Colosseo have been traded. I think they've bought enough time potentially for Void to come out here and potentially go to the defense. Is the Arc is isolated? They will be going down. No way they lose this to Stalker. Point's been captured while this is going on. Staggered deaths as well, which is going to mean point B is quite difficult.
And this is where I got to put some commentary on Void's decision making. I don't know if he chose to go for the hidden flank, just lurking, right? I don't know if he had time to rotate back towards his own spawn. He probably should have gone back to his own spawn for safety. It's a very high risk to go and try to, I guess, lurk in the pack room on the side. And if you get sniffed out, if you get caught, you are dead. You are 100% dead. They're 5 versus 4. And now it's another 5 versus 4 as Lip takes down. Well, Fritz rather takes down Lip, so it just slows down Dragons from reapproaching. And if you are Dragons, if you don't have Void alive, you cannot retake A, you cannot contest A, and the Fitz kills just keep coming through.
Just keeps weaving those headshots in. Just buys advantage for his team every time. Overclock and the high ground available for him. Stalker's got Blade.
Look at the positioning. Seoul have now full high ground control. Dragons are coming out of spawn with no map control whatsoever. Payload is coming around the final couple of corners now on towards the final straight, past the county jail. And this is where Seoul's positioning is absolutely powerhouse, and it's about to be 4 offense on both sides.
Clock pop. Angle taken from Fitz. He's playing some Overwatch on them, quite literally. Who I use Blade, tears him from that space. He's playing very mindful. Not pushing forward, not pushing too hard with their ultimate. Lip returning the favor with the overclock. Doesn't find anything as well. Just scare tactics right now. All bark and no bite with these ultimates, Avril.
Well, everyone's just disengaging, right? We have the sound barrier from Vindane, the Prophet Rally layered in as well. Both teams respecting each other's ultimates. Seoul not going to push into Overclock and Blade. Shanghai not going to push into double support ultimates. Now it's going to be sound barrier versus Stalker Blade, and Stalker slashing green HP.
Yeah, it's lots of cleave damage as well, but it's not enough to break through all the shields that came in there for Lijiang to beat. So they're trading Smurfer as the Arky at the time being. 2 for 2 still, so it's a 3-on-3 on the payload. Who are you? Solo holding.
Smurfer's alive though.
Comes in for reinforcements. There we go. Lip's going to take out a couple of members as he's going to walk it back in. Stalker finally deals with Lip. Who are you versus Stalker on the point? We'll get the kill right at the end here. Reinforcements come out of the spawn room. Spawn advantage for Shanghai, which means they're able to hold the payload for now. But I think the reinforcements for Dynasty are going to get there a little bit faster, perhaps, or roughly at the same time, just because of how quickly they were dying.
It's a very cool anime battle. It's Stalker versus Who Are You, and Stalker is going to win the 1 versus 1, but with Izuaki respawning, and by the way, touching, I think about a meter or so left, about 150. It's not enough for Seoul Dynasty to sneak a payload cap in. Seoul, however, still maintain high ground control. I think that's very important.
Just the 2 there. Rampage is countered 2 against 3 when it comes to that impact. Lijiang will be feeling the hurt of the Rampage. Profit has been converted, but Vindame and Smurf will stay alive for now. Dynasty get the advantage in the fight. Just declare out Who Are You and Lip, and then they will get onto point C and get themselves a time bank extension.
Yep. Very cool Void Rampage, but Smurf's Rampage as well, equally good. In fact, Smurf's Rampage is going to allow the Seoul Dynasty to pick up a number of frags. Profit getting very active in the kill feed. This is what a DPS from Brigitte looks like. 2 frags for Profit before he dies. Allow Seoul Dynasty to maintain some player advantage, and certainly the right players alive as well as we head into now the C point push. Not going to be able to match the 254 on board for the Dragons time bank, but Seoul can still finish the map. That is the important factor now. What time bank do they have remaining at the end?
get to the end. That's also what counts. Dig there. Right click triggered them. Fitz has Overclock available. Stalker's down. Overclock needs to answer back with a big pick here from Fitz to keep the fight alive. They've lost too many already. And now they have no space to operate within. Izayaki's in their face. Shanghai Dragons reclaim control of the payload. They can really start to damage this time bank.
Okay, so this is where you talk about damaging time banks. The spawn camp would do that too. Let's see if Dragons want to commit to it or not. Half players on high ground, half players on the ground here as well. You also notice it was a very specific timing window in the last fight. Stalker and Blade Lijiang did not have beat, but that timing window is over. Double rallies popped, and just waiting for the Blade to come through.
Steady on. Here it comes. Overclock pop by Lip. There's a hero playing here.
Oh my god!
The flick was there, shuts down Stalker, and the punishment to the Dynasty time bank continues. He knew what he had to do there, he was set up for it, and immediately shut down the offensive from Stalker.
Yeah, I mean, just the impact kill, right? The exact kill that you need. It's been a rough game for Stalker. He was so great in his matchup versus Philly Fusion yesterday, but today, the Shanghai Dragons just have his number. He can't pull out the blade when he wants to. He misses the timing window versus Lijiang's beat in a previous fight, and now here, when he actually does pull blade, Lip just destroys him. A single rail will deny the blade, and we're back into spawn camp territory. Shanghai Dragons taking the early high ground. We talk about Seoul Dynasty being able to finish this map with time. That starts to dwindle now. Payload is receding backwards. 115 remaining. They do get Lijiang, but it's traded.
Yeah, jumps down from the top here. Fitz outside, well, what would be their spawn room, if it is, just to try and deflect Dragons away. Sub 1 minute now. This is the danger zone, because like you said, they run the risk of, even if they finish at this point, they might run out of time to have an offensive, and the best they can hope for is a draw.
Yeah, so draw scenario is now on the cards for the Seoul Dynasty. But, you know, they might even get there if they don't cap. They still do have to cap. We're waiting for Smurf. He has a rampage advantage. There's nothing to counter that. Izaaki nearly on the rally, but Smurf has a window here. This could be opportunity for Seoul.
There was a lineup there. He's going to go for it. Finds two. Just Izaaki and Void. There were so many targets there, but it's enough to make it work. Void and Izaaki will get converted. Really making use of the anti-heal here. Home stretch for Seoul Dynasty. 30 seconds remaining. Shanghai Dragons, they can play for the stall outfall and guarantee that they won't lose.
And it's so big because Izaaki was on like 98%, 99%, so it doesn't have the rally to block out the rampage. Seoul will use a rampage to take control, but can they win the final fight? Fitz still coming back from spawn, about to hit the OT now. Izaaki, pop and rally, the blade is going to be next. Here comes Who Are You?
They're trying to isolate Smurf, cut him off from the rest of the team, and then they get the pick up quite easily. Fitz finds Lip with an overclock. Still alive for the Seoul Dynasty at this point. Blade gets sheep. Who Are You is down. No damage dealers available for the Shanghai Dragons right now. We're in overtime though, Avril. They've already lost the map. They're not going to be able to get the overtime. They're going to cut through. Only finds Prophet, who's rallying at the same time, and he won't be able to convert it. Void might get cut down here, uses the Carnage. Izaaki returns to the field, immediately finds Stalker. Smurf over to the wrecking ball just to get onto the point. And now Lip's over in the back. He has his overclock available and the sight lines. Fitz might get tagged here at the end, but Smurf is still on the point. Gonna be able to find the slam on the payload. Prophet knocks Lip back. The Seoul Dynasty still trying to push this one. Spawn advantage really helping the Dragons right now as Void comes back on the Doomfist just to try and get Smurf off of the point. They've cleared enough bodies. Stall tactics can only work for so long. Over time, as the swap comes in, they trigger it once more, but it is the last time. Shanghai Dragons secure map number 2. They're going to series point.
And what a shot coming through from Lip on a Fitz as well. That was a collateral shot that actually went through Smurf's body on the wrecking ball. He fired it through the body and hits Fitz on the other end. That's something that you can do with the overclock. You can't do that normally on the railgun. Only during the ultimate can you collat, and he perfectly lines up a shot through the body of an opponent. Unbelievable stuff, and Shanghai Dragons pull through despite odds looking like it might have been stacked against them in that final fight. But I dare say, even if the Seoul Dynasty do in fact cap, they would only be in a draw-only scenario because the OT was ticked over. Dragons had like nearly 3 minutes to cap on through for only 1 tick. I think Dragons put themselves in a commanding position to win map number 2, and the win record continues now from 22 to 23 and only 1 loss so far in maps.
24 on the cards for them. 1 more map to win. Shanghai Dragons could be match point for them as we head to the break. When we come back, Seoul Dynasty's last chance to stay alive in this series. Shanghai Dragons, they currently lead in their matchup against the Seoul Dynasty, and they are one map away from securing themselves a spot in tomorrow's grand final. We expected both these teams to eventually get there, or at least I will. I'll keep pushing that narrative. However, one of them can only get there first. Looking like it's going to be Seoul. They just have an escort map in the way, and of course it's Seoul Dynasty's pick, so it's a chance for them to pick a comfort position and try and build a reverse sweep from there.
It's just wild how good Shanghai look in this meta right now. They've leveled up to a level that is, I was going to say unprecedented, but funny enough, the last time I saw a team this dominant was also Shanghai Dragons. That was last year. So it's Shanghai Dragons now kind of, once again reaching their own potential. Only they themselves can reach the potential that they have reached in the past. And they look untouchable. No other team comes close. Seoul is the next best team. And the next best team is only kind of getting somewhat competitive in maps. Granted, last time they met, Gibraltar was a lot more competitive. We don't have Gibraltar on board this time. It is going to be Dorado. That's chosen by Seoul, by the way. So Seoul want to go to Dorado. Now, I respect it because historically, Dorado has been one of Seoul's better maps. But part of the reason why Dorado was good for Seoul was because they played the Winston dive here to perfection. You can't play that currently in this particular meta, but you can go back to the Fitz Ashe if you want to, and that has been a strong comfort pick for Fitz. I don't know if I really respect it as a powerful pick overall compared to something like a Sojourn. You can see what Lip can do in the Sojourn here, and Lip is also no slouch on the Ashe either. Seoul Dynasty, they're clutching at straws. That's kind of my read on the situation here because they're in desperation mode to get anything to work, and so far, nothing is really working versus the Dragons.
Who's going to pull out that solution, though, Avril? Who is going to be the change? What's going to be the change for the Seoul Dynasty to be able to find their path
Prophet
through?
Junker Queen.
Prophet Junker Queen. Are you ready for the role swap?
We've had Prophet DPS, Prophet support, come back with the Prophet tank. It's got to happen. No, not at this point in time, no. But
that'd be illegal at this point in time because he's officially designated the support.
It's another meeting of these two teams that looks like it might end in a 3-0. We've had some very close games between Seoul Dynasty and Dragons in the past. And now in the Summer Showdown, it's been very one-sided games, which is just so strange and very uncharacteristic of the rivalry that we've had. But, sometimes that is how it goes. It's a very long rivalry, but some of the games do go one-sided. Some of them are very, very close. And as mentioned and as predicted, Fitz will start on the Ashe. Now, Lip is going to start on the Ashe as well for a little bit. We'll see if he stays on the Ashe. Ashe has a bit more value on Dorado than other maps. But if Shanghai Dragons not getting spawn held, I think Lip might be incentivized to go back on the Sojourn.
They found Vindame already, so whatever they were trying to do, whatever the change was going to be for the Seoul Dynasty, it's not been a net positive one, unfortunately. Lijiang goes low.
Oh,
the difference
no,
maker is they stay alive. Oh, no.
Stayed alive, though.
Dynamite taken down, there's some dot damage applied, Stalker's been found as well.
Did not stay alive.
More dominance from the Shanghai Dragons.
Who are you just chases them down? You actually see Stalker dashing in towards the window. He missed the window and actually dropped down. That's critical because it affects his ability to get away from the other team, and indeed Who Are You chases them down regardless, so it's going to be a late kill. Shanghai Dragons haven't capped yet. Seoul Dynasty in position to go for one more final contest, and they need to protect Fitz as well, so they're going to come in from the side angle, which is important.
Get some complaints of damage on the team through the audio cues. Fitz turns the corner, sees the Genji, turns immediately back from the corner, doesn't want to deal with that. Shout been used on the point by Dynasty, who are used very low but will survive. Will use to find a health pack though. Can't play with constant
just gonna get bombed.
at low HP. Well, he's taking out Lijiang gone, so not going to have that option for the Shanghai Dragons to stay in this fight much longer. Another headshot should clear off Void, but Stalker to clean up instead. They've deflected the attack. Jagged Blade pulls his Izayaki back in, but Smurf can't hold that position on the corner, so will retreat and they will escape.
Strong retake. It's a really important retake from the for the Seoul Dynasty rather, and now Shanghai Dragons, despite getting the Bob online, With, I believe it was Lijiang down early. No shot for Shanghai to pull through on that particular fight. Just a little bit of heal up here for Lip as Fitz is trying to catch up on the Bob. And that's the other thing, right? Shanghai Dragons are missing a bit of a timing window as Dragons go through for the secondary push. Dynasty have caught up an ult, so it will be Bob versus Bob.
There's Bob 1. Bob 2 comes out too late for the Seoul Dynasty. They've already lost Stalker. Will only repair the damage numbers, won't actually win out. The Bob versus Bob duel was strong, but Lip was the difference maker there. Rally's now popped instead, layered over top of each other. Void's in the face of Vindame. Nice shot from Lip, tags him. Prophet wants to get into the fight with the Rally. He's been denied, and like you said, Avril, there is the cap for point A. Coach Gun just stalling a little longer for them to get that through.
And speaking of stalling longer, I mean, if the fight goes a little bit longer there and still have more teammates alive, I think Stalker pulls Blade and anything can go after that. At minimum, you pull Lijiang's sound barrier in response, which is important for ult trading purposes. Seoul Dynasty don't get to discover what that Blade could have looked like though. Stalker dies at 99, and even if he had the Blade, too many members of Seoul down. They can't touch because Smurf isn't there. Stalker's probably the next one available to touch. They don't even bother going for it. Fight is definitely over. Seoul resetting towards the high ground here. They begin with Fitz on that high ground immediately, but this, make no mistake, is going to be a Blade fight.
Keep an eye on who pulls it first, who has the impact. High ground in favor of Seoul Dynasty right now. They're
better for
raining
Stalker.
down bullets.
Harder for who are you, better for Stalker here. High ground advantage is big for Seoul.
Well, Lijiang takes a lot of damage before jumping down. Who are you? Tries to assault the high ground. Has dropped down from Stalker. Is that advantage going to be enough as the beats are both dropped in return? Bark and no bite for those blades, unfortunately. Stalker's now expires as well. Just under game off high ground. Rampage from Void only finds Smurf. Counter from Smurf only finds Lijiang. One-man rampages on either side. Mr. Carnage to take out the second support of Shanghai Dragons. Yeah, you have the Lucio here for the Seoul Dynasty to be able to support them. There's no supports for Shanghai Dragon right now.
And Shanghai Dragons still got a lot of push despite having no support, so Seoul backed out. They weren't confident in winning the 3v3 despite having an extra support in there. Didn't want to take the risk. I can respect it, because if you do take a risk and you do lose a member there, you are waiting for respawns and Shanghai can cap. Here, you allow Shanghai to get a few extra meters. Payload is under the bridge. In fact, it's slightly ahead of the bridge now. The Seoul Dynasty have all 5 alive. It's Bob versus Bob again. We'll see which Bob gets the better of the positioning.
Nice boot back there from Lijiang. It stops the Bob from getting into optimal positioning, but Void will be cut down by the Carnage all the same. Bob versus Bob in the corner. Yep, classic. It allows these teams to have a neutral and honest fight in which the Seoul Dynasty are winning. Headshots coming through from Fitz and Vindame, clearing out the last couple of stragglers with the rest of the team.
So big that they got Void down first. Smurf just walks up. Seoul Dynasty will win that fight off the back of that tank kill. The Shanghai Dragons and actually the Seoul Dynasty as well, neither will be pulling the Rally through in the fight. We are extremely equal in terms of which ultimates have been used at what time. Prophet is actually going to pull the extra one here. Both Rallies now pop. The Seoul trying to go for a spawn camp, but I think they may be overstepped here. They're trying to back out. Dragons are chasing.
Yeah, lots of critical HP on Seoul Dynasty, being repaired nicely by the Rally and some armor packs. Dash forward there, Lijiang actually ran straight into Smurf. They're very low, and there's going to be the pickup. Supports trading 2 for 2 right now, 3 for 3. Who are you, hunting Stalker? They were isolated, turns the attention to Vindame, has Blade for the next fight, doesn't want to pop it in this one. They're at 8 HP, someone hide. Oh, which comes in just in time to keep him healthy. Dragons rotate round to the point. Into that final section of this section.
It's a significant slowdown though. Look at the time, about a minute remaining now. So Seoul Dynasty have successfully slowed down the Shanghai Dragons, who are not quite as dominant as they were on previous maps, and that's credit to Seoul. They've really stepped it up for Dorado. This is kind of the hidden weapon, right? Why they choose Dorado. They feel confident on this map, and maybe they can feel good enough to collect themselves a B-point defense. We're still waiting the plays coming through. Who are you on the Vindame is a major blow. Who are you can pull Blade here without any impact on the other side. They can't counter it.
Yeah, no mitigation for Dynasty on this one. Who are you with the cut through, the cleaves there, aiming for Smurf, gets the extra damage off to the side. Prophet isolated Blade. Comes out from Stalker, jumps back into the fight, finds the Yagi, takes out Lijiang. No support, Stalker trying to stem this bleeding right now. As reinforcements will come in, turns his attention to Lip. Lip not having any of his funny business. Dynamite from afar, not enough to get the damage. Oh, it was enough to get the damage over time, and Lip just burns down. He can't touch though. He's not in a position to contest. Rampage is back into the fight, Vindame and Smurf. It's not enough.
That's it. That's going to be it. I mean, Lip's not here, can't use the Bob. Shanghai Dragons can barely touch. They probably won't touch at all. Maybe the Lucio comes up through. Lijiang is going to attempt to go for it. Will pay for it with his own life. And for the Shanghai Dragons, who is up next? How can they even win the situations? 4 versus 5. They still don't have Void.
They're going to run into this rampage as well. Smurf cuts through, only finds Lijiang. Void gets a pick on the Doomfist. That's huge if you're going to switch over to an unorthodox pick like this for the stall. Stalker nearly goes down. They're turning it around. What is going on, Avril? They just need to find one more. Who are you? Lip and Void refused to go down then. They refused for Dorado to end.
What an insane clutch from the Dragons! That's incredible. Dragons have done it again. They managed to clutch on through what looks like an impossible fight. They had nobody alive. Lijiang dies straight away. Void still coming back from spawn. It was like 3 players there for the Dragons trying to contest. Lip died late as well. Don't forget, the bomb comes in from long range. Who are you finds 3? How does Who Are You get 3 there?
All the work that was set up there from Void at the end, just like on the Doomfist, getting that residual damage. Who Are You then picks them all off. What a mental shatterer for the Seoul Dynasty. They thought they had that in the bag there towards the end.
I thought they had it in the bag.
I think everyone did. It's probably doing wonders for their mental right now. Dragons still running strong. Rallies traded out. Shouts as well on the payload. Fitz looking down, trying to keep his head covered while he reloads and then opens fire back up. Dynamite into the middle of the field. Profit going down low after using the rally. Will be able to sustain himself back up. Wait for it, 20 seconds. Who Are You earns this blade in that overtime. Lip's gone down. He now needs to use it to save the Dragons on this offense. Izayaki's gone. Bob is keeping him under check. Too many members have gone down here. This is not going to be something that Who Are You can save. He's popped off by Fitz. But well, Avril, they had no right getting this far based on how B was going. But now they have to defend the Seoul Dynasty from this point onward.
I mean, it doesn't even matter that Dragons lose that fight. It doesn't even matter that Who Are You doesn't get the pull blade, right? They get the push far more than what they really deserve to get. The clutch was incredible on B. We're not expecting the clutch twice in a row, but clutching B was unbelievable for the Shanghai Dragons to even allow them to get towards C, and they are on the final corner. That is so dependable. Let's take a look at Who Are You again in that final fight. And he gets 3 kills here. Fitz, boom, Stalker.
Reset.
Just the resets coming on through. Who Are You going in? Okay, there is a bunch of damage done by other members there, but Who Are You with the insane cleanups there? The 1v1 versus Fitz, and he is every single time. Never been afraid to check Fitz. Go for the 1 versus 1s. Take down Fitz. He's got the confidence to say, I will beat Fitz in a 1v1 every time.
That confidence is exuding for the Shanghai Dragons. Not only through the mathematical advantage of having 1 less person to deal with, but they're also being able to play confidently. A little bit of moments of overconfidence, I would say, on Dorado offense. However, kind of justified at the end with that clutch right there. So now defense for the Shanghai Dragons. The line in the sand has been drawn. The entry point to the finals tomorrow has been drawn by Shanghai Dragons. Seoul Dynasty, if they cross that line, we go to another map. If they do not, they have to face against the Philadelphia Fusion to earn their spot in that final. A rematch of earlier in the tournament.
You know, and that's been, 2 map 5 so far in this stage between Seoul and Philly, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yes.
See if Seoul have anything left to play through. You'll notice they go for the typical TP play. Say typical, they actually don't take the high ground here. That's a very conscious choice. They're trying to make the rotations through on towards the sort of outside courtyard area to make some high ground control happen. Swap sides, and Dragons will go towards the payload. Seoul go towards the high ground. Lip get caught by Dynamite there.
Yeah, and it's kind of dangerous because Stalker was still playing around the spawn. If he kept low, Stalker could have gone a cut through there and got an easy pickup. He's trying to do the same thing to Izayaki right now, though. A couple more shurikens. Support has to filter in. Izayaki's off the map. Don't know if that was a conscious reset or just in the chaos ends up going. This is just a little bit of tiny Overwatch on the coastal while Seoul Dynasty's winning the fight.
They are winning. They are down to 2 members, so they can't really continue this any further. Stalker has no HP. Waiting for his supports to heal him up. Dragons will reset there. I'm going to assume that maybe Izayaki just shield bashes off again. We did actually see that on Oasis.
Yeah,
so
Oasis, yeah.
It's not impossible. He just does it twice in a row. In any case, Shanghai Dragons are not too upset with that. They get a 1-minute sort of time purchase there. They will slow down the Seoul Dynasty. They don't really get hard farm for ultimates. They don't lose the fight in a big way. They get the back out with the rest of their members alive. Now they get the continuous skirmish through. Fitz in a lot of trouble here. Could be down.
Yeah, he's been removed. Lijiang gone. 2nd kill on Profit. 2-point trade for... Alright, that's 2 for 2 now for the Dragons. The fight continues. Stalker doing a lot of work in this fight. Still quite even. And the respawn's going to have to come in for a next engagement. Nearly 2 minutes, nearly half of the time bank burn. They're just under the arch.
And Stalker has been really good for the Seoul Dynasty in this tournament stage and this entire, summer showdown. He had some reasonable moments on that Dorado defense here. He's trying to step it up. Huayu has a blade far earlier, though. That is going to be dangerous. There's no counters.
Vindave trying to escape. Has speed boost and the support from his team to stay alive. No counters, just mechanics. Able to stem that blade. It now means that Stalker going to have their blade up. Lijiang does go down in the end. And so does Ziaki. No supports available. It's big for Dynasty. They should be able to push this advantage and get the payload close to point A.
That's really important as well. You see the Seoul Dynasty, they don't use any ultimates to actually win that. When we talk about Stalkers getting the blade soon, doesn't have to use it. Take a look at Iziaki again. Is it a mistake? Oh, yep, I don't know. I think did he shield bash into geometry and fell off, or he just sidestepped off?
No, he just walked off. He sidestepped off.
Yeah, okay, well, it's, yep, that's unfortunate. But it's the second time now Iziaki's just randomly fallen off the map. Hashtag unlucky, hashtag it just happened. Seoul Dynasty now has hashtag 5 ultimates. The Shanghai Dragons, the ones that are behind, have to credit Seoul Dynasty for appealing flawlessly versus Huayu's place. We talked about Vindame and Prophet not having support ultimates. Well, now Huayu's actually just dead, so they are putting the lid on the hyper carry of the Shanghai Dragons and really forcing Dragons back. There's going to be more free push. Dragons need to kind of force some ultimates, but they can't start a fight because they're constantly down.
Makes it awfully difficult for them to do so. With the overclock and the high ground, this could be big if they're just able to get a few uninterrupted moments to take these shots. Stalker with some deflections. Will then rotate back round.
Dragon's got to go.
Use back in the fight. Stalker's down. Okay, so Stalker's been...
Alright.
I'm not sure how that happened, but okay. Completely takes the wind out of Dynasty's sails, and they're going to reset instead.
Man just got overwatched. It could have been a rail into a long-range whip shot. I'm not exactly too sure. We didn't get to truly see what happened there, but hey, we said Dragons need to do something. They definitely did do something.
Who are you? Just keeps getting found out here. It's not good. It's not conducive to the Dragons winning when, like you said, the hyper carry is just off the field all the time.
Good play by Prophet. It's good play by Prophet to find those.
Who's contesting? Someone has to get down there. Lip can't be the one. He's got an overclock and he's being focused by a bomb. He now has the Stalker blade in front of him. Good force down, gets him out of the fight. Big anti from the Rampage, is traded 3 for 2. Dynasty advantage. They're just taking over this map, Apple. This is a night and day performance in this series.
I mean, not only that, but that's just a complete farce of a defense from the Shanghai Dragons. They just weren't present at all. I don't know what was going on there, but they allowed the Seoul Dynasty to free push the entire way through B. Barely tried to contest anyway. I mean, they are the ones that need to start the fight. They cannot allow the Seoul Dynasty to free push all the way to the end. They contested with less than a meter left. I checked, it was like 0.86 or something like that. Shanghai Dragons actually nearly C9 the point. And now we're already on C. There's a gigantic time back available for the Seoul Dynasty cap. They can win this map. Seoul Dynasty might get the second map win ever against Shanghai Dragons so far this tournament stage.
Herculean hold required by the Shanghai Dragons. Lip creating space with the coach gun. Good sightlines to Arc Tier. Stalker, half HP. Dynamite over the top. Dot not going to find a connection. Void has to take cover right now. Dynasty are on the opposite side of where they should be to push this payload through. They switch sides once more. Making the Dragons fight for the payload.
And the blade will be there now. This is where Dragons have to pull this through. Huayu must get a successful blade. He has to be pocketed well. Easy out gets the multi-pack, and here we go.
Nice, fast fits. He's been the shutdown for him every time. Dragons win the fight quite decisively. They will lose Lip. The Stalker at the end. Only have to do that like 4 or 5 more times, Avril.
I don't think that many times. I think a good 3. It depends because Dragons... They can chill now because they are just defending the final push. Seoul Dynasty have to be the ones to engage. They have the Bob available. I don't think it should take Seoul Dynasty too long, but if Seoul Dynasty don't kind of push the envelope here and get things started, they might only have like 2 attempts. It's not a lot. 3 minutes was good coming in. It still is reasonable, but it's also the kind of situation where I would not be surprised if Shanghai Dragons, after kind of just giving up B nonchalantly, they defend C quite well, so that could happen.
Kind of a point C team, Kind of a point C team. Vindame cut off. Lip's about to get Bob online. It's going to be a big tool for them in this next fight. Going to use it on corner. Actually, that's Fitz throwing out the Bob. No, he threw out Fitz's Bob first, then Bob, then, where did Fitz's Bob go?
Where's Fitz's Bob in spawn? What? Maybe he got food? I think he got food.
I have no idea, but it does not do them any favors in this engagement after all.
Yeah, Dudu's about right.
Yeah, the Shanghai Dragons able to just cut through the Seoul Dynasty here. 1 minute remaining. The Point C team still alive. Looking at the ultimates available for what could be their final skirmish.
You gotta be concerned
Rally
now.
and Rampage.
You have to be concerned for Seoul because we're down to 1 minute. The Bob does nothing for you. The Blade could be successful. Smurf's Rampage comes up next, but Void has an earlier Rampage. There is only a rally. Stalker's Blade has a window of opportunity here with the sound barrier is not available. The rally can still counter. So if the Shanghai Dragons to use their supports to peel and boop Stalker around to prevent him from getting a good Blade, Shanghai Dragons could hold this one. This Blade, to me, is a bit of a make or break.
They've lost
Smurf's
Smurf.
dead. So Seoul have to leave.
Get out
Seoul have
now.
to retreat.
Yeah, they have to get out now, but they're being caught. Taxation. It's one of those certainties in life, Avril. 25 seconds remaining. Final offensive, they have to go as one unit. I mean, they hold them here, maybe go for a secondary backup fight. Like, maybe they can, if it's like a staggered one, they can get 2 fights out of this.
Fitz is on Tracer. Fitz on Tracer. You can't disrespect the Seoul Dynasty people are going for a spawn camp now because you are going to get back capped, so they have to be wary of that.
Yep.
Lip needs to get back on the high ground immediately. There we go. So, it's going to come down the Rampage. We still don't have a sound barrier from Lijiang. This is a load-bearing rally from Izayaki.
Finds free. Look at the cut down of the Seoul Dynasty. The B comes out. Stalker with the blade onto Lip. Who are you answers back onto Profit. Stalker can't find the follow-up second. Who are you has the advantage. Smurf goes through, finding free on the back line with the anti-heal. Stalker getting away with the skin of his life. Lijiang goes there to destroy him afterwards. Smurf with no HP, no support, cut off from reinforcements. Fitz is the last one alive. They are a Point C team, Avril, and Shanghai Dragons to secure a spot in the finals.
24-1 is their map record. They are still not defeated in any matches. I mean, it's been 4 so far. 6-0 in the qualification stage. Now 2-0 in the tournament itself. Like you said, they're going to go to finals. Guaranteed lock-in. They didn't get to play the finals at Kickoff Clash. They didn't get to play the finals at all. Didn't even get close. In Mid-Season Madness, now finally 3 stages deep, we are going to see the Shanghai Dragons in a minimum podium position here. And you're looking at a situation where Seoul Dynasty, the second best team here, still cannot touch the Dragons. 24-1, the map record. The only map loss was to the Philadelphia Fusion. And you start to think back. What if the Dragons did not drop that map to Philly Fusion? It could have legitimately been a flawless stage with no maps dropped. Dragons look flawless.
Fantastic performance from them, and yeah, it does make you worry a little bit. Looking at how strong Fusion looked today, and looking at how much the difference was between Dragons and Dynasty today, when you look at the entire series, do we see a different story tomorrow in the Dynasty versus Fusion matchup? Because if MN3 arrives with the power they had today, I could see it going the opposite way, and I could see Philly fans making their way to the finals.
Well, the problem is are the Dragons so far ahead that realistically it doesn't matter who faces them, it's just not going to change the difference at all. Whereas I think you look at Seoul and Philly, they're actually quite closely matched now. Two out of the last matches went to 5 maps here. Very difficult situation. Philly nearly actually reverse swept. And maybe those two teams do fight closely, but maybe those two teams are both just that far behind the Dragons right now. Currently, you have to convince me that the Dragons are not just going to 4-0 the Grand Finals. No matter who they play, whether it's Seoul or Philly, a team has to convince me that they can even take a map off a Dragon, because I think it's going to be a 4-0 Grand Finals for the Summer Showdown. But before that, let's take a look at the player of the match here, Trid. I didn't actually hear who it was, but I don't know, take a couple of guesses here. Is it Lip?
I think it's going to be Lip. And it is Lip.
Oh,
there you go. The replay tells it all. Fantastic performance. Just before we jump into Lip, though, Avril, remember the one team that did take a map off the Dragons was the Fusion. Omen of science.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Dragons remember that fondly as well, because if it wasn't for that, they'd be completely flawless, right? So they probably have their eye on Fusion. Now, they have tried to dodge Fusion for some time. Now we'll see if they can continue doing that. Let's talk about Lip's gameplay at the moment, because we are looking at his replays here. He has been pivotal in this matchup. I think things slowed down a little bit towards Dorado because he was mostly on Ashe. I think Sojin has been more so his bread and butter this tournament stage. And the story of Lip's relationship with his ability to play Sojin is a very interesting one, because he was not that consistent in Mid-Season Madness. I think that was one of the weaknesses of Lip and the Shanghai Dragons in this previous tournament stage in MSM. But now, straight from the get-go, #1 match, You look at the Shanghai Dragons across the board, every game they played, Lip has been a factor. MN3 actually gave a winner's interview in the Billy broadcast, and he predicted that Dragons will probably beat Seoul, and one of the reasons why is he was concerned about Lip. He's saying Lip is just too good. That's why Seoul probably will just lose to the Dragons. So even MN3, who looks like a mechanical god on the Sojin currently for the Philip Fusion, has the respect out there for Lip, who has been the key to consistency for the Shanghai Dragons, next to his dynamic partner on the Genji and Who Are You, also just carving through the competition.
Yeah, it's a terrifying Dragons lineup. Like you said, they are going to secure themselves a spot in the finals tomorrow, so there's all to look forward to when it rolls back round. But of course, that's not the end of the Overwatch League action today. Avril, of course, later this evening, we're going to have North America live from Toronto. I'm sure the fans have been enjoying that up in Canada, getting to see some live Overwatch action. That's all from me, Trid, and of course, Avril here this evening. We're going to be turning up tomorrow, bright and early, to bring you the Losers Final, and of course, the Grand Final, the Summer Showdown.
Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The Blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill on the Spire! That is absolutely ridiculous. Blade for proper, nice deflect. Look at him go!
Like 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are going to wipe them off the map.
Comes oh my! That is ungodly! Another one! Absolutely demolished!
Welcome to Watch Point, everybody. It's plugging alongside my volleyball playing amigos. We've got Colosseo, we've got Reinforce, and 2 days of Overwatch left here at the Summer Showdown, gentlemen. Colosseo, let's start with you. You got here to campus bright and early, ready for today's games. Why are you so excited?
I don't know what you mean. I was literally just taking a nap on a couch earlier. But no, honestly, these matches are coming up. We're getting to the big ones. We got the Shock taking on the Dallas Fuel today. We saw some great matches in the East. We're really getting to a head.
We got a lot to talk about, Johnny, and we all stayed up late watching some of the games that were going down, not just in Toronto, but globally. Let's talk about the action that was happening in the East last night, because Philadelphia Fusion, they were matching up against my man Custa, his Guangzhou Charge, and the legend Jimmy. Unfortunately, Custa, this is where the Charge's run came to an end in the Summer Showdown. I know it breaks your heart, but it was good news for all the Philly fans. This was a glimpse of the squad and a little bit of the performance they showed us earlier in the stage.
Fuck it respectfully. I don't care about the Philadelphia Fusion fans. I care about the Guangzhou Charge. But no, honestly, it really did come to an end. Jimmy and the Guangzhou Charge, they went 4-2. They had a better record than they have, and one of their first tournament appearances in a long time. But the Philadelphia Fusion showing why they are always a scary team in the playoffs and why the Shanghai Dragons did not pick them. MN3 and Zest coming alive. That DPS duo just going absolutely crazy. And after this night market, the writing was really on the wall.
Can I ask, Custo, like after watching some of these games from Philly, does the East have better hit scan than the West?
Oh my, you're really just gonna throw
I'm just gonna interrupt the middle of this review breakdown of your 3-game series.
Lip,
I am going to say yes. I think the East has they have much higher highs, and if you had seen Shy from the Hangzhou Spark last tournament, you would completely agree with me. MN3 has been stepping up to a big degree ever since they did bench Carpe. And in this match, as much as it was a 3-0, I can tell you, Jimmy had his moments. Of course he had his moments. But in this match, final blows, 135 for the Philadelphia Fusion. That's a big number. To the 66 of the Guangzhou Charge. They doubled them up? They doubled them up. This was not a close match. Fusion just looking with supreme confidence, running over them. And a lot of the coordination and cohesion that we'd seen from the Charge did fall by the wayside.
Man, hit me with that number again. How many final blows?
135 for the Fusion to 66 of the Charge. And MN3 and Zest combined to be more than just the Guangzhou Charge.
Those are like the scores when I played Doe in the Talent Takedown. All right, guys, we gotta move this on. Sorry, Doe. Random strays, Hexo, Nakata, Monty at one point. Everyone loses to me in the Talent Takedown. But let's talk about other big winners here. It wasn't the Seoul Dynasty. Johnny, you sold me on this squad. They had to match up against Shanghai Dragons, and a lot of people are saying this was a preview of the East Finals. I hope not if you're a Dynasty fan, because another 3-0 series. It was just 6 games last night.
I'm so disappointed. This was supposed to be our upper bracket final. It's the 2 best teams of the region going head to head. The number 1 seed versus number 2 seed. It's about, we got a great game of Overwatch right here in front of us. And it was just like a sweep. Another 3-0. How disappointing is this? Look, I'm gonna propose something, all right?
Yeah.
I don't think we should support the Shanghai Dragons because this is ridiculous.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
I like how you started this.
I've written down 5 reasons why we can't support this from the Shanghai Dragons, and they're 3-0 right there. Number 1, they're too good at the game. All right, it's unfair. I relate to Seoul Dynasty in a way. I feel like I'm watching the Shanghai Dragons play, and it's just like too much. They're playing too perfectly. It's unfair to the other opponents. Yeah. Number 2, who are you? What is this guy doing? Look, what anti-aging cream does this guy take at night, all right? He was relevant in 2017. He was like the best Genji. He's back in 2022, and he's still the best Genji. Look, what elixirs is who are you taking? I need to be on that, all right? Because he's still like the best. Just comes off the bench, and he's freaking amazing. Number 3, Lijiang is a bad influence for the game, all right? You're not allowed to be a super aggressive Lucio while also being like the best Lucio in the world, all right? Lucios, you're supposed to sit back, take care of your brig, heal up your team. No, you can't go aggressive and get final blows too.
Can we talk about this, though? This was the moment of the night. For anyone who was sleeping, break it down for us.
I mean, this is just ridiculous right here. Seoul Dynasty, it's in overtime, and Shanghai Dragons, they contest 1 by 1. They come out on Doomfist, Pocket.
Doomfist!
Yeah. They get a pick, Void gets a pick on Doomfist, and then they come back, and they end up winning Dorado because of this. Shanghai Dragons did this twice even. Hollywood, it was the same story. Using the spawn to their advantage. Oh, that's another reason, to be honest. Using the spawn to your advantage to recontest the card. Unbelievable. Number 4!
You got 2 more!
I got 2 more. Fleta is the meta. He's not playing. Does this mean that this meta comp is actually not meta? They're playing off meta, so that's a bad example. I don't want people playing off meta compositions.
Number 5.
Number 5. Void is too handsome. You can't be the best, one of the best tanks in the game while also being handsome, all right? It's too much.
Anti-aging cream, being handsome, Fled is not
Can't be.
playing.
His hair is blue. Void's hair is blue.
No,
it's unfair.
Shout out to the Dragons, the hot 3-0. They had one of the most clutch moments we have seen of the summer showdown. Go catch it on Twitter if you missed it last night. And with last night's matches in the books, fellas, that means only 2 series remain in our East bracket. Let's take a look as we'll be crowning a champion tonight. The Dragons waiting to see who will advance to the finals. Will it be the Philadelphia Fusion? Is it the Dynasty? Costa, at the beginning of the week, you picked the Dragons. I imagine you're feeling good. How do you feel about that bottom match, though? Is Johnny in trouble?
Well, here's the thing. This is the most Philadelphia Fusion game to win and Seoul Dynasty game to lose.
No.
Philadelphia Fusion, here's my prediction, Pocket. I'm just going to write it for you. You don't even have to watch the matches. Philadelphia Fusion are going to win this one 3-2. They're going to finally win this map 5 against the Seoul Dynasty, and then they're just going to get blown out in the finals and disappoint all their fans once again.
Johnny is Seoul making the path back to the top.
Yes, absolutely. Prophet, he's going to carry this team to victory on the brig as well. They got Smurf, 2-time champ on the roster. Fusion, it's a temporary, giving your fans some hope. They're never going to do it.
I like it.
Never.
Well, while you're watching Prophet on Brigitte, I'm going to be turning our spotlight on another player that I think everyone should be taking notice of. We had the Sojourn for Philly popping off. Walk me through some of these highlights, Custa, because it can't just be a one-night show, right? He's got to come back for an encore performance.
It's ridiculous how good this guy is at these hits. Just look at that first shot onto Choicer One. I believe the statistic was on this Lijiang Tower, he had an 84% railgun accuracy. What? Which is just bonkers. He is so strong and he is so consistent and making a name for himself that he should never be benched. Whoever is making these decisions to bench MN3, please just go through this highlight reel every time you think about it, and then just don't, because if MN3 can do this against Jimmy, he can do it against anyone in the world.
He makes this hero look broken. It's auto-aim headshots all night long. MN3 could be the new DPS hard carry that Philly needs to rise back to the top. Johnny, how do you shut him down? Can they?
No, they can't. You can't stop this man. When he plays like this, you literally cannot shut down MN3. Fusion, if they want to beat Seoul tonight to earn their spot in the finals, MN3 needs to do that again.
Do it up, my friend. Young talent in the East region of the Overwatch League, but the West has plenty of players as well. Reinforcing Custom will take their pick of the best players from the West as they draft their Summer Showdown fantasy squads after the break.
They don't make you smarter, glasses.
Happy Saturday. Welcome back to Watchpoint, everybody. It's that time of the year to choose grown adults with skills you don't have and assemble them into your dream team for arbitrary points. That's right. It's the fantasy draft season. Custon doesn't know what we're talking about, but I'm going to challenge him anyway in our fun Overwatch style of our Summer Showdown fantasy draft.
Where did you get paper? Wait.
I've studied up. I am ready. I got the sheets. I got the data. Let's go.
Unfortunately, Custa, you are shorter, so Johnny gets the number one pick. Johnny, which player will be the first off of our Overwatch West Summer Showdown draft board?
The pick is obvious. For the first pick in the Summer Showdown fantasy draft annual quarterly thing we're doing. Number one, Proper from the San Francisco Shock. This guy is a DPS 1. I'm gonna ride him my entire season. You know, it's an amazing pick.
Wow, our tank wizard going with a DPS to open things up. Tell me about Proper. Why is he your number one pick, Johnny?
I mean, look, this guy is an absolute AI, all right? He's inhumane the way he's playing this game. You can see the stats yourself. Top 3 in final blows, Dragon Blade kills, Dragon Blade efficiency, and he almost doesn't die. Like, he almost doesn't die. Almost. He is so good at the game. He's gonna pull up all the statistics I need to win this duel. Look, Proper, he is my MVP pick to win in 2022, all right? And he's my uncontested number one here in the fantasy draft.
Number one when it comes to the projectile DPS so far. So, Custa, with that off of the draft board, where are you going with your first pick?
Yeah, he can do the numbers. He can crunch the numbers. He can moneyball this bad boy. But I'm not doing that. I'm choosing the heart and soul of my team, and I'm going for Hanbin.
Oh,
the number one.
A quarterback in the first round.
Absolutely. Sometimes you need that big boy to come through. He's going to carry me to success. Hanbin has been so good on the Junker Queen. So good this.
Hanbin's out.
Hanbin's gone.
He didn't want him anyway.
All right, Johnny, sorry, Hanbin is off your draft board, but fellas, tell me about this tank. What should we expect from Custa's lineup?
Numbers don't lie. As much as numbers are irrelevant, as I just said, these numbers are very important because look at this. Number one in final blows, second but in least deaths, hero damage, he's third. He just puts up the numbers and he does it time and time again. He's so flexible, so handsome, and has such a wrinkly brain.
Whoa.
So wrinkly.
So wrinkly.
Super wrinkly beneath that silky hair. Johnny, we got to talk about your second pick, though. You went DPS in the first round. Where are we going in round 2?
Well, Costa picked a tank. That means I don't need a second tank. Are you going to pick a second tank? No.
Maybe.
I'll wait with the tank pick. Instead, I'm going to round out my DPS line. I'm going with Merit from the Houston Outlaws, all right? Some people, they might go Kilo from the San Francisco Shock. They might go Edison from the Dallas Fuel. I say no. I think Merit has been outstanding in the Summer Showdown, and he's my third pick in our Summer Showdown fantasy draft. This guy, real boom or bust potential right here. Some games comes out, racks up all the final blows you need. Sometimes a little bit quiet, you know, maybe gets exposed on the Ash. I like this guy though. Can play both heroes. He can bring out high ceiling, can bring out the Sojourn when you need to, pop off, rack up all the kills. If Pelican doesn't, can also play the Ash. A bit more passive. Lob in the dynamite, all right? This is good here. Good against the spread, this guy, I think. I don't know what that means, but something like that. Yep. All the dynamite damage you need. Merit.
Sounds like something out here in Vegas, Johnny. I think you are built for fantasy shows in the future. Merritt, I like this pick. Johnny, he's going with his studs early on DPS. Meanwhile, we're building from the core here with Team Custa. Where are we going with round 2?
What do you think, buddy? What do you want? What do you want?
Consulting.
Yeah, you can look at the numbers. I'm going to talk to these guys, all right?
National Canadian Animal, what do you say, sir?
He says stick with the Dallas Fuel. We're going to Fielder. Fielder, he is a top-tier flex support that we have in
Brigitte!
And he plays Brigitte at the highest level. I feel like Fielder is underappreciated as a support player in this league because he does so much. He is so consistent. Yet people just...
You're just picking Dallas Fuel players!
Hey, that's not against the rules. That's all I'm saying is that wasn't a part of the rules as far as I'm aware. So I'm just going to go for Dallas Fuel. Good luck, Johnny.
All right, so number one tank, number one Brigitte, according to Custo. Where are we going with round 3 picks?
I don't care about Fielder. He was on my do not draft list, you know, I don't need him. He's injury prone. Moving on. Questionable to play the finals. Moving on. I'm picking a main support here, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, you know, you picked a flex support. I don't need a flex support. I'm going main support. I'm going Violet from the San Francisco Shock. Look, he's got the entire kit.
Good one, Johnny.
He's got the offensive numbers you need. Great A-dot from this guy. You know, final blows, hero damage. He's got it all. But also can sit back with the team. Pump that healing up. Amp it up. That generates the sound barriers the San Francisco Shock needs to counter the Dragon Blades. to counter the rampages. Violet, great understanding of the game. You can see right here, healing, but also racking up the final blows, just like this. Violet, I like the improvement I've seen from him. I'm betting on more in continuation, more improvement from Violet on San Francisco Shock.
Johnny's just looking at the numbers of the people who do the most damage of each role, and he's just like, that person.
Hey, it's a good stat, all right? It's a good stat. That's what you need. You know, 1 point per final blow. It's good stats, you know?
So we have 2 Shock members, an Outlaw on Team Reinforce.
Yes.
We have half of Dallas Fuel, I assume. Where are we going with our round 3 pick, Costa?
Well, I've got it in my ear, actually. The Hex is saying I can't keep picking Dallas Fuel players.
Keep picking Dallas
I'm going to go in a different direction.
Okay.
You know, I think we're going to mix it up. We're going to go to a rookie. You know, Johnny can go with someone who thinks he knows how to play main support. I'm going to go with someone who actually can play main support. We're going to Chorong from the Toronto Defiant.
Toronto Defiant, the hometown hero.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to get the fan vote right now. That's what you got to go for. Honestly, Chorong has been so impressive as a rookie. He isn't as statistically damage orientated as Violet, but he doesn't int like Violet. He is a very safe pick. He does his job, and that's what you want to have. He's just going to go with the numbers. I'm going to go with the smart team. I'm going for the wrinkly brainers.
Oh, wow. The wrinkly brainers. Wow. You should really take after that, Costa. Maybe you can learn something.
I've already been benched for that, Johnny. Come on.
Oh, that's true. That's true indeed. Yeah, I respect the Chorong pick here, fuck it.
I like this pick here. Costa, do you feel like you still got the #1 Lucio, or are you kind of upset that Violet got stolen from you?
No. Violet is not the #1 Lucio. He's not even close. Johnny is literally just going like, oh, San Francisco Shock, let's just run those numbers. He even picked up Merritt, who is also a player on the exact same team as all the other San Francisco Shock
synergy,
players
we like
in the past.
Gentlemen, I got to keep this moving, I'm told. So round 4, let's begin. Johnny, where are we going?
All right, I respect the Toronto Defiant backline. I'll pick Twilight for my flex.
Another Shock.
Hey, he's not on the Shock anymore. What do you mean? Not anymore. It's a new team, new age, new era.
And is Super your 5th? Are you?
Let's
go out this lineup.
I'll pick Super off the waiver wire. It's fine. Twilight, I like him. Next to Violet here, pre-established synergy as well. Proper and merit. What more do you need to say? Look, my team is shaping up nicely. Costa doesn't know what's coming.
Costa, I do have to say, it feels like Johnny might be winning this draft so far, but this is your chance. This is your chance.
The data!
This is where the sexy picks come in. You know, the late rounds is where teams are truly forged in fantasy.
Here's the thing. Johnny goes for the narrative, right? And he's like, oh, proper. He's so good. I've had this guy in my back pocket. I knew he wasn't going to pick up this guy. I'm going for Pelican from the Houston Outlaws. He is dominant. We saw him on Hollywood yesterday.
Hollywood Pelican.
Hollywood Pelican. Look at him. He is literally the anime protagonist in every single scenario. He is the person who is going to come up. He is the one who's going to be spited that he got picked so late in the draft, and that's why I picked him up late. He's going to be upset about that, and he's going to perform even better.
Upset your DPS. Add him to the lineup. We've got 1 DPS still to go for Team Costa. We have 1 key role here for Reinforce as we go back to you for your 5th and final pick. Johnny, what's in the air tonight?
Kulush. The data backs him up. My tank pick in my draft is going to be Kulush from the San Francisco Shock. Look, he started off struggling here in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, but he's brought it back to life when it really matters in the playoffs. Take a look at the stats. 7.1 Carnage kills per 10 minutes. 2.6 Rampage kills per 10 minutes. You can see how the team works together to get those stats, the Rampage kills right there as well. I like what I'm seeing from Kalush. He's a Chad. He's a Sigma male. That's all you need to know. I like my team. It's great.
That's a great value pick there. And of course, you have the built-in traveling fan base that comes with Kalush.
Oh,
Excellent choice there,
oh,
Johnny.
yeah.
Costa, 5th and final pick. How do we round out this star-studded lineup?
Oh, my star-studded lineup? We're throwing a curveball into it. Sometimes you got to have that random guy that no one wanted.
The sleepers?
Okay. The sleeper pick, Aspire, is going to be my hit scan from the Vancouver Titans.
They're out! It's a bye week. They're out. They're
time to practice, Johnny. Plenty of time to practice. Costa, tell me why Aspire.
He has been statistically one of the best hit scans, and he's on the Vancouver Titans. He doesn't have this gargantuan roster around him. I put them around him. He's got Hanbin. He's got a top-tier backline to support him. He could be the best player in the league. People are just sleeping on him because he's not on these stupid number sheets that Johnny has in his hands, okay? This guy, this is a thinking pick, and I think Aspire will take me to the promised land.
Costa's been talking to the local Vancouver scouts, and I like this pick. Best of luck with both of your fantasy seasons, gentlemen. Let's take a look here at our final rosters as the draft now for the Summer Showdown is officially complete in the West. Powerhouse squads, they need some names. Reinforce, what are we naming the squad?
Team Reinforce, it's not going to be the name, all right? I got it all planned out right here. It's going to be Johnny's Janitors.
Johnny's Janitors.
He's gonna clean the
cleanup
streets.
crew.
The cleanup crew, Johnny's Janitors. Let's get the job done, guys.
I like it. And Costa, who's mopping the floor for you? What's the squad name?
We're mopping the floor. We're the Custer Custodians. That's why. Alliteration, baby.
Custa
What does that mean?
I don't
Custodians
know.
versus Johnny's Janitors. Some incredibly terrible names here. Social media, you can do better. Please hop on Twitter. Let us know, first of all, who would win between these two fantasy lineups, and what better names can you come up with? Gentlemen, back to reality. We do have to get real for a moment because we have the home team, the Toronto Defiant, taking on the Houston Outlaws in our first match of the day. The losers bounce from the Summer Showdown. We'll be back to talk about that match after the quick break. Welcome back to Watchpoint, everybody. We have the bastard son of Torbjorn as well as the Beastmaster Custo. Welcome, everybody. We got our first match of the day just a few moments away, where the hometown favorite, the Toronto Defiant, will take on the Houston Outlaws. Torbjorn's Swedish, you're Swedish, he's short, you're tall. That's where we're going with that. Fellas, we got to talk about this lower bracket, though, because it's getting spicy. This is where the eliminations can happen. In our upper bracket, it's already set. We know what's going to go down. Fuel versus Shock. Either Johnny's right, and it's custard chugging maple syrup at the end of the weekend, or it's Custa right. In the bottom, though, anything can go here, right? How we feeling, Johnny?
I love this lower bracket here as well. A lot of Spitfire. They've lost 2 consecutive times to the Florida Mayhem. Can they get revenge? And the home crowd of Toronto Defiant. I mean, this home team right here, they're going to have to rally against the Houston Outlaws, who are looking good this tournament.
There we go.
This is such a Houstonable match. Like, they have never gotten past this point before in so many years. You said it was like 2018 was the last time they came like
Stage
third
one,
in the
the
tournament.
J-Grat, baby.
We'll break it down here in a moment. Now, fellas, in our first match, it's do or die, though, for the hometown squad, the Defiant, against these Outlaws. The loser goes home, they're out, they're done, the tournament is over, you're watching. Both of these teams had some fighting words coming in, and it came first from a guy I never expected it from. Here's the hot words from Hotba. Johnny, what did he say?
Whoa, Hotba with a quote. I don't really do trash talk, but I do have something to say to the Outlaws. Houston was the team that sent us home for the first and second tournament. We want to be the ones that send them back home this time around.
They sent us home. We want to be the ones to send them home. Hot words from Hotba on the other side. The tank for the Houston Outlaws fired back, Custa.
We're going to send them home the third time, but they're already home, so...
Whoa! He's right, though.
He's not wrong.
Technically not wrong.
He's definitely not wrong. Dante, is he ever wrong?
No, he's always right. He can do whatever he wants.
Reinforce, this Toronto team has had their ups and downs, and the individual players, well, they're no different. But yesterday, although had one of his best games of his career. Tell me about the Genji.
Yeah,
what are we expecting from him?
Really impressive from Aldo, because usually when we think about Toronto Defiant, we think like, oh, team rotations, positioning, ultimate value, stuff like that. Although he's really building a name for himself. You can see that, yes, his hero damage has been great all qualifiers long, but in yesterday's match against the Washington Justice with elimination on the line, he came in clutch. 8.5 final blows per 10 minutes. Just look at the Dragon Blade value. 4.5 Dragon Blade kills per 10 minutes and 1.1 Dragon Blade efficiency. I can confidently say that that was Aldo's best match in the Overwatch League today. And I want to see more like this from him, all right? We always talk about Tisu, Twilight, some of these star players, right? Well, although, if you're gonna show up like this, you're quickly going to earn yourself a name in the Overwatch League as one of the best Genjis around. If Toronto Defiant, they want to defeat the Houston Outlaws, they need a performance just like this we saw yesterday from Aldo once more today.
All right, Aldo was popping off yesterday on the Genji, but he's not the only Genji to keep eyes on. Pelican has been good for a real long time. He won some awards last year, and some say he took his game to the next level on Hollywood.
Yeah, Johnny's trying to sell us on although being potentially one of the best Genjis in the game. We actually have one of the best Genjis in the game in Pelican, and he stepped it up even further yesterday in his match on Hollywood. Just look at these numbers. 28 final blows.
That's not elims, that's final blows.
6 deaths, 17,000 damage in just one map. Pelican has the ability to just go absolutely crazy. We've seen him do it time and time again this year, and he just seems to be hitting that point, and when he has that confidence in himself and the team, he can put them to the next level. If he puts up these performances, they can take maps from the likes of the San Francisco Shock and the Dallas Fuel. So he doesn't even need to put up this level of performance against the Toronto Defiant. I just want him to be consistent, play well, and play around his team.
Johnny, we're all going to be cheering on Toronto, though, right? Fans in the venue, if you're cheering on Toronto to shut down Pelican, who is the guy?
I mean, if the guy, it has to be Hisu. I think that Hisu is like the most volatile, like, boomer boss player. Like, sometimes Hisu shows up and he gets like 40% of the team's final blows, but sometimes Hisu just doesn't show up. He can't be that pivotal player for his team. We need Hisu and Aldo to pop off at the same time for the Toronto Defiant.
Dual DPS seems to be the key to success in the meta right now. Let's take a look at our predictions. We're all cheering for Toronto, but did you pick them on the day? Let's find out who's a real fan. Puckett went Toronto! Come on, boys!
Oh, this is crazy!
God.
Okay.
What pick?
So he's going rogue with the Mayhem again. I like it. And then at the bottom, we got a 3-3 split. Are they going to burn blue, or will it be the Shock on top once again? A lot of awesomeness coming your way, but fellas, we are all out of time. That's going to do it for Watchpoint. Our first match coming to you live from Toronto. It's the Summer Showdown, kicking off right now.
Let's go, Toronto. Hey, throw it at Johnny.
Boston, as soon as they're low, the reaction time on Sparkle is insane. The blade generation is gonna be cracked. He's killed 4. Is Sparkle getting the ace?
Oh! That's a big one. But although he's leading the charge and he has a blade here, so although brings the building down, reinforcements are going to be on the way. Trying to dodge. What a hit! What a kill on the Spire. That is absolutely ridiculous. Blade for proper, nice deflect. Look at him go!
Like 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. As Mirror is tossing in the front line, a 4-man anti. Vancouver Titans are gonna wipe them off the map.
Comes full! Oh my! That is ungodly! Another one! Absolutely demolished! It's the dawn of the third day here at the Summer Showdown, ladies and gentlemen, and 6 teams from the West remain. By the end of the day, that number will be further whittled down. But for now, Matthew, the hometown team, the Toronto Defiant, they've stayed alive in a brutal matchup against the Justice yesterday.
Yeah, it was a pretty back and forth match against the Justice. It was not pretty at times. It was really kind of messy, really brawly, but you have an opportunity. Obviously, you get past them. That's great to get further in this tournament with a win potentially against the Outlaws.
Yeah, and what kind of run would it be for Toronto if it weren't seeing them go up against the team that sent them packing from tournament brackets now twice already? Bit of trash talk exchange between the players. Hopper said yesterday, very aware of the fact that Houston have been the kryptonite for this Defiant team every time up until this point. So not only is there a big game to win, but there's also a bit of a monkey to shake off their back.
Nobody beats the Toronto Defiant 3 times. Except maybe the Outlaws.
Our first team might have something to say about that.
Yeah.
So everybody, please make some noise for the Houston Outlaws.
Well, this is quite a surprise. This is probably the first time the Outlaws have probably ever been booed, regardless of where they go.
I mean, they had to play in Dallas, but that's fair. Okay, so breaking some stereotypes about Canadians and friendliness, I'm okay with that. This team goes up against the San Francisco Shock, Matt. We know it's a really difficult matchup. It's a head-to-head that's really highlighted by big DPS performances. Pelican had one incredible map, and he was enough to win it for the Outlaws in that series, but one is not enough. Not up against a team like the Shock, and eventually the Outlaws have to succumb.
Yeah, you know, the Outlaws I thought actually played pretty well against the Shock. I think the Shock just looked, them and the Dallas Fuel are just on another level, I think, compared with the rest of the teams in the field. But it's interesting, like the Outlaws win this, they've almost kind of put themselves in a little bit of like no man's land, right? Where they're not up in that upper echelon with, you know, the Fuel and the Shock, but they're kind of better than the rest of the field. And I think to get to that next level, they're not far off, right? You know, clean up some things, some better performances or maybe bigger performances from Merit you're looking at, and you're right there.
Obviously, this roster is slightly changed in recent memory, of course, with Let coming in there at the Lucio, but he's looked very, very good. We've had an opportunity to highlight some of his plays. Merit, of course, on your screen now is someone they're definitely going to heavily lean on for consistency. I think that's something that we've been able to see him deliver many, many times. I think it was Leg Day was sort of saying, feels like he's one of the smartest players in the Overwatch League right now, so keep an eye out for that. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'd be remiss if we didn't give you some time to make way for the Toronto Defiant. They survive elimination yesterday. Again, they're up against the odds. Toronto, make some noise for your Toronto Defiant!
And the desk mentioned it. We gave him player of the match yesterday, although played phenomenal on the Genji. With how Pelican played, I mean, the way Pelican played the other day against the Shock, there are not many times you play that way and lose. You know, he comes in there and plays a game like that. Now you're looking at Hisu and although really needed to step up today. I feel like the supports have been pretty strong for the Defiant all throughout, and Hop has been pretty solid.
I mean, they say Chorong's salary is multiple teams put together. They really went deep to get that kind of star power on their team. What's your report card score for this team after their game yesterday? You said it wasn't pretty. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, no, I mean, they obviously passed, right? Because they win.
So at least a C?
At least a C, you know, maybe C+, maybe, you know, teetering on that B- scale, right? No, well, it's you know, if you kind of break it down by map, right? Sometimes they're an A, sometimes they're, you know, C-. I mean, they just got to get a little bit more even keel. I think that's the thing with the Defiant. They have the ability to play at that top level, especially against top teams. Their schedule is brutal throughout the Summer Showdown and still able to qualify for this event. So you know they're talented and capable of getting there. The hardest part, though, is to just repeat that day in and day out, right? Be able to play that at a consistent pace.
Got some looks there at Chorong on your screen, who was someone who's really involved in a lot of the early fight engagements. Environmental kills are plenty. He wants to set the pace. And when you're backed up by a player like Twilight, who is so consistent, so dependable, so low economy as well, you got one of the best backlines in the league. The issue for the Defiant is that we're in an era that's defined by high-flying DPS displays. Hisu and although their ceiling is extremely high. However, their floor sometimes doesn't look great when that's all they're hitting.
And we talk about DPS play. I think as you start to see the field kind of come into shape and how teams are playing, I think you're really looking at the Genji players. I mean, you look at those two teams at the top, Proper on the Shock and Sparkle for Dallas Fuel. I mean, tremendous players. I mean, you kind of think of Genji as a hero, and you think of players like that, right? Where there's no question. I mean, Pelican and although can hit those type of highs, can they be supported by the rest of their team, right? I think what the Shock did yesterday against the Outlaws, you know, collusion, the supports being able to stay alive forever and, you know, not able to be punished. Toronto against the Justice was just a bloodbath. I mean, you know, there were fights all over the place. We'll take fights 2 players down, 1 player down, you know, in the staircase over here where nobody fights.
I crunched the numbers.
They're everywhere.
Twice the kills of a normal match at that length.
I mean, you could tell while watching it. I mean, every second somebody else is dead coming off the spawn, then they're dead. I mean, I don't think you can play that like fast and loose here against the Outlaws. I think the Outlaws will just kind of feast on that type of play.
So you made it to day 3. It's a big deal. Stretch goal, those definitely turning up here in an important matchup. It's elimination for either of these teams. The Houston Outlaws versus the Toronto Defiant. And it all starts on Busan.
I mean, you know, day 3 is a big deal. We got to pause. I saw that one coming before you guys, so that's why I wasn't getting excited. Now you make it to day 3. I don't think anybody from either of these teams, you know, you lose and you're like, hey guys, you know, we made it to day 3. That was awesome. Like, I mean, these teams are trying to make it to tomorrow.
That's right.
I mean, that's where, you know, all the money, all the league points are at.
It's a long day if you're in the lower bracket here. We have a lot to finalize for.
Longer day in Overwatch terms, you know. Call of Duty, that'd be a short day.
It's a brief pause here as well as we launched into game. Just needed something tweaked apparently. There's a call by Houston. Yeah, plenty of love for Merit.
I thought that was a Merit sign with somebody wearing a Toronto jersey. I was like, that's a way to split the difference.
That's a very Blizzard Arena LA feel right there.
Oh, yeah.
I'll leave that one there. Here it is. We're back in a game.
So I don't think you'll see anything surprising from either of these teams. Nobody really inventing anything in terms of compositions at this point in the stage. There may be some May play we see, but really that's on Nepal. It's although versus Pelican, that Genji battle. And Hisu will actually come out on the Ashe here. on Mecha Base, which is interesting. I mean, this map is pretty close together.
Winner of this team or game goes up against the winner between the Mayhem and the Spitfire at 6:30 today. So 2 games will have to be played. Here's our neutral, Hisu, classically on the Ashen. Lovely little headshot there on Pelican. Don't see it often in such a fast-moving comp with 2 speed boosts. But when you connect them, it can be deadly. This is good. I mean, Hisu is not being pressured right now. Can he convert on this space?
Well, unlike yesterday, like the Justice would have just fought by now, right? The Outlaws are trying to back out. They're trying to force a situation that is more advantageous for them. And you see they're able to heal everybody back up, now take the point.
The Defiant do have the high ground, so they are in an advantage here. Houston move off the point as soon as they capture it, although it gets snarled up though by Pelican. Hisu's still trying to go to work, and he's done a ton of damage here, but needs to do more. Hoppo's been taken down, and now the Defiant, piece by piece, are being dismantled.
Right, and I think that's going to be the difference between today's series and yesterday's is, you know, for the Defiant, they get that good dynamite damage. That would have been a fight the Justice would have just started a fight right around that pillar, right? And they would have taken it there. The Outlaws, they play smart. They back up. You know, they get everybody healed up. They actually end up taking the point, which is a little bit surprising. There's no contest there from the Defiant. And then they force a fight in the spot that they need.
Okay. That's a good start. Merit is out of the picture now. Can you convert? Although decides to get up a little bit closer, but Lastro is going to go in with the rally. A lot of healing, and Hoppa is in trouble. He gets taken down by Lastro, and there's a sound barrier for the Outlaws. It's a 4v5 to start, and they're still hanging on. Again, the Toronto Defiant looking rudderless late in the fight. Pelican, unbothered, moisturized, flourishing in his lane. How to remove Twilight and get up to safety. Good pop use here by Hisu though. Lastro going to get brought down. Good pressure on the point. His left goes very, very low. It's another for Hisu now. He forced a drop. And Toronto scrape it back.
And that's huge. The Outlaws, Pelican pulls the blade there. You end up using both support ults. A lot invested into that fight from the Outlaws, and they started a player down. So really trying to drag that one out. They're almost able to do it, but Hisu pops off at the end.
He almost has half of his team's damage. Toronto are playing slow, trying to set Hisu up, but you have to finish off these kills that Ash sets up. And there's another one for Hisu. Lep is down, 5v4, and a blade in play for the Defiant means the Outlaws are better off headed back to spawn. An important fight win there, but they spend rally and they spend the Dragon Blade.
Not entirely needed. A little bit surprised that we didn't see Although go a little bit more aggressive with the blade, knowing that there's zero chance they have support ults on the other side. Ends up with just popping the blade and then kind of waiting a little bit. So you'll have the Outlaws trying to get up here towards this high ground now.
Dante has that rampage, so a great spot to use it. Merits bursts Hisu's bubble. The Defiant need that Ash to be present in a longer fight, and now they're going to have to go in without him. Can Hopper's rampage? Ah, it's 5 plays with the rampage! That's just diabolical!
That is a huge rampage there from Hotba. So it doesn't start out great, right? We talked about how good Hisu is right now, putting down the damage. He gets taken out from the high ground. How do you win a fight like that? So Hotba comes up huge.
You lose your Ash at the start of the fight. Still, Hopper's able to turn it around there. Unreal stuff. Hard to line up 5 players on a map like this, and now the Defiant are in the lead. 88% and counting, and Bob is ready to arrive. Here he comes! Dante knocked up. Looks like Pelican tried to go in, was also knocked up by Bob, so he still has a little bit of space. He'll work from the high ground now. Sound barrier from left. Lastro's going to be verging on his rally, and still the Outlaws can't stay alive. Lastro pops a rally despite the fact that Pelican's gone down here. The Defiant haven't given up the point gap, and although finds another one, he's far from done. Lastro's rally has expired. The Outlaws are down to 3, and Dante is being pressured. Forced to take to the high ground. Every ounce of healing being used, and it's not going to be enough.
And after that first fight, it's all Defiant. Not able to get Hisu off of that high ground. He's able to sit there. If you're not going to be able to dislodge him, you jump down, you try and take those fights. It's going to be big dynamites going down, big damage as well from the Ash up there. So not able to deal with Hisu in those large open areas. Shooting like that today, right? Sometimes we don't see that, but shooting like that, it's going to be tough to stop. As this is the rampage.
How do you do that?
everybody hit by that. You have a half a second window to make that happen. You don't see that every day.
I mean, some players like aren't even going to get hit by it as he's starting to use it. They're going to like come in
line up.
frame, yeah.
Sometimes the fates decree. The hometown team has a great round there. Let's see what they can do here. Pelican, he's taken a lot of damage early on. Hoppa seems disinclined though to get too aggressive behind this. Nice knife, Merit now hooked in. Still, slow play. It's all about giving Hisu time to set up some of these kills for all though. But he's being pressured. Pelican's found his way towards Hisu, who's now going to drop to the point, play around his team. Hotba eventually gets burned down. And maybe, just maybe, the Defiant would have been better served pressuring some of those health advantages they had at times. But Lastro gets cordoned off for the rest of his team. Pelican gets ruined by Hisu. The Ash stays alive late in the fight, and Hisu is delivering on the promise he made.
Yeah, and you're not going to give up much percentage here to the Outlaws. I mean, you're going to be able to take this one right back. So Houston, they get control of the point to start, but 14%, that's really nothing. I mean, the Defiant are going to come up here and pass that as Hisu and Aldo come through again.
Hisu is 4-2, but he's at like 15,000 damage per 10 right now, which is a super, super high number. Chorong and Lep both have those sound barriers coming up here. Luckily for the Defiant, they didn't have to, blade to try and get the point back. That's pretty insane. Hisu again, entrenched in the back line.
And that gets commanding shout out early.
Bob, you think he's going to come out here? Charges straight into the point, Dynamite to follow it up. Bob gets redirected, he's not in a good spot at all. It will force the Outlaws to play out of his line of sight, but they can still contest the point. 40% and counting though for the Toronto Defiant here. They're on their way, but here comes a rally from Lastro. The Outlaws going to have to go forward to get the capture here, and Chorong gets caught. Still a Defiant point though. They're going to stall this out as long as they can, although does well to stay alive as long as he has. Pelican eventually going to bring him down. Oh, Hisu catches Merit. He's up there like a clay pigeon.
They're using the rally here as well. Like, they think this is
It is
winnable.
Pelican gets brought down. There was a flip from the Outlaws there, but the Defiant, they're doing so much with so little, I'll be honest with you. This is unreal.
I mean, when they rally and it's Twilight, Chorong, and Hisu alive, I'm like, this is a little bit of a throw.
Who has the most final blows on Toronto right now?
Probably Twilight.
Yes.
Mitch is covering the stat screen, and even with that,
he is 8-2 right now.
I can just do math so fast in my head that I was able to just compute it on my own.
Unreal brick play. Okay, last chance here for the Outlaws. They're going to have to figure it out, and they're going to have to do it without support ultimates. Fortunately for them, saying to be said of the Defiant, it's time to go.
Although with a blade.
He's going to pull it first, Matthew. Okay, overclock here for Merit. Going to keep Although honest now. Rampage from Hotba. Ooh, that's a stinker. He's still able to find that key kill on Pelican with the blade out there, but it's a player advantage for the Outlaws. The Defiant have no reason to stall this out any longer.
No, I mean, this one you give up, surely, right? Well, here comes Bob, so maybe not.
Gentlemen, discretion may be the better part of Fowler, but Lastro, he's down. He's just able to fight 2. It's 3. Now Chorong gets one. Dante on the point. Can he hold on for the Outlaws here? It looks like the Defiant are here to defy the odds, sticking up the ante all you like, Houston, but it's not enough. What is this brand of Overwatch we are seeing? It defies reason.
Hey, you know what? 2 players down, let's use some ults, why not? 3 players down, yeah, sure, why not? So, man, the Bob comes through. Hisu's able to kill 2 there, somehow. And the Defiant, they're really strong here at map number 1.
Take your notebook, take your stats, take your historical figures, throw them out. Well, we're going, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to need them. Stick around as the Defiant start to raise the energy level here at the Mattamy Athletic Center, starting the series at a lead against the number 3 seed, Houston. Don't go anywhere.
top 8 is on the horizon now here. I'm having a great time here, because I don't know about you. This match has been a treat.
Now, it's their shot to regain some of the glory that they lost in the last tournament.
It's in the game because of how slow it is. Timed perfectly, it can be amazing. And Visions get another pick, too. Why not?
They don't even need a grab. Oh, Vision!
What was that shot?
That's a very... Oh! Chopper comes in with a full charge!
Poke coming out from Kuffa, looking for a low health bar. And oh my goodness. That is all 5 members hit by a rampage from Kuffa. Lines them up, pulls them down. See you next fight.
All throughout A sides, it was the tree effect. The tree effect. It was every single game. It felt like Tree was just controlling the lobby.
Oh my god, Tree, stop!
And really one-upping this hit scan role for the team. Necessary to sustain through this damage. The overclock on Cyrus looking for a shot and gets 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelts fastened. Your tray tables locked on the upright position. We are departing from Logic and Reason, headed to the great unknown. What on earth did we see in that first map, Matthew?
There was a sign in the crowd that said congrats to you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not going to sleep for a while. That's life.
So, man, that map 1 was crazy. The Defiant bringing a little bit of the chaos they had in that Justice match yesterday into map number 1. And it worked. I mean, look, they looked fantastic. And I think when you make those type of calls like they do, and you use some of these ultimates and these down fights where maybe you think the other team's gonna like leave the Defiant, decide to commit, when you use those ultimates and it pays off and it works out, it looks awesome like that. You know, we've also seen with other teams that happen and it not look that awesome. So you kind of like, you know, live and die by that, right? But when Hisu is, you know, being able to just with 2-3 players in his face end up killing 2, and then all those got his blade out and he's doing work. I mean, if those 2 players keep playing like that, you kind of have some magic here.
That's the question, ladies and gentlemen. Do you believe in that kind of magic? 2-0 Busan for the Toronto Defiant. Hollywood is going to be our second map in this series, and actually chosen by the Houston Outlaws as they were vanquished in the first map.
Yep, but the Outlaws, we saw them play this against the Shock, and they looked really good. This is where Pelican had that like really big pop-off map. Merit can play the Ash or the Sojourn here, so a lot of different things the Outlaws can do, and you've already seen your team have success on this map this weekend, so it's a fairly easy pick.
Pelican made absolute mincemeat of the Shock on Hollywood. It's like potentially a career best, or at least a best of the year performance on a singular map. Can he replicate it? Or will there be enough from the rest of the Outlaws to rise up around him and get the job done? I think it's worth pointing out there, obviously Twilight gets the lion's share of final blows on Busan, but Hisu randomly, you know, in that like 3v5, he's able to step up and get 2 kills. He is not getting nearly as much attention as we saw him get against the Justice. He's able to do a lot more on maps like that where he can flank, but here that might be a slightly different story, a little bit more of a linear nature to some parts of Hollywood.
You saw the Outlaws, they have knocked the Defiant out of the first 2 tournaments of the season. The Defiant have the lead here. And then what? If the Defiant were to win this, potentially sets up a 3rd battle in London.
Yep, that's right. It'll be 3 times in the last, what, 2 weeks they would have had to play. Starting to get a feel for each other, surely. Oh, that's cheeky. That's got to be a deflect.
Just the ragdoll there, the joke. So dramatic as, yeah, I mean, that's got to be, you would think it's a deflect. Or maybe it's like some damage from Merit or something like that. And then,
what, left click shuriken?
Yeah, but most likely I think that's a headshot deflect right back to Hisu.
Good start. But the Defiant are already back and ready to attempt another contest. Although, well deep, though.
They are in there fast.
Well, Choron's always good for one, Matt, especially at the start of these fights. Twilight takes a lot of damage, though, and Hotbar is, he's in trouble. Not too bad from Hisu here, able to get rid of Pelican. He gets revenge, but his team's no closer to capturing that point. 1 minute down.
I mean, not really a contest to the choke from the Outlaws, But the Defiant, I mean, they are in, like, we're on with Pelican. The fight, like, previous one just ended a few seconds ago by, although is already deep in by, like, the elevator in the back right corner. Just, he's in there as the Outlaws got to play a little bit slower. They got to get players back off the spawn.
Big headshot on Merritt. That's going to keep his head down for a while. We have an axe matchup between these two teams here. Isu, Jagged Blade draws him forth. He's able to resist the pull. Dante absolutely rolling. That's his second Jagged Blade. This one catches Chorong. Hoppa's in trouble. No supports means no front line.
And that knife from Dante as well. When it connects onto Hisu and he gets gripped in, doesn't have that coach gun for a bit if, you know, Pelican did want to dive him, right? No way to escape. The Ashe not as mobile as Sojourn. So, see, oh, what? Twilight just lurking in the corner, takes out Mary. You maybe actually have to take this off of that.
That's what a world champion gives you, Matt. Twilight leads them forward. The Outlaws are going to try and wrap around here. The Defiant are not pressuring this, though, so the Outlaws can rally, top up a little bit. Taking some poke. They'll be able to get on before this cap is complete, but then what? Bob, he's coming in. He gets redirected there. So many bobs! Dante going pretty low there. Lep has to barrier, but not quick enough to save Lastro's life. Although it takes him to task at the sharp end of the blade. And the Defiant are on the road.
You know, point A is very difficult to defend, so I think that the Outlaws did a pretty good job of it when all things considered, right? 3:40 on the clock here for the Defiant. You got to break this high ground setup. This is where teams, you know, this is why teams like really, if you want to play the Ashe and play high ground, this is why you love going to Hollywood, right? This part of the map's difficult to break.
Merritt already paving the way with his dynamites, allowing the rest of his team to play a bit further forward. He now has a buffer zone. So although he needs to cross some pretty contested waters to even get to Merritt in the first place, dynamite's being exchanged.
I'd also love to see another, like, how does Twilight end up getting that kill onto Merritt? Like, just hiding, lurking on the, I mean, that's massive. You don't even know if they get point A.
Knife connection there, he goes, Hotbo's going for it. Only two players connected with them with the rampage, and Dante sends one back his way. 2 for 1. Now Pelican's getting a lot of attention, not the good kind, everybody. Yeah, you're not getting out of that corner, my friend.
And some people may be like surprised in like how good the Defiant have looked so far and really taken it to the Outlaws. But it's not really that surprising. I mean, we know how good this team can be. It's just sometimes you don't see that team. And now have Twilight here today really kind of, I think, set the tone for this team. Really playing fantastic on the Brig early on. He is a former MVP candidate. Like, he is that good of a player, and you can see him definitely bringing that type of Brig play today.
Pelican's had awards of his own. Blade coming up here. Definitely needs to make a bit of an impact. He's been present, but not as high flying as he had been in the previous series. At times against the shock. Here's that blade. The bomb goes in. No, Pelican's not in a great spot. He's trying to work around from right-hand side. Is there enough pressure on Hotbar? It doesn't seem like it. Twilight stays Pelican off, puts him in jail for the time being, and the card. Oh, the card!
They're running into Bob.
Bob was in a position to shepherd it forward there in Houston. They get run out of town. The sheriffs have arrived.
So that is a good point B there for the Defiant. 3 minutes plus on the clock. And you can almost kind of see, judging by the health bars at the top, how that was going to go. They didn't put enough damage on Hotba, and as you were saying that, if you looked across, Dante, he was like below half HP in a really tough spot. Nothing to be able to help him out. So, although with a good blade opportunity here, Lep does not have that sound barrier just yet.
The Defiant, pretty good time they're setting on this first attack. Again, if they can have more than a minute, I think that's just exceptional. Although for the time being, just wants to wait. He's just waiting. Deflect there, shield bash already used by Lastro, and the chase is on. Sound barrier comes out, and although is happy enough to back up here. Deflect forced by Pelican, as he maybe didn't realize, although we still had the Dragon Blade out, but he's done.
Yeah, you lose Charong there early. You end up using your blade, you trade it for the sound barrier, so it's not the worst thing. And then also, because of the way these support ultimates have gone throughout this map thus far, you'll have a pretty big advantage here if you're the Defiant. You'll be able to use your sound barrier. And really, with only like 2 fights left, you can use your sound barrier, maybe get aggressive behind that and get the payload the distance.
You need a map completion, at least here, I think, if you're the Defiant. If you want to feel good about going onto the defense. Hopper blade there, no connection, but he does get some on the way back, so he gets a tick. Sound barrier here. Choron lets it go. He says, all right, it's time. Lastroy trying to hold the front there. Oh, my, that's 4 players in with the Rampage. And the Outlaws collapse.
And Pelican ends up blading there as well. They may not even matter. This one looks like it's going right in.
It's over. Said more than a minute. 1 minute and 5 seconds in the time bank.
Just the map completion. I think you just kind of like the totality of it, right? Of like how good the Defiant looked in map number 1. You select your map if you're the Outlaws. You know, they finish with a minute in the bank. You have the crowd here cheering on Toronto. Like, it's a lot to deal with. You're the Outlaws.
And something tells me that your Toronto Defiant are finally getting comfortable with that noise, because I know it's for them. Makes a big difference.
And how good can your point A hold here be? You're going to need to burn some clock here, I imagine, if you're the Defiant, get some type of hold. In the Outlaws, right? Like, how good is your offense? I don't think you're going to be able to find a kill like the one that Twilight found. Let's take a look here from Hoppa's POV. It's a Rampage around the corner.
What is he cooking?
Serving it up.
Oh, nothing but that.
Still though.
Nothing but the greasiest.
The most ridiculous part of the round is Twilight the Break finding a kill on Merit the Ash in like an exit, like we don't want to fight scenario. I don't know how that happens.
Toronto's rotation here is going to be very important. You need to put Hisu in a position where he can spend 30 seconds unharried. High ground for the Outlaws. I want to drop off this. I love that from Torong. Again, he preempts them with the boot back. Makes it so Houston can't really drop as a whole unit. Look at how much damage they take as a result of this.
Pelican solo.
There it is. Hisu has the space. He's got the moves. Coach gun is good.
Like how you said you're waiting to see Toronto's rotation, like rotating out was ever an option. They were going to fight regardless. Yeah, they just back up into that corner, right? If you can get enough damage down onto Pelican, he cannot collapse onto Hisu. That allows Hisu to, play a little bit of a distance, use those dynamites, as you see right here, putting down some damage, which is exactly what the Defiant want.
Houston barely building anything up, really. Look at Hisu's ult charge compared to Merit's. That evidence enough of him, a very productive first fight. Again, Chirong, I love this. Get that boop in early. Yeah, force some players to the low ground for Houston. Now they're in disarray. Can you use this? Or rather, how can you use this? Although he needs healing, he needs a pack. He's getting Lucio heals right now, but he's still low. It doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter.
This is not what I expected from the series. Like, I thought this would actually be like really back and forth. And honestly, maybe it's just like when you play the Justice, they play so fast and it's so chaotic that it's just kind of like, you just kind of get wrapped up in it. Because this is a completely different Defiant. Like, they look so like well coordinated. Like, the being able to just kind of collapse on players and see those opportunities fast. And the Outlaws have not been able to get anything going here today.
Merit credited for his big brain here, but the slowness of these Outlaws fights seems to just help the Defiant and their game plan. All right, Hisu runs into Pelican there. Nicely done. The Outlaws wrap around the side. This is not common to see this. But Pelican's able to find 3 big kills in this fight. But let's be honest, the Defiant have made it costly.
It almost didn't, like the Defiant didn't believe they were actually going to rotate all the way around. They were going to like fake it or maybe go up top or try something, because that's what the Outlaws have been doing, but they rotate all the way around. It's a nice dynamite there from Merit, and then Pelican just swoops in.
It's a pincer to the low ground. They're not ready for him at all, and Hisu has no chance to respond there. They're busy paying attention to Merit. They're brilliant, honestly.
Yeah.
Most teams just sort of try and play the point there and trade out, see if they can get an Ash kill or something similar. Not the case this time around.
But it takes a bit for the Outlaws to get that point, so now they're a little bit behind here. They got to make up some time in one of the tougher parts of the map, and you have 3 ultimates on the side of the Defiant. So Defiant, if you're the Defiant, you've completed the map, right? You got a minute in the bank. You just need to dwindle this clock down, right? That last choke's very difficult to get.
Hisu actually playing pretty far forward on the front building as opposed to the rear one. Oh, Pelican. Nice job by Aldo there, just keeps him honest. Here's the blade. Bomb from Merit. Although sizing him up. Oh, rampage for 3. Sound barrier expiring. So is Dante's lifespan. One big kill, although getting focused for a time by Bob there, able to get away from Lastro. Look at the Defiant. Their backline is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, they were fantastic yesterday. Very strong here today thus far. As Dante's got this rampage, but on the offensive side, like unless they're going to play really close around this corner or spawn camp, how are you going to get them down from that high ground to get good value out of it? Even when they do drop, it's most likely because you're pretty weak. So see how the Outlaws go about attacking this. Right now, it looks like they want to try and challenge for this high ground.
Dante wanting to pressure. Commanding shot from Hotbar. The Defiant have taken a lot of poke damage, so they need to give up this high ground. The Outlaws, they get what they came for in terms of positioning. That kill, and although it was a big one too, he got caught in the neutral. Dante has that rampage up. Into the saloon. Here's a bomb from Hisu, but Twilight's gone down now. Only 4 players out for the Defiant. Hotbar and Choron, great targets to hit. If they're the only 2 you're going to find. Bob makes short work of Hisu. Harder to kill Bob when you both have Ashes, as opposed to the Sojourns. He stays around a little bit longer, he does a bit more damage. 1:37 on the clock.
And a really nice job from the Outlaws. They get control of the high ground, they start to move the payload, they start to chip away at the Defiant from there, and then they collapse and go and get a fight win. It's going to be a rally from Twilight. They want to fight.
Yeah, they get there, 0.69 meters, nice. Now they're going to try and go to the payload. There's going to be a blade coming out from Pelican, getting into the back line. A lot of pressure on Hotbar. Cuts him down to size. More work to be done, though, although now hangs in the balance, literally, figuratively. He trades out on Merit. He gets taken down eventually by Pelican as well, who looks to the high ground. No more deflect available, but no eyes on Pelican right now, and he's free to work away at Chorong. And now pressure Hisu on that high ground. Of course, during that fight, the checkpoint was achieved.
Yeah, as they come out and they rally. For a second, when they rally, you're like wondering if they can even get there, as Hotba dies late here. So you're going to get some progress for the Outlaws. They still need a map completion. 2:13 and counting on the clock. They'll have sound barrier here for this next fight. They have to have an idea. No DPS ultimates available for the Defiant. So the Outlaws put themselves in a pretty good spot to actually get this across the line.
Twilight keeping himself pretty quiet up on the high ground, trying not to show himself in case Pelican tries to jump up there. Drops down now. Hotbar cannot be healed up. There's no packs available. Look at the health bar. It's not moving.
Yeah, it's just going really slow. And look at this progress here for the Outlaws. You know, you're looking at one fight to win it here, and you got Bob and Sound Barrier to do it.
Nice dynamite. Hisu has Bob coming up, like you said. Both sides do. In comes Bob. All right. Gonna play around this now for the Outlaws, and they back up. Complete disengage.
So this buys the Defiant some time, buys them some space. Now you're gonna have, although getting close to that blade here, you know, Hotba with a rampage as well, as the Outlaws, depending on what they decide to use here, Mitch, and how long this fight goes, you know, you're looking at one really good attempt here.
Bomb first, headshot on Chorong, I think, as he went sailing overhead. Sound barrier now coming out from both sides, but it's going to be a rampage hitting on the 3. Although, looking for the blade, looking for Lep. Twilight gets him instead. 5 versus 3 now. Merit in the backline trying to keep him alive, but it's not to be. It's just not meant to happen here. The Outlaws now.
So the Outlaws get wiped, Mitch, but You're going to come back. You're going to have a rally plus your blade here. Is that enough? Can you close this gap? The Defiant playing really close. Twilight's going to rally at the door.
Okay. Aggression from the Defiant. I don't know if the Outlaws are ready.
So early, though.
Both Bricks going to use the rally, and here comes the blade from Pelican. It's going to have to be Pelican here. Sees Chorong moved away. He can't reach anyone. The blade is going to get put back. Hotbar going to get taken down. There was Lastro's able to find the shield batch connection now. A lot of pressure on, although, but he's going to be topped up by a pack. A rampage for 2. Chorong is down. The Outlaws now surging ahead. And they're going to get over the line. Only just.
Yeah, no time on the clock for Houston. You know, you rally at the door there for the Defiant. You want to get aggressive. Maybe you feel like you're kind of like lurking around the corner. You can, you know, sneak a kill there at the start and put it away. But they're not able to do so. And then they're starting to, you know, hightail it out of there. And the rally's wearing off, and that blade comes through, and it just seems like it all kind of falls apart for Toronto. And look, you got 1 minute and 5 seconds to take this A checkpoint.
You're playing for a draw for the Outlaws, though, Matt.
Right, but you know, with the way the Outlaws have played today, I think you'd be pretty happy with a draw here. It was not an easy push for the Defiant onto point A the last time. If Twilight, you know, doesn't go basically invisible to Merit, it feels like for a bit, and gets the kill, you don't know if the Defiant, you know, actually get that, as we can see here. Lastro's POV. Yeah, the rally to follow up. So this is the rally right after.
Man, Hopper's just getting slapped around here. Look at the Inspire uptime. And look at how he just weaves these packs in every now and then.
Yeah.
Wow. Not an easy hero to play. Not like that anyway.
No.
Oh, okay. That's classy stuff.
But Houston, they'll switch over Merit to the Sojourn. I think you have to know if you're the Outlaws, you have a, you know, first death here early. You're looking at being down 2-0 in the series. You got to be perfect on this defense.
Attacker favored, generally speaking. The slow game for the Defiant here.
It looks like, are they trying to set up like Hisu on a
Dynamite
flank here? Yeah.
This could be dangerous for Hisu though. Oh, Merit! He's down! It's a 1-for-1 trade though. Lastro's able to get in there. Give him the old razzle-dazzle. Pelican forced to deflect in the corner. Yeah, he's not getting out of that one alive. And is this happening? It's a back-and-forth fight. Only a couple players up here for the Houston Outlaws, and although it's going to work, the Surgeon, can he find his mark? He has Chorong there. It's basically a 2v2 until reinforcements come. Just one tick, that's all they need, but they have to get off.
Yeah, they have to back up. It's Alep and Dante here for the Outlaws. They still have a few players coming back. It'll be, although getting on to touch.
It all comes down to this. One fight. Although it gets healed up now, there should be packs available. Over the top he comes, but Hopper falls first. 4 versus 5 now for the Defiant. Can they make something happen? Deflex from Although. Still in overtime, although needs to try and find a way in, but Chorong's taking too much damage. Hisu is low. Pelican's able to take him out now. Can Although salvage this situation? Chorong by his side is going to be brought down, and the Outlaws breathe a sigh of relief. They hold on here. Stay alive in the draw.
Not the ideal scenario for Houston, but with the way things were going, they battled back. So Toronto, they try and do almost like how the Outlaws ended up breaking the point, right? With Merit going on a little bit of a flank with the Dynamite, they tried to do that off the rip.
It's risky.
And look, they got that first kill, but just so many trades. And really the thing is you have Dante alive for Houston, and to get that Junker Queen off of the point in a 2-on-2, good luck.
Well, the Defiant looked to be the stronger team until they came around to that overtime. Nice lockdown by Houston. So that's a draw here. It's still a 1-0 series favoring the Defiant. Don't go far, everybody. It's an Outlaws map pick coming up next.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut, I on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Less common occurrence to see draws like that come up on Hollywood, but they do happen. And the Outlaws, thanks to their grit, they're able to hang on in a map that often felt like was well and truly out of their reach. They'll also be able to select the next map, as the draw means that the team who lost most recently will still get to choose as we head to Escort.
So the rare 2 map selections in a row here for the Outlaws. And obviously it's a draw, but you got to feel like that's a little bit of a win there for the Outlaws in the sense that, like,
they made out like bandits.
Yeah, the Defiant, you just need to take point A on Hollywood. It's one of the more attacker-sided ones I think we've seen throughout the stage thus far, and they're not able to do so. That the Outlaws hold strong on D. You know they'd hold strong because you saw Bishu earlier today bring in a tray of milk.
Yeah, I'm like, normally you get some coffee or, maybe, some decaf or whatever, some frappes, if you will. Bishu's running milk.
Could have been for some coffee. I don't know. I didn't get the whole story.
It's for growing bones, I'd suggest.
Make sure they're strong on that stage.
Circuit Royale is going to be our 3rd map in this series, and very good signs for Toronto fans. First one being that Hisu is turning up today. He's having an excellent game. And as usual, Chorong, in his incredible intuition for how fights start in this game, has been disrupting the Outlaws just as they're about to go in, really throwing a spanner in the works. It's a great look if you can keep an eye on where Chorong's position. You'll notice he does less healing on average than a lot of his counterparts because he's busy thwarting the plans of his opponents.
And I also think like the Outlaws, it's like not a team. Some teams I think you can definitely have. They not really like check out mentally, but like it kind of becomes tough, right, to battle back through these types of situations. Everybody with the Outlaws, whether it's like the coaching staff, Bishu, Jake, the players, everybody has been so confident and just, really feel like this is like their time, where I don't think they're going to waver, going up against some adversity here. Bishu going with a little bit more brutal approach to the piano game. So, let's see, it'll be the up-close spawn hold here for Houston. Now, ooh, the CC take a little bit of an off angle here on the Widow.
Doesn't spot too much, but again, if he can work from this off angle here, it'll be pretty annoying. It's only Lep really keeping him in check from there. Oh man! Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Chorong sends Merit to the Shadow Realm. So much for the spawn camp, Matthew.
And Chorong and Twilight are having a really good series as a duo, being able to find so many kills. The support ultimates, even in fights that look like they are not winnable, have really turned things around. Let's see this from Chorong's POV.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Oh my. Man, get Chorong on the Ash.
This guy was one of the hottest prospects coming out of his regional league. The bidding war was real. All right, good start. Obviously, the spawn camp means the Outlaws get to play here as opposed to on top of checkpoint 1. Chorong playing alongside Hisu up there. Make sure that Pelican can't get close enough. Feel pretty good on Ash on this part of the map in general. Don't have to wait to charge up those rails. Just a couple consecutive hits, get people low, pave the way for your Genji.
He's got to respect, though, that Merit, can be so fast on the Sojourn and hit a rail shot and take him out. Can't play too wide on those angles around the corner. It makes it a little bit harder to hit those dynamites.
The Defiant's fairly conservative approach means that this is a little slow. Surge ahead now. They're all topped up. Pelican getting some body shots in, and as is Lastro, Merritt can shut this down with one rail. But it comes too late. And here comes Although. He's big, bad, and bustling. And he's got 4 to his name.
Houston opts to fight another day with their support ults. So as soon as Although pulls out the blade, the dash through gets 2 right away. So this is scary here, where you get up to this high ground, like to the Outlaws, you lose a player here. This is pretty devastating. They need to be careful, but still take this space. They can't allow that cart to just progress for free around this first corner.
Although it's 7-0 right now. Yeah, you heard me correctly. From 2 fights, 7 kills. 70% of the possible ones. And yeah, okay, good progress here now. Eventually the Outlaws right about this tree. They're gonna need to put a stop to this. Now Pelican has had no way, no option to get in. He's just been screened entirely. Twilight is a menace for him. Oh, what an angle for Bob. Okay, got boot back there. Getting worked down now again. Sojourn very good at dealing with Bob, but Merritt is kept honest by Hisu.
The Outlaws backed into this corner, though. This is like a good opportunity for a dynamite, right? They're going to have to come out and fight.
Okay, Hotbar realizes there's pressure coming his way. Good disengage there. Chorong very cleverly turns up the speed and they back out. That commanding shout will expire now from Toronto.
Yeah, maybe they thought that they were going to come around the corner with a little bit of a speed boost and a blade there as Pelican takes a nasty shot.
Yeah, he's going to go for it anyway. Takes one hit, deflects. Oh! Oh, what a masterclass from the new big boss as Hopper dives in. 3 connected with now with that rampage. And he's got more to do. The Outlaws know there's just no point.
Oh, he's yoinks him back.
Chorong, what happened to his beat? Got interrupted there, he booped Dante. Ends up getting the kill. Only one player with that rampage. The Outlaws are looking, ooh, not so great here.
Yeah, it looks like actually Hotba connects with Dante with a knife as he's going with the rampage, and as he starts to go by, he just yoinks him out of it as the beat was used there by Chorong as soon as that blade came down from Pelican. So use that ultimate to really stop Pelican from going crazy with that blade before anything started. But
I mean, he got rolled.
Yeah, this is a rare fight, Mitch, where nobody's got anything to use here. As Toronto, they've claimed the high ground with Hisu, that's key. It's Twilight up there. Maybe you see a rally here as things starting to look like they're maybe kind of falling apart here for Houston.
Houston have 2 final blows for the map so far.
It's not great.
16 for the Defiant. You can do the math. Merritt down a half here, although another blade, his last one got him forward. How many will it be this time? He sees Merritt, he spots him, he won't be denied. Dante catches him with a wild axe swing, but Bob charges on in to control the cul-de-sac here. The cart, it's moving. The Houston Outlaws, they're in disarray. They have no idea what's going on. Dante tries to swing and he's brought down. 2 minutes and 54 on the clock. Are you kidding me? That's wrong!
It's not a good defense there for the Outlaws. Let's put it that way. Defiant looked incredible. Whether it was Hotba on the Junker Queen, Twilight able to pick up some kills there. He's like getting insane. Yeah, I mean, Twilight diff.
You are not wrong.
Not capping. I mean, he has been crazy good so far in this series. It feels like every fight he's like getting like 2-3 final blows, like really, they're in the mix in terms of engagements. I mean, really a strong showing.
Yeah. 25% Inspire uptime. Crucially though, he's making it very hard for Pelican to do his job.
This is the first blade, so this is like, he doesn't even use the blade to get these? Yeah, it just happens in such quick succession.
All the resets. Getting a kill on the way in. Means he could dash blade, dash again if he'd wanted.
And also notice, like, typically when we see Genji's blade, like, think back to Pelican's last blade, right? And everybody for the Defiant, like, focusing him down, was anybody looking at Although there?
It's just what I'm talking about backlines.
It's just because there's so much aggression coming through, right? And, like, pressure and, yeah, and where's the backline, right?
Chorong and Twilight doing a fantastic job of defending their key players. They are the key players in many senses. All right, cheeky little spawn camp. Merritt getting to build a rail here. Hey. Doesn't quite hit the mark, that one there. Lastro's down. Merritt really trying to break the deadlock here if he can. Disrupt the shot thrown in. 4 versus 4, but big spawn advantage to Houston. Hopper gets a freebie there, but the Outlaws are out of the gates.
Yeah, trade of the Briggs at the start. You're just really low on healing all throughout. It makes it very hard to brawl with that Jungle Queen without having the Inspire and the Shield Bash and Knockback, the Whip Shot, etc. for both teams. But the Outlaws just have that spawn advantage so close where that's good for Houston. Starting to get, you're trying to muster up some kind of positive vibes over there right now, and we're going in the right direction. It's the type of fight you need. You can't get spawn killed there for very long with how they've been playing.
Pelican, big dynamite hit, huge one in fact. Just the initial damage was enough to make it impossible for Lev to get his team back on their feet. Here comes Choron. Oh, he's a nightmare! Lucky they've got the mobility to stay up, but not the health pools. Yeah, you back the Brinks truck up for this man.
So he's going to go back, go get Twilight, bring him back into the fight. It's a good defensive hold there from the Defiant. But whether it's the pressure and then the blades from Although and just kind of crumbling, or it's Hisu being able to just free fire from range, you can definitely see clearly when they get Pelican weak and prevent him from actually going in and causing chaos. Because when Pelican gets in there, he's a success, right? He's doing work. It's just taking those big hits and the dynamites and trying to keep him alive before that. That allows Hisu to have this type of freedom.
He's had it all game. It's insane what he can do with it too. Pelican goes down a half. He thought about the blade, I'm sure of it. The commanding shout going to send the Outlaws forward. Here's a rampage. It's on to 3. Oh, you know what that means. Pelican looking to get in there with the blade and make something happen. It's Hotba taken down. Although he's having a trade, though, there's a chance for the Defiant to get back to the point where they have to be quick. Bobby's here. Lastro is down. He's suing 3. He cannot be stopped. But you better believe the Outlaws can and will.
And Dante trying to jump off the side. He will get bashed and taken out, as we got to see that again from Hisu. Bob coming up clutch with some kills here on the flank in this series. So and then just cleans him up on the point. Let's take a look.
Man, look at him, constantly rotating back, constantly thinking about his positioning until he doesn't have to anymore. Shishu is in the building.
I mean, when you give him that type of space, it is tough.
Blade here coming out from Although Merritt has the overclock.
Big
rampage. That's a fantastic ultimate from Hotba.
And I like this aggression from the Defiant. Push them back to the spawn. If they're going to make it out, make it costly. The Outlaws, absolutely nothing here. 30 seconds on the clock. I mean, this has been... they kind of, in a way, they win the last map by drawing, just getting out with their life. But man, this one, it's not been it.
12 seconds left for the Outlaws to make something of this map. But Hisu, he puts the foot down. Houston now in utter disarray, but there is no running, there is no hiding. This is Toronto's house.
Outlaws got to be searching for answers, because this is a Defiant clicking on another level here today. The hometown buff seems to be real, as feeding off that crowd, that energy. Hisu and Although have been electric today.
Hisu 10-1, Although 11-3. Hotba 7-2. The Houston Outlaws just got beaten to a pulp. What do they have left in the tank? They're going to have to find something special, because the Toronto Defiant are walking all over them. The Summer Showdown legendary skin is sure to put a smile on your face. Happy Genji's on sale now for just 200 League tokens. But I'd suggest, as you may agree, a cursory look around the arena at present indicates that perhaps smiles on faces are not needed. They're already there in droves. There's something in the air right now, Matthew. A little bit of magic. Maybe whispers of a revival. It's been some time since we've seen teams from the north, these Canadian rosters, start to take over the league, but maybe this weekend is the one.
And, you know, the Outlaws, right, you take a little bit of a breather here, you come back. You got to see them look like a completely different team, because the Defiant, they are really just dominating this series. I mean, you're what, like, you're a 2v2 scenario there on Hollywood, right? You're the wrong two players alive for Houston. I mean, you're looking at 3-0 right here. How do you battle back here? You know, because of the draw, right? If you did complete a reverse sweep, we're going to go to an extra map in the set. So what, you got to win here on push. You got to get another control, and then move past that. It's brutal. I mean, this is, and even then, take a look at Hisu's stats, right? I mean, the dynamite kills, look at that, 17. Just huge value out of those dynamites on the Ashe.
Often they're accounting for a third of his damage, which is more than average, right? Usually it's more like 10%, maybe 15.
And
really scary.
If you're Toronto, you want to finish the series off as fast as possible. Ideally, it would have been 3. You know, right here, finish it in the 4th map, because like, the Outlaws are a capable team bringing this back. You also have to play another match today, where if you're like London or Florida, you're like, hey, we can take care of business quick, right? This match is brutal, kind of like draining for these teams, right?
It's a long day.
Yeah.
So wait for the other 2 matches to finalize.
You cannot just kind of like dilly-dally through these series and just end up playing like, you know, 10 maps in a day, right? Because you'd also have to go tomorrow. You got to get, you know, when you have a team against the ropes like this, and with how good you've looked against the Outlaws, you got to get them out of there quick.
Houston Outlaws need to put their foot on the gas in this series, in-game. They need to start putting pressure on the Toronto Defiant, because we just get to see Hisu putting a montage together over the course of this series. Really unbothered by a lot of that pressure from Houston. Pelican not able to find nearly as much. I choose New Queen Street for our 4th map in this series. It's a risky choice from the Outlaws. Multiple reasons.
To play in Toronto, on Toronto versus Toronto.
How long have you been waiting to say that?
I think we had it like the other day, so not that long. It's a good pick, though, I feel like. Hey, we passed that sign.
We did.
Did not pass that bot or the Baron. We passed that sign. Can you run the Ashe here, right? That's really been what's devastating for the Outlaws, and at least off the rip here, potentially, looks like not. You would run the Sojourn. Hisu's still very good on that hero. I'm interested to see, though, what this looks like in the head-to-head without the Ashe in play.
Well, we may not need to find out. Looks like Hisu is going to come out on the signature Ashe pick. Houston have to get a win here, or they're going home.
I think some teams are starting to move towards this. Like, the meta has been really just around this Sojourn comp, this Ashe comp, but I think more teams, you see the Dallas Fuel trying to use a lot of the Ashe now. Toronto has had good success with it. I think you're starting to see more teams pull this hero out as Merit. That's a good start if you're the Outlaws. A headshot onto Hisu.
Yeah, Chorong trying to tuck himself in around that statue as much as he can, but eventually Merit will exterminate him. Very good opener for this guy. He'll have all the final blows.
Yeah, able to get a few kills. That's huge. You got to get Merit online if you're the Outlaws, and to be able to take out Hisu first. The advantage of the Sojourn, right, is the consistent damage and then also that burst damage towards the end, right, with that railgun shot. And Ashe not not known for her mobility. Pretty stagnant target that he's able to land a headshot on.
Very quiet fight for Toronto. I think he's in a position to succeed. He's going to be priority numero uno.
He's going to have to play a little bit closer than Ash would like to.
Yeah. You can see here, a little bit of discomfort. Needs to rotate back quickly. Has to use the coach gun in order to do so. Ground being goal by Clay Pigeon, shooting. Nicely done. All those able to get rid of that pin out. 3 players for the Outlaws. Zip him up.
Now the bot will go the other way. Not a ton of progress there gained by the Outlaws. They do end up getting both support ults out of this though, so quite huge as the Pelican moving up here with the rest of the crew. You'll be able to contest this, you know, right around this first corner. Or if they wanted to, they can kind of like speed boost out of this window, take that fight right to him.
Quicker the better for the Outlaws here. Pelican, I'm almost certain he got hit by Hisu there in the head. Such a threat.
Nice dynamite.
Such a weapon. Hisu's got bomb coming in now as well. Get out of his way. Merit is specifically qualified to deal with that particular threat. They're body blocking for Bob. You'll love to see it. Dynamite thrown in there. At some point, the Outlaws need to go. They've got plenty of ultimates pulled up here. All right, here we go. Although in with the blade, Merit trying to get a little bit of space here. The overclock is ticking, but they're trying to get in his face. Although he's already found Astro. Astro's got on the back line towards Merit as well. He's down. Chorong finishes the job now. And the Defiant, they're going to get into the lead.
They're going to take this lead. They're also probably going to get the checkpoint, which is almost even bigger.
That'll be massive.
Than getting the lead, yeah. So Pelican will have his ultimate coming back into this next fight. Nothing to deal with it. Although maybe a Hotba Rampage is enough as you see that barrier getting up.
Oh, they're going to get there. Unreal.
And that is huge. For the rest of the round, you're not going to have to make that stop.
While the rust removal occurs, Hotba wants to cause some problems. Merit is down. The headshot is good from Hisu. Oh, this is turning into an avalanche.
And they are so fortunate that they get that pick. That Rampage was not very good. It connects with one player.
It was a stinker.
Yeah, I mean, that one's not going in the Hotba highlight reel at the end of the season, I'll tell you that. But, you know, they get the job done. They get across, and look at this. You win that fight, Pelican's not able to use his blade there. You end up building up towards a rally, so maybe you're actually able to live through it and keep this barrier moving.
88 meters and counting. Still over half of the round left. Depending on how you want to frame it, that could be good or bad for Houston, but one thing's for sure, they need to start to take control of the situation. What a flank from Hisu. He's going deep. Is that Solid Snake? Oh, well, Pelican will put him down. Merit is traded out though. Both teams have locked their hit scan. DPS and Pelican's going to be surrounded by foes here. Lastro gets involved, but Pelican has been removed, although it gets the job done. 3 versus 2 here. Lep trying to stay alive. Commanding shout there from Dante, and Chorong needs to be very careful. Lep is down. 3 versus 1. Reinforcements are on the way for Houston. But they're no closer to getting back in this game than they were before.
Yeah, as Defiant, they have to back out. That's a really close spawn there for the Outlaws. They don't want to end up losing that fight, giving them even some more ultimate charge. So they back out. They'll take a fight a different part of the map. As going to see where this bot is moving. It's still going to be in a favorable spot for the Defiant, even with the Outlaws getting it out of the base.
Hopper has the off angle here. You see Twilight is sitting well and truly back. Dante knifes, Hopper ignores him until he realizes how low he is. Trying to go for an axe, but Dante should be able to get away. It will necessitate the rally from Lastro. The Outlaws triaging at the moment.
And they can just back off of this. This is really nice decision-making from the Defiant. They don't need to fight this while the rally's active.
And yet, they might want a bit of this. What a kill from Although. 8-1 right now for him on the Genji. Stunning work. Make it 9.
They wait for the rally to... They end up rallying because of the blade, and they just back up. And they have such a huge advantage they're able to do so. Really nice decision-making there from the Defiant, which we talked about yesterday against the Justice, right? And even some in the beginning of this series, you know, some interesting choices of when to fight and when not to, and how to use some of these ultimates. That one was beautiful.
Well, Dante got hooked in, he's low. That's frustrating to have to top him up. It's going to cost a lot of resources. Here's the overclock, rampage in from Hopper. Not quite hitting the mark there. It's going to be a sound barrier as Hopper tries to get back to safety. He's being healed up. The Outlaws don't have the bandwidth to actually chase this kill. Instead, they've dealt with Chorong. Pelican wanted to find Hisu, and the Shuriken fadeaway will secure the kill. Okay, signs of life from the Outlaws now, but is it primordial goop or is it free-thinking organisms? We'll find out.
So, you know, it's going to be about 3 minutes on the clock when you get to mid-map here with the bot. You also didn't get the checkpoint if you're the Outlaws, so you're going to have some time stoppage there. You got to string two, 3 fights together in fast. Because with that checkpoint, you're going to get a stoppage there. It's going to buy the Defiant some more space.
Twilight under a lot of pressure here. He was trying to keep Hisu alive, but look who comes to the rescue! Big brother Hotbar! Oh, that bot's heading the other way, Matt, in a hurry!
If you're the Defiant, you don't even need to get this one all the way in, right? The bot moving now in your favor. You just need to get the bot deeper into the Outlaws territory, because this is so frustrating, man, if you're the Outlaws. Like, you get a push, they push it all the way back, and then you essentially you never get any progress. You're just going back and forth, never actually getting to that barrier again.
Pelican hoping to wrap around. He sees a flank happening, but he can't do anything about it. Now he's hoping just to try and split up the Defiant. They force him into the back room, but the bot is moving away from them. Now it's decision time for Houston. They're trying to group up. Whip shot doesn't quite hit Chorong. It's about protecting Hisu in this situation. Can be a little hard. Yeah, tough to keep him alive there.
Like you're just escorting Hisu around the map.
It is protect the VIP. There's a big reason why he's doing so much work here. Lastro, better respect. All those Bladies out and Lep is down. It's another one. And another one, surely. 3 for all though.
And I was going to say, just this drawn-out fight is good for the Defiant, right? Just burns more clock. And little do you know, they actually win it. So you are down. Hisu's back in the fight. Twilight's on his way back now. Do you have the Bob here? You can kind of get the Bob towards the end of the map. Here we go.
Yep. Straight down the line comes Bob. Lastro not able to reposition him. Bob is in a very scary position right now. Dante trying to go and he finds Hopper with the rampage there, but it's going to be Merritt catching, although in midair with the charged rail. Dante bisects Twilight. And then a fight now down to 3. They're going to have to back away. And so the Outlaws' final gambit begins.
But still, this is going to have to be a historic run back here for the Outlaws. Under a minute on the clock. You know, you're going to have a fight here near mid-map. You're going to have to win that one there. You're going to probably have another fight near the checkpoint. You're going to have to win that one. And then you're basically going to have to take it all the way into the Defiant spawn and win another fight. You got to be perfect.
Chorong close to a beat. Hopper had that rampage online. He needs a good one here, Matt, just to finish the job. Overclock from Merritt doesn't find a whole lot. Hopper gets Dante. It's going to be a sound barrier coming out for Lep, but he's able to deal with it, although at the same time, Merritt giving a bit of room here, but Hopper's able to find Lastro, making it 4 versus 4. Disastrous for Houston. Disastrous! They've lost Dante here, and Hisu is on a rampage. Oh, Pelican don't know what hit him. 15 seconds left, and the Outlaws will barely be able to touch.
And you push up, and it's going to be Twilight with a rally right into the spawn.
5 seconds! What can they do? A blade for the Outlaws. It's desperation, but they've got nothing left. They sent left to the bot. The bot is on the move here, but the rest of the Outlaws are being removed. The final hope, the wave prematurely. Twilight knows. He knows the truth. It is over surely. Overtime is done. The North endures and the Outlaws. Your watch is ended. Toronto advance in the lower bracket once more.
Maybe 3rd time's the charm is for the Defiant, as the Outlaws, they send Toronto packing in our first 2 tournaments of the year. Toronto in Toronto here, not going to let that happen as they handle this quickly. I mean, that is as dominant as we have seen from the Defiant throughout this stage. So potentially for a prime, a run here going into Sunday.
Another stunning game from Although. Truly incredible performance. And remember, they had some issues getting Although on the team. Start of the season, had to wait a little bit. They brought him in and he really, really paid off. We're talking up this back line to no end. It's a very different experience in this match for Hisu. That the Outlaws just don't play as fast as the Justice do. They don't play fast enough to really pressure down Hisu. And if you give him the time to build up to a crescendo in these fights, it's very punishing indeed.
And how, let's say you're watching this match now and you're London and Florida. I think London obviously with some experience against this Toronto team.
This ain't the same team.
But no, I would agree. I mean, they looked fantastic here today, playing that aggressive style of play.
All right, so let's get some words from the Toronto Defiant. True triumph again in front of a home crowd, but there's more to be done. Let's head down to the stage with Danny Lim.
Mitch Matt, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Hisu and head coach Moby Dick. What an amazing series. Okay, this is a very special moment for you guys. So I asked for both of them and they said yes. So thank you first for saying yes to this interview. Now, coach, did you honestly expect to win against the Houston Outlaws in such a decisive fashion? 자, 일단 첫 번째 질문을 가볍게 한번 시작을 해볼게요, 감독님. 솔직하게 좀 대답을 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 오늘 경기 휴스턴과의 경기였는데 이렇게 3대 0으로 쉽게 이길 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
사실 한 맵도 안 비길 거라고 생각했는데 사실 비겨서 자존심이 좀 상하긴 하지만 네, 이렇게 쉽게 이길 거라고 생각했습니다.
Honestly, I honestly expected to be an even more of an easy win for us, but they got a couple of rounds off of us, so I'm a little hurt. But yes, I definitely expected this to be an easy win for the Toronto Defiant. All right, Hisu, let's move on. So yesterday I talked to Hapa, and he said that you guys really wanted a revenge against Houston Outlaws because Houston Outlaws were the team that knocked you guys out for the first and the second tournament. So you guys finally got your revenge. So how do you feel? 자, 희수 선수는 이제 어제 핫바 선수와 제가 살짝 말씀을 나눴는데 핫바 선수께서 휴스턴 팀이 이제 토론토 팀을 2번이나 탈락을 시킨 게 있기 때문에 꼭 오늘 복수를 하고 싶다라고 말씀을 하셨는데 오늘 드디어 복수를 이루시게 되셨습니다. 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
근데 복수라고 생각하기에는 너무 쉬워가지고 좀 참았어요. 네.
I think it was too easy to say it was a revenge match. So I was honestly sort of falling asleep on stage. One more question for you, Coach. Remember yesterday we were outside and we were talking, and I remember you specifically telling me that if you guys beat Washington Justice, Toronto Defiant will go all the way to the finals. What made you so confident to tell me that? 자, 이제 마지막 질문으로 이제 감독님은 어제 저희가 밖에서 살짝 담소를 나눴잖아요. 거기서 이제 감독님께서 우리가 워싱턴만 이기면은 이제 결승전까지 올라갈 수 있다라는 말씀하셨는데 좀 이런 자신감 좀 어디서 나오는 건가요?
사실 저희가 연습 경기에서는 스크림 승률이 이제 거의 한 70%에서 80%까지 나왔었는데 강팀들 상대로. 예, 근데 뭐 사실 저희가 대회 때 선수들이 좀 많이 떨다 보니까 아무래도 좀 적응기가 필요하겠다. 그래서 워싱턴만 이기면 저희가 승승장구할 수 있겠다고 생각했기 때문에 그렇게 말씀드렸습니다.
The reason why I told that to you is because in scrims and dream practices, our win rate is about 70 to 80% against a really good team. But the fact that because our players sort of tend to get nervous on stage, if we just beat our first opponent, which is Washington Justice, if we get that one win, I was sure that we could go all the way to the finals. Hisu, do you agree? 희수 선수도 동의하시나요? Do you think you guys are going to go to the finals?
동의합니다.
I don't think, 좀 확실하게 말씀해 주세요. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's do one last question for Hisu. I mean, speaking of confidence, you guys definitely looked confident today against the Houston Outlaws. I feel like you guys even picked, or you guys went into a team fight even with a man down. You guys still fought when you guys were 4v5, and you guys still ended up winning. So was that, 100% coming out of confidence, or was that part like a strategy? 자, 마지막 질문으로 희수 선수, 또 이제 제가 봤을 때 이제 감독님도 말씀해 주시면 좋겠다고 생각한 게, 오늘 경기에서 특히나 이제 토론토 팀이 한타에 항상 이렇게 뭐 정커 퀸이 없어도, 아니면 뭐 한 팀이 한 멤버가 없어도 4대5로 어떻게 보면 한타를 계속 끌고 나가면서 그런 한타를 이기는 이렇게 상황을 많이 보여주셨는데요. 좀 이런 게 좀 자신감에서 나오는 건가요? 아니면 이것도 어떻게 좀 전략적으로 좀 얘기가 되었던 건가요?
뭐 저희끼리 개인 판단으로 하는 것도 있고, 근데 오늘 유독 그런 장면이 많이 나왔는데 그거는 상대가 못하니까 저희가 더 그렇게 하자라고 마인드를 가지고 했던 것 같아요.
Right. He just said, it sort of depends on like self-judgment while we're playing the game. But I mean, we had to, always play against them in 4v5 today because they were that bad, and we knew that we were gonna win. So it wasn't much of a choice. Wow, Hisu, you're spicy today. I like it. Yeah, Coach, how about you?
네, 그냥 뭐 just better team win이라고 생각합니다. 네.
You guys heard him. Just better team wins, and that is, of course, the Toronto Defiant today. Thank you guys so much for the post-match interview. With that being said, let's send things over back to our casters. Mitch and Matt, back to you.
Okay, yeah, maybe we got a little bit more than we bargained for from that particular interview. Nice to hear from Moby Dick as well.
Yeah, we gotta get Danny to interview these teams before before the result. I want to see how spicy we are before the game.
Sure.
It's great to hear though.
Whichever way you slice it, I think it's fair to say that the Defiant looked much less jittery than they did yesterday, right? We were not that convinced after their win against the Justice. It looked pretty messy. This time, though, it wasn't the case, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. We talked up their backline a lot. I want to talk up their player of the match here. Maybe not the one that everyone's expecting, but someone who's really integral to setting up the DPS on this team. It's your boy, world champion Twilight, for player of the match here.
He was unbelievable on the break today. You talk about like how important it is for this role on this team specifically when you want to play that Ashe setup all the time. Here's a huge kill. I mean, how did this happen? That is wild. I mean, that could have won them Hollywood, or at least allowed them to get the draw.
They're a player down in that fight too.
But just being able to protect Hisu, being in the right spot at the right time, really good kill participation throughout the series. I thought Twilight was a huge difference maker in this match.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. I think at one point, I think it was on Busan, he was leading his team in final blows. 36% uptime percentage, for Inspire. That is basically the top of the league right now. That's, what guys like Lastro and Skewed were putting up coming into this week. So he now joins them up there as well with that stat. Pretty impressive number of final blows there. Very, very involved player. Plays a lot around Hisu. You saw it on New Queen Street actually as well. And at some point, you saw the Outlaws, they tried to dive Twilight instead. He got so much attention that they gave up on getting Hisu. They go for Twilight, and then Hopper comes in and wins the fight, just by third-partying them almost in that case.
Which Defiant do we get later in the day, though? Do we get this? Do we get the Justice Defiant? I mean, you don't know. That's why it's so hard to predict this team, because they come out and play like that. There's probably only like one or two teams in the league that you'd say right now that you would predict over them. I mean, they look that good, but sometimes you don't see that. That's why I'm interested for their match later today.
Potential matchup against the Spitfire again, a team with a lot of experience against them. But again, it's the same Toronto we're dealing with or not. You're going to have to wait to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We've got much more to be decided in this lower bracket, so stick around. We're going to hear from the crew in the truck, and then we'll be back here at the Mattamy Athletic Centre for more of your summer showdown. What a tournament's been so far. What a city. What a game. We'll see you after the break.
뭐야 씨발 나 데려가 씨발 야 화물 루시오 잡아 서전 먹게 소전 나이스
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Watch Point. We got a game break. It's Puckett here with two very wrong experts. Welcome back, Scott Kennedy, Jonathan Reinforced Larson. We'll make sure the whole world knows your full name when we show your predictions once again. Gentlemen, hold your Pachimaras of shame or catch them later. Johnny, talk to me.
Yeah.
Toronto Defiant, make some noise. We got the fans loud and proud in Toronto, and let's take a look back at why they're so happy. Custa started the day telling me, Puckett, we are in for a long one. Not if we keep getting 4-game series that end in a 3-0, Custa.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to talk about the Houston Outlaws first. It was kind of disappointing to see them go out this way because they have been performing quite well, but you can't take anything away from the form that the Toronto Defiant are in right now. They are playing. We said when they came to this tournament, although Angeles needed to step up and perform to the level that we know that they can, and they are, and they have been playing so well. Their coordination, the way they moved around the Houston Outlaws, just forcing them into bad positions time and time again. The Outlaws just did not have an answer, and I think that led to Pelican and some of the other players from Outlaws sort of feeling almost a little bit desperate to try and do more, overcompensate to try and turn the ship.
You were telling me at times it felt like they were trying to win too hard, the Outlaws. Was that like trying to pull a Shanghai where you can just feed in one by one and still save the point? Or what were you seeing? What mistakes were happening?
It felt like, especially on this map, if you look at the first two blades that Pelican pulls in this map, like he's just going so deep right here. Like look at, he did not need to go for that extra dash. He got that punish onto Hopper. He could have disengaged, worked with the team, and I feel like he just kept going that little step further, and the same could be said for a lot of players on the Outlaws. So just, I guess, maybe some desperation, maybe the home, the playing on stage got to them with the Toronto fans, booing them and cheering against them. But regardless of anything, Houston Outlaws go home and Toronto Defiant wins in front of their home.
Johnny, you highlighted although before this matchup for the Defiant. How did you feel about the Genji's performance?
Absolutely phenomenal stuff by Aldo through this entire series. I gotta say though, this was a group effort, all right? You had individual players standing out. Hoppa, for example, what were those rampages? He got like 5-man rampage after 5-man rampage. Aldo had a great game on the Genji, but I also think that overall the team performed as a whole group. And you could really see that crowd buff working its magic. They were playing with confidence, they were determined, and they were capitalizing on the Houston Outlaws mistakes. So overall, I want to give credit to the entire Toronto Defiant team. And if they show up like that, they could maybe make top 3 in the tournament.
Making a top 3 runs. Houston hasn't done it all season. That is the final point here. What is going wrong with Houston at the tournaments? Custa coming in. We said this is the team primed to make that lower bracket run. They're out now.
We said this was their time, right? Like, this is the time that they're not going to finish, 6th. They've finished 6th, they've finished 8th. They just always struggle to pull it out when it really matters the most. And it's just another disappointing end. Who knows if it's stage jitters? Who knows what is sort of happening internally with these kind of situations? Because theoretically, they should be better than this.
You got the pieces.
Matches. They have the pieces. They've shown the ability to perform at the highest level, at least better than 6th. But once again, the fans go home disappointed.
Well, there you have it. Final score is a 3-0. That will end the summer showdown for the Outlaws as the Toronto Defiant keep charging forward as the Weekend Warriors continue to impress. But we got another matchup here, another elimination game coming up with Florida taking on London. Johnny, let's start with you because you made a late night call to Coach Christopher. What did the man tell you?
Oh, I wish I could make a call to Christopher, have him close. Yeah, I sent him some messages, of course, because Christopher, he's a Coach of the Year candidate, one of the best coaches we have in the entire league.
And for those new, what team does he coach?
He coached the London Spitfire. There you go. There you go. The coach for London Spitfire. Yes. But he's one of the best coaches around, and so I wanted to pick his brain, because London Spitfire, they've been on an unreal trajectory. They came into this season, were ranked the worst team in the league. But since then, they began some good results. So I wanted to pick his brain. Well, how do you take the next step here if you are the London Spitfire? You can already compete with the likes of Florida Mayhem. They fell short against the Dallas Fuel. So how do you beat the likes of Dallas Fuel? After their match, he said, for this tournament, it's mindset. We figured it out after map 3 against the Dallas Fuel. But you can't allow the big boys San Francisco Shock, Dallas Fuel, to walk all over you. Our goal for the rest of the tournament is to show less respect and have more self-confidence. And I like that because you need to show respect to your opponents, but you gotta be disrespectful back to your opponents, all right? You can't just play passive, you can't let them play their game. Be a bit more disrespectful. Then I asked him about the Florida Mayhem, because even though some people would rank them higher than the Florida Mayhem, they have lost in consecutive matches to the Florida Mayhem. So maybe a bit of a bump to overcome. Coach Christopher, he said, we are extremely motivated to show we can handle the pressure better than last time. In Hawaii against the Florida Mayhem, we felt our level was good enough to make a deep run, but our ability to handle the pressure wasn't. We feel we are good enough to beat any team right now, but we need to go into the rest of the tournament and playoffs with a Warriors mentality. And this is something that on Spitfire have worked on so much. Even if you talk to the players, other interviews, they talk on their Twitters, their streams, they say they want to get the heart rate up. They go exercise together, they put themselves in pressured situations because they want to have experience with a high heart rate, so when they come out on stage in, elimination matches like this, they're all accustomed to that environment already. So definitely something that Spitfire has worked hard on throughout the entire stage.
All right, so Coach has his team prepared. They seem to be doing the right things, but if you're looking at the numbers, this is Florida's game, right, Custon? Johnny just said it. It's been Florida in consecutive series. Do they make it a three-peat?
Well, that's the thing. We actually saw this matchup in the first weekend of this meta, and funnily enough, the London Spitfire, they were the team that didn't want to play the meta. They wanted to play the May, they played a little bit of Reinhardt even, and it just didn't work. Since then, they have solidified. They have worked out how to play this meta. They look very good. But, even Florida Mayhem, they are another team that was adapting, playing something different, playing something unique. And in the last couple of matches, they haven't even been playing the double flex support that we've sort of been questioning as sort of a cheese pick. So I think you're going to see a head-to-head, toe-to-toe matchup between both teams. And it really comes up to who shows up on stage because they both have the talent. It's all about converting that onto the stage.
If we're going to see London flip this switch, I think we have one X factor in mind. Johnny, tell me why you have faith in the young Swede today.
Sparker has been outstanding so far this season, and Kevster, he's not here to represent Sweden at the tournament for the LA Gladiators, of course, so it's all on Sparker to make my nation proud. He has been fantastic so far on the Sojourn, and if he makes a lower bracket run here with the London Spitfire today, you better know it. As a Swedish man, I have to adhere to tradition, break out the goods, Costa, they got Vegemite. They got the Vegemite and all that crazy stuff down south in Australia. I gotta bring out the smoked creamed roe. Yeah, Cullis caviar. Yeah, this is exactly the goods. What you want to see here. So, Sparker, make us proud here in Sweden, and I'll crack this one open here on the Watchpoint truck.
Is that toothpaste?
Have a bit of a celebration. This is the good stuff. Yeah, smoked cream roe. Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that.
Swedish fish toothpaste.
Amazing.
I'm down for it. All right, well, now I'm cheering against London. We'll see how this one all plays out. It's London, it's Florida. The winner plays Toronto tomorrow. The loser is going home, and that match is coming up after the break.
So streaming. So cool.
The day before the final dawn, day number 3 of the summer showdown. Rose, we're here in beautiful Toronto for another epic banger, potentially. Florida Mayhem taking on the London Spitfire for your second game of the day.
After such an incredible performance from the Toronto Defiant as well, we're just rolling into the next one. And I'm definitely expecting this one to be close. It's going to be a bloodbath, and the winner of this match will face Toronto. That's gotta feel, I don't know about that one.
Do you want to face Toronto after
Nervous.
what Hisu did in that game?
No.
Probably.
I don't think so.
But they're going to have to.
Yep.
Yeah, London Spitfire, of course, have quite a history with Toronto Defiant. We'll see if they do end up taking it to the Mayhem. But Mayhem have also been a fairly interesting team coming out of the qualifiers. They've shown us lots of different shades. However, it's been more like more meta, let's be real with ourselves. Nothing silly coming out from Checkmate just yet.
Well, it's been confidence related. You know, when Florida Mayhem ended up pulling out all of those flex picks from Checkmate and also that double flex support backline, it was because they didn't feel super confident against the Dallas Fuel. But because they have been playing more meta, I feel like they're feeling pretty good about themselves going into these next few matches. That's something to look out for, though. Do they go for those flex picks versus an opponent like the London Spitfire?
Well, let's see how confident they are looking. Please welcome to the stage the Florida Mayhem. Ooh. Potentially the happiest player in the league, standing in the center there in someone. One of the more animated players too. When on stage, when on camera, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's got the dance moves too.
He does.
It's pretty fun. I mean, this is a squad that finally get a chance to play together. We saw them have an impressive performance yesterday, and they're just going to kind of keep sticking with it. Majed finally getting a chance to play on LAN, and I feel like that confidence too is just going to continue forward as they get more and more synergistic and get used to the crowd that's here as well.
Yeah, especially if it's your first time playing on a big stage like this. It does hit a little different when you're back at home, I could assume, so I'm happy to see Majed on the stage, live in the flesh. For the Florida Mayhem, they have been, especially in this kind of meta, they've been trying their own kind of thing. And it's actually something that Christopher said back when they were popularizing the Rush with the Rhine and the May. It's like, you just gotta play your own thing sometimes. You just have to play what your strengths will help you win. I mean, at the end of the day, if you've got a good May like Backbone, right, you want to run that with the Rush. Same with the Florida Mayhem here. They've had plenty of times, in the qualifiers at least, where they've played double flex support instead of the Brig and the Lucio.
But they've been playing the Brig and the Lucio a lot in their matches during this tournament, so I'm kind of expecting that they're going to come out on it again today, but I really wonder how that's going to fare when you look at just how aggressive Florida Mayhem play this game. How are London Spitfire going to adapt and adjust to be able to play against that? Because I'm seeing some remnants of Dallas Fuel in a team like the Florida Mayhem with that aggression.
Well, let's bring London on the stage. Are we going to get some more push-ups? I hope so. Maybe that's what gives him his strength. Please welcome the London Spitfire. Confidence just kind of oozes. Oh, there it is. The UK flag is back. Oh, okay.
Oh, it gets a dance.
Go on, Hardy.
Let's go, Hardy.
It's good to see London up on the stage, of course. Hardy, again, another player like exuding confidence right now, and you should do. London have kind of turned around. A lot of people didn't really have them high on their tier list coming into the season, and they've shown a lot of people up. Their line rush with the May was crazy, and Hardy was speaking about it, and Christopher too, to be fair. Like, look, Junker Queen, you just run a gun still. I'm still running at you. I just got an axe instead of a giant hammer.
But we saw the quotes from Christopher. It's all about confidence. London Spitfire in this tournament have been playing just a little bit more passive when it comes to Admiral and Landon really focusing on support rather than the damage. But I feel like that's very different than how Florida Mayhem really approach this meta, which is just playing aggressive, playing fast. Yesterday for London Spitfire in their match, Sparker just got hard focused down. So for London today, their adjustment needs to be keeping Sparker alive and also, like Christopher said, playing with confidence. Gotta beat them in the middle.
Remember, the winner of this, like you said before, is facing Toronto in front of a home crowd later. So, yeah. If your confidence is low now, it best be getting up there because you might be in shambles later on. Florida Mayhem and the London Spitfire need to find a win right here, right now. We are so close to the final day. That's Sunday. We have the losers finals and the grand finals at the very end. And it all starts here. Can Mayhem or Spitfire continue their run?
The lower bracket is always such a tough place to be too, because you know that a loss and you are going home. So this definitely matters a lot. Gotta get hydrated too. Love that. Sure. I was just making sure that they are able to get to the game. But again, I'm looking at the backlines. How are they going to approach this? Are Admiral and Landon really going to play a bit more aggressive like we need them to? Backbone has been leading the charge in a lot of these matches for the London Spitfire. So we need to be able to see that follow-up from Admiral to make sure that aggression can be there. And I think that Florida as well, when you know that Backbone has been doing so much to engage with the Genji, I don't know if they can play as passive as a backline as the Zenyatta and the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, you look at aggressive backlines, you look at people like Twilight, which we just saw, how much he's in the kill feed. I mean, I think Mitch brought up a stat halfway through that series. Like, Twilight's got most of the final blows on the team for the Toronto Defiant. Like, you need to have your backline being as aggressive, if not more so sometimes. Sometimes you've got to be a little bit of a bait yourself, and then maybe your DPS capitalize, right? And that's what you just got to say. You know, if I die, I'm just a bait. You guys got to clean up. I've made the space, okay? I know I'm a brig. I'm not supposed to be there to make space, but
at the end of the day,
the backline has to be solid right now, and that's been a bit of a question for the Mayhem, where they're going to go in terms of flex supports or the Lucio and the brig, but looks like they're shoring up on themselves, and they're more sure of themselves coming into this tournament. Like you said, confidence is key, and the Mayhem feels like every single time they play, they're getting more confident with it.
Yeah, especially when they feel good against their opponent as well. So that's why I'm looking at the backline. Do they feel like they can play that flex support, or are they just going to go with the classic of this meta so far? Oasis is going to be our first map of the day. This is London Spitfire's pick, as they are the higher seed in this matchup. But there's a question mark over that too. Florida Mayhem and London Spitfire actually played each other during the mid-season Madness tournament, and Florida did end up winning that one 2-0 on Oasis. So maybe London just kind of like sticking it to them a little bit.
Yeah, more often than not too, if you're feeling confident on a map, you're winning, that mapping kind of screams, you're like, oh, all results, they don't matter really, like, come on.
That's true.
If we're practicing this map a whole lot more, why wouldn't we run it? Can also aid to someone like a Backbone's May. He's currently hovering it. We'll see if he does change. Same with Checkmate, to be fair. This map infinitely better for the May. You don't want to go to like city center or anything like that. University, way better for those ice walls. Looks like Backbone's going to roll out with it. Checkmate switching over to Genji. Flexing just a little bit, but this is what we want to see. London Spitfire playing their own game.
Yeah, they're playing to their strengths right now, especially when Backbone has been so proficient. But the big thing for the London Spitfire here is if they want to play the May, they're going to have to take control of this point first, because that's where May really shines, is when you get to play this defensive game and shut down these corridors that Florida Mayhem will want to try to come back and recontest the point with. So London, they got to cap first.
There's no way Florida Mayhem want to mess with the London Spitfire in that small health pack room. It's pretty easy to cut a lot of these routes in for someone to take. He is on the point now. Those little dag towards Backbone, hopefully dragging him towards him, forcing that ice block first up. RuPaul is extremely far forward. London Spitfire just run over him. What was RuPaul doing there? The Florida Mayhem lose their brig, as now the rest of London do push their way onto the point. Backbone already using the ice block, those icicles are hitting hard. Sermajet goes pretty low, and now someone, in fact, is alone, isolated. Florida Mayhem struggling to get too much done. However, Hydra does end up killing Backbone, but London control the point.
This is where London are going to shine now, right? Backbone, while he did go down, gets a chance to come back, and honestly, it was because of Backbone's wall that RuPaul got isolated and really kicked off this fight for the London Spitfire. RuPaul got very isolated from that, and the rest of the Florida Mayhem kind of walked away from that situation, let RuPaul sit there. But now we're looking at Backbone too. 64% towards that Blizzard already, and Admiral might be able to follow that up to play aggressive too with the...
London put a wall up. Sermajet, nowhere to be found. He eventually makes his way to someone. But can the heals come out in time? Look at London, the focus fire is just perfect. Someone once again cut off by Backbone.
and then just charged out by the London Spitfire. Sparker ends up falling to Hydron, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but without a front line, Florida Mayhem are going to struggle. A deflect in the dash has already been used by Checkmate as he tries to open this up a little bit more, and now RuPaul's in trouble. Backbone walling off the supports once again, and Hardy playing bouncer in the front line as RuPaul ends up going down. A rally, in fact, is being used by London as the Florida Mayhem do manage to find that flip. Someone is back and receives a beat just in time, but it's actually pushed into the hole. And now the London can cap the point for free. You can't push onto it with the Blizzard, but someone was nowhere to be found. He fell into the pit.
Yeah, and that's where London Spitfire are going to go ahead and take that 5v4 so easily, because why not use that player advantage to your advantage? So someone, I mean, also gets denied a lot of this damage as well when someone has been doing so well in that stat department. And so Hadi just going to go ahead and outpace him a little bit there by 15% as Sparker's working up to that overclock too. You could use it as a zoning ultimate here, especially if Backbone's going to put up a May wall and stop you from being able to disengage.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hydro dies to Cheerios. There's the rally from the Florida Mayhem as Checkmate pulls the plate. Landon's the first one to fall as Checkmate tries to dash up to Sparker. He does find the kill, and a triple kill for Checkmate. That Dragon Blade truly sharp in the hands of the Genji. The Florida Mayhem do manage to wipe the Spitfire, kind of. Well, Hadi's going to escape. Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, okay, Landon's there to give him a pack. They do find the flip, but it did cost them a rally here. And it is 82% right now for London Spitfire.
Well, Checkmate's Blade as well. London Spitfire just didn't really have an answer to that, and Checkmate, of course, has been so sharp with those Dragon Blades, so you really do expect Florida Mayhem to win that out, but can someone get this Rampage online before Hadi goes in and plays with that confidence?
There's another wall. Someone knows it's behind him. He has to stay alive. He jumps into the pit again. It's not Leonidas that kicked him down, it's the Spitfire. Sparker ends up dying to Hydron. That's a few times in a row now that Hydron's managed to pick off the enemy soldier as London try and find the flip. A nice little Carnage swing. The bleed damage still goes on to Checkmate, and it's only aiding Hardy in healing him back up to full. Abro finds another pick onto Hydron as London now control the point. 15% to go, and they'll take the first round.
I mean, that's a pretty big stagger for the Florida Mayhem. You have to wait to make sure that all of your team is there before you go in again, and it's going to be off the back of someone getting that Rampage. But Sir Majid already getting a little low. You're going to be taking resources away from RuPaul.
That wall is super early. In fact, Florida Mayhem can make it an advancement. Again, Sparker goes down. Hydron finding him in the 1v1 over and over again. Can London come back in this fight? Backbone is going pretty low, but he's 10% towards that Blizzard. A Rampage comes out, but someone actually gets booped. Still, it hits two people. It might just be good enough. Landon's popped the rally, but the bleed and the anti-heal is enough to sentence him to death as the Mayhem do end up capping.
You go, someone now playing with that confidence we wanted to see as well. The Rampage just is so good. And Landon's rally, he was already so low when it got activated, so that overhealth wasn't going to be enough to keep the London Spitfire alive. But this is last fight territory as we look at Florida Mayhem with so many ultimates in the bank. Let's see if they can capitalize, turn that into value. Checkmate once again has that blade online.
Blizzard available for Backbone, but Hydron's going hunting. Activating the ult. There's a lot of people in his sidelines, but they've all got that overhealth from the beats. The Blizzard's going to isolate someone, and Hydron comes up big yet again. Checkmate pulls the play too. The DPS from the Florida Mayhem keeping this competitive as overtime is ticking down. The London Spitfire are nowhere to be found on this map. Hardy, no chance in hell you're surviving that one, son. Overtime ticking, and the Florida Mayhem are going to claim round one.
Good round number one here for Florida Mayhem. They did so well with Hydron and Checkmate's ults, but a pause coming through real quick.
I saved the round. So we lost that? Wait a second. Hang on a second, we had the May.
Pause check?
The cheating character.
Why do you think she's cheating now?
Because she creates terrain.
Well, you know what?
That's not fair.
That's
what other character can create terrain?
Okay, I think Sir Majid's going to be unhappy that you said that, because terrain actually helped out Florida Mayhem there.
That's true.
There were some really good sound barriers that Sir Majid was able to get actually on top of those May walls, and it was because of that height that Sir Majid was actually to decrease the latency of popping the sound barrier and then activating it, and that saved Florida Mayhem a lot in a lot of situations.
Well, that last fight, Backbone used the wall super early. Someone wasn't even on the other side of it. He was able to just back off, wait a little bit, you know, smack it with the axe take down one of the pillars and then just run on in. You got to find those timings between the Mei putting up the wall and you being able to get through it, and then making sure she can't cycle the abilities. That's the best thing about the Mei. If you can stay alive and you can just cycle her abilities, they're just so strong that it's hard to really come back from. Looks like we are in a brief pause. Do apologize, but we should be getting into the game in just a moment.
I think something else that was really impressive from Florida Mayhem is their ability to adapt in that first round. They're actually, Hottie didn't have any deaths up until like the last 2 fights, where London Spitfire got like clean team fight killed. And I think that has a lot to do with how Florida Mayhem have identified some of those weaker points that they can exploit from the London Spitfire by going after Hottie and the backline.
Well, one of the big weaknesses I'm seeing right now is the Hydron versus Sparker head-to-head. Hydron is picking off Sparker every single team fight. I mean, you look at the damage done. Hydron's got about 5.5k damage. Sparker's sitting at 3.5k. There's a 2k damage disparity, which is humongous in a single round.
Well, I mean, it's actually both the DPS there on Florida. They just kind of went crazy in that first round. They have almost double the DPS total as Backbone and Sparker put together. So that's a huge difference maker as well. When you look at this meta and you look at DPS, maybe you have one specific player that pops off and maybe the rest of the team can't follow up on that, and that's where you get a little bit dicey. But Florida and London do a great job of doing so. But Hydron right there, this is why he's one of the best, considered one of the best Sojourn in the meta so far.
Yeah, 64% Royale accuracy on University.
That's huge.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big, and only 2 deaths, which is super important. Keeping uptime, keeping that damage going, and shutting Sparker down. I mean, you're looking at Hardy in this map to do most of that damage, like you said. With the Mei, you're not doing a ton of upfront, like you're spamming with the icicles, yeah, but you're not going to be out damaging a Genji or anything like that. So you're relying on Hardy to come up big. He's got 1,000 more damage than someone. We are already round 1, to be fair. Looks like we are getting into the game in just a moment. Looks like Florida's ready, and Spitfire are ready too. There you go, I'm pausing. Okay, all good. You can't see that, I'm very aware, but trust me.
It's there.
In the all
they
chat,
did say it.
It is there.
Let's go back.
And there we go. Okay, there's the round. It did end, and Florida got it, so there we go.
All right, well, we got University out of the way now, but now it really comes down to some of these more open maps. But hey, guess what? We're going to Gardens. So this is a lot about that high ground. Who can take that first? London actually hovering over the Genji instead. But oh my gosh, RuPaul actually frozen the Blizzard here. But the flail onto Sparker, wow, that was just like maximum range to get that flail and to hit that accuracy.
He's stuck in the roof. He's stuck. He's good though.
What about the terrain here?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's unfair.
It's pretty good. Help RuPaul though, to be fair.
Well, yeah,
all
that's
right.
what I mean.
There we go, we're on the gate already. So Backbone's changed over to the Genji now, doesn't want to play that Mei, a lot harder. And the high ground control
on this map.
is important, like you mentioned, Rose. Looks like London Spitfire have taken full advantage of that. They've pushed checkmate off already, but Hydron again. First blood stats must be off the chart right now. Sermached even going a little bit aggressive, but with Backbone dead, London Spitfire, do they decide to commit to a 4-on-5 or do they back up? Looks like backing up. Since the control point wasn't even active, it makes the most sense to try and get back as soon as possible and re-engage.
Exactly. I mean, Backbone can use his dash to get back as well. Admiral can go for the taxi here, but Checkmate's just kind of playing doorkeeper as you see him in the window trying to get that shuriken damage to get that Dragon Blade online just a little bit faster. Funny enough, Backbone actually has a lot of damage here, but Backbone's got to stay alive. He's already taken a lot. Hottie 2 at half.
Looks like London Spitfire have spotted the nuisance in the back line, being Hydron, focusing a lot of attention towards him right now. However, Checkmate is the first to fall. Hydron still flying away. He could make this even if he lands a railgun shot. Backbone forces the rest of the Mayhem to back up. And now it's all about getting these stagger kills. Can London Spitfire stay as a 5? They cannot lose anybody here. No, good. Backbone does take down 2. Maybe one more. Sermached dies. There's London and now in control.
That was really clean pincer as well. You saw that someone got trapped and then Backbone circled around to get the flank onto the Florida Mayhem, and so that was a really nice advantage that London could carve out. Now we're looking at those DPS ults. We're also looking at the support backline, but RuPaul already, with how much he's been putting in with these flails, is gonna have that rally online to help the Florida Mayhem, but Checkmate already gets taken out.
Rally almost coming out for Landon now with that flail kill. I mean, Brigitte's in this meta have gotten so good at using that whip shot. It's kind of insane. It's always nice to see like an evolution of a single character and how good people get with it. Or saw Twilight earlier on, but Landon's doing as much damage right now with that flail, either getting kills or like booping the Junk Queen away or the Genji.
That's what you got to do with that cooldown kit. But it's time for Florida to come back into this one.
Checkmate's actually on the flank. He has been spotted, and with no ult and no over health, by the way. Surmashed laid down that beat, but Checkmate didn't get any of it, so Sparky cleans up with ease. A later double support ultimate from the London Spitfire is just going to aid them in cleaning up this fight. Both Florida Mayhem supports used the ult, but Checkmate was just on an island, completely isolated, didn't receive any of that overhealth from the rally or the beat.
Yeah, and that's really going to set him behind in the pace of getting these Dragon Blades online too. He's still sitting at 75%, whereas Backbone pulled the blade and is also at 30% charge. Both the teams, though, did use the double support ultimate, so Rally and Sound Barrier now off the board. But we're looking at the Rampage now, Hottie, and we also don't have much time left.
There's only 10 seconds to go. Hardy's setting up something big. Someone 25% away from his own rally. Rally's podged by Hardy. Instantly, RuPaul bites the dust. Hydron, though the savior, the Florida Mayhem takes down Landon, but now it's up to the Blades. Checkmate, if he survives long enough, he might be able to do it, but OT is here. A nice headshot by Sparker takes down someone. The Blade has been pulled by Checkmate, but little to no backup is found. The London Spitfire will claim round 2.
All right, evening up just a little bit, and I gotta call out the fact that Backbone got a huge deflect kill. As Hydron popped the overclock, it just got sent right back at him. And London, that looked way cleaner from them. They was very back and forth on University when Backbone was playing the May, but this time around, it felt like we were really looking at how did you get those ultimates online, the rotation that you were able to get from that as well. And London just kind of outpaced Florida there when they were really focusing on the backline.
Oh, this was, yeah, this got to be the reflect kill. Giving Hydron a taste of his own medicine. Like I mentioned, just there.
There it is.
Whoa!
Whoa.
I mean, that's nasty. That is nasty. Sometimes you're like timing the deflect right for like a Widow or an Ashe or whatever.
Exactly.
Or a Sojo and hitting the right click, and yeah, you just mistime it. You're gonna get taken out. Hydron's been putting up numbers, but this is something we've seen before, Rose. Yeah, Hydron going over to the Tracer in City Center.
We have seen this on City Center from Florida Mayhem from this stage as well, so this is not something new for Florida. Hydron is actually able to control this territory by utilizing these health packs, taking them away from flankers like Backbone and Sparker. And so when you do remove that, and Tracer also has kind of an insta-heal button with the rewind, that's going to be something that London Spitfire are going to have to look out for, adjust to.
Yeah, more packs for the rest of your team too. A little bit more self-sufficient is the Tracer. Hydron hits that recall, and now he's just trying to badger the back line. Landon and Admiral just unfazed at this point, but Sparker unfortunately ends up going down. And I think that must have been a body shot from someone. Instant reset from Checkmate. He picks up a couple of kills, and now the London Spitfire gonna have to go once more. A team kill for the Florida Mayhem, as Hydron looking like he's going to get the first ultimate online of the round in that pulse.
Well, something that I love about Florida Mayhem running the Tracer and the Genji as well is that Florida has always been a great dive team. Someone on the Winston does get a chance to play a little bit more aggressively, so Hydron and Checkmate are very comfortable being able to play this Tracer and the Genji together. So you'll see Hydron go in, get some nice damage in with the pulse pistols, and Checkmate following that up.
All right, Backbone has spotted RuPaul, who's gone pretty low. Hydron already used that recall, but he still has a pulse bomb in his back pocket. RuPaul the target for London. Checkmate falls. Hydron still maybe looking for an O-bring. Pulse bomb, no pancakes on the ground, and Landon with another whip shot kill and a little teabag as well as he takes down Hydron.
All right, we're gonna see Surmajik get away from this one. But the pulse bomb off the board, London Spitfire winning that out in the neutral. They get to hold on to all of these ultimates, but Rally, Sound Barrier for London versus the Sound Barrier from Florida. Surmajik might have to save this for Backbone's blade. That's almost online. Same with Checkmate. It's gonna be a lot of ultimates here in this next fight.
It definitely will be. Oh, Checkmate already goes low. Has to use the dash to get away. Deflects down for both Genjis as the London Spitfire just back up just a little bit. Hydron recalled off to the side, so yeah, he's out of the fight for just a moment. Has to wait for his team to create the space so he can harass the backline a little bit more. Blade has been pulled. Admiral drops the beat. Still a lot of damage done by Checkmate, but he's getting chased away. Another beat, this time in Florida Mayhem's favor as they activate that late rally. Landon still holding on to his, but eventually pops it as Backbone pops a blade of his own. A little bit more effective, though, in the hands of Backbone and Hardy, as they do clean up the Mayhem. Checkmate falls and London Spitfire, they're going to hold on for the time being. 60% now.
It's been so back and forth, but all that stall as well from Florida did at least get them 34%. But London, they still have that overclock from Sparker to use, and that's the one thing about that Sojourn versus Tracers. The Tracer's really good at being annoying, but unless you have that Pulse Bomb online, there's not a whole lot of reason for you to be able to get these one-shot kills like Sparker might be able to.
Yeah, London's actually playing all the way up. Meanwhile, Hydrogen capping that point. A 4-man anti from someone is good, but can they follow up with any meaningful damage? Sparker popping the overclock. London health bar still extremely low as Hydron tries to go for another pulse, but no. Sparker just slips through him like butter on a hot pan, but someone ends up going down to a body shot of Sparker. 95% and building as a rampage is used by Hardy to clean up the Mayhem once again. Hydron's not really seen any action in this fight. He's going to be able to recharge yet again, but no, in fact he's not. Hits the lift, but the London Spitfire are going to claim round one.
Was that a big flail from the Brig? It might have been to just kind of boop him into the elevator, but what a smart round here from London. It's been very back and forth here, but I don't know about these kind of niche picks that both of these teams have been bringing out. We saw the May from Backbone on University, and then we saw the Tracer from Hydron on City Center, and it just felt like it was a little bit off kilter for both teams.
London Spitfire off to a good start. Pretty close though, like you were saying, Rose. 2-1 on control, but map point for London Spitfire. Mayhem's pick. We're going to hybrid after this.
Getting the win is everything.
It's going to be a banger of a series.
One of these teams is going to be taking the first loss. Ashe for Ashe, Genji for Genji, Brigand Lucio for Brigand Lucio, and of course, Junker Queen for Junker Queen. But the Rampage comes in, it catches almost every single member of the team. That wasn't a ranking test, that was a massacre. FT God drops the B and it gets cancelled. The boop. And then it's a shooting gallery for Shockwave, being able to try and find that bar. Nanoboost now comes, doesn't even need bar.
Mercy midair, what can't this man do? X-Wrath is going off right now, but he gets slept again from X-Wrath. Once again, Moxie. Definitely a star and a player in contenders. Shockwave finds Dala. Shockwave finds Sana, so that's already 2 on the Graphin as well. 3, make it 4. Why not, Shockwave? Show how good you are, buddy. And Yazan can't find him. No, he's killed by Psycho. That's popping a blade. Yoko is going to go down to the jagged blade of 12s. Face Twisted Minds weren't ready for, but they still pop the rally. I think they're going to win this fight. But Yoko! Of course, he hits us with the emote as well.
London are up a map. It's the Florida Mayhem. They need this win to stay in the tournament. Lower bracket, Rose, like you were saying, a tough beast. And when you come off of a rough time earlier on I guess not in the qualifiers, but you know, sneaking in at 8th place is pretty rough. But you try your own thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Hydron's Tracer on City Center. A couple of missed pulse bombs here and there, but we're going on to a map that they're a little bit more familiar with, playing their own kind of style. We are going to Midtown, which is where predominantly they do play that double flex.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot, and there's some really nice places where that Zenyatta and the Ana can defend themselves, especially when we're on the defense. So you're expecting, you know, that they will be able to play back a little bit more, so we'll see whether or not Florida really want to go with that double flex support.
Yeah, London off to a good start, though. I did see on social media, on the Florida Mayhem Twitter account, with Moby Dick in the circle, in their little huddle, saying you need to beat London, and then you tell us how to beat London. Good deal.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good deal.
Pretty good deal. See if it ends up panning out that way. All right, Midtown is here. We are seeing Florida Mayhem on the attack first. London Spitfire on defense. Hardy's been looking good though. Someone didn't really have the same impact as we've seen him have on the Junker Queen in recent times, but London. And you mentioned it, the confidence is really there. It feels like London, when they do get going, feels like sometimes a bit of a slower start. We've seen Backbone's Genji at the very beginning of this meta be very slow. They switch to Mei, then back to the Genji, and it's a snowball from there on. London really do get stronger the more time they spend in the qualifiers, and then when they hit that tournament, they do feel like an unstoppable beast, but you know, Dallas Fuel and Shock have got something to say about that, that's for sure.
Well, I think when you look at Backbone's Genji as well, we've seen this throughout a lot of the series that we've had in the Summer Showdown, where Backbone just gets better and better. He takes a little bit sometimes to ramp up through these maps, but now that he's kind of had that practice and that warm-up on the Mei and the Genji, you know those projectile shots do be hitting. But Florida right now, we're not going to see the double flex support yet. It does fare a little bit better on the defense. Really, right now, it's about rushing it down mid and seeing how they fare against this defense. London, though, we're going to look at Sparker to see if he can get an opening pick, but it's been Hydron most of the time getting those first bloods.
Yeah, Hydron's definitely had the better of Sparker in the 1v1. We'll see if London allow a free rotation for the Florida Mayhem. Currently just in the washroom. Looks like Sparker wants to speak. He's already got 100 charge. Ooh, narrowly missing the Brigitte's head. But, well, Hardy's in there. And he's got a giant axe. Checkmate stood in front of that one. Cleaved him in half. All right, with one person down, we'll see if London just want to pile it on a little bit. Oh, Hydron using the dash too. Yeah, Backbone with a little bit of free damage. They can also attempt to spawn camp someone maybe, or checkmate maybe. No, here's the push. It's what you want to see, just playing at your own tempo. Hardy takes down someone, so much shed. Yeah, it's all over in this room. You just want to go for the reset, as much ult charge as possible. Oh, Rube, how does Landon die there? Not sure, but you have a Lucio, so you'll get back
in just a moment. You can see Admiral going for the tax.
Exactly. I mean, this was a big stagger too. London Spitfire played that so well when they got the initial pick onto Checkmate. They just kind of stalled out Florida Mayhem until they saw Checkmate come approaching back into the fight, and then went for some of those kills. Sparker, though's got to be really careful. Really does want to try to get those railgun shots, but if you peek out too much, then Hydron might be able to get that charge and take your head off. But similar approach this time around for Florida. They're going to go right back to the washroom.
Yes, they are. Stu Backbone with an incredibly aggressive dash into the Florida Mayhem just then. Dash backwards there. He's got himself a blade already. Checkmate's 50% away from his. They're just going to go now. Why not? Commanding shouts to boost his health bar just a little bit. And yeah, London Spitfire taking this in stride. Nice little slide away from Hydra. If he can find a pick, he does. He kills Admiral, but it is a Lucio, so he's going to get back rather fast. Florida Mayhem unable to open this one up.
And it's been half of the time bank already, so they really got to start building up to these ultimates. They do have 4. Checkmate will get that Dragon Blade online once they start moving back into this fight, but they can play a little bit aggressively. Now that Backbone has used the Dragon Blade, you're not really saving that Lucio sound barrier much more to be able to contest with that, so that just might be the sustainability. That might just be the extra edge that Florida Mayhem needs to crack this open.
This ends now.
All right, another ult. This time is Hydron with the railgun. Once again, takes out Sparker. Hardy trying to be the savior, but the beat from Florida Mayhem is going to stop that anti from doing too much. Still, the Florida Mayhem are playing back as they want to help RuPaul stay alive and build up that overhealth with the rally. London's got one of them going themselves as they are split up just a little bit. Backbone still trying to get into the fight, help Hardy out in the front line. With a commanding shout, Hardy tries to get back the rest of his team, but is unable to do so. There's the blade from Checkmate. Not really needed, maybe, but still cleaning up and getting the payload going is what's important right now. Admiral trying to get out, he doesn't, and the Florida Mayhem have cracked this one open.
Yeah, I mean, Admiral, if he had gotten out, maybe would have been able to get London Spitfire back in for a recontest, but Florida Mayhem gonna take this first point, but not without some pretty big ultimate usage there. Someone does hold on to the Rampage, so that's a great way to keep this momentum going as soon as you get that payload unlocked. Look at how aggressive they're going to go here to be able to make sure that London Spitfire can't get set up.
Yep, they want to play their own tempo. Just got to stop Hydron getting an angle, really, right? Otherwise, it might just be a flat hit. Big. Oh, it still does look at the bleed damage, just not the initial damage of the axe swing. Uh-oh. Breakdown for Mayhem. And there's the Rampage. That was... What? He bent that like a bullet from Wanted. Around the corner. 5-man anti from someone. The London Spitfire. Just don't know what hit him.
Huge Rampage, and two, they were kind of just lined up perfectly for someone as well. When you're right at the gates, right at the doors, now you can kind of spawn camp the London Spitfire. Florida really making quick work of the second objective, and they need to. I mean, London Spitfire had bought a lot of time off of the board on that defense. They do get a chance to get set back up on the high ground here, but Florida, they can just kind of play under the cart, go through the car wash. Time for the blade.
Backbone. He's still kind of lapping Checkmate and blade build up. There's a lot of damage. The commanding shout was actually good enough to stop the backline from going down. Someone not quite so lucky as he was isolated on the point. London Spitfire is so good at capitalizing on the space created by almost any ultimate.
Yeah, but when you're looking at the Dragon Blade being used and not really utilizing the support ultimates on the Florida Mayhem to contest with that, you get a chance to use those a bit more aggressively. Now that Hydron has taken out Backbone, you can go in and use this rally, use the sound barrier, push London Spitfire back and create that space.
I mean, Hydron just sliding up the stage right now. He's the one person on Florida Mayhem finding lots of these initial first bloods. London Spitfire backing up. Double support available as the Florida Mayhem use their rally, so they wait for that overhealth to fade away. I mean, it's basically all gone. Summerjud's got a little bit, RuPaul's got a little bit, but here you go. See how London want to approach. They use a rally early on. Checkmate's nearing that blade, but Hydron, as soon as he got that overclock, he pops it. He's on the high ground. London got a cower, but maybe not for long. The beat from Admiral's going to push Hydron down to the low ground as he's still trying to find an entrance into this fight. A later beat from Server Shed is good, but now Hydron's health bar's falling pretty damn low. He's been isolated, but his team is still finding kills. The blade from Checkmate is decent, but he's still trying to go for the Junker Queen. He's just getting booped around as Admiral finds 2 kills in that fight. And with 40 seconds to go, the Florida Mayhem
a few meters away from capping point B, but they've now got no ults in the tank.
I mean, someone's going to be the closest one on Florida Mayhem to get that Rampage back, but if he can, it could be another huge anti to open up this second point and allow Florida Mayhem to capture. But it is coming down to the wire. If London Spitfire get a pick here, it's all over for Florida. They've got to make this count as they meet them on the high ground.
Florida are rushing through that small room on the left. There's 10 seconds to go and the payload is gradually moving back. You've got to be able to charge, but London is just going to force them. They're going to boot them away. Someone is on the payload right now, so it's a 4v5 in this small room. It is the Genji on the point, but look how split everybody is. Hydron is super low, only getting healed by Somerset. Don't touch the payload! Oh, London! Oh, a classic C9. They went too aggressive in the little theater there. As 3 members from the Mayhem just beelined into the point. London hoping they could maybe finish off the 2 remaining members of the Mayhem and then get to the payload in time, but no, Florida Mayhem managed to C9 London.
I mean, as soon as Checkmate was approaching that second objective, Backbone was just too low to be able to go in and contest for long enough for somebody else from Spitfire to join him. But that does buy us another life here for Florida as they start to approach this 3rd objective, but they do have less than a minute remaining. Someone has that Rampage, though, is a little bit low. Can he stay alive here?
One shot. What Backbone sees that, takes that for free. One more attempt for the Florida Mayhem. Got that rally beat coming up. Even Junk Queen ult, but the London Spitfire playing so close to the spawn doors.
Well, they gotta take an eco push here.
Holy howdy.
Going for the Dragon Blade, maybe? Spawn camp?
Howdy. Survived that, I don't know. 25 seconds to go. They're in the showroom because they're struggling to get out of these doors. There's the blade from Backbone as Hydron is the first victim. There's 17 seconds now as the rally and the beat are used by the Florida Mayhem. Remember, they're still stuck in this room. London is just booping them back.
They're just
London have the beat in their back pocket. There's 2 Rampages coming up. It's all on the Junker Queen. Who is crowned? I'm not sure. Someone has to touch the payload. Florida Mayhem managed to get there in time, but London, they're not in danger of a C9 now. It's just extra meterage for the Mayhem as Checkmate puts himself on the points. A Rampage from Halley to get back in time as the London Spitfire hold it just after the 2nd point.
At least they were able to clean up after that. But at least, and they also know where that line in the sand has been drawn. But is this where Florida Mayhem get to bring out the spice a little bit when they do switch over to the defense? Do we get a chance to see that double flex support that has been so good and successful for the Florida Mayhem so far?
See Hydron's keyboard almost falling off the desk. I've seen them like the other way around, but it looked like it was falling off the desk there.
Yeah, it's close enough. It's good for your wrist.
It's good for your wrist.
Closer.
Well, it's good for his damage, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's true.
1,000 more damage than Sparker right now. 4 final blows to just the singular final blow for Sparker. So pretty good for Hydron still.
Yeah, but the Junker Queen damage per 10. I mean, despite that someone has been able to convert those Rampage ultimates over to value, Hottie is leading in the damage right now, 9,300 per 10 to 8,700 per 10. And Landon, we can't forget about this Mad Lad right now. Don't fight a Brig in a tiny room.
Oh, he do be swinging. Yeah. We'll take that 4 kills. We'll take that 4 kills. Maybe that's why Sparker's only got 1 final blow, because Landon's taken them all.
I think actually Landon's taking them all. There it is. There it is on the defense. This is what we were expecting. Sir Majed and RuPaul playing that Zenyatta and the Ana, and they get a chance to play a little bit farther back. We see those Orbs of Discord from Sir Majed able to amplify that damage coming in from Hydron and Checkmate. And when they've been doing so well in that department, we just called out that Hydron versus Sparker stat, that could be another big way for Florida Mayhem to keep London Spitfire from winning this map.
A bit more of a slower comp though. London Spitfire going to take full advantage of that. They see Sir Majed in a small little choke point. Still doing a fair bit of damage. Sir Majed's aim, especially on the Zen, pretty damn cracked. London just have to wait for these speed boosts. The Commanding Shout and the Lucio speed boost is the tools that they need to use to get on top of Sir Majed. But Sparker, well, okay, you don't need speed when you can just click on people's heads. 2 quick kills for the Sojourn, and a quick point A cap too.
This is a little bit of the risk that you accumulate when you play the Zenyatta and the Ana, which is that you do have that slower comp like you mentioned, but you can also get run over if you have Backbone and Admiral chase down that backline. So Sermaj and RuPaul, they do have to be a little bit careful. They're gonna go ahead and take that high ground presence as the payload gets unlocked and starts to get moving. RuPaul, though, really needs to get up to this nano boost, maybe amplify someone, protect Sermaj, and maybe go in for some kicks. Do that leg workout.
Yeah, you can peel for yourself. That is true. That is very true. It's a bit tougher though, as if you have 3 people on top of you like this comp likes to do, I think you're pretty much dead, even with that 25 additional HP.
But yeah, look at the poke that someone is kind of allowing RuPaul to get that charge off of. The nano boost is going to come up really quickly here, and then Checkmate's Blade too. Yeah. That could be the combo they need.
They could nano blade, or they could just nano someone who's in the front line going pretty low. He's 1% away from the nano, but he ends up going down to Landon. A 3-man anti from the Ana, but under Spitfire are more than happy to take that.
Well, you gotta get a quick disengage in here if you're the Florida Mayhem, because without that frontline presence of someone, you don't stand a chance against Hottie and Landon when they have that available to them. With that break too, you just get all that inspired healing and then you're kind of unstoppable. So Florida have to wait, but someone is back, and this Nano Blade is ready to go.
Do they Nano Blade or they just Nano someone? In a small room like this, maybe Checkmate doesn't even need the Nano. He gets some follow-up from someone's axe. London just happens to play on the high ground like, oh! That must have been a body shot from Hydron there, a couple of extra shurikens. I think London aren't too fast. You still got 4 minutes in the time bank, mind you. Quick reset, as long as you don't go down now.
Well, they're not overextending, but what they're doing is they're trying to kind of keep the pressure onto Florida Mayhem, maybe try to get that Dragon Blade and that Nano Boost out of Florida, because they want to go in and overwhelm with their ultimates. That's something that London Spitfire is very good at, is forcing out ultimates from the enemy team and then using that ultimate advantage. But rally first from Landon.
There's the rally, there's the Nano. It's on to someone, not Checkmate, who jump on board with Checkmate, who goes 5 HP. He's got the orb, but can he survive? No, he cannot. Someone doing a fair bit of work in the front line, but now they're gonna have to rely on Hydron. Getting headshots with the overclock, not gonna happen. Even Sermashed's Transcendence used to try and keep the front line alive, but London unrelenting in their assault on this point B. And look at that blue box of victory. It's so close. Florida Mayhem need to back up now and reset.
I mean, if they get staggered here, it could be all over. London right now do get a really clean team wipe. And they also have 4.5 minutes to be able to approach that box. You're gonna see London get very aggressive here. Hottie has the rampage. He could stop Florida Mayhem at the doors. Look at they're on the high ground. They're gonna try to just drop on them.
Yeah, Sermashid and RuPaul back on the Brig and the Lucio. Hydron is pretty low. They need to be able to touch. Don't you dare C9. 0.69 meters to go. As the Brig on Mayhem have already fallen. London Spitfire soaring high as they take yet another map. 2-0 against the Florida Mayhem. Rosette 1 map away from getting that rematch against the Toronto Defiant a little bit later on.
Oh, I know Toronto Defiant want that revenge too, so maybe they are hoping for that matchup once again. But even despite the double flex support, maybe pulling out some of these pocket picks, Florida Mayhem are still struggling to get themselves on the board.
I mean, a lot of that's been on Hydron getting those first kills with the Sojourn. It's just not worked out. Different pace the London Spitfire is setting right now. They know if they come into this with confidence, take down the Florida Mayhem, they can take down the Toronto Defiant a little bit later on.
Rush them down.
That's a potential. We'll have to wait and see. Map number 3 on your screens in just a moment. We'll see where we want to go for Escort.
Show off some of your art during the Summer Showdown. Share your art celebrating the summer vibes and the Summer Showdown tournament as a whole for a chance to be featured on the broadcast and the fan art gallery. Head over to overwatchleague.com/art-gallery to find out how you do so. All right, London Spitfire, 2 maps up already. They're about 1 map away. 1 map away roughly. Maybe a draw in there, maybe not. We're going to escort, a bit harder to do that. But they're looking like they want a rematch against Toronto Defiant a little bit later on today.
I think they do. I mean, it's been twice now that London Spitfire, like kind of back-to-back, have went 3-1 versus Toronto. But Toronto, that also means that they've got some practice.
They want to make it a 3-peat is what they want to do.
I guess so, but
Knock them out in front of the home crowd, maybe?
Oh, that's going to make them, like, public enemy #1.
Maybe they want to be that.
Maybe.
Maybe they want to be the villains.
I mean, Florida, though, they got to get back into this one. They're going to take us to Gibraltar, which is one of the maps that they have the most experience on. They're 7-4 right now during the regular season on this map, and London only played it like 6 times. So it's a little bit rougher, I think, for London. I mean, it's not been a map they've been classically known for. I think Hottie, especially at the beginning of the season, struggled a little bit on the Winston to kind of get that rolling. And someone has definitely been able to take teams to town with a Winston of his own. Obviously playing a different meta, so Drunker Queen does play a bit differently on this map, but you can still come out with those cheeky strategies with the Zenyatta and the Ana if you are Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, you can definitely play that on the defense. Florida Mayhem on the offense can do that too. Let's wait and see if they've got anything up their sleeve, because right now they need Summit, because they're down 2 maps. And maybe that's something is putting the backline back on the Zenyatta and Ana. I think, well, from what we're seeing right now, Spitfire just want to run the same old. We'll see what Florida want to do out of the gate. But this map hasn't been played that much at all. Like,
this is the first time we're seeing it in this both tournament, literally both sides.
Yeah.
Both West and East. We haven't seen any Gibraltar yet. So who knows how this one's going to go. But one of the reasons that Florida Mayhem can pick this map too is that Hydron has been so set up for success with these longer sight lines, being kind of a sniper specialist as well. He can definitely play to his own strengths of getting those one-shots, charging up those railguns, and obviously clicking heads. He's still been putting up some really impressive stats here for Florida. It's just about Florida Mayhem kind of continuing to capitalize on that damage output from both Hydron and Checkmate. Makes sense that you're going to come out with the same old on the attack.
What you got for us, Mayhem? Should be a little bit easier to get it under the car wash. It's just getting out of it is the main problem. Trap shot does affect. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I was going to say trap shot, but Railgun does that too. Nice little kill onto Sir Majed. Trap shot, especially in those small choke points under the little car wash near the payload, it's pretty tough to kind of navigate around. London Spitfire more than happy to let it push a little bit. Oh, Summershed's back. Oh, what a boop! Can they get him? Oh, they can! Wow, what a boop from Landon. Stops Summershed, regrouping with his team. However, London still need to pay attention to the point. Hydron does end up falling in our 2v5. On top of that payload, someone takes care of Sparker, but he's now all alone. Is London just clean house?
It's really rough that for Florida that London are putting so much focus onto Sir Majed. Not only does that remove Florida's ability to disengage, but it also staggers them out so that they're constantly taking these 4v5s. London as well, just kind of rushing at their opponent. They're so good at isolation, and so they'll go after just one person at a time here. Hydron's got to be really careful on that high ground, really can't peek their head out too much. Has to wait for some healing to come through, but it's time to meet on the high ground here as Florida make the approach.
Yeah, different approach for the Florida Mayhem. Still, they're taking a fair bit of chunk damage. Oh, Backbone almost gets one shot, does dash away in time and gets a health pack from Landon. Hydron's in a good position of his own. Dashes out the way, that power slide saving his bacon. As Backbone gets taken out by Sir Majed. 2 people from Florida Mayhem currently on at that point. London have to approach now with a player down. Backbone coming back with 10% towards that blade. And now London Spitfire lose their other DPS. I mean, the Genji's back in a couple of seconds, but you're still fighting a 4-on-5. Make that a 1-on-5 as Backbone is just going to die on the point. Florida Mayhem, okay, they unlock the doors.
There you go, with quite a bit of time as well. It was a really kind of risky play there for a couple of those first team fights, but getting nice and aggressive now, really forcing London Spitfire back and also trying to make sure that they've got those ultimates online. Majed still trailing behind just a little bit, and that's a testament to how he was taken out for those first few team fights. But RuPaul can just kind of go into this one with the rally available. It's going to be rally on rally here, all about that overhealth. And Backbone just going in early.
There's the play from Backbone. Hydron was trying to slide off the lip of the ship there. Nice little pull dagger, actually, onto someone who's been booped off. Pretty low. Nice clean up from Hardy. And we now approach watch point second. Oh, yes, Gibraltar second. Everybody loves attack at this point in the map. It's not really changed.
Well, it's tough too when London Spitfire have just won that first fight, so they get a chance to set up on that spaceship in the hangar. And they only had to use the Blade here. Blade for rally, pretty good trade if you're able to win that one out and hold on to your double support ultimates.
Aggressive push by Hydron and Checkmate, but no. Checkmate ends up pulling the Blade, chasing after the brig. He's high in the sky, but Landon gets that beat just in time. Checkmate still with a lot of overhealth from Sir Majed's beat. A rampage from Hardy is decent, but someone tries to follow up with one of his own. Admiral and Hardy anti-naded as Backbone trying to focus his attention towards that brig. RuPaul does fall, and a rather scrappy fight on the floor does end up with London pressuring out Florida Mayhem again. An expensive fight on both sides.
There was actually so many ultimates there. Florida used almost a full slate, having used this rally kind of in that first engagement to try to deal with Backbone's Blade. That was 4 ults to no avail. They still have 2.5 minutes, so they will be able to get some of these online, but it's about fighting in the neutral. If they can win out some of those fights, maybe they get their ultimate economy back, but as of right now, they're gonna have to take some eco pushes here.
All right, Sparker with the only ult online. That overclock. Oh, Backbone's going incredibly aggressive. Double pack. No, not quite quick enough is landed. London Spitfire lose a DPS. Can Sparker keep them alive on this point? Hardy, I think, is behind them at this. Yeah, Hardy is behind them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Just London things, I guess. Hydra takes down Sparker, but someone fighting in this small room is Hardy just swinging the axe. It's a 2v2. Make it a 3-on-1 as Checkmate runs over Hardy. Backbone comes back, a little bit of revenge on Checkmate, but still, Florida Mayhem struggling to get this payload going. They eventually kill the London Spitfire, but high ground's not going to be theirs just yet.
And because of how aggressive London Spitfire took that fight, look how far back that payload ended up moving. So someone will be able to start getting that forward, but not before London Spitfire come back in for a recontest. And last time when we had that rally on the Florida Mayhem side versus the Blade from Backbone, that did go the way of the London Spitfire. London can't go into this small room though, or they give insurmountable value to RuPaul's rally.
Oh, Hydron trying to look up to the skies there, looking for Backbone. He actually gets sniped by Sparker. Backbone has pulled the Blade as that payload was just continuing to move, despite London Spitfire trying to put pressure on the front line of the Florida Mayhem. A nice anti there by Hardy. A 3-man, 4-man in fact, as RuPaul and Sir Majed just trying to run as fast as they possibly can. Hardy comes up clutch. 45 seconds to go for the Florida Mayhem to get point B.
This is dire too. I mean, Landon and Admiral still have both of their support ultimates online versus Checkmate's Blade. And with this being 35 seconds remaining, this is last fight. Florida are going to have to get there, but London Spitfire meeting them at those doors might not let them through. They're taking so much poke. That's at least gonna give Sir Majed the Lucio, the sound barrier.
A lot of ults coming online for the Florida Mayhem. Hardy used their rampage fairly early on. And look at the pressure Sparker's putting on the front line right now. Or the back line, I should say. Blade's been popped by Checkmate, and Hydra takes care of Landon. The payload still needs to be touched. There's a couple of seconds to go. It is now contested, so overtime will trigger. Hardy takes down Checkmate somehow, some way. That rampage from someone just rings through the ears of the London Spitfire. Admiral is back on the point, but no, Florida Mayhem do manage to boop him away in time as they cap second by the skin of their teeth.
They got it though. That's all that matters. That is all that matters right now. Florida were able to buy enough time to make good use of that 35 seconds that they had left. They got a ton of ultimates online. They did have to throw 3 of them at that fight, but someone was able to carve out such a nice opportunity. Now that card though, they've got a minute remaining. Can they push this all the way to the end? There's not really ults on the board for either team except for the sound barrier for Florida. Do they save it for Backbone's Blade, or do they just go in aggressive with it?
There's definitely going to be a couple of fights at least. I mean, London have a kind of a close spawn. Oh, Landon going aggressive straight onto the face of someone there, trying to bump his chest a little bit. Oh, Spark fight. Starts out the fight well for London. Take care of Hydron, but London, Florida know. They only have a single fight left. They get staggered here, could be bad, but London are doing what they do best, just playing up to the spawn in these times of need. There's 30 seconds to go and Florida have to push past them.
But London Spitfire, they've been keeping track of everything. They can't just go in aggressively with the Dragon Blade because they will get met with 2 support ultimates on the side of Florida Mayhem. They also don't want to give too much poke damage to Florida either. So have to give up a little bit of space to get something in return. But that Blade now ready to go. Backbone going in.
Look at London just ignoring Checkmate completely. Backbone taken to the skies as Checkmate takes care of Sparker. You've got to look behind you at all times, it feels like, if Checkmate's in the server. He takes care of Backbone too. The London Spitfire with no DPS left. And the Florida Mayhem have that rally building in that small room. Checkmate comes up big as overtime has been triggered. London Spitfire are going to be able to get back in time, but what else they have? Not looking like many.
No, I mean, Hadi might not even get the rampage either. Someone's at the door, just wants to try to go in and keep them from touching the card.
Sermashed has beat, Admiral gets moved away, and the Florida Mayhem managed to complete. They may have 0 time on the clock, but a completion is good enough for the moment.
Definitely good enough, especially when it looked so rough for the second and the third point, like just not having much time on the board. But Florida Mayhem, they are the overtime champions. They've done this before in several of their matches, just kind of even in those qualifiers of the Summer Showdown. They're just going to keep putting on the pressure. They perform really well when that is on them. But we're going to switch sides. Florida now on the defense might be able to go for those cheeky strats of that Zenyatta and the Ana if they're feeling it. But the Brig and the Lucio, it was good. The brawl there for Florida, someone with those rampages and everything did so much work. But that's not what we're seeing right now. It is going to be the Zen and the Ana, and Hydron on the Ashe. That flex pick coming out, maybe to shake up the London Spitfire a little bit.
Ashe is just historically... Okay, we'll look at a replay real quick, I suppose. Yeah, see, Checkmate was behind the whole time, man.
They didn't know.
They didn't know.
They lacked that critical information. You got to look behind you, those blind spots.
I guess London were just trying to overwhelm the Florida Mayhem. They were like, we'll just ignore Checkmate, but yeah. One big right click into a dash. Did hold Sparker from doing any more damage as he was killed off. Yeah, what I was saying was the Ashe is really good against the Genji. You shoot the Genji once or twice, the Hog's not going to work. No, he's backing up. False alarm, everybody. Don't panic.
Just a quick hook and a grab.
The Dynamite is super good at stopping the Genji from doing much, but also just hitting someone in the body. Forces the Genji back, you have to get a pack. Every single shot from the Ashe does like kind of force one armor pack out. It's worth keeping in mind. Discord Orb on Hardy is going to be a problem if he's in the line of fire of Hydron. Oh dear. Shame Ormsville. Oh, he's fallen again. Good knife. Oh, even better. Hardy cleans Checkmate. That's a really good push, good pick. They're going to be able to push. All they need to do is stop Hydron getting free value. It's going to be up to Backbone to do so. You can see him on the high ground already. Sermashed can use that kick to boop him away, however.
You really can. You're going to have to see that happen. I mean, Backbone is still going to try to keep everybody from getting back, but also, where's Checkmate? Checkmate's going to still have to come back from spawn, but he's here.
Yeah, he's here just trying to help out Sermashed, who is still on top of Blue Box right now. See that Dynamite stopping Backbone from going up there. It's such a crucial tool in stopping the Genji on the other team getting a lot of value. Everybody from the London Spitfire cowering under the overwhelming presence of the Florida Mayhem DPS. Hydron is getting protected by a deflecting Genji, an Ana at his back, and Sermashed perma-orbing people. Like, he is immortal sitting in server.
It's working out really well for Florida, too. It was cute what London Spitfire were trying to do there. They noticed that Blue Box was just not going to be something they would be able to approach, and so they wanted to mitigate that value from the Zenyatta and the Ana by going into that health pack room. But it didn't work because Florida Mayhem, they got a nice rotation into server, and were able to get that long-range hit scan damage there from Hydron. Backbone gets really low, but they are going to have to take the high ground away from Florida, some way, somehow.
All right, they push someone off of heights. There's the bomb. Oh! Kick square to the jaw, and a shot from Hydron. See what I mean? How protected Hydron is right now. How do you even deal with that? You've got the Ana right next to you who can nade you. You have Sermashed who can insta-orb you.
It's a very, very tough spot for London to try and assault. Like you mentioned, Rose, getting on top of Blue Box is nice, but the time that Florida Mayhem have burned off London is just impeccable right now.
And they still haven't used any ults either. I mean, they used the Bob to just kind of help out with the defense a little bit, but it's not going to be as impactful on this first point.
Nice move, actually. Both Rubal and Hydra now on the floor, and this is the chance for the London Spitfire to push on forward. A Transcendence is going to save them, though. Hydron's got a motorcade around him, keeping him alive. Even a Nano Boost is thrown out. This is the Florida Mayhem holding on to the first point. Backbone is alive as, yeah, Surmashed showing off his skills just a little bit. There's a minute to go, and the London Spitfire unable to crack the defense of Florida.
No, they're not, especially when Checkmate still has a blade available. You know that Admiral just used the sound barrier to try to keep Backbone alive and in this fight. But Checkmate has been so good at getting behind London Spitfire, you kind of don't even know where he's coming from. Does that surprise London? How do they deal with this? Hadi does get the Rampage up, and there's not really a great way for you to deal with that if you're on Florida with the supports that you have. But it's got to be the rally first here for Landon. Build up that overhealth.
Big dynamite, though. See Backbone already having to back off. Blade. Oh, you're in trouble, Backbone. And maybe the London Spitfire are in trouble too. Sparker ends up pulling out the overclock and takes care of Checkmate. Can London follow this up with more? Both the supports and the Florida Mayhem are on high ground, so one of them will have to touch in the end. And Hydron just jumps down to the floor, finds 2 picks, but London still managed to cap.
Within all the chaos, yeah, those doors are gonna go ahead and open, but not before Surmaj is gonna take a couple of people with him. But Florida still get a chance to back off, and in the time that London Spitfire are going to come back out of spawn, Florida's gonna take that height away, and this is where Hydron just does so much work and gets so much value. Look at those dynamites right now, just keeping London Spitfire at the door, but also forcing them in a direction where Florida Mayhem are gonna find way more value. Even still, Hydron just gets to throw the Bob out now, and where did London Spitfire actually go to disengage from this?
There's a couple of places, I suppose, but yeah, it's gonna be difficult to say the least. All right, that 3-man wrecking crew. Double support on Hydron on the high ground, looking good so far. Backbone paying a little visit, but Hydron's Bob has come to play. Oh, and a Nano onto someone. Those Carnage hits are gonna be powerful. Nice little dagger throw, does connect with Admiral, but he does stay alive.
Stays alive to get the sound barrier online, gets away, gets a chance to taxi London Spitfire back, and they're gonna need all the time that they can get as many fights as possible. They haven't gotten any progress, really, and there's only a minute and a half left because of the overtime that Florida Mayhem took them to for that first point. Smash up with another Transcendence as well. The perfect response for Backbone's blade.
Oh, 3-man nade, do you see that? RuPaul just at his feet instantly, was expecting Backbone to charge up onto the high ground. Landon, the first casualty of this fight is Admiral uses the beat. Someone does end up falling, but Checkmate just kind of going crazy in the front line. There is a minute to go, and health bars to London Spitfire are dwindling. There is a small crack above you, Backbone. You've got to be careful. He is having to wait for Landon to come back to pack him, and there's only 50 seconds in the bank for London Spitfire right now.
They're gonna have to make their way forward. But Florida get a chance to come back and recontest this one more time. There's gonna be the blade, the Transcendence.
Yep. Just sit there in the Transcendence. Don't need to worry about that anymore. 30 seconds to go. London Spitfire not looking so hot. Unable to break this back line of the Florida Mayhem.
Transcendence is really high value though, and now that it's off the table, Sparker and Hadi right now for London, they gotta crack this open.
Hadi's pretty low and he's already used Shout as someone finishes him off. Surmashed does end up going down, but a Rampage from someone doesn't connect with anybody at all on the London Spitfire, but Checkmate just cleans him up with his dashes. They're trying to take down Hadi as quick as possible, but they left him. And with a couple of seconds to go, the Florida Mayhem are holding on second. They're not going down without a fight.
Oh boy, I mean, that was a smart choice from Florida. The presence that they had on the high ground made it so difficult for London to even approach them, to get them off. Would have had to throw a lot of resources at it, and just it didn't work. That experience on this map really paying off here for Florida.
All right, a no 3 Overwatch. That's what I like to see. Just more games on LAN. All right, let's jump to a quick break. London Spitfire get to choose their map. See where they want to go after this.
Florida Mayhem on the trail of a potential reverse sweep against the London Spitfire. Happened in Hawaii, can maybe happen here. It's London's choice to where we go. 4 push and then taking us to Colosseo.
Gibraltar is where it all started for Florida to get that reverse sweep. Now it's kind of interesting that London Spitfire, with their next map choice, is taking us to the second map of that reverse sweep. A little risky, I feel like, but, you know, London Spitfire, they have a lot of history with particular push maps. I know I'm like teasing it a little bit. I didn't want to give it away before we saw the map set. We're going to Colosseo, everybody.
I already said, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, this is also where London kind of made their name too, right? On the Colosseo.
Sparkers, Soldier 76.
Soldier 76, the Sojourn, the May, of course, with the London Spitfire. So we'll see how Florida may end up faring. If Hydron continues to find these early picks with Railgun, or even just switch over to the Ash, maybe. I mean, the Ash with the double flex sport kind of went crazy on Gibraltar. It was hard. It was, well, it wasn't hard. It was impossible for Backbone to do anything.
I will say about when we're looking at the double flex support on the Ash, it's a little bit harder to play it on a push map or on control because you just don't have the same disengage tools as you would with the Lucio, and you don't have that same brawl potential if you don't have the Brig.
Let's go.
Sparker's mom liked your tweet. Good.
That's what you want.
Probably had a good tweet then. Love
Parental approval.
I like we're getting
Pog.
some love though. We got RuPaul signed there for RuPaul and for Sparker.
Yeah, it's good to see the fan turnout. Sign's always great, honestly. At,
Sign
any
game has
Overwatch
been
event.
on point for this land, by the way.
It is. That's very true. It's very true.
Hottie coming back. Oh, hey.
A few London fans in the audience, I'm sure. Same with the Mayhem.
Was
All
Hottie
right.
doing some push-ups?
Maybe. Like I said, maybe that's what gives them power. I'm not sure. They want to take this series so they can face Toronto Defiant again.
Hey, maybe this was a gentleman's sweep, right? I learned that term.
Oh,
Thank
yeah?
you, Call of Duty. Giving a map over to Florida and then kind of still getting the 3 map
Gentleman
wins.
sweep. Yeah, courteous. And like, look, you know,
Yeah,
you take a map, that's fine. You have one.
Ah, look at Johnny
Chatty
Diff.
Diff.
Johnny Diff.
I mean, if you look back at map number 1, like, Chatty was different someone a fair bit on the Junker Queen. It was tough for someone to really get much stuff done. You could say, oh yeah, sure, that's a lot of that's down to the May play from London, but still.
Well, I mean, the walls do help set up, but at the end of the day, Hottie is still one of the leading Junker Queens when it comes to that wound, and as well as just those rampage kills, and the knife accuracy has been absolutely insane from Hottie during the Junker Queen meta. But we are going to Colosseo. This is, again, second map where Florida kind of got the reverse sweep started. Gibraltar was the first one, Colosseo was the second. But London, yeah, the history with them on this map has just been ridiculous. They started all the flanks.
Yeah. I'm not going to miss the DPS speed up passive.
No?
No. I don't want Soldier 76 being in the back line 24/7. It's pretty
No, but
scary.
now you get
But now we
Sonata
get
in the
a
back line.
Or yeah, sure, there's yeah, that is true.
Gotta watch out. Or if you're Twilight, then it's Twilight's Brig in the back
Yeah, or
line.
the Brig in the back line. Yeah, that is true. London's doing a pretty good on the Brig so far. He's been popping up with the kill feed a lot. We got a couple of little replays there too. It is funny seeing Brig replays because it's just holding M1 and then W. And you're swinging and you're doing a lot. But still, like getting people's faces and getting that many kills feels pretty good.
Well, I mean, you were saying too that watching the Brigida's evolution over the course of this meta has been really cool because there's so many high-key techs that these Brigs can go for. Like, they understand the physics of the flail, the whip shot, and the shield bash, like how much distance you can really get with those abilities, so what you can reach. But
It's super
commanding
important,
shots
like
start.
knowing how far you can bash and like the whip shot range, like you said.
Exactly.
We're seeing a lot of like good whip shot plays, either like disengages or like going for kills. It's extremely important to know the exact meterage of the flail. All right, how long is it going to take to get a kill?
Yeah,
Who's your bet on?
We're starting on
Betting
this
on
one.
30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes?
A minute.
A minute.
I'll give
Okay.
you 30 more seconds to get a
All right. Well, no ashes either, so yeah, it's going to take a little while. It's just the Sojourn's waiting for a railgun shot or a Genji Or a Lucio, mispositioning.
Anything, just anything. All right, Hadi's getting a little stuck in the corner, so if Checkmate seizes an opportunity, you can just kind of go in, play off of these walls, and get those dash resets.
That was close. Oh! It was exactly on a minute. You got it right. That was perfect.
I get a cookie.
You do indeed. There are plenty in the green room. I'm sure you can pick one of those up later. All right, Hardy going pretty low. Oh my goodness, somehow someone ends up pushing in alone. Didn't have any healers to back him up. You can see only now is RuPaul just poking his head around the corner. It's a trade, but losing your Junker Queen like that, not good. You can see London now pressing at the issue, pushing forward.
London still, I mean, despite the fact that Florida Mayhem were able to get that first pick, they still are giving so much respect to the Spitfire. In fact, Spitfire gonna go ahead and take over the meterage. But I'm looking at the fact that Checkmate and Hydron have pumped so much damage in.
Hydron again. Oh, he is so good. He was one of the better Sojourns when the hero first started getting playtime. And he's trying to continue that trend. You see why Florida Mayhem want to play him right now. Is the London Spitfire going to have to back out. Pretty good disengagement, though, from London. Oh, Backbone's in trouble. He does get shield bash, but he does dash away. He doesn't stun anymore, of course. Just moves you back just a little bit. As Hydron working up towards his first ultimate, that overclock way quicker than Sparkers. He's 30% away, and Hydron's a couple of percentage points. But look at London now, trying to turn the tides, the tempo very much in their favor, as they are splitting up the Florida Mayhem right now.
Are they expecting the also from Florida's DPS?
Rally coming out already from the London Spitfire, as well as that beat. They don't even care about Checkmate's blade at this point. And the Florida Mayhem, not really getting too much stuff done. Later rally from the Florida Mayhem. They know London don't have any support onto us to back them up now. There's even Checkmate trying to get some damage in, but Sparker and Backbone refusing to go down without a fight. Backbone now pulling the blade. Surmashed beat still online. Is he going to use it, or is he going to be selfish with it? He's going to be selfish with it, and it's going to work out. Hydron takes care of Backbone as the Florida Mayhem, just iron wills, still holding on to that sound barrier. Both Brigittas trading, but London Spitfire splitting themselves up, but it might not matter. How did that Rampage not hit? Oh no! Surmashed! He gets pooped, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. Oh my god, my heart was racing.
I wasn't really sure what was going to happen there. We just saw Surmashed with like 10 seconds.
I was ready for an Ajax.
I was
ready for an Ajax.
God. I was like, oh, okay, we can all relax. Everything is good now. Someone has the Rampage. And Florida, I mean, look at the time that was built off the clock, though, right now, 3.5 minutes.
That was potentially the messiest fight I've ever seen. I'm going to be real.
Long.
I'm going to be real. I'm going to do some Matt Mr. X Morello analysis there. That was a massive fight. Anyway, Mitch, carry on.
All right. I mean, Sparker, with just that toe over the line there, Florida going to be able to work on that. But the Rampage.
Rampage catches Sparker and landed. Sparker goes down to that bleed, and someone just marches forward. Easy clean up for Checkmate. Florida Mayhem looking good. They're going to push him on the high ground now.
Checkmate's going to have another blade? Excuse me? Checkmate and Hydron just used these DPS ults like 2 fights ago, and they're already going to be back online before Admiral and Landon this time around can actually get those support ults. It didn't really matter last time. It prolonged the fights enough that we got to this point where there was 6.5 minutes left, but all of a sudden, here it comes.
There's the blade in the spawn room. No chance for London to escape this. The plane comes crashing down as Checkmate finds 2 kills. Both the DPS right now from the Florida Mayhem just gapping the London Spitfires in terms of damage. Checkmate and Hydron setting up on the high ground. The checkpoint has been unlocked. Butt scratch mode initiated, and the London Spitfire reeling. And even a rally from London to try and get out of this spawn hold. Someone's taken down eventually. But London, they have to use ults right now. The Florida Mayhem are more than happy to to just back off, just die, go again, whatever. As long as you don't burn that rally, you know you got it for the next fight. Admiral's got beat. This is a really weird situation for that Lucio to be in, because Checkmate just used that blade.
I know, but I mean, look at the fact that you can just go ahead and in this long corridor, Hydron's gonna have that overclock that he saved up. So you just gotta get free reign over the Spitfire right now, and that forces out the beat too.
Hydron peeking a little bit, looking for a 100 charge shot before he maybe overclocks his gun. All right, London still trying to force the issue, but you've got to look out for Hydron. Blade for Backbone. Hydron slides away as RuPaul, with an iron will, still holding on to the rally. Backbone's blade got absolutely nothing done. The Florida Mayhem now pushing on forwards. They know they got the support ults that they need to make this fight theirs.
Uses the sound barrier first. Oh, and doesn't have it anymore.
Oh, he didn't Ajax, so they got it for the next fight. But their lives cut pretty damn short. There's 4 minutes to go, and the Florida Mayhem just working the London Spitfire in the neutral right now.
Oh my god, the patience though from Florida, it's really paying off here. RuPaul had that rally to be able to get Florida that team fight win, and now as this bot moves forward, yeah, you can just go ahead and have Hydron escort that around the corner to that line.
There's the beat from the London Spitfire as RuPaul's the first target, a later beat from Florida Mayhem. They still want to win this one. It's a 4v5. Hardy got the first kill, and as someone, yeah, he was looking like he wanted to retreat to London Spitfire spawn there. Still getting a couple of extra meters is good for Florida. London are going to have to win, what, 3 fights maybe to equal that meterage?
Yeah, definitely. And when Checkmate has the blade up as well, he's been finding, what, like 2-3 picks right now with each Dragon Blade. His efficiency right now is 1.5. That's really high for Genjis in this meta. And so you gotta see that converted back over. And there's no response right now from London unless they draw this out long enough for Landon to get that rally on.
London going pretty low again, but now Hydron gets a taste of his own medicine as Sparker hits him with a rail gun. The Florida Mayhem still willing to fight, though. There's the play. Sparker's in trouble. Someone's got to save him. They're not quite quick enough. But Checkmate just, like, how is he still getting value with these blades? There's so many boosts from London, but he's saving those dashes to the last possible moment. The London Spitfire still have that Junker Queen alive and well, but now Landon is in trouble and they're completely split up. Checkmate with the dash, can he get the kill? The shield has also been destroyed. Admiral saves him with a boop onto Checkmate, but they're just now tussling in the middle once again. It's basically a complete reset here, Rose.
You gotta see someone as well just kind of posturing for a position to use this Rampage. And if you're not careful, there's a really nice straightaway for someone to just kind of set him up to knock him down. Let's see if he gets a strike.
Rampage from someone hits absolutely no one. The London Spitfire, they just use that speed boost to move past it and take care of the brig. The bottom's been stolen by someone who swings at people with the axe. He does manage to land 2 blows with the axe, so a little bit of healing from the adrenaline boost there, but doesn't end up saving him. But all the Florida Mayhem are doing, Rose, is just burning down that time bank. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and London are no way near the meterage that Mayhem have got.
Mayhem can just keep the lead. That's what they're playing for right now, is just to keep the meterage lead. London have to back up a little bit as Florida Mayhem come back out of these spawns, but you know they're going to be going in with the blade very shortly here.
Yeah, they're all tracking well enough. They know Summershed doesn't have that beat. And this might be a bit of a free blade for Backbone. He does pull it, dash up the stairs, but he didn't actually look around the corner to see where everybody was lining up for. So Blade gets 1 slice on Hydra, but he receives a small Girl Scout cookie and gets healed on up. And now the Florida Mayhem using that rally to push forward. Spitfire with a beat in kind as they dash to the spawn, but someone just cleans them up. There's nothing they can do with the 50 seconds to go. The London Spitfire, they may be taken to a map number 5.
I think they're going to be. Right now, Florida, they can keep these fights going long enough that Sriracha's going to have that sound barrier. And Sparker has been getting focused out so much. London just not looking behind them. Somebody from Florida has been constantly going into the back to harass them, and they just aren't turning their attention.
I mean, it's 25 seconds to go, and the bot is on London's side of the map right now. They've only got that overclock. Hardy's close to the...
He's dead!
Don't have overclock anymore. Might not have Hardy freeze the Rampage. It does hit 3. This is London's chance to turn this one around. But look, the target focus from Florida Mayhem is just so good, and the bot is being stolen. London Spitfire need to also touch the bot to trigger overtime, but Checkmate is playing bouncer. Backbone super low, no deflect, no dash. Checkmate takes him out. The London Spitfire have gone down. Map number 5 on the cards, but no, Admiral touches. Okay, we're not out of this just yet, but the Florida Mayhem still have control. Surmashed and someone needs to be taken down before London can see themselves with a chance on this map, but it's not going to happen. The Florida Mayhem looking to repeat history as they take London to a map number 5.
This is where it's all gonna go wrong here for London, maybe? Florida tying up the series, and this is now 2 maps in a row that they have won on the reverse sweep that happened before. History literally could repeat itself here. But London, they got one more chance to pick a map, one more chance to potentially take the series home and get that rematch versus the Toronto Defiant.
My word. All right, London, once again, their chance to pick the map. We've had so many historical matches. Yeah, London want to get to Toronto so they can beat him a third time in a row, right? Florida Mayhem looking to deny that. The 8th seed coming in, taking down the London Spitfire, who looks so impressive coming out of the qualifiers. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see where we go after this. A little bit of deja vu for the London Spitfire. Got reverse swept in Hawaii, Rose. The Florida Mayhem looking to do the exact same thing again. We are going on to Ilios as our last map. See, spirits are still pretty high in the London camp by the looks of it. Still smiles on the faces. Got to be confident going in. You cannot let this get to your head.
No, I mean, London got sent home last time, but it's got to be about that iron mental, that's for sure. At least that third map in the trifecta, Oasis is off the board already. So they get to go to a map that might not be so reminiscent of what happened in Hawaii.
Oh yeah, Ilios is that map. Florida Mayhem right now, like I said, coming in at 8th seed. They can upset London, send them home. Remember, loser of this match does get a one-way ticket back to their hometown.
I feel like Florida Mayhem, this happens a lot in tournaments. They come in, very underrated, coming in maybe at a lower seed, but they still perform very, very well. But a lot of it today has been just an adjustment of going around and surprising London Spitfire. Someone needs to be an owl on London Spitfire. No, literally, like just turn your head around. Be a lookout, please.
Yeah, Checkmate. Checkmate and Hydron have both had individual pop-off moments throughout this entire series. We are going to Ruins as our first map in Ilios. Very good map for Hydron right now.
Exactly.
Him and Sparker, it's not really been the most even head-to-head of all time. Hydron is coming out on top more often than not against Sparker Sojourn. And at the start of that push map on Colosseo, like both Checkmate and Hydron were just outpacing Backbone and Sparker on the damage and, you know, subsequently the ultimate charge.
Yeah, but even on top of that too, Admiral and Landon couldn't keep up with the pace either. So you never had a good answer on London Spitfire to the damage output of Hydron and Checkmate. On Ruins as well, you already mentioned that Hydron's been having a good game, but when you have those long sight lines, especially on such a hit scan oriented map with these straightaways, I would be worried if I were London Spitfire on how well Hydron will perform. We're gonna see the teleporter strategy coming out from Florida as Hydron switches back over to the Sojourn and locking into that pick. And that does allow Florida Mayhem to make it to that mega health pack before London Spitfire, but Hottie's gonna have to take that.
Yeah, he just takes it away, it's all good. Teleport didn't really mean much of anything there. London Spitfire just on the point. It's a bit frustrating though, if you do take the point first, you are on low ground and the DPS can just kind of peek over the top and fire a couple of shots down at you. Gotta be careful, Landon and Admiral can get a lot of boot kills. Controlling this mega health pack is pretty damn good if you are trying to cut that point, and London gonna do just that.
They're going to, but Florida Mayhem paying a lot of respect here, waiting for some of those cooldowns to come back online before they re-engage. And look at the placement that Hydron has right now on the map. They're just gonna go ahead and take that Widow Nest that we usually see.
Ooh! Wow, Backbone gets taken out by the Brig. That point almost getting flipped over. Can London just stall this out for a little bit longer? They can. Admiral's on the point, but the rest of his team have fallen around him already. Florida Mayhem with a quick kill onto Backbone will get the flip.
Well, that's what Florida Mayhem was waiting for. Somebody on London Spitfire to get out of position so that they could take them out. Sparker's got to be careful. You really don't want to get staggered out here. Backbone too, though, has been kind of going in by himself, trying to harass the front line to kind of turn the attention to him. He's been playing bait a little bit, but it's not been working out for him so far.
Look at this
Florida Mayhem with the hop.
Florida Mayhem trying to split the rest of the London Spitfire. Spitfire are playing as 5 and do manage to make it to the point, almost flipping sides. Can the cap come through? Doesn't look like it. Florida Mayhem put themselves on there. Stop the complete cap. Oh, you got a touch. No, Florida Mayhem let the point go and actually lose their Brig in the process. Both Lucians have that sound barriers. Now the Florida are trying to pressure the points. But no, it's Backbone getting the resets with the help of his team. Just netting London some additional percent that they wouldn't otherwise have had.
London Spitfire are winning these fights when they stick together. When they try to get fancy, try to get somebody to go on a flank. Florida Mayhem capitalize that and isolate out that person and get that target focus on them. That's why they've been able to win out a lot of these fights on Florida's side, just having those 5 versus 4 advantages. But someone is going to wait for that commanding shot to come back online, and they're going to bum rush the London Spitfire here before maybe even Backbone gets a chance to use this blade.
Yep, first ult fight. There's the rallies. There's the... Oh, checkmate! Oh my word! Backbone completely shut down the Florida Mayhem, making that one hurt.
Yeah, Honey's gonna have to get a quick reset here. London able to walk away with quite a bit of charge, but yikes! Backbone just kind of get taken out like a fruit in the sky. Checkmate though did have to use a blade there, rally as well for the engagement tool on Florida. So we at least have a little bit of an icon advantage here for London, but Florida playing so aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Rampage. They can set this one up pretty easily. Rally for the London Spitfire, and they still have beat in their back pocket. Beautiful stun, and an Ajax too. Admiral loses beat. The Florida Mayhem. This is LAN. This ain't a scrim. The London Spitfire have only got one ultimate to come back into this next fight, and Surmajed still has that beat.
I know, they can just keep playing up against the spawn doors of London. They're gonna back up a little bit. They want to be able to give some space over to London, just being respectful of the fact that Hadi does have this Rampage online. Since they've been paying attention, but Sparker's already so low.
Your boy Surmajed ain't respectful, that's for sure. Hitting with the Ajax and the all chat. Oh, someone, little bit out of position. There comes the beat. They're tough as woodpecker lips now. A nice anti onto someone, Surmajed and Hydron, but still that overhealth helping them out, helping them survive this fight. Florida Mayhem on the last ditch attempt at holding on to the points. Not going to end up working out as Hadi cleans up, but they're still on 99% as London is going to get the flip in just a moment, I promise. Or maybe I don't promise. Hang on a second. I'm going to spoken a little bit too soon. There comes the rally. RuPaul coming in. Overhealth building up. Sparker and Backbone need to do something here because that overhealth is keeping someone alive on the point. RuPaul going melee mode. He pushes Hadi straight towards the health bag, but he didn't need it. The flip comes through from London Spitfire as both Junker Queens end up going down. A bit more of a vanilla fight now as there's no ults available apart from Checkmate's blade.
You sure?
He's
He
going
might
to
just
go
go
in. He might as well. He dashes into the wall, straight into the open arms of the London Spitfire, and he takes it with ease. Both GPS from London are now dead as the Florida Mayhem look to find that flip.
They're gonna get that flip too, and just like that, I don't think London Spitfire can come back into this one.
RuPaul takes care of Atmore as overtime ticks down. London feeling a bit of deja vu. One more round, and the Florida Mayhem will send London packing.
Oh my gosh, Florida. Just so many instances in that first round where they didn't let London use their ults. Backbone getting sliced out of the sky. Admiral getting Ajax, that sound barrier just not able to come through. We're going to Lighthouse. London Spitfire using this map as a comeback mechanism, and Lighthouse is one of their best rounds, especially when Sparker can get set up, but Florida's not letting that happen right now. Blade Ajax ×6. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, no.
I mean, the nerves might be getting to London right now. It was all smiles when we jumped to the player cams in the break. But you're one round away from going home, getting reverse swept by the Florida Mayhem. Jump onto Lighthouse. Jesus.
Sparker needs to find value. Well, there's one pick.
It's a good start. This is what London were doing in the first two maps, setting their own tempo of play. So they just run down Hydron. Florida Mayhem more than happy to fight 4v5. We've seen that many times before. In fact, a lot of teams more than happy to do that. London find the first cap of this round.
Now they get a chance to get set up too. London can play a really good defense here, as long as they don't get too split up. And Florida seems to always know when Backbone is by himself. Doesn't have that support from that back line, but he's gonna have to give it over now. Backbone's gotta help out the front.
Yeah, the homie's coming in clutch there for the Florida Mayhem. You saw Hardy trying to step up, trying to isolate someone. Didn't end up working out. And in fact, London are forced back to the point. Backbone spots out Hydron, gives him the call, and you see instantly Checkmate dashing over to him, forcing cooldowns from the Genji. And London's actually the first casualty of this fight. The London Spitfire have so little heals now. It's all too easy for someone of the rest of the gang to clean up. London Spitfire end up falling. They get decent percent, what, 39, almost 40? You take that. Another neutral fight coming up, though, Rose. No ults available just yet. Admiral's the closest at 75% towards that beat.
Yeah, I mean, the beat's not gonna matter too much right now. It's still a little bit far away unless we see a quick pick from London. Hadi, Admiral still finding their marks with a lot of these picks. And if London as well can funnel Florida into a room where Landon's gonna get that Inspire healing, maybe, but Hydron's looking for the pick.
That was a super nice shot. Okay, Backbone's full HP. I was gonna say that's the go time, really. You force those armor packs out from the Briggs. By just getting these body shots, you can just run down the enemy team. Oh, Hydron. Oh, that lined up for him there. There's the beat from the London Spitfire to try and make this one hurt. The Florida Mayhem just no ultimates online. They're just overwhelmed with the overhealth. I mean, stalling out is also pretty nice. Almost 50% it will be as Checkmate gets back onto the point. As London do win, but they had to use that beat.
I think that's okay though, because London is putting a lot of confidence into Backbone and Sparker with their DPS ult on the board to get something done. Landon as well is gonna have that rally, that overhealth. Just start building that up. Maybe you don't have to worry about the DPS ults from Florida too, but Florida's been so patient. They might have a full 5 for this fight.
Yeah, just take a fight, get the blade out. Speaking of blades, Badburn's pulled his already. Look, they're trying to isolate the Mayhem again. And with RuPaul dead, maybe Florida Mayhem end up backing up. With a break, it looks very unlikely you're going to be able to win that. However, looking at the percent bank rows, 75. With your brig coming back, like this is really one fight territory, but Florida Mayhem have 5 ults.
Yeah, they can overwhelm here, that's for sure. I mean, Sparker might pop the overclock too, just to keep Florida at bay.
Hardy is so low, dashes around the corner, Checkmate pulls the blade. A perfect beat from the Florida Mayhem to stop that anti from doing anything. Landon isolated from the rest of London. There's no packs to really go around. He does jump back down to the fight, but there's too much health to heal up as Checkmate cleans too. And someone from Florida Mayhem capped in the middle of this chaos. Okay, Sir Machete comes back with a couple of kills of his own. London Spitfire on final fight, 94%. But the Florida Mayhem, more importantly, have saved 2 key ultimates for this next one.
Yeah, I mean, Florida didn't have to use everything there, and so that's something that London Spitfire should be worried about. They wanted to get more ultimates out of Florida here, and when someone has that rampage, you know something big is about to go down. We're entering final fight here, Jaws. Can Florida Mayhem do it? The reverse sweep on the cards.
They just need this one round. Every ult being thrown out. That's an absolutely ginormous rampage from someone. The health bar's ticking down. Sparker's not afraid, though. He steps up to the plate, trying to land these overclock kills. He almost takes down Hydron. In fact, Backbone ends up following up. Florida Mayhem still control the point, mind you. And they can stall this out for a little bit longer. London Spitfire make it there. And now with 95%, someone from Mayhem has to touch. It looks like it's going to be Sir Machete. He gets booped away. Can he get onto the point? No, he cannot. London Spitfire taking us to a round number 3 in map number 5.
This is as close as it gets. These rounds in control have been so back and forth. Oasis at the start, a really good example of that, but well. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at RuPaul and I'm looking at Landon on those breaks, just getting those flails, getting those shield bashes. Both teams gonna try to stay away from that pit in the middle. They don't want to see what's at the bottom of the well.
With the way Landon right now is playing, yeah. Can they stop history from repeating itself? I mean, if you're Mayhem, your confidence just oozing right now.
Teleporter strat once again from Florida. They really like utilizing this because it means that they get a chance to save that commanding shot for later.
Yeah, they make it to cage first. All right, what you got? Someone and Hardy just, yeah, literally on top of each other right now, just exchanging axe blows. But it's actually the flail from Landon will start off the fight for the London Spitfire. They do trade their own brig. Damage almost permanent now. The Florida Mayhem with good target focus. An incredibly scrappy fight to begin with. The Florida Mayhem, however, are still capping that point. Yeah, get out of there, Hydra. You don't really belong here right now, not with a Backbone guarding this door. Checkmate, if he can just stall for as long as possible on this point. Oh, 9 HP, it's not gonna happen. A nice little right hook from Checkmate will end his life in what looked like a good start from the London Spitfire. Turns on his head completely with Florida Mayhem capping. Oh, what a boop! Oh! Knife pull and a boop. Lands and isolated completely, and now Florida Mayhem could just press this issue.
Oh, look at that too. I mean, Sparker's so low. Hottie goes down. This is a huge stagger here. As Florida Mayhem are starting to work up to that percentage, that round win, that series win. Hydron and Checkmate. Look at how much work they've been putting into these fights so far. Jack, it's crazy. They're both 15% away from having the overclock, having the blade. Admiral's got to get this beat online, but London Spitfire just even have to get back to the point. Florida Mayhem are not letting that happen. Backbone, reset.
Yep, he was on the point. Haha, not anymore. That's a lot of time wasted. And Checkmate, he was 15% towards the blade. He's 100% now. Are they going to force this? Look at London Spitfire right now, all backing up. They're lining up for Checkmate. A nice beat. Checkmate with 15 armor packs thrown at him to keep him alive. London Spitfire still managed to overwhelm the Mayhem's front line. But with 50%, Florida Mayhem still feeling pretty good.
Get that too.
Oh, did someone get booped? No. All good.
No, just a disruptor shot, a quick pick. Sparker back on the board. It's just the sound barrier as well.
Almost 70% Rose.
That's so much. I mean, if Florida Mayhem are able to come back into this one with the double support ultimates too, all they've gotten rid of is the blade. And London Spitfire right now don't really have enough to contend with this one unless they pop the rally now and are able to convert Backbone and Sparker's ultimates to picks. But they have a tall mountain to climb here, Jack, to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself.
All eyes on Backbone's blade. He's got to be able to force one of those support ultimates from the Mayhem. Hydron opening up this fight with an overclock, dashes back to the rest of his team, and once again, just unbelievable presence of mind from the Florida Mayhem. They don't use either support ultimate for that blade.
They don't need to. They know the patience. They know that they can get away from it. The confidence is there. Someone trying to line up for this rampage right now.
There's Sparker. He's got that overclock of his own. Those knives are pretty good. The rampage is even better. Hardy and Sparker bleeding to death. The Florida Mayhem, with an overwhelming support advantage, managed to wipe the London Spitfire. It's only landed on the point, and he used the rally to try and turn that one. The Florida Mayhem now one fight away from repeating history.
Checkmate. Admiral, they are racing each other right now to get these ultimates online. But even still, it's kind of a clean slate for everybody. It's gonna be more of a neutral fight. Any pick though, Hottie looking low. They gotta go touch.
RuPaul, he's good. Someone going pretty low. Admiral takes him out. There's the neutral fight one for London Spitfire. Or maybe not one just yet. Yeah, okay. 3 dead, almost 4. So much yet trying for a couple of sneaky boops, but ain't gonna happen. Backbone comes up with 4 kills in that fight. They do find the flip in the neutral, but still, Mayhem, 99%.
It's gonna be last fight territory though. Jack, it all comes down to this. Admiral has a sound barrier, is the perfect response for Checkmate's blade. But what is going to come up after that? Now it's gonna be a race between Backbone and Hydron unless we see a first pick here. But it all comes down to this final fight. Who's gonna win this series?
Checkmate Blade versus Admiral Beat. They can Ajax him again, they should be good. Blade has been pulled, there's the boop. Admiral successfully lands the beat. All that overhealth building up, and Checkmate knows his time is done. He has to back out.
Now it's on Hydron. Hydron maybe getting the overclock. London getting aggressive though.
An aggressive push straight onto the backline. RuPaul ends up going down. London Spitfire now just trying to erase the Florida Mayhem. They've got 95% as Hydron comes up clutch. 1 kill with the overclock as they try to guard. Another Admiral dead. There's no speed boost for London Spitfire. Florida Mayhem, they're going to try and just force London off of the point. Backbone is here with 8% towards that blade, but he ends up going down. Checkmate comes up big. Sparker kills one on Hydron, but it's not going to matter at all. History really does repeat itself with a kill onto Admiral. Landon with no rally, and London with no hope. The Florida Mayhem make sure history repeats itself with a reverse sweep.
Someone celebrating. That's what we expect to see from the tank of Florida Mayhem. Absolutely coming up clutch. That last map, though, was so close between these two teams. But they gave us a good show, and it's going to be Florida Mayhem going up against Toronto Defiant later today.
London really wanted their chance of revenge there against the Toronto Defiant, or not revenge, just carry on the beating, I guess, of the Toronto Defiant. But the Florida Mayhem stopped them in their tracks. A reverse sweep. I mean, that's just got to weigh on you a whole bunch. Still friends at the end of the day, of course. Hugs all around. And it's definitely tough. Like you said, Rose, they went to maps that they got reversed, like the reverse sweep started on. Like, that's got to weigh on your mind a little bit. Even if you say it doesn't, like, it's in the back of your brain, just lurking, waiting. And the Florida Mayhem took full advantage of that.
Yeah, Gibraltar, Colosseo, those are both maps that the reverse sweep happened on for both reverse sweeps that we've seen so far. Ilios, though, very, very close. But someone leading the charge there. The aggression from the Florida Mayhem just too overwhelming for the Spitfire to deal with, and even the harassment in the backline too. Sometimes London Spitfire just didn't know what hit him.
Man, someone is such a character. It's always good to see him on stage. I think we've got a small interview down on the stage though. It's Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Josh. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here with, hi, Checkmate.
Hello. Hello.
That was a crazy series. How are you feeling right now? 지금 일단 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요. 지금 굉장히 좀 감정이 많이 올라와 있을 것 같은데 어떠신가요?
너무 좋아요.
너무 좋아요?
네.
All right. He just simply said it just feels great to win. Yeah, and I bet it does. Also because this was a crazy reverse sweep for the Florida Mayhem. So, you know, like what adjustments did you guys make after map 2 going into map 3? 또 방금 말씀하셨다시피 기분이 좋았던 이유 중에 제일 큰 이유가 제가 봤을 때는 아무래도 역수입이기 때문이 아닐까 싶습니다. 어떻게 이제 두 번째 세트가 끝나고 세 번째 세트에 들어가면서 좀 어떤 조정을 하셨나요?
저희가 너무 약간 빨려 들어가는 그림이 많이 나와서 상대가 궁 쓸 때 먼저 스피드로 빼고 그 다음 저희 턴을 잡는 식으로 바꿨습니다.
So there were a lot of instances where I felt like our teams were getting dragged in or sucked into London Spitfire. So we wanted to take the initiative where we speed in and to go in that way and to sort of turn around the fight that way. So those were the changes that we made going into map 3 and get the win against London Spitfire. All right, so let's talk about your next match, which is happening after our third match. You guys will be going against the home crowd, Toronto Defiant. Chuck, wait, do you think it's gonna be an easy win? 어떻게 마지막 경기 오늘 이제 토론토와의 경기가 하나 더 남아 있습니다. 오늘 좀 쉽게 이길 것 같으신가요? 토론토와 경기가?
네, 토론토 오늘 경기한 거 봤는데 그냥 관중분들이 다 해주시고 플레이적으로는 딱히 잘한다는 걸 못 느껴서 아마 다음 경기에서도 쉽게 이기지 않을까 싶습니다.
I honestly feel like after watching Toronto's match today, I got the feeling that it was all the fans that did the work. Play-wise, the Toronto team really didn't have much to give. So I do feel like it is going to be an easy win for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, everybody, give it up for Chuckmate. Thank you so much. And again, big congratulations.
Thank you.
On the win. With that being said, Jaws and Necra, back to you guys.
Thank you, Danny. And Checkmate, of course. Yeah, fighting words. And, you know, the crowd was behind Florida Mayhem at the very end there. They're probably not going to be behind them when they face Toronto a little bit later
I heard
on.
those boos.
Yeah.
Oh,
good.
yeah.
I love that.
The spice, though.
You love to hear it, honestly. That's one of the best things, I think, about having a LAN like this and having the home team make it as far as they've done. Like, yeah, the crowd fully in their favor. There will definitely be sprinklings of Florida Mayhem fans in the crowd, but we'll see how many of them there are and how loud they are a little bit later on. Let's have a look at player of the match, though. We have Hydron from this series. Yeah, his Sojourn, even at the very beginning, it looked great, Rose. Like, his head-to-head with Sparker was just completely one-sided. Like, he was getting so many picks, and it wasn't even just on the rest of his team. It was, like, mainly on Sparker.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Sojourn versus Sojourn can be so difficult, but it's not even that. It's Hydron's flexibility. That Ash pick on Gibraltar to kick off the reverse sweep on the defense was absolutely massive. Those dynamites just getting so much value, and then you ended up seeing just Hydron really starting to feel himself as he got these huge picks, huge denials from ultimates as well, and constantly opening up these fights for Florida Mayhem to take with those quick first picks.
Hey, it looked pretty good. 51 railgun accuracy, not bad. Just take that any day of the week. And now it's a little bit of preparation before that final game tonight. We have one more game just before that. That is the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. Another two fan favorites, but oh boy, look. At the end of the day, Florida just played. They went to map number 5, so they are warmed up. That is for sure. Toronto Defiant are laying in wait. Have to wait and see how the next match turns out, though. It's the Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock. We're going to take a quick break, though. We'll be right back.
Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go, boys.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 matches in and 9 maps later, we have our results. We know who's playing in that next lower bracket round. It's going to be Toronto Defiant at the end of the day. And it looks like a very warmed up Florida team has eventually made it in. Custa, Florida took as much time on the stage as they could throughout this best of 5, and they made me nervous.
Yeah, they said that they were, Gumball was like, we want to go on a holiday, we want to have a good time. I didn't realize they wanted to spend the most amount of maps on that stage, and honestly, they were a completely different team coming out of that halftime. It looked like they were struggling. They tried to sort of desperation pull out the double flex support on Midtown, and at that point I was like, it's a wrap. The Florida Mayhem, they're just struggling to really keep up with the London Spitfire. Then all of a sudden, something happens, a flip switches, and the checkmate Hydron show begins.
Johnny, looking at these games, I mean, this was a little bit of chaos. Who was impressing you, though, from the Mayhem? Because we were expecting to see Hadi the Body doing damage on the Junker Queen. On the other side, Florida kept causing that chaos.
Yeah, and I think it's so impressive from this Florida Mayhem squad because, yes, we did see some double flex support here on Midtown for a little bit. They brought out the Zenyatta and Viana, tried to make the most of it, but couldn't really get something going before we went on to Gibraltar, which was our 3rd map. But it was still impressive that the Florida Mayhem, they're able to hang with a team like the London Spitfire. They're the number 5 seed, but they've been competitive all stage long, playing this Lucio Brig competition. And meanwhile, the Mayhem, they were honestly like a joke going into this tournament. We were like they were the laughing stock of the
number 8 seed.
Yeah,
yep.
Number 8 seed, playing the double flex support. They don't know how to play the Junker Queen. But the fact that they were able to reverse sweep the London Spitfire here, I think that's a testament to the coaching staff being able to turn this team around, the players as well having confidence in their ability to find this momentum off the back of this Gibraltar win. I'm overall very impressed by the overall team here, being able to turn things around for themselves and playing with such confidence and looseliness, I have to say here as well. Because as you said, they came here thinking, we're going to have a nice fun vacation. Didn't take themselves too seriously, and now they earned themselves another round here in the loser bracket.
Custa, this is pretty nutty. 2 reverse sweeps on our first 2 days of action, first 3 days of action. We still have another 2 matches to go tonight. But talk to me about this rivalry in particular. Florida has had the better end of the battle against the Spitfire 3 times in a row now.
Christopher's going to have nightmares about the Florida Mayhem. I think Goomba's living rent-free in his head at this point because they just keep getting away with it in this tournament setting. Something about him, when they have their back against their wall, they just seem to hit that different level. Someone speaks about it time and time again. When he gets there, they just have that different level of motivation. And now if you're the Toronto Defiant, you're going up against the Florida Mayhem that's pretty much playing with house money at this point. They're like, we're already happy. They've overachieved their expectations. Now they can go out, have a good time, and that's a dangerous thing for the Florida Mayhem because they seem to play their best when they're like that.
Well, yesterday was Support Appreciation Friday. Today is a new day, but we're still appreciating the support players. Talk to me about the young man, Sir Majed, and his improvement throughout this season, John.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We got to salute Sir Majed for his improvement.
The number 1 Zenyatta coming in, we should remind everyone.
Yeah, the number 1 Zenyatta out of 1. But yes, I mean, come on, his improvement has been fantastic. The Florida Mayhem, they couldn't figure out who they would actually field on support, so they benched Anamo, brought in Sir Majed, a flex player on Colosseo, and you can see the difference from his qualifier matches. I mean, significantly less damage and healing done. The soundbarriers provided have been knocked up a bit. He dies about half as much as he did in the qualifiers here in the tournament. That's a very impressive turnaround in such a short amount of time. I mean, he went from someone who looked honestly lost on the hero to just in a matter of a few weeks looking like he's about as good as Custa at his peak. So I'm just very impressed by
he's better than me. I'll just say he's way better than I am.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Majed and Florida, they're still kicking and they are fighting for a spot in the top 3. We'll keep our eyes on the Mayhem throughout this tournament, and we should remind everybody where we're at right now because we are coming down to the end. Saturday still has 1 match to go in the lower bracket with Defiant versus Mayhem. Sunday, though, it's the final 3 matches, and it's going to be starting right now, guys, because I have a feeling this is a preview of our finals. The Dallas Fuel versus the Shock in our upper bracket finals. Number 1 seed versus number 2 seed. Johnny, you picked the Fuel to kick off the weekend. Custa, you picked up the opponent here, the Shock, Mr. Consistent Squad in the Overwatch League. Let's talk about these teams and how we feel now seeing them match up in the upper bracket. I want to start with you, Johnny. Sell me on the Fuel. Why do you have faith in our number 1 seed to get the job done and lock up our first spot in the final?
I am very nervous, Costa. I am very nervous. I don't know who's actually going to be the better of these two teams here. I mean, there's been a few standout players on the Dallas Fuel. Sparkle, for example, their Genji player, has had a fantastic run so far this tournament. Yeah, we talk about Hanbin as the best jungle queen in the league. They have a good backline. But Sparkle, he's really playing some of the best Genji he has this tournament when it really matters here at the tournament itself. You can see 10.7 final blows per 10 minutes, 3.1 Dragon Blade kills per 10 minutes. Especially the Dragon Blade kills is something I want to keep an eye on in this series, because he is one of the most efficient Genjis in the league when it comes to Dragon Blading. So if you want to learn a thing or two, keep an eye on when Sparkle commits to those Dragon Blades, because he's going to be very efficient at them.
On the other side, we've talked about Proper's Genji on the Shock. Tell me something else about this team. What should I be looking forward to?
Well, it's actually funny because the interesting thing about the Shock and the reason that they've been so successful, at least in this tournament, has been the other players really stepping up. I think the backline has done a great job of staying alive. Finn and Violet have been very aggressive, and they have been punished throughout the regular season when they were playing this meta, and that was one of my big hesitations for this team, is if they keep getting punished, Dallas did that against them in their regular season match, then it's going to hurt them. But they've actually been a lot more well-rounded, and then Kaluj is playing the best jungle queen that he ever has. Is it as good as Hanbin's? We're going to have to find out, but it is impressive time after time. For me, the last Infinity Stone that the San Francisco Shock need to step up for this tournament to get over Dallas is Kilo. He's had some good performances. He's going to need better than good to get this match win.
What stone is he?
He's the green one, the time one. They're going to go back in time to the 2019 championship caliber, and they're going to get their first tournament win this weekend.
Make it happen. Kilo, those are our experts' picks. And gentlemen, we should remind everybody what's on the line here, right? This is a high-stakes summer showdown. We got tournament points, which will help seed your Overwatch team into the final tournament of the season, but also some cash. Our champions walking away with $75K here in the West. Second place will get 2 points in $50K, and we have a few other teams there playing for the top 3 spots as well. Lots of money on the line, but for you two gentlemen, for anyone who missed the pre-show, we also had a bet in this room.
We did.
It's this small little thing right here underneath our graphic. If we could just move that graphic.
I got it.
Oh, thank you, Cus. Thank you.
There
I should just give it to you because you're going to drink it.
The loser of this has to
so
chug
much.
some maple syrup. Are we still confident in our picks? I'll let you swap if you want.
No, I'm committed. I think I'm committed to the San Francisco
What happens if I swap?
If you swap in the Shock win, neither of you drink.
Wait, this is not necessary. This is not necessary right here. You know, unless of course you want to take that one and I'll take.
No,
this
well,
one
I
and
feel
we
like
can
we got a
just get it done
disproportionate
with.
amount of maple syrup.
How confident are we in the field, Johnny?
I am.
Small bottle or big bottle?
It's a cucumber. Are cucumbers confident? Because I will be. Yeah, absolutely.
He doesn't believe in you, Dallas. You guys hearing this?
Do you believe in
I
Shock?
believe in the San Francisco
We're
Shock.
going
Ride or die, baby.
Cabin.
Yeah.
I like it. Ladies
chug
and
this whole
gentlemen,
thing.
I have to cut these two off. We got Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock. One of them's chugging the bottle at the end of the weekend. After this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Showdown live here in Toronto in the Mattamy Athletic Center. The double L's are back, and boy, do we have a showdown for you. The #1 and the #2 teams in North America about to face off in our winners final. It's the San Francisco Shock versus the Dallas Fuel.
Now, you know, the San Francisco Shock coming into this, they are incredibly eager to rewrite history. The last time that these two teams met was in our qualifications for the Summer Showdown just before we all came here to Toronto. We saw Dallas Fuel defeat San Francisco Shock 3-1 in what many might have considered an upset. I was talking to Krusty very late last night. He was up all night planning, thinking, yo, how are we going to beat the Dallas Fuel? How can we turn this around? And honestly, when we look at these two teams and we think back to the previous matchup between them, it was very much boiled down to kind of a 1v1 between Edison and Kilo.
Yeah, and I think even the first map pick has its own story, but whether you have Proper versus Sparkle, or Sparkle, I don't know if anyone's going to even argue with me on this. The #1 Genji in North America, I mean, maybe the APAC boys will have an argument over whether this translates to the entire world, but man, Dallas Fuel have done a lot of growing, and I feel like not finishing first in that kickoff clash, this is their second chance to really claim the throne. In a rush meta, that fits them perfectly.
Yeah, coming into this, I had a couple of suspect tweets that some people called me out on at the time, but I said that, hey, I think that Dallas Fuel are being underrated coming into this meta. Yeah, their mid-season madness was a little bit poo, admittedly, but they definitely turned it around in this kind of coordination-focused meta with their hive mind on the other side. Well, they're starting with a tremor. It's becoming a quake, and they're going for a crown. Ladies and gentlemen, the San Francisco Shock!
This is a team that's been on the top, always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. Always in second place, but now that there's no Gladiators in their way, there's no Atlanta Reign, Dallas Fuel has been their final boss, and that 6'5" powerhouse in the middle. The mitochondria of the cell is Kaluj, who's brought his entire family. He's got the support not only on his team, the trust of his teammates, but also the crowd behind them. I'm excited to see if the Shock can make a #1 run this tournament.
Of course, we'd be remiss without talking about Proper's role in this roster. Heavily touted for Rookie of the Year. And some people even say MVP as well. Can you win both of them? I don't think that's ever happened. I don't know if it's allowed, but if there was ever a case to be made for it, it's Proper who is doing so. He has been lights out all year, whether it be on the Tracer, on the Genji, or even occasionally on the Sojourn. But the thing is, Proper needs to be set up for these kills by Kilo. And once again, I'm going to drag us back into that 1v1. Kilo versus Edison. It was heavily favored for Edison last time these guys met in the regular season. And we need to have seen maybe a little bit more support for Kilo, or potentially some forcing out of Edison from angles to give Kilo space to work with to set up Proper for his killing blows.
Yeah, the Kilo versus Edison story of Kilo likes to flex between Sojourn and Ashe, while as Edison feels more almost exclusively on the Ashe, and that's kind of the biggest difference in styles between these two teams. Here's the Shock family in the crowd. I mean, it's been loud today. We've had some crazy matches, even a reverse sweep that just happened, but even both teams also got to enjoy the city. We ran into Shock, who were doing some shopping, and everyone is excited to be in a new country. The nerves now gone out of the way. But there's one team that the Shock have to face, their biggest opponent here. They're burning, they're igniting, 1, 2, 3 fighting. Welcome to the stage, the Dallas Fuel!
Superstar studded coming in blue, Edison, Sparkle, Hanbin, Fielder, and Chio. I think no one can disagree with me when I make the claim that Hanbin might well be the best Junker Queen in the world, baby. For those of you who are around for the Watchpoint pre-show, they had a pretty spicy graphic to show off when it comes to the killing blows. Man's on top, and he knows exactly when to be using those Rampage as well, not only for maximum damage and forcing the opponents to disengage and mess with their plans, potentially bisecting these tight formations, but also giving himself enough healing from those wounds drains to be able to make those extra little couple of meters of play, find the right carnage, and maybe overextend himself into a position where you can really find the proper amount of damage to claim a fight.
I mean, Hanbin, like you said, #1 on Junker Queen, but the stats, the watch point pointed that out. But also, I gotta point out Edison's ponytail. Girl, put your hair up, put your feet up, because it's about to get messy. And I like to see that there's Texas fans here. And against the Shock, I think this is a primer for the grand final. I've always predicted that these two teams were going to face off, and we'll have to see if they'll rematch whoever decides to go to the lower bracket. Will they come back?
Yeah, belief in the crowd there for Chio as Rookie of the Year. I believe one of 2 rookies on Dallas Fuel alongside Gurio, who we've seen a little bit more over in mid-season madness. But it's an interesting dichotomy we've got between these two teams, because we have Chio on one side and Violet on the other. Violet is about as close to full veteran status as you can get. I think it was a Season 2 addition to the San Francisco Shock and to the Overwatch League as a whole, but mostly known as one of the best flex supporters we have. Moving over onto Valucio, he's been fragging pretty damn hard when it comes to these very specific mechanics, and there's a reason why you usually don't see people flex onto Valucio, because he's got a burst fire projectile weapon that includes wall riding as a means to get accuracy. It's such a difficult mechanical skill set, and Violet's picked it up super quickly. Chio is probably already there when it comes to that kind of Lucio battle, but between them, who will be able to generate the beats faster? Because Violet's been doing a good job of that.
And you talk about flexibility, but how can we talk about that and not mention Proper? Everyone, you know, he's been absolutely pounding on the Tracer, and then you come into this Genji meta where you thought maybe Sam was going to step more onto that Genji role, but then they've used Proper, and he's looking incredible. What can Proper truly not do? But Sparkle, that is his best hero to date. He's probably the best Genji in North America. This is going to be a historical matchup. Our first map, Lijiang Tower. This has been a very interesting pick for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, for Dallas Fuel, this is definitely a curious pick, at least, Lemon, because it's one of San Francisco Shock's best maps. And I'm wondering why Dallas Fuel decided to go here when San Francisco Shock seems so happy to just flex all of their muscles on the Lijiang Tower. Admittedly, for Dallas Fuel, it's been a little bit more commonly picked recently, so perhaps they believe that there's some kind of augmentation to their strategy which will prove to be viable, at least against the San Francisco Shock. Maybe there's been a good amount of VOD watching here as well to try and figure out where San Francisco Shock potentially overextend themselves or make plays that are too risky around this geography.
Yeah, because Shock picked this against the Vancouver Titans and Houston, undefeated on this map. This is why that's so weird. While as Fuel, they picked Ilios in their very first match against the Washington Justice, but that didn't work out. As we saw, they started 0-2. They had to force a reverse sweep in their very first match, so everyone was kind of shook. But then they went and picked Lijiang against London and slapped them around 2-0. So I'm thinking both teams, this is their strongest map, and this is going to set the pace for the entire series. The doors are about to open. Everyone, let's hear it for the winners final, the Shock versus the Fuel.
To begin with, Lemon, we pointed out our hit scan DPS. Kilo actually almost already dead here on the Sojo. Not going to be a dash coming in from Sparkle to try and finish him off just a touch too far away, and of course helping out with those Symmetra teleports forward as well. But Edison's already putting down so much damage.
Edison is also untouched, but man, is he pounding, putting on a ton of pressure. Look at his spacing too. He's never letting Shock, mainly Proper, get ever so close to him. And Chio is in front of him. So was Hanbin, who's just trying to peel for Edison as much as they can. That consistent damage is important for the Ashe to provide, as the cards fall, we're left with a 4-on-3 in favor of the Dallas Fuel. The point still has not been capped yet, but a frontline still exists for Kaluj, as Hanbin has fallen early in the fight, and he'll be back soon. But Kaluj means he's going to put on a steamroll in our first fight and allow Shock to capture the point first.
Kaluj surviving longer was simply the difference maker there, and being able to peel from multiple members of the San Francisco Shock, using that commanding shout to give the overhealth that would just give that a little bit more sustainability for the eventual aura heals to catch up. And look at the difference in beat generation here between Violet and Chio. From the rookie on the Lucio to the world-class flex support, Violet is 30% ahead, and he could get super aggressive here. San Francisco Shock, they can make a tempo play with their beat and overwhelm the Dallas Fuel early.
Shock just taking cover behind this wall so they don't take accidental poke. But who's going to be coming in soon is that sixth member from the Dallas Fuel. Edison lets it rip. Bob established on the point as the Shock used the rally to burn the Bob down and hold on to the real estate that they have. Still no kills yet until Kilo unleashes a disruptor shot to slow Chio and allow that first pick through. 5 versus 4, and Fuel were not able to get the trades in time as it's Shock with 2 fights in a row.
Proper beginning to just tear through everyone, but of course Kilo does so well as for Sojourn to tear through the bulb. You can just unload headshot after headshot into that mostly stationary target and continually build up the rails incredibly fast as well, because it sort of scales to the damage that you're doing. Now Kilo has the overclock ready to go, and Chio has multiple options as to what can be mitigated using this sound barrier, but it's not going to be easy to decide which is going to be the most pressing matter. It's likely going to be proper with the blade, but if Kilo pops overclock first, we can try and force Chio to react.
Blade coming up. We'll start with Kilo. If he can put some initial damage, he actually draws out the sound barrier from Chio. Proper holds on to the blade, and Dallas will know what's coming. They disengage to White Room. They'll have access to the Mega. They're taking complete cover. Kilo's just jumping into them. Kaluj by his side. Violet provides the sound barrier. It's a big investment for the Shock, and the blade from Proper never popped. But the Dallas Fuel heads, though, that's been popped. As Hanbin uses the Rampage to disengage, he catches Kaluj and Kilo as strays. But is this really winnable for the Dallas Fuel? It's only Hanbin alive and Chio on the point, while the Shock still have 4 members. Proper's not sure how this is gonna go. He has to use the blade. He cuts down Edison by the heels as Chio races back to spawn. 99% Shock looking untouchable in this first round.
Sparkle draws out the blade, but surely one man versus the world. The Shock are too heavy for the shoulders of Sparkle. Dallas Fuel will fade away as their light begins to dim. The first round of Lijiang Tower goes the way of the San Francisco Shock.
That is unexpected, but that is textbook ult cycling from the Shock. The tempo sound barrier, the proper patience on the blade, not even almost needing it at the end because they won. Kilo's overclock to draw out the Chio sound barrier. Kalusha's Rampage to pin Dallas Fuel into White Room, and Fuel were just so flustered. I mean, Hanbin used a Rampage when it was only 2 versus 4. I mean, this was chaos.
Now we head over onto the control center, Lemon. This is going to be about the choice of geographies and the choice of topographies for San Francisco Shock and Dallas Fuel. Who wants to make that first move onto a point? Because you are playing a slight lack of elevation, so the angles for your hit scan aren't quite as good, but it does provide a little bit more physical cover, so your Brigitte can be safer, and a much more risky dive for the enemy Genji. For now, San Francisco Shock look like they want to play for high ground, and Dallas Fuel, they'll settle for the low with the additional cover.
Edison on a Sojourn, which is a rare look, but that mobility on Sojourn is so important, especially with Shock are just constantly engaging into you. I think that's how that first round went, and they've already picked off Finn a headshot to remove the primary source of healing from the Shock, as the Dallas Fuel will cap the point first and win their first fight of the map.
I do wonder if Kilo overextended themselves there after losing Finn in order to like drag Dallas Fuel's attention back into a 5 versus 1. So 3 members of San Francisco Shock could escape with their lives and not give over additional ultimate charge. Alas, it was Edison who got the opening headshot. Sparkle's already dead though. This is big problems.
How does that happen? How do you extend like that? Really trying to farm the blade as much as possible. Sparkle exposes himself, but a smart disengage from Fuel. Instead of getting staggered and wasting time, you only have to wait for 1 person, so Shock will get the point back temporarily.
Both these teams so possessed with respect, but the disengagements are often taking precedence over the point control itself. Dallas Fuel move forward with a shout, but Kaluch is going to have the second one.
There's a shout as Fuel take control of server. They go immediately after Kilo, who disengages into enemy territory. The Fuel were able to go toe-to-toe, but it's Shock that stand tall in this fight and were able to defend and continue to hold the objective.
Oh, Proper right now. He is 10 final blows to 2 deaths. Meanwhile, Sparkle 3 final blows to 7. At the moment, a Genji diff in favor of what some might say is the Rookie of the Year, San Francisco Shock. They're going to give away these chokes to allow Dallas Fuel to move on in, hoping that someone will overextend again onto potentially a low San Francisco Shock member looking to finish off those kills.
A lot of focus on Dallas Fuel's supports. Finn and Violent only have 3 deaths. Fielder and Shio have a total of 9. So keep in mind of how that survivability, those resources are used and when they leave the fight. Point in favor of the Shock as the Fuel pose themselves, looking for any poke as Proper took a charge-up shot from Edison, but a body shot's not going to be enough as he holds on to farm up to the blade. But what kind of initiative does either team want to take? Support ultimate's available for the Shock as now they're getting pushed into by the Fuel, who've used the shot already, and it's the sound mirror from Violet. Now the rally from Finn. Proper unleashes the blade as he's ready to properly pound them as the Dallas Fuel can't survive. The Fielder rally canceled as soon as he pops in. And Proper shines!
The fateful katana slashes through 3 before Chio's beak can even hit the floor. Fielder Swap to Anna for a moment, now back to a break. There are 10% remaining between Dallas Fuel and Lijiang Tower based Oblivion on their own map, Pick Lemon, and Collusion Kilo stand in the way, laden with a Carnage, with a Rampage, and with an Overclock.
Dallas Fuel has really only won one fight this entire map, and Sparkle wants to make that at least 2. The Blade really didn't get any kills despite no support ultimates available from the Shock, but he doesn't want to make the same mistake he did last time of overextending and getting picked, because remember, even without Kalush, Shock could re-engage, but they disengaged to wait for their tank to get back.
There's a reason why these two are our top-rated teams at the moment in North America. The ebb and flow of Overwatch is in their veins, but disengagements are so strong. Sparkle can't afford to be first picked again. If you cast your mind back, that's what happened the last time when San Francisco Shock managed to gain control of the point. Overclock in the hands of Kilo now, and Edison's just better!
Edison differential 5-4, and not even an overclock. That was just a charged up Shock. Kilo stopped, but for how long? The point being flipped. Here, the Shock, if they get this, it'll be overtime, and Fuel, the weight on their shoulders without Hanbin, without that Rampage. They had no other ults to depend on. Sparkle tried to stop the flip. Now Chio has to jump back on to keep this going. Fielder's around the corner. He stays alive. The Rampage from Hanbin hits 4 of the Shock, but Fuel barely have any damage. But it's Hanbin is a one-man army at the front. It's really anyone's game. It's a 2 versus 2. Sparkle around the corner, and Fuel are still alive!
1 man, 4 foes, and 1 flip of the point. With 4 people hit by the Rampage, just 400 healing coming over the course of the Bleeds Lemon. And now Dallas Fuel are in a defensive position, but San Francisco Shock, no, they're ahead on the support ultimates. Violet here could just try and bully them out by using this sound barrier early and forcing Dallas Fuel to disengage and give away the point again.
Proper Blade at the ready. Fielder pops the rally just to make sure they don't lose anyone as the shots surge into them. Sound barrier and rally, the proper Blade. It goes after Edison to deny the overclock. He returns to server where the 2 and 3 remnants of the Fuel remain. But it's this fight will determine, are we going to round 3? Will this be a Shock map? But without those supports from the Shock, this is Fuel making a massive turnaround here on Control Center to force round 3.
Fuel were dead in the ground. They were fossilizing to oil. But reaching into the graveyard, I saw a monster reborn in the form of Hanbin. A 4-man rampage that turned around the fates of the Dallas Fuel. The #1 seed will drag us, kicking and screaming, to a 3rd and final round of Lijiang Tower. We're heading over to the markets, Lemon. And here's a quick replay so that you can all see how the monster was reborn and note his health here as well and how quickly it starts to reinvigorate due to all of these hits from a Rampage. That bleed drain is essential to be able to make this fight work.
That was Hanbin's best Rampage all map. Wasn't a fan of the disengage one last time, but it was 99%. You do what you can, but the way that Hanbin clutched up when I think one of his DPS was missing, you have Fielder constantly pocketing him. We go to round 3 night market, or maybe day market now, but either way, the score will be settled here and now.
Dallas Fuel opting to position on the point instead, and now we are once again back to the Sojourn versus the Sojourn. Edison knows that the Ashe is simply a touch too slow for the control game mode. We do actually have Proper beginning to make some inroads towards the left-hand side through the window. Might try and grab some attention so Colosseo move in. What a
He
knife.
got pulled! Edison is in danger. He drops a disruptor shot. He's finished by Kilo. 5 versus 4, but Colosseo way too much heat. And Finn is next on the chopping list as the Fuel take the first fight.
A clean fight for the Fuel. Even though it all started with that knife, Colosseo got a little bit too eager trying to finish off Edison. And it meant that he could be surrounded from all sides. Dallas Fuel, they had that wrap around the outside. They had the physical cover so they could just peek in and out and freely lay down damage onto Colosseo. Now San Francisco Shock. They are going to be given quite a bit of space here for free, and this will actually give Kilo a little bit of time as well to build up towards one of those rails to try for an opening pick again.
Just Fuel are trying to hide. They don't want to get accidentally picked off by Kilo, who's set up on the market side. Colosseo is dangerously low. Fuel know this is their chance to engage. As Shock try to distance themselves away, but they couldn't save their tank player, as this is really shocked without that tank player, but Proper thinks this is winnable. It's a clash in the midfield. We're left with a 3 versus 3. Fielder knows this is winnable, but he was too low. He pops the rally, and this is the second one canceled for the Dallas Fuel. 45% though, they're gonna try and extend this as much as they can, and even pop the blade, and Chio believes in this dream! He drops a sound barrier to help out Sparkle, and Fuel has salvaged another fight against all odds!
Fielder might have had a bad read, but Violence was even worse. He doesn't even know what language he's looking at! It was beats interrupted and Finn slain as well. San Francisco Shock, this has began to snowball against some proper, almost staggered here. A 66% is reached for Dallas Fuel, and Hanbin's coming up way ahead of Kaluj when it comes to this rampage. Edison ready to join him in the killing fields. The overclock good to go, and nothing really to answer from San Francisco Shock. Proper's got a blade, yes, but there'll be so much damage that he has to contend with, and if he gets antied by Hanbin, dare he even move forward?
Positioning important for Fuel. They're spreading all out. They do not want Proper to just reset on everybody. They've identified Fielder's position. The dash in from Proper. He goes after the supports. Can't seem to go after Chio. Sparkle's doing the same thing back. Both Genjis have had 2 kills each, but it's the rampage from Hanbin that's made a big difference. Kalush 5% different, which has made a massive impact on this final fight. The Dallas Fuel take the map.
At the end of Lijiang Tower, Hanbin just about breaks 10k damage and breaks the heart of the Shock fans who reside within this stadium. The avatar of war, of wounds, and of victory for Dallas Fuel. Lijiang Tower, we wondered why they dare go to one of the best maps for San Francisco Shock, but it feels like it might well be Hanbin's favorite, Lemon.
This was Dallas Fuel's map pick. They said this is our crown to take. They missed it at the kickoff clash, and so did the Shock, but the Fuel are here to play. We'll see you after this. a showdown this has been so far. I mean, this started with a 100-0 win from the Shock in the first round, and we're like, oh boy.
Here we go.
And then Fuel, I mean, Hanbin clutched up on Control Center, and back-to-back rounds gave Fuel the win in the round 3, and then a pretty big difference between Proper and Sparkle in terms of the stats. 20 final blows for Proper to 13 of Sparkle, and several thousand in damage. At least 3k difference in favor of Proper, along with a lot more Dragon Blade efficiency there.
Yeah, between Proper and Sparkle, Proper definitely seemed to be doing a little bit more when it came to the Genji. But actually, the interesting stat to me as well is the lack of statistical difference between Kalush and Hanbin. Kalush was only like 300 damage behind Hanbin in total. But the fact is, Hanbin was getting the damage in the right place at the right time, and that seemed to be critical to Dallas Fuel being able to find these clutch fights and turn around matches that they really shouldn't have. Like, we all saw the end of Control Center, and we all knew, okay, well, back it up, boys. Should get map 1.
And Fuel's ults were kind of getting messed around too, whether, oh no, it was Edison that shot down Kilo's ult. Fielder had 2 rallies canceled. It was really chaotic, 99-99 at the last round, coming down to a 5% Rampage difference, where Kalush, I bet if he would have had it, he would have popped it first. But it was Hanbin that struck and found blood, and that's how Fuel were able to get the win at the last second.
And now it's San Francisco Shock, who opt to take us to Hollywood, of all places, Lemon. This is somewhat unexpected for me, because it's not been the best San Francisco Shock map. I believe they lost this to the Washington Justice previously, and even in this tournament, they lost it to the Houston Outlaws. Yes. But maybe, I'm just going to postulate here some theoretical approaches. With this being such a good Ashe map, I think they might be trying to bait Dallas Fuel into playing the Edison Ashe, which in their last matchup between the Shock and the Fuel, the Edison Ashe was the real difference maker. But I think the Shock may have actually done a lot of prep for the Edison Ashe and be in a position where they're confident in trying to take it on, and that's why they're trying to take Dallas Fuel to a map where they think, oh yeah, it's Ashe in time.
It's Ashe in time. But these two teams faced off actually quite recently in the qualifiers, where it was a 3-1 win from the Fuel, and Shock kind of realized that they came to this tournament, they were going to have to do special adjustments for the Fuel, and maybe that's why they picked this map, because the last time Shock lost control against the Fuel, they actually chose Paraiso. So this is a different look. And not their strongest one after losing this to the Houston Outlaws, as you've mentioned. Finn goes for a sleeve to see if anyone is poking around from the Fuel, but the doors are open now.
All right, as expected, Kilo going to be coming out here on the Sojourn. This is much better for trying to be more aggressive, Lone, because the Sojourn's got all of that forward mobility. And meanwhile, Edison on the Ashe is going to be much better at backtracking, getting some knockbacks to try and knock Kalush off course when he's looking for a Carnage. So Kalush's pathing here to get big Carnage efficiency is going to be waylaid by 3 separate loops.
Kilo's charged up, and man, he wanted to lock with Sparkle, who dashes to safety. The shout has been used first from the Fuel. Kalush and Hanbin at critical health, but Kalush and Hanbin now healed back up by the Brigitte players. As you see, the Shock starting to establish themselves on the point. Fuel in the mini house. They want to recontest, I mean, ideally before the second tick, but the Shock are charged up and ready to go, and Fielder is in danger, surrounded by the Shock, as this has been 3 kills from Proper this fight alone to give Shock the point.
4-step process, Lemon, it goes like this. You move in with Kalush, you have him take a lot of damage and go into the safety of this little nook in the side. And then you get Hanbin to move forward thinking, you know what, I'm going to finish off Kalush. You put down the Disruptor shot behind him from Kilo, boop him into it via Violet so that Hanbin starts to take too much damage. Dallas Fuel move away into the canteen in order to heal themselves and hide themselves. And then you can take positions on the point, and they have to siege in with an Ashe, which is not the ideal. A great overall macro game plan from the Shock. But what do they have in store for point B?
I think Fuel at least are a lot more comfortable being able to defend this high ground with Edison's Dynamite. And Shock want to take shelter like below these roofs, but here's the Dallas Fuel drop. They try to go after this backline, and Kalush distances himself away as Kilo manages to survive the engage from Fuel, as the Shock are sailing away into the sunset, and now Fuel are playing cat and mouse, going back on the high ground so they have the jump and they get to decide when this fight goes down next.
Yeah, Fuel are a touch too late there. Hanbin's already popped a shot, which means that Kalush is going going to have the second. Sparkle's got a fairly safe position on top of the high ground here, and a nicely placed dynamite will mean the San Francisco Shock have to swap over Violet's heals for a moment.
Oh, a sound barrier engaged from Violet. Proper doesn't want to pop the blade yet, hasn't found the opportunity at least yet. Was able to pressure down Hobbin and Fielder, and those are the two most important targets. So Shock are more than enough happy that they don't want to invest more ults. Staggering here, a staggering Sparkle would have been massive, but Shock haven't had their payload stopped at all through this journey.
Dallas will have a big problem here, and it's called disengaging from high ground at the same time that you're actually using your shout. Hanbin needs to use the shout after they get down from the high ground, because it means that Violet can use the amp up speed to disengage from both.
Rally from Finn. They're going after the Dallas Fuel respawns after the point being capped, and this is a massive time bank, but Sparkle is hoping to cut it short. Pops the blade. Really just finishing off Violet, and now without support, Shocker left behind.
Shock might be left behind, but they forced Sparkle to use the blade here, and that's not ideal for Dallas Fuel because Edison has still been so thoroughly outpaced in this matchup, but he's only 76% of the way to Bob. And now Proper's going to be able to bring out his own blade, and we could see some good target focus here for San Francisco Shock to try and force out a failed beat from Chio. Or before that, we've seen Kilo previously on Lijiang Tower force out the beat in advance by using his overclock to allow Proper a good beat afterwards.
Oh, Kilo has Sparkle right around the corner. He's popping overclock, and Sparkle respects it. Goes around the corner to hide as the Shock just keep pushing the cart. It's the Fuel that have to rotate at the front side. Remember, the Fuel are the defending team, and they're the ones who missed the bus. And as soon as they approach, I bet Proper has a blade with their name on it. Chio has to be ready and also not die. He sure be skating around. He drops the barrier before Proper pops the blade. But Proper's a little impatient. He waits for the barrier. He is shot down by Edison. No Proper blade today, boys. Shocker under fire.
It's a great response from the Dallas Fuel to focus fire down Proper. That was looking incredibly perilous after Kaluj managed to force out Chio's sound barrier with the singular use of the Rampage. But now Dallas Fuel, they can try and hold down these chokes, and when you're holding the chokes, you give a lot of room for Edison to work in this pre-fight poke phase and start to really strain San Francisco Shock's resources, like the shout they've already used.
Shouts exchange. Sparkle just finds himself in the middle by people. Shock going to go and punish that. Fuel step up to protect him. And oh, that's a four-man rampage from Hanbin. But how deep do the Fuel want to get? Sparkle in jail looking for prisoners, looking to lock up the Shock. But it's so hard to kill them when the shouts from Kaluj have been so perfectly timed. The Fuel extend and they're punished.
Shock, drop him and roll, and Violet turns it around through the use of a sound barrier, but Lemon, this is going to have knock-on consequences, because now, what is there to deal with Sparkle and his blade? There is no sound barrier. Finn is still 20% shy of the rally. If Sparkle can pick his targets effectively, and the rest of Dallas Fuel move on to him, they may be instantly eviscerated.
At least you'll remember to touch the card, and the Sparkle blade is gone! Fielder's overhealth didn't come in time! It's a 4v5, but Dallas Fuel have the respawn advantage, but the overhealth from Finn will be massive. The survivability is just too much. Kilo's over, or not even overclock, he was just charged up, ready to go. Dallas Fuel just trying to anchor themselves to buy time for reinforcements, but Fuel have not been killing everything, and the Shock, they park this one with 2 minutes and 31.
Oh, Lemon, Kilo might be from the metric system, but this boy pounds. Sparkle absolutely dominated, decimated, and torn asunder by a well-placed rail shot. It needed to be Kilo. It needed to be answered, because the support ultimates were used so aggressively by Shock to break through that spawn hold and counter a massive rampage, a 4-man rampage from Hanbin. It dragged all of Dallas forward into these exposed positions, and Shock, they punished it so well. It feels like the overall positioning plan of a Shock here has been made quite a bit more easy by Dallas Fuel, occasionally getting a weird timing on some aggression. We've seen so many times that I've forgotten who's on the attack and who's on the defense, because Dallas Fuel are coming from nowhere to try and attack this cart from behind.
Oh, Shock have been so good at punishing Fuel. I mean, how many times have we seen Sparkle blade and just it end up in nothing? Even when Sparkle is full health, and this is the moment, and I think the disruptor shot slowed him down, and Kilo lines up the shot. And I thought this was overclock, but he waited for this charge of shot for the perfect moment, and the Fielder rally, I mean, just came in too late. And speaking of punish, yeah, Sparkle's blade wasn't anything, but Proper is 15-1. Proper through this entire round has only died once.
Hanbin on the other side, 4 deaths. Well, basically everyone on the Dallas Fuel has 4 deaths apiece, with the exception of Edison. Edison now critically moving over onto the Sojourn, and Kilo's going to be matching that. So Dallas Fuel have figured out, okay, our pacing here with the Ashe is not quite ideal for going up against the San Francisco Shock, who live by the ebb and flow of the waters of Overwatch. We need to move over to something that can match that tempo, match that aggression, and match that movement.
Yeah, surprising to not see an Ashe Edison. But Fuel are on the high ground, just getting any poke they can, letting Edison get charged up, and Fuel are rotating through the left side. The Shock are already ready, and Fuel, they start closing the gap. Sparkle is harassing and dueling against Proper. Sparkle returns to the team to get packed up, because this fight, it's about to bang. Fuel looking for any opportunity. They start to step up. Kilo is in range from Sparkle. He hides in the mini pack room. He misses the charged up shot onto Violet. The shout starts from Shock as they look to unhouse the Fuel from this area. And Shock fall like flies without Finn. You're lacking in heals. And this is going to hurt in the morning. The Fuel will get the point.
I think Hanbin there got a knife pull on Kilo while he was sliding away to make sure he just slammed into the doorway instead of escaping cleanly into the San Francisco Shock. An excellent opening pick coming, of course, from Chio, who expects Valucio to be the entry fagger, especially against someone with the prolific reputation of Proper, who's dead again to Chio! Twice in a row! This man's got a vengeance!
I can still count Proper's deaths on one hand, so that's all that matters. I mean, he started with 1 and already doubling that this round. Fuel realizing who the real threat is, who is the big boss on the Shock. As the Fuel do some scouting on the high ground. Sparkle getting close to the blade, that's why he's showing himself so eagerly. But he needs to not get punished like he did on Lijiang Tower, and he's a lot more measured with how he approaches. Shock, they're on the high ground. They might even rotate to the right side building just to make sure they can protect Kilo.
Create some space for Kilo. Proper for now on cart duty. Oh, 3 people up at once. Sparkle already falling low.
The rally, the elevator push from Fuel. I mean, they could have just pushed the cart and waited for the Shock, but the Fuel wanted to take the fight on their own terms. It's the rally for Fuel, a 5 versus 3. And Violet the first to fall. There was no barrier to counter engage with, as Shock just hoped to survive and make something out of a point B defense without getting staggered from each other.
And taking this fight with only a rally is an excellent deal for Dallas Fuel. It's a bargain, one might say, Lemon, because now they can control the high ground, and San Francisco Shock, they'd have to invest heavily to try and take the high ground in terms of both the timing and the resources required. However, there are plenty of resources. The war chest is full. 4 ultimates good to go, and Kaluj just shy of the rampage. Can the sound barrier from Chio be forced out early, though?
Oh, at least you got the blade out early. Sound barrier from Violet overlayered with the Finn rally, and Proper with all the resources in the world. Chase after Edison. You just can't skate out of this one, boy. As a Fuel, they elevate themselves to the high ground, but Proper's ready to climb up. But Sparkle looked isolated. Proper doesn't really know who to go after at this point, but all Shock care about is that this cart isn't moving.
A massive expenditure already used. Edison has the high ground, or at least will do soon once he returns to his team. He was picked off a little bit early. You can see him towards the back right now. Gets up. This should be the moment for Edison to rain down death from above with the overclock. And San Francisco Shock going to have a lot of trouble actually dealing with this, because Kaluj, how does he get up there for an effective rampage?
Oh, Edison is going to drop, and Hanbin has to protect him. The overclock is popped by Kilo, and not Edison yet. And there is Edison. He tries to lock eyes with the enemies of the Shock, as the cart still has not moved. Seconds going by from the Fuel, and still no kills, despite the 2 overclocks being exchanged. But we have rampages online and no support ultimate. But the pressure has been mounting on the Dallas Fuel backline, and the rampage from Kaluj is just the cherry on top, as Shock will defend.
Kaluj did an excellent job there, hiding out in the jail. Smooth criminal waiting for someone to head on over and taste his axe. Dallas Fuel invested so much in trying to make that fight work. So much so, in fact, that they've started to round back upon their support ultimates that were used previously. Fielder almost have access to the rally, but of course, they've got to look towards the superstar. Some might say the best Junker Queen in the world, Hanbin, with the best ultimate in the game, in the rampage. San Francisco Shock, they might get instantly rampage here if anyone dares to move up that elevator.
Oh, if you want to go get some cart push, and then you just have Proper chilling out on the cart. Was it a deflag? I didn't even see where Sparkle was, but really good anchoring from Proper and leaving the rest of Shock on the high ground so that they're nice and safe, and Fuel only have 1 entry to that zone, as now you have both the Joker Queens colliding, and that is a pain sandwich delivered by Chef Hanbin. but the Rampage only forces Shock back. No kills yet, but Kilo at critical health as Shock takes shelter and closer to their respawns as Fuel are meters away from point B. They start the rally because they know Shock can recontest, and Fuel are trying to shut this right side door. Shock are on this left side, and there is no touch from the Shock, so Fuel's just cap point B.
Shock up close though. There will be an early fight here. 5 versus 5. All are surviving already. The Disruptor Shot's being used by Edison to try and cut San Francisco Shock away from each other. Proper takes out Sparkle and goes even deeper into it. Back he wants Edison, but the escape is too good, and Shield has returned. But unfortunately, the Rookie of the Year sign needs to be torn up by that audience member because he's gone, Lemon.
That was really a good peel attempt from Chio, just going for boobs, adding on the whip shot from Fielder. But really, the biggest flub, Shock might pat themselves on the back for this fight win. Yes, they can go for a spawn camp, but Fuel have respawn advantage, and Shock should have tried to defend point B earlier.
However, when it comes down to it, every second that gets wasted now, Lemon, is gravy for San Francisco Shock. Already Dallas Fuel, they can't get a larger time bank here. And Chia might have to use an early beat.
Yeah, Fuel, this is a quick engage, but the sound barrier from Chio didn't hit Edison in time! Violence didn't save Finn, and that healing is what Shock desperately needed, but not if Proper's damage is too much to handle! He cuts down 2, and Husband is next! How does Proper do it? He saves it for the Shock!
Proper simply goes through. Unlike anything I've ever seen. His blade control is masterful, and with great timing there as well to know just how Chio's sound barrier would dissipate, to give him the openings to find those squishy supports, tear open the underbelly of the Dallas Fuel, still had to move on back.
There's a blade from Sparkle, and there's no barrier. It's only a Finn rally, but Sparkle's been zoned away, but he finds Kilo hiding. The 1 kill is all they need, as the Shock wanted to rotate back to their defense, but now they're committed into this fight, and they cannot leave. And Fuel need to farm up these ults, because they only have 1 minute and 1 fight left for point C.
Reset after reset, and relatively cheap as well. Still, Edison's going to be able to hang on back here with the overclock, and he's got good spacing here if he wanted to play on the left-hand side on slightly elevated ground, as San Francisco Shock need to move into his sideline to contest the car.
This is losable for Fuel. I mean, 43 seconds. They're probably going to want to get some poke in to build up towards the rally. The Rampage. Shock. Will they even start the overclock? Kilo is safe at the back, as Edison can't even lock eyes because Kilo's around the barrier. Kilo exposed himself, but the Fuel kills come in, and all thanks to the rally from Fielder to keep them trucking, and so they do. The VIP parking lot there, and a 2-minute gap between time banks favoring the Shock.
But time is time, Lemon, so we go again here on Hollywood, our winners finals for the Summer Showdown here in Toronto at the Mattamy Athletics Center. Presented by Bell, this is already a treat. And I want to point out a little minutia play that actually was part of why Dallas Fuel managed to even cap point B, and was actually Hanbin getting super aggressive with a Carnage onto a Colosseo who was slightly overextended. But what they did is they had Hanbin pop a sub-optimal shout to try and intimidate Colosseo into making a little bit of a disengagement, but actually put a disruptor shot from Edison behind Colosseo to make sure that when he was disengaging was taking even more damage, and they could convert that into a kill, so they would not need the shout advantage afterwards. When it comes to the Junker Queen versus Junker Queen, the calls made by Hanbin and the Dallas Fuel macro understanding of that matchup can be the difference maker in many fights.
And the macro understanding is what's so awesome to see from the Shock, whether they're always just initiating fights, but the way they approached the end of point B was to sit on the high ground and drain the clock, because it was Fuel that did not want to just have Shock up there. They either had to take the elevator, and Fuel tried to push the cart, but then Proper was anchoring it. It's Fuel had so many critical seconds wasted, which made a big impact on the time banks at the end. We go into the second round with a Fielder, Sleep, a Sparkle, Widow, but nothing found.
A quick peek and back to the regular. Dallas Fuel seem happy with their choice here of the Sojourn. The Ash going to be left in the war chest for the moment. Remember, San Francisco Shock last time, they played a little bit closer towards the Mega, and they were actually out-rotated by the Dallas Fuel. Colosseo got caught by a Disruptor shot. And then the more cowed position by the Mini that they retreated to was easily piled into by the Fuel.
Fuel take the long way around. Disruptor shot to slow down the front line of the Shock and makes them activate the shout from Colosseo. But it's Shock that stopped Fuel from even getting close to the objective. And despite even not having Finn, it's no sweat off the Shock's shoulders.
And that was a great difference in defensibility there from the San Francisco Shock. Previously, they were much more prone to disengage. They went into the tighter area so we can take a lot more damage. Now, with only a couple of seconds remaining, Dallasville about to swap Edison over onto the Tracer just to get the initial touch here, Lemon.
He's gonna get there in time, right? Oh man, I'm gonna get a heart attack. I'm gonna have a heart attack. But Edison not getting, it's really just trickle damage. It's not the burst that they need, but it's something that can work. As Finn is the first to fall yet again for the Shock. And as the fight gets extended, Hanbin crushes his enemies. And Fuel start working towards that first take. And on the point is just Violet and Proper left to defend. 3 versus 2 in favor of the offense of the Fuel. And they're still trying to lock down Violet. And they finally do. As Proper, yeah, he's long gone.
He's off. He's liked it. On his bike, and San Francisco Shock will have to play for B instead. But what they know is that with Violet surviving so long in that 2 versus 5 scenario, there's a very good chance here that they have a big advantage on the B, and they'd be well placing that bet. 50% ahead of Chio. Violet right now can just force San Francisco Shock to bully the Dallas Fuel out of here, and maybe off of the cart as well. Go for the brawl.
This pulse bomb could be a deal breaker, and he locks down on Finn, and it hits Kilo instead! Get down, Mr. President! But Kilo, we needed you all along! Kaluj is taking pressure, Edison behind them, it's overwhelming the Shock! Not a single kill from that defense happened, and the Fuel continue their journey!
I think Edison's pulse bomb actually stuck onto Finn's shield. He dropped the shield and it dropped onto Kilo afterwards. Fielder now has the rally, which is so important, because it means that if Violet tries to get a tempo beat to brawl on the cart, Fielder can actually hold his ground there with that stacking health. However, you've got to look at Proper with the Blade, going to be matched by Sparkle very soon, and Finn's not going to be able to give the same burst, or rather sustained amount of healing that the rally's going to bring from Fielder.
Hanbin jumps in, force out the shout from Shock. They disengage back towards jail. The Violet sound barrier is there. Proper waits for the perfect opportunity. Chio's been removed. The Fielder rally tries to help the Fuel, but Shock have permanent damage, and they stop Fuel short of point B.
Excellent target focus there for San Francisco Shock. They intimidated Fielder away, so he played for his own life. The rally could not be shared. The bounty was not for all. It was true 1% capitalism. There's no trickle down here, Lemon. And San Francisco Shock will stop the payload at 92.63 meters. There's 3 minutes in the bank. In San Francisco Shock, they did get a very good time taking point A. To remind everyone of what happened, they had Kaluj go a little bit aggressive, baited in Hanbin, put down the disruptor shot behind Hanbin, and forced Dallas Fuel into a more confined area with that mega pack, and then could simply take the poke fights as they wanted, and Dallas Fuel had to burst out of that area in order to try and contest, and then you're suffering from having to move through choke points.
Proper and Kilo have a total of 80 eliminations, 40 each. If you're going down, you're being buried by the DPS of the Shock. This was the fight-winning play here, and this is where yes, the spin, it was dropped onto Kilo. At least
here, hold this.
At least he didn't jump to hug Violet or someone like that.
You've
but
got a diffuser, right?
Edison and that pulse bomb, and even Hanbin's engaged on the Doomfist. This was like an emergency composition that actually won a fight.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel, turns out this is a pretty flexible roster, Lemon.
True.
Who'd have thunk it? We're all finding out new things today here at the Summer Showdown. San Francisco Shock roll out of sport. What? It's a very early fight from Dallas Fuel.
Okay, yeah, just saying hello, checking who's there. Hanbin's around, maybe trying to get a sneaky knife, but he has to be careful not to get knifed himself. Already down to half health, but as long as he's alive, he can generate support, ult charge. But Edison has found the first hit onto Violet. The headshot that sent Shock packing. But Shock had a 2-minute advantage. They had 3 total minutes, so they have many more chances than the Fuel have.
I like the Dallas Fuel getting aggressive here. They're not allowing San Francisco to design these bespoke engagements that previously served them so well on point A, and instead making sure that San Francisco Shock are always catching the punches instead. Now Dallas Fuel, once again, the tempo is going to be swapped on up. They want to make sure that any counter plans San Francisco Shock came up with are going to be null and void for this particular engagement as Edison gets close to that rail.
Oh, no charge connection, no, and no ults. Shock, how long do they want to spend? They start to step up. Not really fully captured yet. They start working on that first take. Sparkle and friends are on the left building. Edison separated away. Shock will have to commit to either zone. Who is more important to the Shock? Well, what's more important is the point, actually. They've already captured one and now a second tick before the Fuel have even shown themselves. Hanbin presents and starts contesting. Shock try to hide to make sure they're not going to get accidentally shot from Edison, but it's Edison at critical health and forces out the shot from the shout from Hanbin, but Shock get punished. Fuel have also built up towards ultimates, and Shock are only left with 1:22.
The target focus was not quite there, Lemon, even with an excellent fight that Shock had engineered for themselves. Where Dallas Fuel were going to have to move through the disruptor shot of Kilo. Alas, at least there is the saving grace of both Proper and Kilo are about to get their main tools online, the Overclock and the Blade. They can be readily answered though by Dallas Fuel. Both support ultimates good to go. As once more, remember, there's no room for error with one tick left to go.
Well, here's the first move. Fielder moves up with the rally, and Sparkle found even with the disruptor shot from Edison to peel for Proper. As now 46 seconds left, Shock finish up, capping the point, but it costed them the majority of their time bank.
I'll have a choice there to use the aggressive sound barrier as well as the overclock limit, because it forces Dallas Fuel to make a choice as to whether they're going to fight or disengage. And fighting's not in their interest, but disengaging also means that they can't stay in for that singular tick. Having given away those 2 ticks previously meant that that fight was always going to be set up for failure. However, the cost of that sound barrier means that now Spark was going to have a much harder blade to answer. Last time it was all about Kilo hitting the rail that was needed. Can the same magic be summoned by the rookie hit scan?
And this fight depends. Will Fuel go to match point? If they defend this, if they win, they will. And they can choose when to drop. And here's the first move. Sparkle with the blade chases down Violent. Vince Rally keeps the team up, but he's cut down by Cheo of all people. A 5 versus 3. How do the Shock salvage this? Proper's blade was only a whisper, and it goes down with a whipper. Fuel still aren't out of this yet. Here's the Hanbin rampage to stop the Shock for once and for all, as it's only Finn left on the card, then the army of the Fuel to gas themselves up. The Fuel's overtime goes away, and they're going to match point.
A triple for Colosseo. Chio demands cheers from our audience here in Toronto. Maybe that Rookie of the Year sign can stay. You know, I'll allow it, Lemon. Just this once. Dallas Fuel find themselves at match point, looking to repeat history and maybe even make it a touch cleaner.
Though there was one sign that said burn blue. No, seriously, it's freezing in here. Get your hoodie sales up. There's merch to be found here. Get all cozy, because it's 2-0 for the Fuel. Will they sweep the #2 team out of the, well, not out of the tournament, but into the lower bracket? We'll find out after this break.
that lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shots.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride. Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalou says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straights the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
The Shock playing from behind, but at least they have the support of the crowd, the family, and hey, even a map pick. But hey, it's not the first time Shock have been in this position. Remember their very first match against, no, I'm just thinking about the Fuel. Fueler now have turned things around from that. I keep forgetting who was losing to Justice at that point.
Well, let's just say this is not off-brand for Shock in this tournament. They have not been doing well on hybrid maps at all over the course of our summer showdown here in Toronto, Lemon. However, now, as we head over to Escort, this is, I believe, the map type that was won over Dallas Fuel in our previous qualifying matchup, which was 3-1 to the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, just the fact that Shock have never won a hybrid this entire tournament, losing to Houston, losing to Vancouver Titans, and now at least this is more justified to the Dallas Fuel. So now Shock have really revealed their hand of what their map picks are. Not only the Lijiang Tower at the start, but this next one. The last time these two teams faced in the qualifier, Shock preferred Dorado, but this is a different story. They're going to go with the same map pick they did against Vancouver, against Houston. So this will be interesting. We'll pop that up on your screens. Here it is, Circuit Royale.
Heading to Escort. Gamers of Toronto, Madame Athletic Center. Do you believe in the San Francisco Shock? And who thinks this is going to be a sweep for the Dallas Fuel? The Fuel sound a little bit louder to me, Lemon.
See, saying kind of, or I don't know, doesn't have a good ring to it.
Maybe!
I don't know. Because, I mean, even the desk were split on predicting this winner. 3 of the desk members said Shock, 3 of them said Fuel. Really, I didn't know who was going to come out of this because Fuel struggled against the Justice in that reverse sweep that happened. Shock have only ever lost 1 map per series, whether it was against the Titans and Houston, always winning their series 3-1. Both these teams undefeated until this point, but they can still make a return. They can still get their revenge. This is the winner's side of the bracket, but it's going to be a longer journey if you have to drop down.
And you don't want to risk going up against a reinvigorated Toronto Defiant. They were looking good today, and they might go even further going up against the Florida Mayhem next up on your screens. And I know next up on the stage, our crowd is very much hyped for that. But right now, I'm only concerned with Circuit Royale here. It's going to be Dallas Fuel starting off on the defense. Edison, of course, moving away from the Ash, preferring to stick now to this Sojourn, thinking that matching pace is going to be the key. And I think this is a great strategy against the San Francisco Shock, who likely came into this planning for Edison to once again try and get the Ash differential onto them.
Looking for another spawn camp angle from the Dallas Fuel. No Finn piano?
So no tunes?
So no tunes? He usually gets the claws out and he puts on a good song, but we'll see if they'll be singing the same tune if they can go down 0-3. It's a minimum of $50,000 on the line for top 2. If Fuel get the sweep, Shock already under fire. They managed to at least break out a spawn as Edison jumps into the lap of Santa. It's proper, looking to deliver one wish, and it's death as Fielder tries to peel. Now he's getting booped into the line of fire. This is great coordination from the Shock to not be scared to leave their spawn and to punish Fuel for even being there.
The focus fire is good and the fearlessness is even better. Lemon, that's the key to breaking out of a spawn. You've got to disregard your own life and simply take it from the enemy. Dallas Fuel don't get too much in the way of time taken from the San Francisco Shock bank, and they've also fed over a huge amount of support on Charge. I don't know what in the world Finn was up to during that fight, but he's already sitting at 65%, so man's been doing bits, Lemon.
Yeah, that last Fuel spawn camp, I mean, they must have just been so chaotic. They only got 1 kill out of that entire exchange? Well, there's a second one. Sparkle finds Kilo and starts to posture back to get healed back up because Sparkle was at half health, and so was Edison, as now they peer up around the corner. Shock takes shelter, and Fuel are looking to see if they can farm more, but Edison is taking a break. He's gonna play at range. Sparkle dashes back at 33 HP. That got so close.
So close, and yet no kill for the San Francisco Shock as they move back on over here, Lemon, to try and find themselves an opening. They are going to be able to move away to the second corner. That's a huge dash from Proper.
Oh, Hanbin and friends working together. He's looking to rally the team to defend point A. But Shock, I mean, don't have that initiator, and goodbye, Kilo. Goodbye, Shock, for now.
And this is where we've got to start talking about pressure, Lemon. When you're attacking first, especially when you're 2-0 down, and you're already half your time back. Nice little triple dink. When you're missing that reassuring point in the column when it comes to those map picks, you start to feel that weighty, heavy dread of being swept here by the Dallas Fuel, who are coming up on so many ultimates right now. It's sparkling like a Christmas tree up there, Lemon. I hope you're feeling ready.
Oh, I don't know if Fuel are ready. I think Hanbin just got pulled in, so they're forced to fight. Both support ultimates fought from either sides. Blades exchange, but only one overclock, and it's Kilos. But it hasn't found the connection that the Shock have needed yet. And with Fuel's pick onto Finn, the extended fight will only favor them in terms of survivability, as Shock are sent back again and only have a minute and a half, and they haven't even touched A yet.
Sparkle has come alive thus far. It has been a very tough attack here for San Francisco Shock. Is the mental broken? Is there nothing left? Kaluj, Cole Huge, the 6'5" gaming warlord, the powerhouse of a cell, the mitochondria of a San Francisco Shock. He must put his gaming family upon his shoulders and deliver with a rampage to end all rampages.
I've taught you some science, but we'll see if Shock are gonna learn a lesson. They're just trying to push the cart, because as soon as Fuel present themselves, this rampage could be massive. Kaluj is patient with it, as Edison at a distance has the overclock, and he cuts down Kaluj before he could even make a decision about his ultimate. And that passive, that indecision from Shock is costing them. They're 33 seconds away from getting swept, or just from not doing anything at A and getting swept.
Edison's amount of science, he's delivering direct current into the veins, into the synapses, into the nervous system of a San Francisco shocked by this. Now, once again, Kaluj, I must call upon you, summon the energy for a big winners finals off the back of a massive rampage as Dallas Fuel disengage. It's Kaluj in time.
Oh, Kaluj got booped, and he knew this was the moment for the rampage, and he starts to focus down Fielder. Couldn't get the knife connection as Fuel turned to deal with this tank, and Kaluj didn't get enough help. The support ultimates were used last fight. It's overtime, and Shock need to cap A, or this will not be good for their chances, and they can't even approach to keep it going. Fuel are a fortress.
Let me tell you about my boy Fielder. Blocking that rampage with his shield, making sure that the disengagement did not have to be full-fledged from the Dallas Fuel. Making sure they could safely hand out those armor packs to where they were needed. Someone on Dallas Fuel became a faux frontline. Might have been Hanbin, might have been Sparkle. It was out of our reach and out of our view. But the rest of San Francisco Shock, they had no designs on joining Kaluj in that dive. That's all you, bro. You got to follow up on your own rampage. And San Francisco Shock, I'm starting to feel that the comms are beginning to break on down, Lemon. The pressure is starting to mount, and now even more so. It has got to be a fuller hold, or it's lower brackets for the Kings to be.
Shock went from initiating fights on Hollywood, taking fights on their terms, to Kaluj being hit with this important decision of whether to commit the rampage just to cap A, or wanting to commit the rampage for the momentum push that came afterwards. But you gotta walk before you run, and Shock just fall over. I've never seen Shock struggle this much on the biggest of stages. They'll have a second life if things don't go well. But this is just not going well at all. We'll see how much time they can take away from this spawn camp. They'll need to force as many fights as possible to hope to hold Fuel at A and keep the series alive.
It feels like it's Dallas Fuel's grand final to lose at this point. A rotation out the left-hand side. San Francisco aren't there waiting, so there's a little bit of space to work with. And we know exactly what Edison's been able to do with that space in times past. It's been a standout series for him.
Marco dashes in, and he doesn't have the reset yet, but he's getting packed and he's getting help. Fuel still have respawns close away, as Proper in danger, trying to take shelter around the cart. As Shock, I mean, they find themselves not where they want to be. Fuel, they start to shout, and they surge into the supports of Shock, and dice them up, ready to serve, and Fuel go on forward.
It's smelling like a sweep in here, Lemon. Dallas Fuel sends San Francisco Shock reeling. Yes, 40 seconds have been burned, but they've been converted readily into ultimate charge for the Dallas Fuel. It's Fielder once again. Look at the differential here between Fielder and Finn. This is madness. This isn't even mathematics at this point. Proper, yes, moving in towards the blade, but San Francisco Shock now have only got one fight to play with. They didn't dare take two, considering that they need to try and find themselves a fuller hold.
That rally could make a world of a difference to give Fuel a top 2 spot if it overwhelms the Shock enough just on pure survivability and resources. As Shock give up the space, they'll at least have some cover from around the room. They can access the fashion show room if they want to have access to Dallas Fuel's backline. But Shock now only have a few meters to defend, and it's a first pick from Fuel, who send their supports to boop Shock forward. It's a Soundbeer engage from Violet, but they're not really doing anything with this fight. They're waiting for the proper blade, and Fuel realizes they use the shout. They start to focus him down, and Kaluge is a countermeasure that Shock needed at this point, and Fuel have made the space. They get to the finish line, and they sweep the Shock to the lower bracket.
The Fuel Lemon, it's burning bright, it's burning blue, and it's burning strong. Maybe this is the tournament where Dallas Fuel will finally claim the title, but eluded them at their own homestand in Texas, coming back stronger on the third time around. The San Francisco Shock have a lot to think about after today.
Fuel, they won the match in the qualifier, but now won it even more decisively in the tournament when Shock did everything to prepare. They revealed their map picks as well, not even taking a single map, to getting full health on circuit, to starting off this entire series. The Shock started the first round of Lijiang Tower 100-0. Proper's dropping 20 bombs. He's putting on a deadlift. But it was the Shock that ran out of fuel at the end of the day.
Shock simply could not find the inroads to penetrate the backline of the Dallas Fuel. We saw Chio get multiple opening frags on the Lucio. So impressive on the main support to be the entry fragger, finding Proper multiple times, finding Kilo at the end of that ultimate fight at the end of Circuit Royale as well. Each and every member of the Fuel pulled their weight, and they pulled it well, and we saw that Edison was willing to try and take this backseat, going over back onto the Sojourn to make sure that there was enough space for everyone else to get the attention that they needed, because Edison knew, while I'm playing the Ashe, yes, I'm popping off. I'm doing a bunch of damage, but it means that I require so many resources from Fielder. Hanbin's got to play differently too.
Dallas Fuel return to the grand finals for the first time since the kickoff clash, but missing out on the crown, a minimum of $50,000. But there's one special person on the stage we want to hear from after such a glorious win over one of their toughest competitors. Let's hear it from Danny on the stage.
Thank you guys very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Hanbin from Dallas Fuel for the post-match interview. Before I start the interview, I just have to ask, why are you so good? 자, 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 왜 이렇게 잘하세요? 제 첫 번째 질문입니다.
저도 잘 모르겠어요. 하다 보니까 이렇게 됐어요.
I honestly don't know why I'm so good. I just kept practicing. I just got here. Yeah, I think you're just built different. I mean, another victory against the San Francisco Shock, and you know this was another 3-0 victory against the San Francisco Shock. So do you feel like there's a weakness to the San Francisco Shock, knowing that, I mean, not only you guys beat them once, I mean, you guys 3-0'd them once in the qualifiers, but you guys 3-0'd them again today. So what do you think the San Francisco Shock's weakness is? 자, 오늘뿐만이 아니라 또 저희 또 예선전에서도 센쇼가 경기에서 3-0으로 달라스가 승리를 하셨는데요. 좀 어떻게 한빈 선수 보셨을 때 센쇼의 좀 약점 같은 게 좀 보이나요?
센쇼는 근데 전체적인 밸런스가 매우 맞는 팀이라서 솔직히 약점이라 할 게 많이 없어서 그냥 샌프란시스코를 이기는 방법은 그냥 약점이라고 하면은 그냥 피지컬로 찍어 누르거나 솔직히 머리로는 이기기 조금 힘든 것 같아서 그냥 피지컬이 더 좋아야 되는 방법밖에 없는 것 같아요.
Okay. So Hanbin says that, because San Francisco Shock is a very well-balanced team, so the only way to really beat them is either you have to be very mechanically good or you have to outsmart them, but that's really not a good idea because they are such a great team. So you have to sort of beat them mechanically, one by one. Can I assume that because you gave me that answer, that means Dallas Fuel is just better mechanically than San Francisco Shock? 방금 말씀하신 거를 이렇게 토를 달자면 이제 한빈 선수가 보실 때는 달라스 팀이 좀 이제 피지컬적으로는 센쇼보다 훨씬 위다. 좀 이런 말인가요?
네. 물론 저희가 이제 피지컬은 무조건 위고 그 이제 센쇼의 코치진들이 이제 진짜 머리를 너무 잘 써서 그것만 조심하면 진짜 이길 것 같습니다.
All right, definitely. The San Francisco Shock's coaching staff are very intelligent, so they do have the brains. But mechanically speaking, we are better than the San Francisco Shock. Yeah, of course, and of course that is why you got the win against them today. Before I send you off, one final question. I think Hollywood was a very interesting match because on the overtime, you switched over to Doomfist to get on the point, and then you stuck to the Doomfist, and I think that was like sort of how you guys got the win. So I just want to ask you, was there a specific reason why you stayed on the Doomfist and not change back to the Jungle Queen? 자, 마지막으로 보내드리기 전에 이번 헐리우드 맵에서 이제 한빈 선수가 둠피로 갔다가 이제 다시 정커 퀸으로 갈 줄 알았는데 안 가고 둠피로 계속 하시더라고요, 오버타임 때. 좀 그거에 대한 좀 이렇게 특별한 이유가 있었나요?
그냥 제가 스크림 때 둠피를 조금 좋아하기도 했고 그냥 저번 시즌 이제 둠피 메타였잖아요. 근데 제가 둠피를 못한 거에 대한 약간 한이랄까? 그래서 한번 여기서 풀어보려고 좀 했던 것 같아요.
It's because I really loved using Doomfist during scrims and practice, and you guys all know how it was a Doomfist meta last stage. But unfortunately, I didn't get to play, so I was a little bit sad. So I wanted to sort of get that out of the way in today's matches, and whenever I can get my hands on Doomfist, that's how I wanted to do it on Hollywood. All right, Hanbin, thank you so much for all of your amazing answers. Everybody, give it up for Hanbin one more time. Big congratulations.
Thank you.
On the win. With that being said, let's send things back to our casters. Take it away.
The Doom Fist has been brought out, but so has the Doom, the Dallas Fuel in the grand finals, like I said, for the first time since kickoff Clash. But it was Gladiators that stood in their way last time, and
Where they at though?
Where they at though? I didn't see no purple here. So will the Shock return to get their revenge? Well, they're going to have to go through the lower bracket to even see if they make it.
Yeah, there are two teams that are waiting there for our lower semis. It's going to be Toronto and Florida Mayhem. And of course, we've got the home crowd buff for Toronto Defiant. But Florida Mayhem are coming out swinging recently. But I want to just think about what we just saw. Because honestly, I don't think anyone expected for this match to be as one-sided as it was in favor of the Dallas Fuel. And honestly, again and again, it was Hanbin who was making the difference. All the way back to Lijiang Tower, it felt like that fight being stolen by the Hanbin four-man rampage. It might have just mentally broken Shock for the entirety of that series afterwards.
And just speaking to a lot of teams this tournament, mental is so important because the pressure and the stakes are so much higher. I mean, that last map, $50,000 minimum for top two. Dallas Fuel has cash in, but there's one person who is the most valuable member on the team, the one who clutched up on Control Center and helped them get the victory on the map. Your player of the match is Hanbin.
If you say robbed, you are simply wrong, my friend, because Hanbin is the warlord. I called him the best Junker Queen in the world, and I stand by it, baby. This is a person who understands more than any other when to rampage, when to axe, and how to win in this meta, and even doing it on the Doomfist as well. Yeah, the meta might be over, but Hanbin is forever.
Wow, I didn't even see that punch. Shock got tossed. They won a fight with the Doomfist, and then that clutch Addison post bomb. I mean, we're highlighting Hanbin, but everyone from Fuel played out of their minds. The best performance all tournament, all season. It felt like we just witnessed it. And it's not over yet. They still got to go to the finals. For deaths to be only about 4.7 is extremely low for someone who's taken the amount of pressure that Hanbin has. And how survivable is your Junker Queen is what really sets Hanbin apart.
Lemon, what is this? What is this?
I don't know.
This is a stat brick, Lemon.
Oh, okay.
And it's an incredibly impressive one from Hanbin. The Rampage kills for 10 minutes might look a little bit low, but the critical thing is that Humbin was also using Rampages, but maybe not got the kills, but also allowed him the sustainability to survive in fights where really he shouldn't, particularly that one on Lijiang Tower. I'm going to keep dragging your mind back to it. He hit 4 people with that Rampage. That's 400 wounds damage, and that heals for 100%. So Humbin's getting 400 healing over the course of the next few seconds. That's essentially like having a mercy pocket the entire time, and that allows him to keep that point contested in overtime for the rest of the team to come on back, and that is why Humbin is so clutch.
Well, I'm sorry about London not being here anymore, but there's a different blue team you could cheer for now that the Talus Fuel are in the finals. But that match was a banger, but it wasn't even the last one of the day. We have one more yet to go. We're going to hear from the Watchpoint post desk to hear all about it. We'll see you there.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back. We got to break down that epic winners bracket finals. Epic for one of us in the room. He goes by the name of Jonathan Reinforced Larson, and he has been bragging since map number 1. Meanwhile, Custa has already started frying some flapjacks, getting prepared for his syrup chug off tomorrow.
How did this happen? San Francisco Shock, I believed in you. Look at how much syrup this is. This is an unreasonable amount of syrup.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of syrup.
The good news is you don't have to chug it yet. Only if your team doesn't win the tournament, which is bad news if you watch the games. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. Johnny, kick me off because I thought it was going to be the Shock opening up with the control win. Instead, Dallas Fuel come out with a 3-0 sweep in our winner bracket final.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you how they did it. It felt like the Dallas Fuel were always on the back foot. It felt like the San Francisco Shock came out here on Lijiang Tower and set the pace. You can see yourself, 99%, one round to the San Francisco Shock, and Hanbin comes in here with an amazing play, 2 versus 5 with Fielder to turn things around, and then just sweeping this third round here on Lijiang Tower. And from then on, like, dude, these fights here, they're not supposed to win these. They were down a man, they were down 2 players, they threw in some ultimates, the Sound Bear here from Chio, the Dragon Blade from Sparkle, and they just kept turning these fights around. Similarly here in Hollywood. I mean, the San Francisco Shock with an incredible time bank, proper, with some unreal statistics, and still it was the Dallas Fuel who came out on top. I cannot exactly tell you how the Dallas Fuel managed to do this, because it was just unbelievable to see them stay in this game. And
there was Tracers, there was Doomfist on this map.
How did they win the overtime?
Deep in the well.
Like, how did they win this overtime? We're on Hollywood. All of a sudden, Dallas switches to Tracer and Doomfist to get the final touch, and I have no idea how they managed to win that team fight. And then they were able to push it halfway through the second point. The San Francisco Shock, it felt like in those big chaotic fights, the ones that really matter for the map determining moments, the Shock just sort of went absent. And I think the Dallas Fuel had an interesting strategy heading into this one as well, because it felt like they were putting so much pressure onto Collusion in the front line. He was just permanently such low health, and it made it hard for them to play their game.
Well, gentlemen, I've seen their record. The Shock have a pretty darn good one if you're looking at the win rate. The losses, though, are starting to add up against the Fuel, and I have to question, does having rookies on this lineup hurt the Shock right now? That Game 3 was the worst of any of them they played in this series.
Yeah, I think you can absolutely make that argument, right? Like, a lot of the players from the San Francisco Shock just did not show up at the level that they needed to. These are the important matches. These are the clinch ones. You can win as many regular season matches as you want, and they will even tell you this themselves. If you do not win the tournament matches, nothing else matters.
Johnny, we got to talk about one special tank here. And Custa, you can't be too mad. You picked them for your all-star team. Hanbin and Fielder clutching up in one of the biggest moments we have seen of the summer. Showdown, walk me through this play-by-play.
So this is probably the best play of the tournament so far. The San Francisco Shock, they have 99% here on Control Center on Lijiang Tower, and they're about to win the map. The Dallas Fuel stalling things down to the very last moment with Hanbin rampaging in here, hitting 4 people, a massive rampage. Then the Carnage acts as well. That's going to keep Hanbin alive. It's unbelievable the damage he's able to put out here, and Fielder backing him up in the process. Hits a knife onto Violet here and finishes off the final member of the team, Colosseo, as well. Fielder, he is the unsung hero here as well, because he throws an armor pack here to Hanbin as he goes in. So not only does he have the Carnage healing, he also gets the armor pack, finishes it off proper here in the corner as well on the Genji. But this turnaround from the Dallas Fuel, from here on out, Lijiang Tower was honestly just their map. This is one of the best turnarounds, as good as I've ever seen it in Overwatch. And I've been in this scene for like 6 years now. This is an amazing fight here. I can't believe Hanbin and Fielder pulled this one out of the bag, and that was something special.
And I kind of felt like that was the mental boom moment.
Yeah.
Proper had, what, 2 deaths before that moment when he gets pinned against the corner, and then all of a sudden, Dallas starts taking away these games one at a time.
This is why also, as a Dallas Fuel, believer and all that, like, I'm pretty worried still, because it felt like Shock, they should have been up 1-0 in this series. Even Hollywood, they had a 3-minute time bank. They should have won that overtime. So even though it's a 3-0, it's about the minor details. The Shock are not out of it yet.
Scott, you haven't started chugging that syrup, and for one main reason. Can we talk about the guy who's still giving you hope?
Look at okay, I'm going to show you a stat card here, and just forget about the series. You can look at this stat card and be like, this guy was the MVP of the match. This guy
of the match, guys.
is putting up some of the best stats. Look at this. He had 13.4 final blows per 10, 4.9 deaths per 10. That is a ridiculous stat card for a player that lost 3-0. he was doing his job. He was putting out that work. It was just the rest of the Shock could not put it together. Proper was putting them up in the situation to succeed, yet moments like that Harbin one happen time and time again. It just slipping through their hands in the moments they think, and ultimate usage went out the window, and you saw that primarily on Circuit Royale, where it just felt like they didn't even put up a contest.
I'm with you guys in the chat. I think this was Krusty just big braining it, saying, hey, after we lose game one, let's just throw the rest. We'll beat them in the best of 7 tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the Shock, they're now in trouble. Let's take a look at these brackets here, guys, because Dallas Fuel, you only have one more series left to play in this tournament. That is your grand finals. Everyone else fighting for a spot to play against you in the lower bracket. We now, of course, have the Toronto Defiant ready to take this stage. They'll be facing off against the Mayhem. The winner, though, has to play against a very angry Shock here, Costa.
Yeah, this is a tool loss for Toronto Defiant or the Florida Mayhem, but it's about taking one match at a time. As we said, for all we know, the San Francisco Shock could come out boom. So maybe we see the Florida Mayhem in the grand finals. I can't believe this is a timeline that is realistic.
Speaking of the Florida Mayhem, Zoe was the only expert to predict Florida winning that game. The 8 seed is still alive, but now they're playing against the hometown squad. Talk to me about this final matchup here on day 3.
This is going to be an incredible matchup. Toronto Defiant with the crowd in their backs, but the Florida Mayhem, they're coming fresh off of the reverse sweep against the London Spitfire. I really think this is going to be a close one. Throw all the past matches just out the window, because this is going to be an unprecedented banger.
Let's break it down, Costa. If you're digging into this, if you're looking for the difference maker, comparing the lineups, clearly we got to talk about the supports for Florida. They're doing it weird. They're not doing it all the time anymore, but they could catch you off guard. On the other side, what's Toronto bringing to the table?
Toronto's playing a lot of Ashe, and I'm kind of curious on see how that matchup works, because when you're playing the Ashe, you want to sit back and you want to get that damage out with the dynamite from the long range. If you're playing the double flex support, you want to sit back, put in the damage. So they're going to have the same strategy, just completely different looks of it. So I'm curious to see if the Florida Mayhem are going to bring that out more, or they're going to bring out less with that in mind, because if they leave Hisu unchecked, we've seen that's a terrible strategy. But if you leave Sir Marget unchecked, that's also a terrible strategy. So it's going to be a clash of styles that we've never seen before.
Well, both of you have this matchup wrong in your bracket, but I got to know where we lean in. I know Zoe's probably going back to the pink. I'm going back to the Defiant. I felt it this morning. I feel it again. Where's the rest of the team going? You're joining me.
What is she cooking? What's she cooking?
She knows
what
something.
Does she know?
She knows it. She's got friends in high places, Shani. All right? Look out for the Florida Mayhem. Before we go to break, give me the series score, gentlemen. This is the final match of the night here.
We're going to 5. I don't think the Defiant goes down without a fight.
I'll go 3-0 Toronto Defiant. Come on. The home crowd is going to rally behind their troops.
3-0, 3-2. Does it go any other way? Let us know on Twitter. We'll be right back. It's your Summer Showdown.
Saturday, the final day before Championship Sunday, and one final game to round it out. The Florida Mayhem taking on the Toronto Defiant Rose. We're here, and the crowd's most definitely here too to cheer on Toronto after their win first up to start the day off. I mean, they've been crazy, not gonna lie. One of the loudest crowds I've ever heard. It's piercing the headphones, and honestly, that's what you love to see.
It is. Fans have been great to meet, and it's been great to hear them cheering for their home team. And we got another banger of a match ahead of us. Both of these teams making it through the lower bracket today to this next match. But the winner's got to face the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, who just got defeated by Dallas Fuel 3-0, which is not an easy feat. I can't wait to see Custer chug some maple syrup tomorrow. That is going to be a good time. But yeah, one of them is going to go ahead and advance to tomorrow. The other one is out. And what a lower bracket run. I mean, Florida Mayhem, we just cast them, Rose. Reverse sweep against the London Spitfire.
I mean, right off the tails of that too. They're warmed up. They've got 5 maps under their belt. But Toronto Defiant, you know the crowd's behind them. You know that they're ready to bring the heat when it comes to this matchup. It's going to be burning in Florida today, that's for sure.
Well, let's bring on Toronto's opposition. I don't think the crowd are going to have too many kind words to say about him. Please welcome the Florida Mayhem. Still smiles and still waves from the Florida boys. There's a couple of Mayhem fans sprinkled in there somewhere, I'm sure. Look, they just come off and they're ready, right? Toronto Defiant had their game first today, so maybe Florida Mayhem a little bit more warmed up.
And we also saw so many different looks from Florida Mayhem as well during their match today. We saw Hydron's Ash, we saw Sir Majid and RuPaul go for that double flex support. We've also seen the standard same old here from the Florida Mayhem. So you know they've got all of those different looks figured out, and they're warmed up and they're ready to go.
Oh yes, they are. Look, going to a map 5 like that, especially in a reverse sweep scenario, gets your heart racing right. No mistakes can be made. So if they can conquer that, maybe they can conquer the Toronto Defiant. But like you said, the crowd is definitely behind them, and they've really showed up.
They really have showed up today. I mean, we're going to talk about all the crazy moments that we saw in their first game of the day, because there's a lot on that list. I mean, I can still feel the Twilight brig behind Merit right now. Maybe surprising people.
Well, I think it's about time we bring them out. You'll want to see them play. Please welcome the Toronto Defiant. The Toronto Defiant, the home team. At the end of the day, even if you go down right now, you're still going to be happy to be playing in front of a home crowd with this many fans in the audience. And they've been lovely too. You know, Canadian hospitality has been perfect. And maybe given Hisu and the rest of the gang a little bit of a buff. Like, we've seen some insane, like, ridiculous plays coming out of Hisu and Chorong today. Like, Twilight has also just been unbelievable on the brig. Like, nothing stops.
You can't forget Aldo either, having some of the best games of his life so far. It's been phenomenal to see.
One more opponent stands in their way to making it to Sunday and facing the Shock with a chance to go to the finals, and that is Mayhem. Definitely feels quite intimidating to be a Florida player, I can imagine. But like I said, they're all smiles and waves, of course. You gotta be. But there's your starting 5, no differences. Hisu, although, like you said, has been a phenomenal Genji player. Hotba, who can forget, but Chorong, what just a spectacular rookie on the Lucio. Like him and Twilight, it's kind of crazy to think about because Twilight played like Apex Season 1 with Alarm, no less, actually, on BK Stars. He's one of the longest standing players in Overwatch to be still playing today. And he's still playing to a level. What kind of level is that? I don't know.
MVP level.
There we go.
MVP level right there.
Him and Chorong, their backline has just been ridiculous. Like, we have a veteran support player in Twilight and Chorong, a rookie. And Chorong is Lucio style if play, really aggressive, wants to get in your face like ASAP, and Twilight is right there with him, exactly on the same page. There is not a heartbeat that is skipped where those two aren't up in your face.
Well, it's crazy too because, you know, the Brig and the Lucio together, you kind of expect that the Brig is going to be in the front line helping out the Junker Queen, but kind of going on the flanks too. I don't know where Twilight's going to end up. Merritt didn't either. You know, this is going to be a rough one, I feel like, if Florida Mayhem aren't careful. Their backline, if they go for something super stagnant, gotta look behind you.
Yeah.
Don't let what you did to London Spitfire come back to bite you too.
Yeah, to be fair though, Hydron and Checkmate really showed up towards the end of the series. Like, we saw Checkmate's blades like really perform. Hydron was consistent too, one of the most consistent players on the Florida Mayhem in the last series we saw them in. His ability to pick off the other Sojourn and Genji or like whoever, right, with a railgun shot. Florida Mayhem going to be looking to him to break open a lot of these fights, but the issue is with that, Rose, is that Toronto are not afraid to a fight with 1-2 players down.
No, they're not. I mean, can you remember Busan from earlier today? There were so many fights where Toronto were taking 4v5s, 3v5s, although Hisu totally popping off there for the Defiant. So I would be nervous. I mean, you gotta go in, make sure you've got those ultimates online. I think Florida Mayhem haven't had any trouble making sure that Surmajed and RuPaul could kind of go in and have those types of answers. But when you're kicking things off on Lijiang 2, this is a brawly map. We're on Control Center for our first round.
Ready for battle.
Control Center, like you said, one of the more brawly maps. Twilight and Chorong looking to execute that back line. As soon as they roll out the gate. Round number 1, map number 1. Toronto and Florida facing off for a chance to go to Sunday, Championship Sunday, no less. Someone going pretty low already. Speaking about looking around, Rose, although it's right behind the rest of Florida Mayhem right now, just being a nuisance. Nice headshot by Hisu. Still playing on the Ashe, not switching over to Sojourn like we've seen multiple times before. He's on the high ground now, just chunking away. The first blood actually goes to Hydron, who takes out Although, and Hisu also ends up falling. Checkmate getting on top of the back line. And completely unhindered. Twilight and Chorong are on the floor. They can't really help Hisu when he's up in the air like that.
Exactly. I mean, you got to help out with maybe Chorong or Twilight really trying to establish that Ashe damage. But when you've got Checkmate, who constantly likes to take these flanks, you've got to be a little bit more careful when it comes to making sure that your Ashe is going to be set up for success. But Florida Mayhem, they are waiting in the wings for Toronto Defiant to make another attack attempt.
Yeah, RuPaul is using that shield to peek around the corner, and there you go. Speed boost in from Mayhem. Commanding shout from the Toronto Defiant so they can draw back just a little bit and no one gets blown up. Hydron with about 50% on that charge on that railgun, looking to find a headshot. Checkmate goes pretty low, deflection all the way back, but now he's on fire. Hisu's Dynamite's doing a lot of work. Look at that ult charge building up already. Almost got that Bob online, and as soon as that happens, oh, Checkmate. You cannot stand up to Hisu like that. Hisu takes 2 people with him. Bob online for Toronto Defiant. They're going to cap the first time in this round. Florida Mayhem, though, have 50% on the board.
Hisu, though, those dynamites, that's not something that you can really deflect. Once those go off, you're burning. And Checkmate can definitely feel the heat. Although too, kind of working up to that Dragon Blade. It's gonna be a race between him and Checkmate to see who's gonna get it online first, but Hisu can really put an advantage in this fight with the Bob.
The Bob, the Dynamite, people burning down. Hopper ends up going down first, but a rally from both Mayhem and Defiant are now out. Sustained wars are ensuing. Hisu gets jumped on, but Coach gunned away. He's going to save himself, but not for long. Checkmate does end up taking him down, so we jump aboard with someone who's building up towards that rampage. Checkmate really controlling the skies right now, just being a hellkite. Nothing you can do, although ends up staggering himself a little bit there, but stalling enough time to almost get 40% on the board. As Toronto Defiant are going to come back, they use both support ultimates. Now they have to run into Mayhem with a whole fledge of them. Look, 4 online, only the rally missing.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, I think, for Toronto Defiant come back in this one, but believe in although those Genji blades have been clean. They got to be able to cut through the Mayhem, but Mayhem, they could kick things off with the sound barrier.
Checkmate dives in with the blade. He's got a little bit of overhealth too. Hisu trying to get away from him, but no, Checkmate ends up taking him down. He was sub 100 HP, but an instant beat from Surmajet to keep them in the fight. Hopper attempted to turn that one around. We spoke about how Toronto Defiant always want to go, even if it's 3v5, 4v5, and even a spawn hold from the Florida Mayhem. Hisu on the Widowmaker to try and get a shot because they need a pick right now. There's 5% before Florida Mayhem ended up taking round 1.
Someone's gonna have to get there. Chorong trying to make his way in, all sneaky, like no one's there.
Chorong was in the outside. Looked like Surmajet and someone else is just trying to push him away. They know he has to come through one of those doors. Toronto Defiant unable to touch the point in time. Maybe a little bit of C9 there, but it was just timing. That's everything. Florida Mayhem pushed it all the way into their spawn to make it punishing for the Defiant.
I mean, it was great territory control from Florida Mayhem. They also were able to stop. I'm going to give credit to Florida there for stopping Toronto Defiant from being able to get to the point. But we've got another round. We're already going to get set up as the gates will unlock in 5 seconds. Florida Mayhem going for that Symmetra teleporter strat to be able to make it to point first. They really like to play from a bit more of a defensive position, so they're going to start beelining it to around these statues, just meet them in the mid first. You can see Checkmate also getting set up to try to come over back behind the Defiant.
He's already on top of Hisu. However, now he's on fire, so he has to back up, receives a couple of packs, a bit of AoE healing from Chorong, but Chorong ends up going down first. RuPaul, though, completely out of position. Tried to rely on Surmajet there for some taxiing with the speed boost. And with their healer down like that, the Florida Mayhem have to end the fight fast, or they're going to have to reset and go again, because look, Hydrons are just burning away, has to wait for those health packs. Defiant rotate to the point and cap.
They will cap too, and now Hisu really gets to play around the Dynamite advantage. When you have these really nice long sight lines, you're a little afraid of your Florida. You can't really go around to the side, but you can't really go down the mid either, because look at those Dynamites.
This is the shot on the Dynamite, but it's still lying in wait for the Florida Mayhem to run into it. Hisu trying to actually go on a big flank. He's not a Sojourn, he's an Ash. Will the Florida Mayhem even expect this? No, they will not. Hisu straight to the back line. Just an easy shot onto Hydron, and another one too. Hisu. Toronto Defiant pulling a sneaky one on the Florida Mayhem.
They weren't expecting that at all. I think Florida expected that Hisu was going to go after a health pack and kind of appear back on point to help with the point presence. But now Toronto, they're building up that ult percentage. They're building up that point percentage. They're really looking forward to Florida Mayhem going through these small corridors, because Hisu's getting ready to unleash the Bob.
Yeah, but
might not even need it.
How does Surmajet go down like that? That's got to be a Dynamite, a bit of extra spam maybe. Another big Dynamite from Hisu, just getting that damage in. It is giving Florida Mayhem a ton of support over Charge, to be fair, but Hisu with that Bob, and the delay right now for the Mayhem is tragic. The Defiant are just gaining ultimate charge this whole time.
They're gonna try to skirt around though. Look at this. Florida Mayhem making a beeline to the point.
Bob is going to hold down the point for the time being, and Chorong gets the perfect boom. RuPaul already over the edge. This is going to be final fight territory now, Rose. As the Florida Mayhem Hellfire is just disappearing into nothing.
Look at that, although it's going to be able to play Doorkeeper too, chasing down some of the people from Florida Mayhem, and the Blade ready to go.
Yeah, Blade and both support ultimates. Hopper's got that rampage. Look how close they're holding. There's the rally, straight onto the backline. The Blade. Can Florida Mayhem escape from this? RuPaul has also activated his rally, but he had to run back to spawn because although he was chasing him,
Someone could touch from the Florida Mayhem, but it's only Hydra on the point. An easy cleanup for although a two-man beat, but it's just the supports. The Toronto Defiant. They're not going to let Florida Mayhem get away with this one.
Nope, they're going to go ahead and
tie up the rounds.
Man, oh man, this is one heck of a fight so far. Florida with a pretty decisive victory on that first round, but Toronto Defiant just dishing it right back to them. Florida didn't really seem like they got a say in that round, and a lot of that had to do with how impressive the Ashe can be to lock down those entry points. But will Florida allow it to happen again when you've got a bit more of an open space to work with as we head over to Gardens? Gotta look at this replay too. I mean, look at that. The dynamite damage is absolutely massive.
And Sermajet must, couple of Sharkans, couple of Cheerios thrown in. Oh,
Sermajet is burning. Can't get towards the team either.
He's just, yeah, I mean, Sermajet needed to get a little pack there from the brig, but wasn't able to get one. All right, he's switching over to the Sojourn. Ashe way harder to play on this map, it's so enclosed. Disrupt shot's good too, put it on the bridge. Or any of these little choke points, to be fair.
Playing around the disruptor.
Oh. Chong, Hopper, coming up with kills already. Toronto Defiant looking good. Sermajet does take down, although little revenge, but the Toronto Defiant once again capping first. Twilight's accuracy, by the way. With those whip shots, you seeing those? God damn.
It's hard to miss. It's hard to miss when they're right in your face like that. I mean, Twilight, Twilight and RuPaul both on these breaks have been so accurate when it comes to the shield bashes and, of course, the flails. Florida Mayhem gonna go ahead and try a second approach. Really looking at this point to go through White Room and maybe try to get some sort of advantage through a boop. Checkmate's actually off on a flank right there going through the window.
He's already super low. He hasn't used the dash, but he's used the reflect, and he's lining people up. Chong ends up dying first, but Toronto Defiant still willing to fight this. Hisu building up towards a 100% charge on that railgun. He dodges actually one there from the enemy Sojourn. Hydron missing just a little bit as RuPaul ends up going down, although just getting infinite resets in the back line. Hopper does fall, but Toronto Defiant still holding onto the point, and they can play this one pretty slow, Rose.
They can stagger this out, absolutely. Wait for reinforcements to come back. Sermajet does have the sound barrier, so Florida Mayhem want to win it out here. They could just go in aggressive with it.
All right, Hydron doing what he does best and open the fights up with those railguns. Carnage does end up missing. In fact, Chong is like, how is he not dead? He's still alive, and same with Twilight, who's part of the rally. Toronto Defiant are going to go back into this one, Rose. Someone still attempting to pull one of the supports in, but a beat isn't going to save you now, Checkmate. Hisu is firing on all cylinders. The Toronto Defiant permanently hold this point. The Florida Mayhem thought they had it. RuPaul using the rally to keep him alive and someone on the point, but it can't be stopped.
No,
the Toronto Defiant War Machine is marching forward. And they are now 20% away from taking map 1.
Florida Mayhem are just staggering themselves here. Toronto Defiant are just going to move in on this. Hydron?
A blade in the spawn, okay. Nice little push there from Toronto Defiant. Good luck touching now if you're Mayhem. Maybe Sermajet gets back. Checkmate can maybe go for a dash through the window. Oh, wait. Sermajet is there. Okay. They do spot him, and he is pretty low, but he does trigger overtime. A 4v5 on the point as the Rampage comes down. But although single-handedly taking care of the Mayhem as the Toronto Defiant find map 1.
Such a good effort for Florida Mayhem on that first round, but Toronto Defiant just not having any of it right now. 100% to 0. 2 rounds in a row to kick off this first map. Such a good performance from the Defiant so far, just really in sync.
They are not here to mess around. Toronto Defiant up 1 map. Loser of this series goes home. We're going to go to a break. Florida Mayhem, where are they going to go? We'll find out after this.
Welcome back, Toronto. Here's a little stat card for you. You might notice, although, doing a little bit better than Checkmate there. 2-1 on Lijiang Tower in favor of Toronto. Checkmate was finding some nice openings in that first round. Really started off quite hot.
But Toronto Defiant, they started to eliminate a lot of that pressure just by playing together a little bit more. It denied Florida Mayhem a lot of the openings that Checkmate has been able to carve out in these last few series, because he likes to play on a flank. He likes to make sure that Hydron's kind of opening up some of that damage, and then he gets to follow up on it, but the follow-up is just not there when Toronto Defiant are playing so close together as a team.
Yeah. You got to watch out for Hisu on the flank too. Not every day that you see an Ashe on the flank, especially if you've only got a coach gun.
Behind you and mark it, right?
Disengage, yeah, exactly. Normally you see the Sojourn doing that because she's got that power slide. All right, next round. And this Paraiso was Mayhem's pick here, Rose.
Was.
Paraiso.
Hey, there you go. I wasn't gonna say it, but I did look at you, so you could correct yourself. But yeah, this is Mayhem's pick. I'm really interested about this one though, because on the defense, Hisu's Ashe can find a lot of value, but Hydron also played the Ashe earlier today to pretty high success. So maybe that's Florida Mayhem's way of also being able to play the flex support too. You've got those really nice long sight lines on the defense so that you can play a little bit more back and a little bit more passive. So this could be just the start of the series so far.
Yeah. That's an excellent point, yeah. Hydron playing that Ashe versus London, who were pretty much permanently playing the Sojourn. Ashe is super annoying for the Genji, dynamites, you know, body shots, yada, 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 just forcing deflect, forcing dash, stopping the Genji from getting on top of you. And that's actually something that Hisu has been doing extraordinarily well, is the ability to disengage with the Ashe. But
that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing right now. Florida Mayhem coming out on the defense with what they're used to, the meta. Hello. We'll have to see. I mean, Hydron playing the Sojourn too, which is really interesting. So no double flex support, no Ashe here, and it just looks like Florida Mayhem are gonna get a close hold on the defense. If they were playing the double flex support, I would have expected them to play a little bit farther back on point, but they're about to come meet Toronto Defiant in the middle as we see them come out of spawn with, what's that?
Little nade for the lads.
Okay.
Where'd it land? Somewhere. Okay.
Not on
our screen. Anyway, it didn't matter. It's all good. It's all good. Well, this point is, or this section of point is pretty close, right? So Hydron can hide in here. Disruptor shot's pretty crazy. The Ashe gets a little bit more of a limited sight line just because of the bridge. And you can use the power slide to get away. You can jump to the opposite high ground that circles the point. But although, look at this. One-man wrecking crew. Like, he is up in 3 people's faces. He's pretty low, though. Has to back off. Needs to pack. Oh, he gets traded. Someone does end up falling. But as long as they keep Hisu alive, the Toronto Defiant are going to be able to march forward with almost immunity right now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Florida Mayhem don't have a front line right now, they have to back up, they have to give Toronto Defiant that space, but that also means that they're giving Hisu sight lines. Toronto's just gonna go ahead and try to force a fight on point.
Don't give it to Choron. He boops Hydron down, he's in trouble. He does power slide away, but Hopper's right on this case. Sermagen is gonna be in there for the rescue, as actually Hisu ends up going down. Checkmate came back from the grave and takes care of the hit scan. Now Toronto Defiant, they may have gotten a tick, but the Florida Mayhem are gonna be able to hold.
Super nice recovery from Florida Mayhem as well. They didn't even have to use the rally. Look how much work RuPaul has actually put into the Brig damage. The Inspire healing already has that online, and in fact, outpaced Hisu's ultimate with the Bob. Twilight also not super close to getting that rally online, so Florida Mayhem, as soon as they see Toronto Defiant step up to the point, can go ahead and pop that rally and start generating that overhealth.
Yep, there it is. Called it perfectly. Rally, overhealth generated, straight to the spawn with you. Just want to go hyper aggro, you know you build that up super fast. Although he's in the back line right now. Okay, there he goes. He was. You have to dash away. Much more of a solo operative is although on the Genji. Does need a little bit of support every now and then, but more than comfortable sitting in the back line of the Florida Mayhem.
But he's had trouble finding value. Like, Checkmate already has the blade right now. Oh, he's gonna go in with it.
Okay, speaking of which, there's the blade. Oh, Chorong. Oh, Hopper does end up taking him down as Twilight unlocks that rally. Look at that overhealth building up. Someone's in the middle of it all. He's trapped in a gulag, nowhere to run. As he get carved a new one by Although. And now Toronto to fight. Oh, Bob's on the flank. Bob's on the flank. If it's not Hisu, it's Bob. Now on the point are the Toronto to fight. Hydron does use that overclock, but it doesn't matter. Not when Bob was kind of chilling there too. And that'll be the payload rocking and rolling.
Look at that, Twilight just holding up the shield too, like you have to stop right there. As Toronto, they just need the rally and the Bob to be able to break through that impressive first point of defense. Florida get a chance to set up in these buildings though. You can see them on the rooftops of the apartments, heading towards the streets phase, but hold on a second. What's going on? Where's Aldo going? You can see him sneaking around somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, he's not gonna take the flank yet.
He could have done though.
But he could have.
Double dash over the roof. You know the vibes. You know the vibes.
Got the Dragon Blade ready too, so he can go in just unexpected. Really trying to catch Florida Mayhem off balance.
Look at someone super far up. There's the blade, straight for Sermon-Jet. Oh, he gets the Ajax! Oh, Although he's clean with it. Hopper uses the ultimate just to seal the deal. The Toronto Defiant only lose Hopper in that fight as Sermon-Jet's beat gets completely cancelled.
Hopper did use the rampage during that, but I gotta see another view of this. Okay, backing up a little bit, but he's going for the feet, and he got booped up.
Chorong God.
Wow, it's always Although and Chorong though. You know, we talked about how this rookie, Chorong, has been playing so aggressively and so well with the Lucio. And that's just a testament, of course, to the synergy that exists as well.
All right, someone's setting up a very good rampage. That hit 4 members of Toronto to fight. What a girthy rampage from someone. And yeah, look at that, pushes forward too soon as he hits that rampage, getting Twilight and Chorong out of the mix so the rest of his team can clean up. What a good ultimate from the Junker Queen. Florida Mayhem is also, right now, Rose can basically reset their positioning, hold forward again.
They can do that as well, but they've got to be a little wary because now that they've used that rampage, they don't have a whole lot else to be able to rely on for this second point defense. Hisu, Twilight, they've got that wombo combo of that rally and Bob that were able to bust through first. And hey, Bob has some really nice points that you can put towards the end of second.
Super nice sightline for the Bob. There's the rally, there's the Bob. Bob holding down the fort on the side. Oh, he's pushing him, he's pushing him. Give him a little hand. Hisu don't normally need it. All right, there's Checkmate, already down. Someone's touching the point. He's still got 2 supports at his back as the target priority right now for the Florida Mayhem is Hopper. But he uses that commanding shout. And now Hydron is in a little bit of trouble as Although finishes him off. And the rest of the Florida Mayhem are going to follow as the Toronto Defiant cap the point with 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Once again, the ultimates from Twilight and Hisu are good to be able to crack that second point. But now, Florida Mayhem, they're looking for something really spicy. Checkmate just waiting in the corner for Toronto Defiant to peek their heads out, and Hisu doesn't know.
They do not know. He doesn't know.
know.
Oh, Hisu, coach gun away. Checkmate straight in. He's so low. He does his receiver pack as he used the deflect to get over the high ground. But his position completely revealed. He's got the Dragon Bait in his back pocket, but look at the rotation for the Toronto Defiant, Rose. They're taking the high ground away from the Florida Mayhem.
They are, and now too, they get a chance to get the drop. Oh, look at that. You could throw the dynamites over the fence there and get everybody on Florida Mayhem, but you're also trying to take away the advantage of them surprising you.
Blade from Although. Checkmate's yet to pull his. He's already found the kill onto Chorong. Altho's Blade getting absolutely nothing there as he's quickly put down by Hydron. Cart is going to hold for just a moment. Oh, that was a clean shot. 1 minute and 14 seconds to go now, Rose.
But this is the Hydron that we're seeing wake up once again, the Sojourn that we've known for this stage and stage previous. But Toronto Defiant, they've got to break this close hold, and it's going to be on Hoppa. Hoppa on the rampage.
They're in a tough position because Florida Mayhem love both their support ultimates as well. Checkmate taking the 1v1 versus Although both have used the flex, both have used dash. Checkmate still holding onto that blade. The tag team duo, although and Choron keeping Checkmate in check right now as both rallies have been used. 40 seconds now as the payload is inching forward. The Rampage comes out and it hits for a blade pulled by Checkmate. Twilight quickly put to rest as the rest of the Toronto Defiant, wondering what happened to their backline, now have to make a decision. Do they go in or do they back off to the rest of their team? Looks like they want to go in. Choron can use that beat.
He did use that beat. It's going to keep him alive. And also Twilight's going to be able to get back with the Ana too. With 14 seconds remaining, Toronto Defiant are looking to complete the map. And it might be with the help of Twilight and those anti-nades that really help to open up things up for Toronto Defiant.
The hero Twilight has been known for such a long time at this point. It was basically built for him. Toronto Defiant have got Bob, Blade coming up. Florida Mayhem are going to have to sustain through it somehow. Oh, the dynamite from Hisu is good. The nade and the dynamite. Sermajet takes out Twilight, but now the bomb is on the field, and Toronto Defiant still have a blade to use. Although he's just cutting him to shreds. Hydron is the last member of the Toronto Defiant left standing as RuPaul does come back on the arm, but no one can touch in time. An OT finish from the Toronto Defiant. A valiant defense from the Mayhem, though. Worth keeping in mind how much time they burnt down. The Ana at the very end there, coming in so clutch. Nade, dynamite. It feels like a classic combo.
Yeah.
Something you just can't walk away from. Feels like Rampage, actually, technically, with the dot damage
it's
with
like
the anti.
double Rampage. It's double anti. Everything.
Feels bad on the receiving end.
Yep, everything on the support side for the Florida Mayhem gets stunted from both of those cooldowns. But yeah, it's overtime. There's still a chance for Florida Mayhem to complete the map as well, but are Toronto Defiant even going to give them that chance? I don't know about that one. When Hisu is going to be popping off the way he has been on the Ashe, and especially when we are on a hybrid map and they're on the defense right now, the Ashe sightlines are good, the Dynamite sightlines even better as Toronto Defiant come out of the spawn with their classic to prepare for the second round.
Crowd is just electric right here.
Oh, look at that, that's the bio nade.
There's the nade, followed up with a dynamite. Boom. You take those. You take those. Such a disgusting spot, actually, to hold as the Ana. The sideline's kind of crazy. Just nade over the top like that.
Yeah.
Pretty insane. All right, grapple shot, high drum, what you got for us? Oh, not quite, not quite.
We're in this together.
Still got maybe a tiny bit of a scare onto the Defiant. But Florida Mayhem, they're going to be coming in fast. As Checkmate also just trying to kind of go behind Defiant.
Oh.
Doesn't get away with it though.
Trying to pull off what Aldo was doing earlier on. Just went right under the bridge, and Toronto Defiant was like, oh well, you can't do that. It's our territory. Something you spoke about a little bit ago, Rose, but Hisu on the Ashe on the defense. The sidelines are crazy. You hold up on that little balcony, a little bit absurd. Plus you have the brig next to you, you can flail people away.
Oh, I mean, when you're going to be approaching as well through these buildings, look how small those entry points are. That's perfect for when all those bodies are grouped up and the dynamites are clean. He's going to be charging up these bombs pretty fast.
All right, first down to touch the point is someone. He's got a couple of supports on top of him, so he should be good. The commanding shout is enough to take care of Hisu, who is dragged down to their level. But now, although on the point, he gets taken care of. What a fantastic knife from someone. Dragging Hisu away from his perch. That's a lot of their damage too, mind you. Hisu's putting up numbers right now. 7,500 damage. Tying Hydron, who's on the Sojourn currently. Payload's gonna get moving.
Toronto Defiant can get set up on the high ground though, but once again, Checkmate just trying to find these cheeky angles. But Hisu, hey!
He knows, he
Checkmate
knows.
couldn't get away with it last time. It's not gonna get away with it this time either. Gotta have to try to find a different angle of approach as he plays over the rooftops. But Toronto, they're still making this very close hold. Actually, they're just rushing at them.
Yeah, look at the push. Someone was alone, basically. He was waiting for his DPS to maybe open something up, but Hopper, a little bit confused, dazed, disorientated. Ends up whipping his head around. Couldn't quite find where to swing the axe. They still get out with a couple of kills, killing Sermajet and Hydron. But the Florida Mayhem, importantly, crack this first bit of defense. They can take control of that high ground now.
Yeah, they can, and especially when, you know, Checkmate, Hydra on someone, they're all building up to their ultimates. They probably want to get grouped up around RuPaul first to be able to use that rally, get that overhealth, and then all of a sudden, Checkmate, someone kind of become unkillable when you also factor in all of the bleed that someone can create. But Twilight has a rally as well, and the way that Toronto Defiant are set up on the high ground, they might just be able to pincer the Mayhem.
Dynamite, Hisu's in trouble, disruptor shot right on top of his head, but look at that, to the rescue is Twilight. The overhealth is a little bit ridiculous at this point. A two-man anti from someone hits both Hopper and Although, but the ability to disengage is quite important, but they're not going to let them get out of this for free. Are the Mayhem? That overclock, just singing through a couple of people. Oh, the beats from Chorong, they're going to keep themselves in, but Although doesn't get the overshield. Oh no! Chorong let go of that beat. He was hoping that Although using the blade could get some of that overhealth, but it didn't end up working out. The Florida Mayhem end up splitting Although from his supports and I'm getting that payload in. 4 minutes and 40 seconds in that time bank.
It's a pretty sizable time bank.
On hybrid too?
Yeah, that's a lot to work with, especially for the third point, which is historically very difficult to be able to capture. Toronto Defiant did do it on their attack push, and so Florida Mayhem want over a minute in the time bank if they are to capture all 3 points on this map. But Checkmate, again, is trying to find a cheeky angle to try to get this Dragon Blade. Because Chorong used the sound barrier as well, this damage will be good and it will be clean.
He's peeking a little bit. Just telegraph up into his team where they all are right now. There's the dash. Hisu, oh, scored. That was the perfect point of view there to see that death onto Hisu. Even the rampage from Hopper, they still want to fight this. They're still attempting to go in. 3v5. Hopper takes care of Hydron, but he's nowhere near the rest of his support. You can see Choron down on the floor. That payload's still going, Rose. It's not really stopped. The Toronto Defiant come back with a bomb, maybe a rally, but they're going against that Checkmate blade.
He's still held onto it too. He's been holding onto that blade for a while. And no, it has been giving Twilight some time to build up to the rally, but Toronto Defiant, they've got the defensive positioning. They can use this Bob to keep Florida Mayhem at bay, but they do have to worry about that Dragon Blade.
That is a big dynamite. Perfect disengage from the Mayhem. They saw the Bob coming. No one got knocked up, so the Bob didn't stop. So now he's just chilling, just playing goalkeeper right now. It's all good though. He's looking over the payload. He's looking over the payload.
He is. Look at Chorong too. Getting a little low there, but actually affords Twilight a little bit more of that charge playing poke.
There's the dash, there's the blade. That's one move out. Twilight dashes away with a shield bash, and he can't actually get on top of anybody. Disengagement from the backline of the Toronto Defiant, but they're all now split up. Twilight used the rally to try and get back into this one as someone waits for his health to near 100% again. They ran this final corner.
But Chorong's gonna need to get that sound barrier online. The rally from RuPaul is good.
It is good, and now it's Although to touch that point, just deflecting, playing a little bit of Genji tennis with Checkmate right now. He's just gonna be able to come back in time, and it's all up to Altho's blade. He's 10% away, but they have to deal with this rampage. It hits Although and Hopper, as Hopper takes care of RuPaul, but the health bar's dwindling. The hopes of the Mayhem sky high right now as the Toronto Defiant cannot hold them on this last point. A 2-minute time bank for the Florida Mayhem as they go into round number 3, a free round for Florida to capture 33% and tie this series up.
Toronto Defiant did put up a good defense on first, but Florida's was just a little bit better. There was just a sizable time bank there for Toronto Defiant to have to defend, but they're gonna have to do it. 2 minutes is a lot of time to work with though, and that's plenty of time for Florida Mayhem to start to get ultimates online. I worry most about Checkmate being able to get a blade, or the rally from RuPaul just being charged up very quickly, because that will provide them lots of sustain. But Toronto Defiant, they've been good with the Ash.
Let's have a look how this ended up working out. Of course, Chorong needed that beat to hit, Although who's using that blade. Look, he's just around the corner, and Sir Majed hits the boop on both the supports of the Toronto Defiant to force them back into that corridor. And you see Altho's health bar couldn't be more one.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice play from Florida to be able to separate up the Toronto Defiant. They know just how much damage and healing Charong and Twilight can do together, so they do kind of have to isolate them and separate them from the pack. But, oh, is this? Okay, no spice. Thought Sermajev was gonna maybe stick to the Ana a little bit there, but it was just for like a little cheeky nade. Going back over to the Lucio so they can rush down the Defiant. Hisu's gonna have to take a back angle to be able to get these dynamites in, but look at the rotation
nice
that Florida's taking.
Ooh, nice pull on checkmate there. Oh, that boot from RuPaul was cracked. What? Oh my God. All right, Toronto Defiant happens to fight a little 4-on-4 now. Oh, checkmate. Although we're still doing work, to be fair, but they got no heals. Checkmate can just farm these people for free. Yeah, low HP, Hopper dead. Florida Mayhem take map number 2. Crowd not happy with that one, I can tell you that right now. If you can't hear him at home. That was their map pick, Rose.
Kind of expected. You know, Florida Mayhem felt really confident and really comfortable on Paraiso. They did win that, but now it gets to be Toronto Defiant's choice. So they get to pick an escort map that is going to be in their favor, hopefully. Let's keep the series going.
Yeah. Backline Florida Mayhem looking pretty good. Sermajev with some nice boots, did get Ajax, but he made up for it with that boot onto the sound barriering Chorong. We're going to jump to a break. Toronto Defiant is their map choice after this. Welcome back, Toronto. We're going into map number 3. It's Defiant's pick. Florida Mayhem take their own map pick. Paraiso was theirs after some stellar support play. Backline looking great. Sermajet, of course, even here in person. He wasn't to begin with, which was a little bit crazy, you know, playing from home in a LAN environment. Kind of whack, but you can tell the difference with the Florida Mayhem when he's actually on the stage. Toronto still looking good though. Hisu, although stepping up to that plate, they do try and go for these hero plays. They really do, Rose. They want to go for these 3v5s. They have so much confidence in themselves that they can win them, and sometimes that's overpowering some teams. But Mayhem, actually, you know, especially that boop from Sermajet onto the beating Lucio, like, that really does put a thorn in your side. You just got to hope that that confidence doesn't wane.
I mean, it's definitely tough when you're getting booped around, but going for those hero plays does make for some flashy Overwatch to watch. So we're gonna have to see what happens next as we take a look at the next map soon. Kind of excited. Where are we going? Where are we going?
Well, I can cheat, so.
You cheating?
I can. I can see. Circuit Royale is the map. There you go. Thank you, production. Appreciate you.
Love it.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant choosing this map. Now look, it's perfect for what they want to run, right?
Well, not only that, but did you see the battering that Toronto Defiant put to the Houston Outlaws earlier today? They full held them. They finished the map. They didn't let Houston Outlaws have an inch. This is the perfect map to take the Florida Mayhem to, because Toronto Defiant have already done it once. So let's see if they can do it again.
Confidence is king. And let's be real, they got a whole heap of it with a crowd like this. Every single kill, they going a little crazy. Let's get into the map. Toronto Defiant choosing Circuit Royale as map number 3. Winner advances to Sunday. Loser goes home.
Gonna go ahead and see what these teams decide to roll out with. Toronto Defiant playing more of the Ashe look does help to get them out of the doors a little bit, because Florida have to respect those dynamites, but they're also gonna be playing a little bit at length, because we got Hydron on the Sojourn, the Genji and the Junker Queen as we expected, but Sermajet and RuPaul are going to be changing it up a little bit, bringing out their signature picks of the Zenyatta and the Ana.
Beautifully skilled. Beautiful. Thank God they put a piano in one of the spawn rooms.
Actually,
shows off some mad talent.
It does. I'm just surprised that it has lived through that.
Yeah, true. It's taken a beating. It's taken a beating, that's for sure, but it's produced some beautiful notes. All right, let's see how Florida Mayhem end up trying to defend this, Rose, because, yeah, like you were saying, Sermajet, RuPaul, they can sit pretty much in the scenery on that pick.
Gotta give respect, though, to the disruptor shots and the other crowd control effects that Florida Mayhem have available. You don't want to get caught out by the Jagged Blade. Someone could just completely pull you in, but you also don't want to give too much space for Sermajet to get some space. All right, big reset here coming in from Toronto. You just don't want to see the staggers come through.
Do you remember how much Discord Orb really does impact DPS players? You're so vulnerable when that's applied. Like, a right click into a dash, like you saw Checkmate doing just there, is a death sentence. It really is. It's just getting the, oh my God, okay. I think that hit me, Jesus. All right, big nade as well coming up from the Ana from Florida. That's good at corner too, mind you, Rose. Just think about how many angles you can get with the Ana. The nade on the corner is like the easiest thing to hit in the world. That's why Toronto Defiant want to hold.
Well, especially when you've got the Zenyatta and the Ana that can play at range. What on Toronto Defiant do you really send after them to be able to remove them from the high ground? It's really on Aldo and Chorong to be able to get into the backline and boop them away so they don't have the value, but he's on the Sojourn now.
All right, there's a disruptor shot. It's going to slow down someone for the time being. He was around that car, he couldn't get heals. RuPaul maybe a little bit distracted, trying to protect the rest of his team. Someone's health bar disappears in front of his eyes.
But the switch is good. The switch is really good. Hisu is now going to pack on tons of pressure, having the ability to just one-shot members of the Florida Mayhem, especially because, you know, the Dynamites, Surmaj and RuPaul can heal that up so fast, having that Ana as that flex pick, that you really want to go for that one-shot potential with Hisu on the Sojourn.
Nanoboost available super early from Florida. Someone has been the target more often than not when they do end up playing these comps. Less so checkmate on the Genji, more there to force a beat. There's the rally. So it might be support for support. RuPaul using that nano. Someone charged up, ready to rock and roll. However, Twilight, look at those green health bars right now. That over health stacked up for its entire duration. So they could move forward. They've burned all the time off the nano boost.
Exactly. And now someone didn't even get the damage either because Toronto Defiant kited away from it. So the Rampage isn't online yet either. But all those Blade is.
There's the Blade. They don't see him coming. But that Transcendence perfectly timed by Surmajet. There is another Blade on Checkmate's side as Twilight does hit the floor as the B from the Toronto Defiant is there to counter. They can still march forward, Rose. Remember, someone is still coming back from the spawn. Nice little kick from the get. Oh my God, okay, that Surmajet eventually goes down to the axe swing of Hopper. He did do a good job of healing himself. Ooh. Although doing a little bit of a dance move there, shimmying on the floor. But look at this aggression from Hopper. RuPaul dead, someone back from spawn, sent quick, clear back. Trying to Defiant, they cap point A.
Gonna keep that car rolling too, as Hoppa, Hisu, they can keep putting on the pressure. Especially when they want to take away this small high ground advantage from the Florida Mayhem. You don't want to shoot up, you want to shoot down onto your opponent. So they're going to be moving forward very quickly. Hoppa also getting ready to use this Rampage, and there's not really a great answer there from Florida. The Transcendence was used. RuPaul doesn't have the Nano either to save anybody. So Hoppa really looking forward to trying to get a 3-4 ante onto Florida.
Hisu could open this one up as well with that railgun. There it is. However, a 5-man ante from someone. That Rampage hitting everybody on Defiant. Hook, line, and sinker for someone. Toronto Defiant now. They are. Hello. Hello, team. Okay, well, they're dead. All good. Yeah, that nade. If he didn't have nade there, like, you may have been able to come up with a kill, but yeah, what wasn't to be. 1 minute and 50 seconds, Rose.
We're going to actually see Hisu switch back over to the Ashe now, too. A little bit better now that you can use those Dynamites on top of the Rampage, too. If the Rampage just shuts off the healing, then all of a sudden you don't care anymore about the Zen and the Ana.
Oh, that looked like a good knife onto someone. It was lodged in his calf. But now Hopper can set up a Rampage of his own. Look, already, though, where was the heals? Hydron ends up going down. Goodbye, checkmate. RuPaul running for the hills. What a fantastic play by, although just insta-killing Hydron. That's their main damage dealer too on the Florida Mayhem. They're gonna have a Nano coming back, maybe a Transcendence, but Toronto Defiant are holding close.
Yeah, they can as well, because Aldo's gonna try to get the poke damage to be able to get the Blade online, knowing that Surmaj might not have the Transcendence online yet, but time's ticking down. Where's the Nano going?
Nano onto checkmate. He hasn't got the Blade, and he actually just gets double boots backed. Ooh, a couple of clean Shurikens ends Hopper's life quick sharp. Toronto Defiant with 50 seconds to go. They know they can't push that high ground without the Junker Queen, so they go again.
But they're gonna have double support ultimates to do it, the Dragon Blade as well. Nobody can get staggered here though, because we are ticking down to the final 30 seconds of this stretch.
Double support ultimate for Toronto. There's 30 seconds to go. The rally is out. Florida Mayhem have got one support ultimate of theirs, and it's a Transcendence. Double Blade popped. The B comes out. Although he's going to survive this, but can't get too much damage done. Sermon says Transcendence heals everybody up through that Dragon Blade damage, but someone is pretty low on the sidelines. In fact, checkmate is maybe overstood a little bit. My mistake, sorry, that was Choron. He takes a headshot, and Hydron just cleaning up. A beautiful sleep from RuPaul. Takes care of although, and with overtime in existence, the Florida Mayhem hold Defiant just before that second point.
still a good attack push from the Defiant, and if they want to play that Ashe, play a little bit more passive like this Zen and the Ana from the Florida Mayhem, they can absolutely do that on the defense. You saw how effective Sir Majed and RuPaul were able to be when they had that sight line where they were able to play on that high ground. So Hisu could totally take the same angle and make sure that those dynamites are true.
I love Florida Mayhem's creativity on a lot of these maps. Bringing out the Zen, the Ana, RuPaul's Ana looking pretty clean there. There was a couple of times where he managed to sleep, although before he inserted himself into the conversation. And that's the big thing. If you're going to run these more off-meta picks, these supports that you don't normally see, the Lucio, the Brig, we've seen it a whole bunch, but you've got to make good use of them, and RuPaul's really putting on a show. This is a 5-man rampage. Woo! Even boots the skies a little bit by Cholo. Yeah. I mean, there's no surviving that. That's done is done, really.
Yeah, that's tough. Ooh.
Not quite as eloquent, but we'll take it. I like that. Sounds like me playing the piano, to be honest.
Does it?
Slam
smash your hands on the keys.
I do know how to. No.
There you go. Here, at least. What?
Close hold from Toronto Defiant. He's still on the Sojourn though, Rose. Not that Ashe. But ideally in a close hold like this, you kind of want to do that. Speaking of cheeky things, Checkmate coming out on the May. Hopper gets completely walled off by the rest of the team. Even Choron takes a headshot, a quick change for Checkmate. DPS passive means he's going to keep a lot of that ult charge. He only loses, 1% of it, but gains it back pretty quickly. Toronto Defiant not expecting that May to come out like that. Perfect spawn break from the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, I think if they were expecting the May, Toronto Defiant would not have held as close as they were. He's still playing the Sojourn too. You can play a little bit more aggressive with that pick because you're not having to play so far back. But they're able to come back into this one pretty strong. Gotta watch out for RuPaul though.
Oh, deflect used by the Genji already. He knows he can aggressively peek. Although does end up going down. A quick Discord orb onto Choron. As the Florida Mayhem setting an unreal pace right now. The tempo very much in their favor. That metronome ticking off beat for the Toronto Defiant. Hey, are they going to let the payload go in? Of course they're not. 2.5 meters to go, but Hopper just dispatched. Same with Twilight. And look how safe RuPaul and Sir Majed are in the background, Rose. It's been so hard for Although to get any damage done, as there's now 5 minutes in that time back, and they don't even need to get to seconds. It's just before the checkpoint.
Well, especially when you're playing with a tank that's as aggressive as someone, he's going to be rushing at your front, creating so much space for Sir Majed and RuPaul to be safe. But what's this change over here on the right-hand side? Twilight's on the Ana? Twilight's on the Ana, okay. Maybe Toronto Defiant really can come back into this one with Twilight's pocket pick. The antis could be good, especially with the blade coming up from Aldo, and maybe even being able to deny the Zenyatta Transcendence.
If you remember last time, he was playing Ana back last year when he was on the Shock, come out for only one map, and that was Voskaya. Ana truly legendary, like I mentioned before. Checkmate gets the nano. He's 3% towards that blade. They cannot let him get it. He manages to get it online and actually killed Choron before even using it. The Toronto Defiant end up using their overclock, but he's not finding the value that he needs. He's trying to aggressively peek, dodges the knife just by a hair. As now it's the final push for Florida Mayhem.
This could be it too. Aldo's gonna have to get the blade online.
Checkmate can just line them up now. Chorong needs this beat ASAP. The blade has been pulled by Checkmate. He's looking for targets. He has the Transcendence. He cannot die, and neither do the rest of the Mayhem. A quick and clean, decisive Circuit Royale. Florida Mayhem now sitting at match point, the 8th seed. Looking to make it to Championship Sunday, to face the San Francisco Shock. The home crowd ain't happy, but Toronto Defiant are not out of this just yet. We're gonna jump to a break. It's Mayhem. They gotta contend with what Toronto Defiant want to bring to this next map. It's their pick. We'll see you in a bit.
Top 8 is on the horizon now here. I'm having a great time here, because I don't know about you. This match has been a treat.
Now, it's their shot to regain some of the glory that they lost in the last tournament.
It's in the game because of how slow it is. Timed perfectly, it can be amazing. And Visions get another pick, too. Why not?
They don't even need a grab.
Oh!
Vision!
What was that shot?
That's a very... Oh! Chopper comes in with a full charge.
Coming out from Kuffa, looking for a low health bar, and oh my goodness, that is all 5 members hit by a rampage from Kuffa, lines them up, pulls them down. See you next fight.
All throughout A sides, it was the tree effect. It was every single game. It felt like Tree was just trolling the lobby.
Oh my god, Tree, stop!
And really one-upping this hit scan role for the team. Necessary to sustain through this damage. The overclock on Cyrus looking for a shot and gets 2.
The score is not lying to you. Florida Mayhem 1 map away from taking down the Toronto Defiant and sending them home on their very own stage. The crowd, you gotta give me some more energy than that. Are Toronto gonna come back?
I don't think I can hear them. I don't think I can hear them yet. Are Toronto gonna come back, everybody?
Toronto's map pick as we go to push. The East was least to begin the series, but it's turned out to be quite a close affair. Mayhem come in as 8 seed too. An underrated pick, some would say. Soy wouldn't. Soy predated Mayhem for a lot of the games thus far. But most people thinking Toronto, the way they've been playing the meta right now, the way Hisu's been performing, same with Although. His Genji has really stepped up. Chorong and Twilight and Adamantium backline, they're on the ropes right now. Florida Mayhem surprising a lot of people, and good surprises, obviously, if you're a Florida Mayhem fan. I think Hydron's been having a fantastic game. Surma Shed too, disrupting sound barriers and securing ones for his team. Going on to Colosseo as our 4th map. It's Toronto's pick, like I mentioned. We'll see how they end up playing out. Toronto just could not crack that Zen and Ana backline on the last map.
But I think this is a map that they could do that. If they took them to New Queen Street, then the Zenyatta and the Ana have a lot of agency when you're able to play from some of those off angles. And Colosseo, it's a little bit more straightforward. You gotta rush at your opponents a little bit better for the brawl. We've seen how London Spitfire have been able to play that Reinhardt rush to a ton of success on this map. But Toronto Defiant are gonna play a rush of their own. See what Florida Mayhem decide to land on, though. We saw Checkmate pick the May to be able to break out of that spawn hold on Circuit Royale. But Toronto Defiant look like they're going to lock in their favorite comp of the meta so far, Hisu on the Ashe. Hisu's going to get nice sightlines on this as well with those dynamites. And of course, maybe those bobs.
All right, so yeah, Twilight running that Ana. Florida Mayhem just running that break, that Lucio. Question is, do they actually end up switching? I wonder. You don't want to take away the speed boost ideally, especially on a push map. Speed is just such an unbelievably big resource. Ooh, Root Pool does get antied. A lot of burst healing too, mind you, for Ana, but look at this rush from the Florida Mayhem. Although in Hisu, which is completely LOS'd of Twilight's heals. As the break, you're quite hardy, right? You end up running around with your Lucio. The Ana, not so much. Well, I actually got bogged by a tree there, but he still managed to kill him. All right, the bot's moving. It's in Florida Mayhem's control.
It's a little bit tougher because you can't take these brawls when you're running the Ana as much as you can with the break to get that Inspire healing. So we will see Twilight switch off of the Ana as much as I would love to see that hero pick. But it works a little bit better with this composition on this map when you are going to be brawling in those tight-knit corridors. Oh, Checkmate gets found out.
Fool me once, fool me twice. Not going to happen again. Yeah, Twilight unfortunately now 50-60% behind on that rally charge. Checkmate is just bullying, although in the neutral currently. In fact, all of Toronto Defiant are sitting pretty low. Having to get healed up, Inspire, Pax, and just the AoE heal, the Lucio. Pretty tough checkpoint to push through, or part of the map to push through. Hisu coach gunning away, dodges a couple of shurikens as Checkmate ends up getting cleaned up by the dynamites. Florida Mayhem down to Genji. They're not out of this just yet. Hydron still pumping in the damage, and there's the rally. They know they got it online first because Twilight was the honor earlier on, and he shoots the target. He ends up going down, and Florida Mayhem not stopping this bus moving.
Oh my gosh, RuPaul's just getting away with it right now. Although he's gonna be able to get some amount of revenge.
RuPaul's still picking up kills, but yeah, Toronto Defiant holding this little cafe pretty nicely. Oh, nice dodge by Chorong, but can't dodge that one, unfortunately. There's the bot, it's gonna carry on. Twilight, in all the chaos, did build up a rally of his own, so double support ultimate for Defiant.
But Toronto Defiant actually stopped a lot of that pressure too. That bot didn't move very far, and in fact, with the respawns, it's really not gonna make much progress at all. So Toronto Defiant gonna rush back into this one with that double support ult like you mentioned, but also the Bob. Bob has been doing some big things here on the stage this weekend.
They gotta know Checkmate's hiding somewhere. Okay, yeah, they do sniff him out. Can't play hide and seek for that long, especially on this map. Bob's here, kind of right. Checkmate with the blade, the beat to counter. Checkmate disengages, perfectly timed, but oh, someone actually ends up getting run down by both Twilight, Chorong, and Although. And damaging, especially with the Genji that close up, those shurikens pretty nasty. Checkmate, RuPaul dead, so much yet to follow. Toronto controlling that pot, looking to put themselves in the lead.
It's really big too, because all they needed there were 3 of the 5 ultimates that they had built up. So with the rally on top, you get to build that over health, set up Hotba to be unkillable.
Early
Rallies
push.
are here.
There's the rally, speed boost from the Shout and the Lucio app. It's actually pretty decent for Mayhem. They do actually burn the rally from Toronto. Oh, and they don't even give them the lead. 1.1 meters was that. Oh, double rampage, okay. Oh,
it's huge for Hotba.
Someone misses completely, and Hotba finds 3, forcing both the rally and the sound barrier out of the Mayhem. Hydron using that overclock, takes care of Twilight, and although he gets rounded on, Toronto Defiant, they may have a decent boot onto someone, but they don't capitalize on their own rampage.
We're back in the neutral though. All ultimates are off the board for both teams. So it's gonna be all about getting those first picks. Watch out for Checkmate. Where is he gonna come from? He's hunting after your backline right now. You've gotta know, Toronto.
They see him, he shoots the target again, and no coach gun's gonna save you from that. RuPaul doesn't end up going down, but look at the speed that the Mayhem are playing right now. Hopper still finds 1 kill, but he has no supports to back him up. This looks like checkpoint territory for me. Florida Mayhem consistently pushing that bot. RuPaul's been sitting on it, Summer Shed's been sitting on it the entire time, but quicker respawns from Defiant, they're gonna stop it from getting into the butt scratch mode.
Okay, that's pretty big for Toronto. They've had some time to build up to these ultimates, but not before Checkmate might walk away with the Dragon Blade online and ready to go. You can see Hoppa though trying to lead the charge, throwing those axes. Where's the rest of his team? Look at the rotation that they're taking. They're just trying to shut down the flank so that Checkmate can't get the jump on them.
It's got the blade too, so it's exactly what you need to do right now. Someone goes pretty low, the blade has been pulled, the target is Chorong, but Chorong, quite slippery on the Lucio, manages to get away, and Hisu finds the kill. A clean headshot from the Ash, and now a bomb will be his reward. Hopper does end up going down, but Hisu's ability to peel for himself is just it's kind of crazy. Twilight as well as, although end up cleaning. Sermashed and Hydron gone. 60 meters though rose to 35.
Gotta watch this replay. Look at that. The coach gun to boop him away, and then Checkmate just gets completely skeet shooted out of the sky. That was a huge pick from Hisu, and it denied all of that blade value. But Sermashed is going to be working up to the sound barrier, but not before Toronto Defiant have 4 ultimates to let loose. to get back control of this bot.
Yeah, pretty much 5 ults for Toronto Defiant, although Hisu going pretty low. A lot of spam damage coming out. The blade from Although is going to get countered with a blade. He instantly dashes out, but straight back in as he receives a beat of his own. Almost the perfect pick there for Toronto Defiant. As RuPaul had that rally, they could have extended that fight for quite a bit of time.
He doesn't get away!
Nice couple of shurikens. Okay, straight to the spawn with you.
Oh my God, Toronto Defiant, they're gonna capture this first point. I don't think anybody from Florida can actually get back here before this bot enters the mode. But wait a minute, can RuPaul shield bash forward?
He goes down to Twilight! RuPaul's ult gets completely cancelled by Twilight. That checkpoint is Toronto's. Florida Mayhem lose a key ultimate in that engagement as Twilight now has rally advantage.
That's the blade, that's the rally that Toronto Defiant have denied. And now they get to go back in with one of their own. Twilight's gonna kick it off.
How are Florida Mayhem gonna react to this one? Looks like a shout to get them back out. And Hydron headshotting people with that overclock. It does hit the collat. A double rampage. There's a lot of people anti. Someone at RuPaul take Garrett Twilight and Hisu Ball though is still alive and he's still kicking. As long as someone stays alive, Toronto Defiant might be in a good spot. Although his health waning, but his spirit is not. Toronto Defiant, they do end up getting the checkpoint and the lead, Rose.
They do, and with 2 minutes remaining as well, Toronto Defiant can just play to keep the lead. Although building up to that Dragon Blade, still no ultimates on the board as they meet Florida Mayhem in the middle of the map. Isu's got to be careful, he gets a little low, but Toronto Defiant just need one pick here and they might be able to win the map.
Yep, 1 minute and 50 seconds to go on that time. A very quick engagement from Toronto Defiant. RuPaul again taken out. Supports mean nothing. Toronto are pushing and they're making it hurt. The Mayhem end up getting wiped. That bot just don't walk in to that spawn. It's so close. With 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, the Mayhem are gonna have to win multiple fights to gain the lead.
Exactly, that's why this last fight was so important. Especially when you've got dueling blades on the board.
Blade from Although. He's looking for somebody in his Surge, yet people just walking straight towards him. He wants that kill on the Lucio, but Hydron actually steps up, but steps too far. The knife is good. Can the blade from Checkmate be bigger? No, it cannot. Hisu shuts it down again. Another kill onto someone as Toronto Defiant have ults to spare. 50 seconds to go, Rose, as they are rounding the final corner.
There's a bouncer ready. That's Bob. Bob might not even let Florida out of the spawn unless Sermajit uses the sound barrier. And then what? Toronto can go ahead and pop it later. This might be final fight. This last 30 seconds.
There's the Bob, and he's in a good spot too. He's airing it out. Beat from the Mayhem, but a later beat from Toronto Defiant. They need to react. A rally might not be good enough. Checkmate goes pretty low, but Sermaj yet the first casualty as Toronto Defiant march on forward. They want to take this to a map 5. They want to do it in front of a home crowd. Hydron goes low. He's out of here. Although not letting him do anything. A little dance ain't gonna save you. As Toronto take Mayhem to a map 5.
Incredible stuff here. The cheers from the home crowd really giving Toronto Defiant the buff and the confidence they need to keep moving forward as we tie up the series. Florida Mayhem too. Wow, they got their ults controlled by the Defiant in that last map. Just Toronto not letting them have a say at all on Colosseo.
Cancelled blades, cancelled rallies. That was not Florida Mayhem's map. That was all Defiant. Going to another map 5, Rose. It's Mayhem. They're stepping up to the plate. It's their choice. Where do they want to go? The Defiant want to hit, want to win. They want to go to Championship Sunday to face off against the Shock. We're going to go to a break. You're not going to want to miss this. We'll see you in a sec. Map number 5 coming up next. Toronto Defiant not going down without a fight. Mayhem have taken 2, Toronto 2. We're going on to Control. Remember what happened last time around. Defiant with a dominant showing in the later rounds. It is Florida's map pick. We are going to Oasis. See if Defiant can round this out. Florida Mayhem are 1 map away, Rose, to upsetting Toronto in front of their home crowd.
One thing's for sure, we're gonna get a winner at the end of this map. Can't draw. So Oasis will be the 5th and final map of this series, but it's been a close one. Look at how back and forth it's really been in this series so far. But Oasis, I mean, I've seen the signs in the crowd. Hisu Mania, the Hisus lease. I think His could be unleashed on this map. Look at the high ground that you can have here. We're heading over to City Center first. Got some really nice perches for the Ash to play with. The coach gun can allow you a lot of mobility to play in the center of the map. But the same could be said for Florida. Both teams have been relying on these more stagnant backlines. So that high ground presence is going to be ever more important when you look at City Center as our first one. Maybe we get to go to Gardens. University also has some really nice sightlines to play from. Don't know if they're even going to want to do that, though.
We're on City Center, so yeah, maybe a little Hisu on the Ash. Although doing just a phenomenal job on the Genji. It's really been about him and Checkmate. That Genji head-to-head, that 1v1 is a little bit nuts right now. All right. What do you got for us, Toronto? What do you got for us, Mayhem?
Well, Mayhem's got a Tracer. Mayhem's also got the high ground right now, as Toronto Defiant are just jockeying to try to take that away from them.
Wow, what thought on the side. Hydron just dashing in. No fear at all. Still 100 HP and then some. Someone takes out both Hisu and Twilight. And Hydron, we like you said, Rose, we've seen him on this pick a lot. This Tracer on City Center does work out well for them. His aim is pretty sharp. He almost takes out Chorong. It's only a shout there that actually saves his life, as Mayhem actually end up capping the point first.
But that's just Toronto Defiant giving them the respect that they deserve right now, especially because they can't go in without a full team of 5. Hydron, though, trying to get to the back line.
He's too low. Checkmate dashes up to the skies to chase after Hisu after he coach guns. And Hydron might be getting the first ult online. With little to no heals, though, the Florida Mayhem have to play this pretty slow. Wait for that break to get back. They play it pretty fast with that post bomb. He's lining them up to knock him down, but Twilight's already fallen over. The bowling ball of the Florida Mayhem striking down Defiant.
You can see that Toronto Defiant is actively taking the time to regroup. Although he is playing for the poke, wants to get that Dragon Blade online. But Hydron's gonna try to find someone to get the back. Look at the flank he's taking.
Oh,
Toronto Defiant line, they've gotta be careful with this.
Dodged a headshot there from Hisu. That could have been disastrous for Hydron. Chorong has also got that beat. Look at those health bars, though. It's not looking great. Oh, it's looking better now. There's the beat push from Toronto, and Zervashed falls. However, Twilight steps a little bit too far forward, but it doesn't matter. Defiant has still got the damage. They got the numbers. It's only somewhat on the points. He's used that shout already. As Defiant find their first cap.
Look at that, though. Florida, wait, they're still going to stagger this out. They can stall it for just a percentage or a few more. But yeah, they're going to take the flip now as Florida Mayhem captures 76%. Only using the pulse bomb in that last fight as well means that Florida Mayhem are coming back with 4 ultimates to the point. But contending against that, Toronto have the rally, they have the rampage, and they've got the blade to be able to capitalize on that anti-healing that Hoppa could line up to be able to keep control of this point. But Toronto, they can't give it up here.
So many ults online right now. All those play versus checkmates. One's already been pulled. Although using that speed boost to push on forward as so much yet ends up going down. That rally over health didn't mean much. to Hisu's crack shot. It's now on Checkmate. What can he do in return? Do they even want to fight this still without Surmashed? It looks like they want to. Checkmate, he's getting his ankles broken. Hisu takes him out. Toronto Defiant continue to hold, and they force RuPaul to use that rally.
The rally against the Rampage. The rally's just not going to be enough here. And Toronto, they're going to be moving us into last fight territory. This next one, if they win it here, will be going to another round. Rally, Bob, maybe they beat from Chorong if he's able to get that up in time, but you've got to watch out for Hydron there with that Pulse Bomb.
This Pulse Bomb has to be gigantic from Hydron. It manages to stick in the tank. Oh, and Hopper can't get healed up in time. Not enough burst healing in this composition, of course. Worth keeping in mind. Twilight pops the rally. They're still willing to fight. Even Hisu getting his hands a little bit dirty there, diving down to Hydron's level. Even a beat forced out from the Toronto Defiant. They're still ready to go. But Hisu, only 200 HP. As that overhealth got burnt away pretty fast. 95% of building. Toronto Defiant hitting the 99.
That's so smart though, because Toronto actually used those ultimates for sustainability to get that 99%, knowing that they still had another attempt available. So they will be able to come back into this one with plenty of time to spare as we just hit that 90% mark. Hydron doesn't have anything yet, all the ultimates are off the board, so this is just a fight in the neutral.
Big on neutral fight, you love to see it. Hydron already on the back. Just frustrating Chorong right now. Oh, Checkmate had to use both abilities, and Hydron's already dead! 99% for Florida Mayhem, as they still control the points. Big dynamite in the front line as RuPaul is burning alive. Has to peek around the corner to heal his Junker Queen, but Checkmate still trying to get on top of Hisu, but he's just left unhindered. The Florida Mayhem losing members. That dynamite hitting Surmashed, and although his blade looking as good as ever, Toronto Defiant 1 round away from seeing themselves in Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Very close, round number 1, but Toronto Defiant coming out on top, but we're going to another map where the East could be unleashed. Look at that, the Ash. I gotta watch another replay of this as Hisu just on the Ash. The blink from the Tracer from Hydron, lined right up into the sidelines of Hisu.
I'm sorry.
Whew.
That was nasty.
That was telegraphed right there.
Yeah, knowing when yeah.
That's just what you expect from Hisu though, to be fair.
Yeah,
I don't think Hydron's gonna try that again right now. You can see the Symmetric teleporter strat.
Straight to the Sojourn.
Oh yeah, just a quick teleporter back to the Sojourn, but the high ground is something that Florida Mayhem will try to take away. You can see Surmashed going behind the Defiant with Checkmate in tow.
Yeah, look at Hisu though, the way he's looking. Twilight might be in a little bit of danger, but handling himself quite easily right now. And in fact, it's actually Chorong 1v1 in Checkmate, pushing him away. Hopper just fall, but Checkmate ends up going down to Twilight. Adamantium backline still standing up strong. They do trade, but without a front line, Toronto Defiant might be in trouble as Florida Mayhem try and make their move. Oh my god! What a boot from Chorong. Hook, line, and sinker. Hisu playing ski shooing right now. Toronto, without the need of Hopper, take that fight 4-on-4 and cap the point.
Toronto Defiant did this in Busan against the Houston Outlaws as well. Look at the dynamites, they're good. It's gonna be Sir Hydron too. The boop up, you can see it happening. The double kill from Hisu. Now they've got 25% and counting. And Hisu working up to the first bomb of this round. Hydron's already low, Hydron's already down.
You cannot be serious right now. You can't let him get away with this. Although he takes him to the cleaners. It's 40% online, and Toronto Defiant haven't used a single ultimate just yet.
They did just get the rally online. So as soon as we see Hisu come back, that rally, that overhealth going to start to be generated here. Florida Mayhem are trailing behind when it comes to that ultimate generation. Someone is out damaging Hoppa right now, as you see that 74 to 43%. But who's waiting in the deeps? It's Checkmate from Florida Mayhem.
He's in the Abyssal Zone right now. He needs to pick his head up. to the midnight zone, maybe. He's a bit too late. The rest of his team have already been advanced on. Straight to the spawn doors. Do the Toronto Defiant go? They do lose Twilight though, Rose, so they have to back off. They can't fight without that bring. And Twilight's rally ended up getting cut short.
Exactly. Twilight should be able to get back into this one, though. Trong might be going back to Taxi, but at least Bob can hold down the fort.
Nice little knock-up, yeah, look at this. Florida Mayhem want absolutely none of this engagement. They have to wait for that bomb to disappear, Rose, but it's going to be final fight.
It is. I mean, look at that. Toronto Defiant have just gotten so much charge.
Oh, although he doesn't end up pulling the blade, so it doesn't end up getting cancelled. As now the Mayhem really swinging it in their favor. The beat, though, from the Toronto Defiant, a 3v4. Do you take those odds? Although he's going to be able to come back with the blade, as Defiant are just holding on for dear life. They're not letting this point flip over. They eventually let it go.
But that's okay. That's okay, because you are waiting for Hisu to come back, although is getting in position right now to use the blade. Does Sir Majed know? Can he counter this with a sound barrier?
Just the one big tool to stop, although doing disgusting things in the back line. There's the blade. The beat has been used. The back line assassinated. Someone taking care of Hisu, but Sir Majed is dead. A rampage cancelled! Although! And Twilight dismantling the Florida Mayhem. Hydron and RuPaul keep it competitive though on the point.
But look at this. We might just be in time here. Toronto Defiant. Oh, they don't get the flip yet. Okay, so Florida Mayhem, they get to come back into this one, but not before Hoppa is able to come back with a rampage. Someone has switched over to the Doomfist right now, so the front line isn't going to be as strong.
Yeah, that rally could be big from Hopper. He unleashes it, it hits both the backline members of the Toronto Defiant, but look at how quickly the kills are coming up for the Florida Mayhem. It's absolute slaughter. Someone's Doomfist comes back huge, actually. They might not have a front line, but they got a giant fist. That will take him over the edge. Look at that, someone actually instantly switching over to the Junker Queen. They know they win that fight, they have to get back on the Queen.
Well, they have to be able to tie this up. So Florida Mayhem want to go back to what is proven to work with the Junker Queen. But Toronto Defiant have one advantage right now, and that's going to be the rally from Twilight.
There it is, it's coming out. Hisu disengaging, and a dynamite hits a lot. Someone falling pretty low, same with RuPaul, and he ends up going down to, although Toronto Defiant are gonna do it. Twilight with a double, although with a double, an easy point flip. It's only checkmate. He's up, but he's away. The Toronto Defiant find the flip. Overtime's ticking down. Can anybody get back in time? No, they cannot. Toronto Defiant have done it. They stand defiant in the face of all adversity, in front of their home crowd. They surge through the lower bracket to face the shock tomorrow.
What a showing here from Toronto Defiant. You can hear the fans in the arena going absolutely wild. I think it's all that love for the team that really set them apart today. Not only that, though, but come on now. Hisu and Aldo really did just put on an incredible performance, too, on those DPS picks.
What an unbelievable lower bracket run Toronto are currently making. They go down in day one. And they go all the way to Sunday. They're going to face one of the toughest oppositions yet. The Shock, although they looked a little bit weaker against the Dallas Fuel today, you can't count them out just yet. But the Toronto Defiant are making the run in Toronto, of all places. That home crowd energy coming in rather clutch.
Gotta give some credit to Florida Mayhem, though. They did come in as the 8th seed into this tournament, and they put on a heck of a performance, too. They won a match today to be able to face the Toronto Defiant, but it just wasn't their day. They can still go home proud, though. It's a really good tournament performance from them.
I think we've got a couple of words from Danny down on the stage. What do you got to say for us?
Judge and Nico, thank you very much. I mean, you guys all know who I'm next to. It's Chorong from Toronto Defiant. What a match. That was such a back and forth series, but at the end, it was the Toronto Defiant clutching out the win. How'd you guys get it done? 자, 첫 번째 질문. 오늘 정말 접전인 경기였습니다. 초롱 선수, 오늘 승리 어떻게 거두시게 되셨습니까?
메이엠과 일단 첫 세트는 되게 가볍게 승리는 아니었지만 이악 물고 이겼는데 그 다음 경기부터 살짝 밀리긴 했지만은 저희 코칭 스텝에서 약간 저희가 좀 안 됐던 것들을 잘 얘기해줘서 잘 풀어나갔던 것 같습니다.
We did get the win on the first map, but it definitely wasn't an easy win starting, even from the start. Going into the second map and the third, we were struggling. So our coaching staff and our staff members told us a good strategy and told us to, get ourselves together. So we listened well to them, and I think that was the key to our success for today's match. Not only that, I mean, I bet it was such a tiring day for you guys because you guys had to play 2 matches. You guys had to face off against 2 different teams. How are you able to, sort of not lose focus and just pull through all the way to the end tonight? 두 번째 질문은 오늘 특히나 조금 더 힘든 날이 아니었나 싶습니다. 오늘 왜냐면은 한 팀이 아니고 상대를 2팀을 상대했어야 됐기 때문에 좀 굉장히 많이 힘이 드셨을 것 같아요. 그런데도 어떻게 끝까지 잘 끝을 맞이하게 됐는데 오늘 어떻게 해서 좀 힘들어도 어떻게 좀 포기를 안 하고 끝까지 할 수 있게 되셨나요?
오늘 첫 경기를 했었는데 첫 경기를 하고 약간 좀 텀이 길었지만 마지막 경기까지 한 3시간 정도 걸리긴 했는데 약간 좀 TMI가 있다면은 저희 어머니가 오늘 한국 시간으로 오늘 생일이어가지고 그냥 그 생각을 하면서 이악 물고 이겼던 것 같습니다.
After our first match, we had a bit of a downtime, and of course, we were tired. We had about a 3-hour break, but a bit of a TMI. Other than that, was currently right now in Korea time. It's my mom's birthday, so that really got me going. You know what? Since it's your mom's birthday, let's look into the camera, and if you have anything you want to say to your mom, this is gonna go live anyway. 자, 어머님 생신이라고 말씀을 하셔서 카메라 보고 어머님께 메시지 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
한국에 있을 때는 엄마한테 잘 약간 오그라들지만 외국에 있으니까 더욱더 약간 가족들의 기념일들을 더 잘 챙기는 것 같긴 한데 엄마 내가 많이 보고 싶고 되게 애껴. 생일 축하해.
Right. Chorom says, when you're close to a family member, it's really hard to be really nice to them because he gets a little bit embarrassed. But because he's so far away, he's able to really feel the thankfulness to his family members, especially his mom. And he wishes her happy birthday, and he says he loves his mom. This is honestly the greatest gift to his mom. Don't you guys think so? Yeah? 정말 좋은 부모님께 좋은 생일 선물인 거라고 생각합니다. 이번에 승리가. All right, last but not least, very simple question for you, and I want a strong answer from you, Chorom. You guys will be facing off against San Francisco Shock tomorrow. You beat them, you guys will be going into the finals. Can you guys beat the San Francisco Shock? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 토론토와 내일 경기, 센쇼과의 경기가 있습니다. 그것만 이기면 결승전으로 올라가게 되는데요. 초롱 선수, 내일 경기 이기실 수 있습니까?
당연하죠. 이기는 방법을 알아버렸습니다.
Of course, we will beat the San Francisco Shock. We found out a way to beat them. And we will find that out tomorrow. Thank you guys so much, guys. Give it up for Chorong one more time. That's all I got here. So let's send things over back to our casters. Take it away.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, wow. Well, happy birthday to Chorong's mum back in Korea.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, that's a perfect gift, like we were saying. They go on to face the San Francisco Shock tomorrow, Rose, in the losers bracket final. And then they get a chance to face off against the undefeated Dallas Fuel. Like, that is just a large opposition. Like, the Dallas Fuel quite handily dealt with the Shock earlier on today. It was a 3-0. Like, I don't think anybody really expected it to go that way, that fast. But the Toronto Defiant, the way they showed up against the Florida Mayhem, maybe they can go the full distance.
Maybe. I mean, it's going to be two behemoth matches tomorrow, but I think with the crowd behind them, they can definitely do it. We got to talk about our player of the match, though. The man that was able to open up so many team fight wins here for the Toronto Defiant, Aldo.
Oh, yes. His Genji Blades this series were divine. It is something in this meta, too. Yeah, you are forcing the sound barrier a lot of the time, too, but like finding value in amongst the sound barrier, getting those, getting the overhealth off of the targets that are afflicted by it, like that is what's rather important. And what Toronto, and actually what Florida Mayhem did too, mind you. Oh, this is the Ajax. This is just too clean with it. That him and Chorong managed to take care of that ultimate, and one of the reasons why they did so well on the map and actually push all the way. It did go the way of the Florida Mayhem, but
one of the big reasons why they were able to push it that far was because of that play.
I think we could give player of the match to
Either
Aldo and
yeah,
Chorong.
definitely.
Just the two of them together. That's the players of the match.
True.
Right there. But yeah, I mean the stats to back it up. 18.3 eliminations per 10 is pretty significant.
I mean, yeah. Almost 10 final blows per 10 too.
Yeah,
like final blows
that's
is
nuts.
ridiculous. You saw at the very end of that last round, right?
Oh, the
it was just,
head-to-head.
we didn't even see him and he was killing people. Like he was going crazy in the back. Like, although he's a crazy player when you think about his history too, he was on the 2020 London Spitfire roster that were made up of like a lot of tier 3 like Gen GS, Gen GB players. And he is still fighting for a top place in the league. And he's doing that on the Toronto Defiant right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many players on Toronto Defiant that we've said all season have the skill.
Yeah.
They've got it all. They just got to put it in the practice. And I think that the way that they were able to come back after that third map too, very impressive.
Oh yes. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. I think the desk is going to finish us up for the day. I'm tired. I bet you're tired too. I'm going to go rest. We're both going to go rest. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Let's go, Toronto! Sorry, Zoe, your team is out. It's all about the Canadians right now.
They're out.
They're out, Johnny. The
Out in the
Florida, I gotta give credit to Mayhem, right? We got Costa, we got Reinforced. Puckett, we're celebrating a little bit early in Toronto because we just saw a 5-game series that Costa called, by the way.
I did.
Very smart.
And all 3 of us called it going this direction with the Defiant taking
We're
the
so
victory.
smart.
Take that, Zoe.
I'm pretty proud of us. Guys, can we revisit some of our highlights throughout the series?
We should. Yes, we are the Defiant.
I think so. We're celebrating in a big way tonight, though, because we had the Mayhem making the upset run. They come up against the Defiant, who a lot of people didn't expect to be here, except for me. Now they meet up on the main stage, and honestly, this was a coin toss before we made our predictions. Everyone ended up siding with the Defiant. Who was impressing you guys most early? Because they took that first game 1.
Honestly, this whole match was just about going back and forth. There was so many good plays. I think Toronto Defiant obviously came strong out of the gate, and you know, I had some questions about how this was going to match up, Hisu on that Ashe, but also showing a willingness to go over to that Sojourn. And it really came down to individual plays from fight to fight. We saw some great moments from all these guys, but it's just the Toronto Defiant, and you can almost say that the home crowd buff got them across the edge. You heard them at the very end, how hyped they were at the end of that match. They were just so in it. And I think the Florida Mayhem, you know, tough run, but as you said, they exceeded expectations in this tournament.
In a large way.
And we thought they might have won this match because this was games 2 and 3 that they took back to back. They were on match point going into that game 4.
Yeah, they were on match point going into game 4, 2-1, and the crowd was, you know, pretty out of it. They're like, oh no, can't be how it ends. And I mean, the Florida Mayhem, they really came to show. Hydron and Checkmate has been a blessing to see so far this tournament, because this is a damage duo that was, you know, pretty league average, you know, no outstanding moments or anything, but I think that both Hydron and Checkmate, they really came alive in this series. We saw the double flex support come out here on Circuit Royale, and they utilized that high ground in a very fascinating way. But as this series sort of dwindled down, we go over to Colosseo for our 4th map. I do think that the meta sort of got away from them a little bit. You saw the support pairing of Sermagen and RuPaul. They split up a little bit. The communication wasn't quite there. And I mean, can you really blame them? They already played 5 maps earlier in the day, so the communication breaks down a little bit. Toronto Defiant, they're known for their positioning, their team synergy, and their ultimate usage. Florida Mayhem, they just couldn't compete with that.
Can we talk about the supports here, Costa, though? Because you were calling it outside. Chirong had one of the best series we've seen from Lucio. He was on our all-star teams to start the day. And of course, he wasn't alone. Twilight with a big celebration after this game 5.
Yeah, and that's it. There's a reason that Churong and Twilight were on both of our fantasy drafts, because they are just so good, and they're just so consistent with how they play it. They're just always all around the map. They're not getting punished. They get the ultimates. That was a big defining factor in the later maps, as you said, Johnny, of the supports just getting picked a little bit earlier, not getting the value from their ultimates that they need in it. So, you know, the Toronto Defiant backline has really been stepping up in a big way, but you know, I kind of want to close the page on the Florida Mayhem right now, because I just love what these guys have accomplished. You know, no one expected them to do anything. You know, even Goomba, as I said, their coach didn't really have that high expectations from them, but all their players stepped up, especially Checkmate, someone who has made a redemption arc from his season in 2021 where he came out on the Reinhardt, a hero he's not known for.
All right, 4th place. You're finishing in some money. You're going to get a point as well, but it's all about the top 3 moving forward. And before we see those top 3 teams battle tomorrow, we got to revisit the best of today, right, fellas? Can we dive right into it here? I want to kick things off with Scotty, because, Scott, you've been going last. What do you pick for me here on day 3?
Well, I want to highlight Twilight again. And this was funny. This was earlier in the day, and this is sneaky, sneaky Twilight making his presence known, but not to merit.
A sneaky beaver?
A sneaky beaver?
A sneaky beaver.
Oh!
A Canadian hiding in the room, waiting. He saw Merritt go past, and they're sort of spawn camping. Merritt's trying to get that little bit of extra damage, but they didn't know he was here. Assassination! Twilight comes in, hits him with the whip shot, hits him with the bash, and this was actually an impactful kill, because it ended up getting the first point, and they ended up going on to win this map. So, you know, Twilight making the plays on Brick.
The sneaky Brigida as our best of the day from Costa. Okay. A sneaky shield bash to kick things off. Johnny, where are you taking me next?
This was, you know, the opposite of sneaky. This is Hanbin. We already showcased this play. It was an incredible play from Hanbin. 1 versus 5. Well, it was actually a 2 versus 5. 1 versus 5. It was Hanbin against the San Francisco Shock in overtime. Rampaging in, hitting 4 people. keeping himself alive with the Carnage healing as well as an aura pack, gets the finishing blow on Kilo and on Finn, and then they contest the objective, and they end up winning this map. This was a ridiculous team fight, and I can't believe that Hanbin turned this around. I love what I saw from Hanbin in this very play. It has to be my best.
I was really kind of questioning Custa's fantasy squad now that we're watching all the replays. Did Custa create a banger lineup for day 3 or what?
Johnny just makes the San Francisco Shock and everyone's applauding him. I'm putting together science. I got beakers going around here. I got little tubes putting in science. I'm ready.
All right, last but not least, my best of the day has to be the people in the venue. I miss you all, and we got to give a shout out to the sign makers who were out in full force. Toronto was loud, the fans filling the stadium, and you could see the players really vibing off that energy. They are fired up. The Geese are coming back for Championship Sunday. Can Twilight lead this team to a championship, Johnny?
Absolutely. I mean, well, that was a bit of a start.
Yeah, 100%. No doubt.
Opium all night, Johnny. It's still Saturday. We're
Anything
celebrating.
is possible, guys. You can do it. No, I mean, Toronto Defiant, they are serious underdogs going into Championship Sunday. But, like, let's be real. We thought they were underdogs going into today. You never know what's going to happen.
And if Toronto wins tomorrow, will you two agree to split that syrup bottle 50-50?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, shake on it, gentlemen. We'll make it official. We got to take a look at the brackets as we are wrapping things up here on day 3. And we got to start with the East because that's where we're picking it up after most of you go to bed on the East Coast. Shanghai Dragons versus Seoul Dynasty. That went down last night. Shanghai now waiting to see who is advancing to the finals. Will it be the Philly Fusion? Is it the Dynasty? Custa on the spot. Where are you going?
I'm going for Chaos. Honestly,
no.
Let's go Fusion. No. Honestly, Seoul, this feels like peak Philadelphia Fusion. I'm ready for it. They've gone to map 5 twice in the last week. This will be the one that'll get Fusion over the edge.
I dared the Outlaws to bring out Doomfist. Philly, I dare you to bring out Carpe. Let's take a look at...
Don't do that. No. If you're listening to this, coaches of Philly,
no. Baby, it's 2019 again. I feel it. Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock. We got a preview of it tonight, 3-0. Will it happen again tomorrow in our West Finals? We have to wait and see, but a lot of people up north, they're hoping this one goes the opposite way and upsets our buddy Custa here.
Oh, yeah. I can't do it, Puckett. I tried. I really did. I tried. No, Toronto. You guys got this. Honestly, I'm cheering for Toronto. I actually would love to share bathing in maple syrup with you, Johnny. So I hope. Yeah, we're going to pour it all over us. It'll be a great time, Johnny. Let's go, Toronto.
All right. The lakes are freezing. Drink one for the Beavers, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to do it for us here on Watchpoint tonight. It all kicks off once again, 10:30 Pacific, 1:30 Eastern before the games at 2 o'clock ET. We'll see you then.
No.